A warning notice to the reader. A reader advisory note about content style. Joy the Harmony Sect. In a drafty, broken-down wooden hut of the outer disciple quarters. Chao Cohen stared at his own withered hands, muttering to himself. Only 3 months of lifespan remaining. Ordinary spirit medicines were no different from drinking cold water for his already hollowed-out body. As for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage to extend his life, that was an even more ridiculous fantasy. In his current state, he couldn't even draw chi into his body. Walking just a few extra steps required him to lean against the wall and rest for half a day. Was he going to travel to this other world only to end his journey so pathetically without accomplishing anything? Chao Cohen was unwilling to accept this. The stifling frustration churning in his chest brought an unhealthy flush to his pale face. If not for his dear master Yu Linglong's technique, he would never have ended up like this. Just thinking of that woman made Chao Cohen's teeth itch with hatred. Yu Linglong, an inner elder of the Harmony Sect, a golden core stage grand cultivator. A renowned great beauty of the Qingzhou cultivation world, unmatched in elegance, naturally endowed with a captivating charm. Back when he was just a small genius among the outer disciples, it was she who recognized his talent and took him in as her personal disciple. At that time, Chao Cohen believed he was about to embark on a heaven-defying journey, marry a celestial maiden, and reach the pinnacle of life. But what was the result? He never reached the pinnacle. Instead, he nearly arrived at the end of his life. Who could have imagined that woman cultivated a demonic art that forcibly drained the potential of others' spiritual roots? His supreme-grade fiery yang spiritual root in her eyes was nothing less than a walking panacea of supreme nourishment. 99% of its potential was drained, and his foundation was utterly destroyed. His cultivation also plummeted from the peak of the 9th chi refining layer all the way down to the 7th, and he was kicked back to this godforsaken outer sect to await death. The agony of having his spiritual power forcibly extracted from his very marrow still haunted him in nightmares. Yu Linglong, my dear master. Chao Cohen ground his teeth, forcing those words through the gaps of his clenched jaw. If I ever get another chance, I'll make you understand what true affection between master and disciple really means. I swear I'll turn the tables and put you in your place day and night properly. Just as he was burning with resentment, certain unmentionable images flashing through his mind. Ding. Detected that the host possesses an extremely strong beast taming talent meeting the binding conditions. Jade Beast Master System has been activated. The host can obtain task points by binding taming jade beasts or completing system tasks. The sudden mechanical voice in his mind caused Chao Cohen's half-dead heart to contract violently. A system? Is it you, system? You've finally come. If you had arrived a few days later, the only thing left for you would be to burn paper offerings at my grave. Chao Cohen gripped the corner of the table, gasping for breath. Afraid that if he got too excited, he would just pass away right there. That would truly be the masterpiece of the year. The protagonist dying 1 second before the golden finger came online. Steadying his mind, Chao Cohen silently commanded in his heart. Open system panel. A blue virtual light screen visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. Name Chao Cohen, age 99100, critical. Spiritual root, supreme grade fiery yang spiritual root cultivation, chi refining layer 7 foundation, damaged jade beast count 0 task points 0, staring at the glaring 99,100 in the age column. Chao Cohen's eyelids twitched wildly again. This system really knows how to create drama, specifically highlighting the lifespan in red, as if I'm not dying clearly enough. And what exactly is a jade beast? What are task points? So after all that fuss, I got nothing but an empty shell. Ding. Detected that the host has activated this system for the first time, rewarding a first-time gift pack. Would you like to open it now? The electronic voice in his mind rang out again. A first-time gift pack. Such a good thing could really happen. Chao Cohen muttered in his heart. Could this be like those scammy apps where you beg 81 friends to help you cut prices, and in the end, they give you a 5 yuan coupon? Open it. Now. Immediately. Right now. He couldn't care less anymore. Fortune or misfortune, he had to try. First-time gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1,000 task points. Tip task points can be used to exchange for items in the Myriad Worlds Mall. 1,000 points. Chao Cohen's spirit lifted, feeling alive again. He immediately opened the Myriad Worlds Mall, where the dazzling array of items nearly blinded his eyes. Cultivation techniques, pills, magical artifacts, talismans, everything one could imagine. Chao Cohen had no interest in the rest, directly typing lifespan extension into the filter bar. The list refreshes. 10-year lifespan pill, 2,000 task points. 100-year lifespan fruit, 0 task points. Millennium ageless spring, 0 task points. Chao Cohen's gaze was locked on the very first item, the 10-year lifespan pill. Then he looked at his own pitiful 1,000 task points. His mood instantly plummeted from the clouds to the abyss. He was short by half. Just half short. Damn system. You're dangling a carrot in front of me. The direct exchange route was a dead end. Chao Cohen refused to give up, searching for another way. Just then the system's notification sounded again. Ding. Detected a supreme grade spirit beast approaching the host's location. Beginner quest has been initiated. Quest: successfully capture the spirit beast and become a qualified beast taming master. Difficulty level hell. Chao Cohen's brow furrowed. A supreme grade spirit beast. Hell difficulty. This is a beginner quest. This is throwing me straight into the final boss's face. In his current state, let alone capturing a supreme-grade spirit beast, even a moderately fierce wild dog could make him its dinner. Chao Kuan seriously suspected this damn system was targeting him on purpose, sending a spirit beast to finish him off before he could die on his own. But then he thought fortune favors the bold. Since the system issued this quest, it meant there was a possibility of completion. This was his only chance to defy fate and change his destiny. He absolutely could not sit and wait for death. Chao Kuan's gaze returned to the mall interface. This time he ignored the unattainable lifespan pills and switched the category to beast taming. Soon his gaze locked onto a particular pill. Soul-luring spirit-drawing pill price, 1,000 task points. Effect: the pill emits a strange fragrance that is fatally attractive to spirit beasts. When a spirit beast approaches within 3 feet of the fragrance, it will immediately become rigid, its spiritual power frozen, unable to move, attack, or flee for a short time. Note: single-use consumable. After the spirit beast ingests it, capture is considered successful. Ineffective against spirit beasts above the nascent soul stage. Seeing the pill's description, Chao Kuan's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. This effect, it's practically tailor-made for me. Lure and control, a one-stop service. And the price is exactly 1,000 task points, squeezing out every last bit of his resources. Is the system trying to hint something at me? Damn it. Chao Kuan cursed under his breath, his gaze turning fierce and ruthless. Betting it all. Betting it all. Yu Linglong. Chao Kuan laughed more and more recklessly, his chest heaving, which triggered a violent cough from his dilapidated body. But he didn't care. The pent-up resentment that had been suppressed for countless days and nights had finally found an outlet to vent. Gazing at the exquisitely beautiful face before him, one that had once made him revere, infatuate, and hate to the bone, Chao Kuan felt an unprecedented ease and clarity of mind. Master, that expression of yours truly makes your disciple feel pity for you. He patted Yu Linglong's smooth cheek. Unfortunately, he had no strength. Otherwise, he would have left several slap marks to teach that slut a lesson. Chao Kuan wasted no more words. If he delayed too long, who knew if the pill's control effect would wear off? To avoid any further complications, he picked up the crimson pill from Yu Linglong's fingertip. Then with his other hand, he roughly pinched her delicate jaw and forced it open. Yu Linglong's red lips were forced open, revealing her neat white teeth and a tip of her tongue. The next second, the soul-snaring spirit pill was shoved in by Chao Kuan without any tenderness. Gulp. The pill dissolved upon entering her mouth. Before Yu Linglong could even react, she felt a strange torrent of energy rush down her throat, instantly invading her dantian. That energy was overwhelmingly domineering, instantly wrapping around her dazzling golden core that was spinning rapidly. Then an even more mysterious force, disregarding physical barriers, directly imprinted itself deep into her soul. A sense of submission from the depths of her soul arose spontaneously. At that moment, a series of system notification sounds flooded Chao Kuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing a spirit beast. The novice mission is complete. Mission reward 1,000 mission points. Done. Chao Kuan was ecstatic, but before his joy could settle, the next notification arrived. Ding. Detected that this novice mission was extremely difficult. The host at Chi Refining Layer 7 successfully captured a late golden core spirit beast, achieving a feat of overcoming the mighty with the weak. Additional bonus communication, Orb X1, Oi Jade Ring X1, 1,000 mission points. Ding. Congratulations. The host has officially been confirmed as a qualified rookie beast tamer. Personal panel updated. Please check in time. Chao Kuan was stunned for a moment. This system's composition was a bit complicated. Before Chao Kuan could study how strange this so-called artifact ball really was, the stiffening effect that had bound Yu Linglong disappeared. She regained her mobility. Almost the instant she was free. The overwhelming fury and murderous intent of a golden core cultivator instantly filled the entire room. Chao Kuan. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes widened and her jade-like hand was raised high. Vast spiritual energy converged into her palm, stirring up a terrifying heart-stopping fluctuation. This palm strike was about to blast the audacious, rebellious disciple into smithereens. Chao Kuan's pupils contracted. Holy crap. Damn system, you're messing with me. What about the promised successful capture? After-sales service. Where's the refund button? A strike from an enraged golden core grandmaster. Let alone in his current wretched state, even in his prime, he would die on the spot. Yet, just as Yu Linglong was about to strike, the mark imprinted in the depths of her soul suddenly burned hot. Ugh. Yu Linglong let out a muffled groan. That jade hand, brimming with lethal intent, uncontrollably drooped down limply. Yu Linglong was completely stunned. She looked at her disobedient hand with shock and fury and tried to mobilize her spiritual energy again. But the result was the same. She realized that as long as she maintained the intention to kill Chao Kuan, that soul-deep imprint would issue a warning, forcibly cutting off all her attack commands. Bastard, what did you feed me? Chao Kuan, seeing her frantic, yet helpless expression, finally felt relieved. Since he wasn't going to die, it was time for him to show off. Nothing much. Just a tiny ownership pill. Master, now that you've taken my pill, from now on you are my pet. Pet. Hearing those words, Yu Linglong trembled with rage, nearly destabilizing her Dao heart. She was an inner sect elder of the Hahuan sect, the dream lover of countless male cultivators in the Qingzhou cultivation world. Now this worthless disciple whose potential she had drained and whom she could crush with a flick of her finger. dared to say that she was his pet. This was an utter disgrace. You're asking for death. Yu Linglong refused to believe she could be completely controlled by a single pill. Since spiritual energy attack was ineffective, she would mobilize her divine sense to attack Chao Kun. The divine sense of a golden core cultivator was immensely powerful. A full force assault could instantly turn a chi refining cultivator into an idiot. But the result was still the same. As soon as her divine sense left her body, it was ruthlessly shattered by the rules. Jade Beast has generated a master-killing thought. Obedience value -5. Current obedience value -5,100. In his mind, the system issued a thoughtful notification. Chao Kun looked at Yu Linglong's face flushed with anger, and the evil thoughts in his heart grew even stronger. Master, don't waste your strength. The more you do this, the more excited I get. With that, he opened the system shop. Looking at the 2,000 mission points just credited to his account, he unhesitatingly exchanged them for a 10-year longevity pill. As the pill entered his mouth, its medicinal power surged through his body. Chao Kun could clearly feel his withered body regaining vitality. Though it was only a drop in the bucket, at least he no longer needed to support himself against walls when walking. His blood and chi recovered somewhat, and his back straightened. Feeling the long-lost vitality within him, Chao Kun turned his gaze back to Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong instinctively stepped back, her eyes revealing genuine fear for the first time. The Chao Kun before her still looked decrepit and aged. But in her eyes, he was more terrifying than any demon. I've long heard that Master has been stuck at late Golden Core for years, unable to make any progress. Your disciple, though unworthy, will today lend Master a hand to help you form your nascent soul as soon as possible. Yu Linglong was completely panicked. She could no longer maintain the composure of a Golden Core Grandmaster. Her face turned pale with terror, and she couldn't help but scream. What are you going to do? Yu Linglong. It happened quickly. The room gradually fell silent. The vitality granted by the decade lifespan pill enabled Chao Kun to hold on. These words struck like a needle, deeply piercing Yu Linglong's deadened nerves. She raised her head. Those dazed, beautiful eyes now blazed with towering fury. She had kept vigil for 300 years, striving to break through to the nascent soul path in perfect condition, her mind long tempered to stillness as an ancient well. Yet now she had inexplicably fallen into the hands of the worthless disciple she despised the most. This humiliation, this indignation was 10,000 times worse than death itself. Chao Kun completely ignored Yu Linglong's murderous gaze and continued his teasing unabashedly. Master, you haven't even touched a man's hand, have you? How terrible for you then. Shut up. Yu Linglong roared resentfully, her voice cracking with tears. You beast who has betrayed your master and forsaken your ancestors. This seat will extract your soul and refine your essence. Shatter your body into 10,000 pieces. Oh, is that so? Chao Kun chuckled indifferently. Master, it seems you lack the ability to do that now, doesn't it? Just then the system's pleasant chime echoed in Chao Kun's mind. Ding. 10. Current 5,100. Reward 1,000 task points. From -5 directly to +5, with an additional 1,000 task points awarded. Not bad at all. Watching the panel values shift from negative to positive and the task point balance grow plentiful, once more Chao Kun was in excellent spirits. Then he cast his gaze upon Yu Linglong, whose expression seemed ready to devour him alive. Far from feeling any fear, he felt more excited than ever. Conquering such a flower growing atop the highest peak was far more captivating than teasing those docile little cats and dogs. Chao Kun patted Yu Linglong's rosy cheeks, flushed with rage. The silky smoothness beneath his fingertips made it hard for him to let go. Yu Linglong turned her head away in humiliation, refusing to look at him. Chao Kun chuckled and willed it forth. A beast ring entirely black and radiating a faint spiritual glow materialized in his palm. Master, take a look. Chao Kun twirled the beast ring around his fingers twice, grinning as he displayed it to Yu Linglong. Master has helped me so greatly that of course I cannot treat you poorly. This magical artifact is a gift I specially prepared for you. Do you like it? The moment Yu Linglong's gaze fell upon the circular artifact, her very soul instinctively trembled with foreboding. That was the innate intuition of a high-level cultivator. This was absolutely not an ordinary magical artifact. Once she donned it, she would never hope to turn things around again. Yu Linglong was thoroughly panicked. This rebellious disciple actually intended to force the beast ring onto her. She scrambled backward with all four limbs, desperate to put distance between herself and the unsettling artifact. But the cold wall behind her left her with nowhere to retreat. Chao Kun's smile grew increasingly sinister. He seized her slender snow-white wrist and dragged her from the corner. Yu Linglong struggled, desperately punching and kicking with all her might. Yet under the absolute suppression of the soul seal, her resistance was feeble and limp, almost like reluctant, feigned defiance. Chao Kun subdued her with ease. Click. Yu Linglong felt another heavy shackle bind upon her soul, inextricably linked to the earlier pill seal. System, you damn genius. Having completed all this, Chao Kun did not continue to tease her. He could sense that the pure maiden energy was still surging chaotically within his body. If not refined promptly, it would dissipate uselessly. One must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. To tame a supreme-grade jade beast of this caliber, one must proceed gradually, knowing when to press and when to relax. Push too hard, and she would break entirely. Chao Kuan casually draped an outer robe over his shoulders and sat cross-legged. Having said this, he no longer paid attention to Yu Linglong. He sank his consciousness inward and began fully refining and absorbing the pure maiden-yin energy that lingered in his Dantian Sea. Yu Linglong stood frozen, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes once more. Humiliation, despair, shock. Endless complex emotions swirled within her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Chao Kuan's formerly decrepit and aged body began undergoing a startling transformation at a visibly rapid pace. His withered skin grew plump and radiant once more. The silver strands in his hair turned from black at the roots inch by inch. His stooped back gradually straightened, his figure growing tall and erect. His wrinkled, old face returned to the handsome visage of a man in his 20s within merely a few breaths. What terrified Yu Linglong most was Chao Kuan's cultivation aura, once depleted and withering, was surging wildly. The supreme grade, yin-yang spiritual root she had personally destroyed, was rapidly repairing itself. His parched dantian filled with spiritual energy once more. Qi refining layer 7, layer 8, layer 9, peak. In merely a fleeting moment, Chao Kuan's cultivation rebounded to its former peak, perhaps even surpassing it. Had he not been deliberately restraining himself to consolidate his foundation, he might have attempted foundation establishment right away. Hiss! Chao Kuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the long-lost surging power within his body. Having tasted sweetness, Chao Kuan turned his head. This sudden gaze made Yu Linglong, who had just shaken off her shock, feel an immediate sense of foreboding. What are you planning to do? Yu Linglong's delicate frame trembled with rage at his shameless words, cursing furiously in her heart as she. After 2 hours of simple teaching, the system notification echoed in Chao Kuan's mind once more. Ding! Detected that the host successfully made the Jade Beast feel joy. Jade Beast taming value 2. Current taming value 7,100. Reward 200 task points. Hearing the sound of the reward being credited, Chao Kuan's spirits lifted. Joy! He glanced sidelong at Yu Linglong, whose eyes were vacant. Indeed, his master's heart was surely blooming with happiness, though she was too shy to admit it. After all, she was a senior of 300 years, thin-skinned and prone to acting tsundere. He understood. Since that was the case, as her disciple, he naturally had to redouble his efforts. Yet the moment he reached out his hand, Yu Linglong recoiled like a startled cat, her fur bristling. Don't come near me. Seeing this rebellious disciple relentless, she was now panicking. Yu Linglong could no longer maintain the dignity of a golden core grand cultivator. She screamed, Chao Kuan, haven't you caused enough trouble? If the sect's law enforcement hall finds out about your treasonous acts against me according to the rules of Hahuan sect, you will surely die. Not only will your tendons be pulled and your skin flayed, but you will also suffer the punishment of 10,000 ghosts devouring your heart. Her voice grew shrill with agitation, losing its usual charm. Chao Kuan's movements indeed paused. This brief hesitation gave Yu Linglong a glimmer of hope. She thought her threat had worked. After all, in the Qingzhou cultivation world, Hahuan sect's punishments were notoriously terrifying. Especially toward traitors and rebels, their cruelty was enough to terrify any cultivator. A mere Qi refining stage disciple's fear of the sect should be etched into his bones. Believing she had regained control, Yu Linglong immediately changed her strategy. She forced herself to sit up, striving to project the arrogance of an inner elder, her gaze sharpening again. Disciple, you are a clever one. I can treat what happened before as you having been possessed by a demon. If you stop now, kneel and apologize and undo this damned contract, I might, for the sake of our past teacher-student bond, spare your wretched life. Saying this, she even cast a flirtatious glance at Chao Kuan. Perhaps. I might even give you some sweet rewards. After intimidation came enticement. This game of manipulating hearts was one Yu Linglong had mastered. In her view, what a low-level disciple like Chao Kuan craved most was power, status, and women. If she dangled a little bait and promised some benefits, wouldn't this rebellious disciple obediently dissolve the contract and revert to being a lapdog under her control? A brief silence fell in the room. Yu Linglong stared nervously at Chao Kuan's face, waiting for his repentance and plea for mercy. She had already planned, once this rebellious disciple lifted the contract, her first act would be to drain him dry. Then she would extract his soul, burn him in a human oil lamp for 49 days, and condemn him to eternal damnation. Yet what she received was not the expected fear and begging. Huh? Chao Kuan began with a low chuckle, then his laughter grew louder until it became a full-throated guffaw, rocking with disdain and mockery. Ha ha ha. Master, oh master, you are simply adorable. He wiped away the tears of laughter and slowly stood up. Spare my life. Master, you really don't understand the situation. Chao Kuan leaned down and whispered in her ear, don't say I didn't warn you. Between you and me, the moment you swallowed that pill and put on this beast ring, a life and death contract was sealed. If you don't believe me, feel free to verify. If I die, no matter where you are in the world, your soul will be instantly obliterated and you will follow me to the grave. What? Yu Linglong's delicate body trembled violently, her face a mask of disbelief. A life and death contract? How could that be? She had planned to stabilize Chao Kuan, first feign cooperation and later find a way to kill him herself or use the sect to eliminate him. But this contract of shared life and death was like an insurmountable mountain, crushing all her schemes and hopes. It meant that from now on, not only could she not kill this rebellious disciple, but she would also have to protect him with all her might, ensuring he suffered no harm. If he got a scratch, she might be fine. But if he died, she would die along with him. This realization was 10,000 times more despairing than having her essence taken. No, you're lying. Impossible. Yu Linglong murmured, dazed, unwilling to believe it was true. Seeing Yu Linglong's face shift from disbelief to shock, then to utter despair, Chao Kuan knew the time was right. The last pillar of hope in this lofty golden core elder's heart had been shattered by his own hands. He no longer hesitated, pulling the limp Yu Linglong into his embrace. Until the sun was high in the sky, this farce finally came to an end. Ding. Detected that the host successfully made the jade beast recognize its place. Taming value 3. Current taming value 10,100. Reward 300 task points. Another 300 points credited. Chao Kuan gazed at the now ample balance of task points on his personal panel, his heart brimming with satisfaction. This system was truly a wonderful thing. Not only did it bring pleasure to body and mind, but it also allowed him to grind points. A perfect one stone two birds deal. Why had he never realized before that his good master was such a treasure trove? She was not only a walking panacea, but also a rare elite monster that dropped rewards. He wondered what new features would unlock once the jade beast's taming value increased. New functions. Truly something to look forward to. By the bedside, the rustling sound of dressing interrupted his thoughts. Chao Kuan glanced sideways. Yu Linglong, her back to him, silently adjusted the crumpled purple gown. Her movements were stiff. Her fingers even trembled slightly. Clearly her inner turmoil was far from the calm she projected. Her soft purple hair was disheveled, cascading over her delicate shoulders and back, adding a touch of broken beauty. After hastily tying the sash at her waist, Yu Linglong could not bear to stay a moment longer. She staggered toward the door. Everything that had happened here was a lingering nightmare for her. Master leaving so soon. Chao Kuan's teasing voice sounded behind her. Your disciple has important matters to discuss with you, master. Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong's footsteps halted at the doorway. She did not turn around, yet her slender, flawless shoulders trembled slightly. An icy voice laden with suppressed fury squeezed through clenched teeth. Disobedient disciple. After all this, what more do you want? Do you truly believe I dare not bring about mutual destruction? As her words fell, the terrifying pressure of a golden core late-stage cultivator erupted violently within the small wooden hut. Under this oppressive force, the tables and chairs inside instantly turned to dust. This was her last shred of dignity, her final struggle. She wanted to use the power that had once allowed her to look down upon all beings, if only to intimidate him, to reclaim even a sliver of control from this defiant disciple, even if just for a second. Yet Chao Kuan remained utterly unruffled, paying her no heed. Master, there's no need for such fury. If you harm your health over this, your disciple would be heartbroken. Seeing her nearly exploding expression, Chao Kuan felt an immense satisfaction deep inside. Did you ever think, when you once drained my spiritual root, that this day would come? Now the tides have turned, and it's my turn to teach you a lesson. Master, I know you're anxious, but please don't be. I'm just a worthless life. If I die, I die. But you, master, are a delicate jade branch, peerlessly beautiful. Wouldn't it be a grave loss if you were to be buried with me? Though my foundation has been restored, and my cultivation has returned, my lifespan remains pitifully short. What do you think would happen if I fail to break through to foundation establishment before my time runs out? Chao Kuan spread his hands, a look of regret on his face. When that day comes, I'll stretch my legs, be covered in earth, and that'll be the end of it. But what a pity for you, master. You wouldn't want 300 years of bitter cultivation to go to waste, would you? Yu Linglong's delicate frame swayed, and she nearly collapsed. Raging fury twisted her beautiful features. This rebellious disciple. He was actually threatening her with his own worthless life. What kind of shameless behavior was this? What, exactly, do you want? Don't you understand yet, master? Seeing that the moment was right, Chao Kuan dropped his pretense. He spread his hands, wearing an unabashedly roguish expression. Master, look at me. I'm as poor as a church mouse, utterly penniless. If I go out on training missions without a decent magical artifact for protection or some pills to aid my cultivation, and some fool injures me, the pain will be mine, but the worry will be yours, master. And if, just hypothetically, I accidentally perish, your beauty and grace would vanish with me. Wouldn't that be a great loss to the cultivation world? Chao Kuan shook his head, mournfully speaking with the utmost gravity. So for the sake of your own safety, master, and for the bright future of our master-disciple bond, don't you think you should sponsor your disciple a little starting capital? Yu Linglong, upon hearing this shameless tirade, was so furious her chest heaved violently. This was no disciple. He was a demon demanding payment. Not only had this rebellious disciple taken her body, but now he was extorting her cultivation resources. Eating soft rice so brazenly was utterly unheard of. Yu Linglong wished she could slap this grinning scoundrel to death. Yet the accursed imprint deep in her soul prevented her from even entertaining the thought of resistance. This suffocating frustration drove her to the brink of madness. Take it. She untied an exquisite storage pouch embroidered with golden cloud patterns from her waist and hurled it at Chao Kuan. Inside there are 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, various pills to aid cultivation, and a low-grade magical artifact, the green serpent sword, which I used in my early years. That's enough to fatten even a pig up to foundation establishment. If you still die out there, it's fate, and I'll accept it. With that, unable to bear the suffocating humiliation any longer, she pulled open the door and vanished into the sky. Chao Cohen caught the pouch, steadily brought it to his nose, and gave it a light sniff. Ah, the scent of a wealthy woman's body. So simple, yet so refreshing. He swept his divine sense inside. Good heavens. As expected of a golden core elder and a well-known little rich woman of the Hahuan sect, such a generous gift. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones equaled 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Enough to keep an outer disciple busy for decades. Not to mention the pills and the magical artifact. Chao Cohen was in high spirits. With the massive accumulation of pure primordial yin energy inside him plus these resources breaking through to foundation establishment was only a matter of time. For the next 3 months, Chao Cohen stayed indoors without stepping out. He refined all the pure primordial yin energy and the pills from the storage pouch. His cultivation formally entered the foundation establishment stage. Feeling the liquid spiritual energy that had condensed from gaseous qi in his Dantian Sea, and the surge of over 200 years in his lifespan, Chao Cohen let out a long, hearty cry. Wonderful. From today on, he was no longer a qi-refining ant with a dwindling lifespan at the mercy of others. He was now a foundation establishment cultivator with 300 years of life, truly embarked on the path of immortality. I wonder if my dear master has missed me these past months. Chao Cohen flipped his left hand. Another system reward appeared in his grasp. Meanwhile, at the Hahuan Sect's intersect on Lianxiang Peak within the mist-shrouded main hall, Yu Linglong sat high on the main seat clad in a luxurious purple dress, having already regained her usual enchanting seductive demeanor that could captivate all. No one could tell that this golden core grandmaster had 3 months earlier endured a nightmare too shameful to recall. Below, a young girl in a plain white dress with a cold, ethereal beauty bowed respectfully. Her skin was like snow, her brows and eyes like a painting, her aura as pure as a snow lotus untouched by the mundane world, starkly contrasting with the Hahuan Sect's overall seductive atmosphere. She was Yu Linglong's newly accepted personal disciple, the 1 in 10,000 extreme ice spiritual body, Lung Qingyue. Master, Lung Qingyue's voice was as cold as her demeanor. You mentioned last time that you had found a supreme yang treasure to resolve the cold poison in my body. Has there been any progress? At this mention, Yu Linglong's well-maintained mask twitched involuntarily. Treasure. Damn it. The moment she thought of that rebellious disciple, the image of that shabby wooden hut flooded her mind. For 3 months, she had tried to forget it all. But that disciple's shadow seemed to have taken root in her mind, refusing to leave. Yu Linglong's jade hand resting on the armrest clenched unconsciously. She struggled to maintain her dignity as a master, preparing to make up some excuse to brush it off, when suddenly, Yu Linglong's delicate brows furrowed tightly. It's nothing. Just an old ailment that flares up occasionally. It's not serious. Go to the alchemy room and fetch a bottle of the tranquility pill I usually take. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated wooden hut of the Hahuan Sect's outer sect, Chao Cohen frowned deeply. He had just tentatively called out in a low voice. Logically speaking, as a communication device for remote contact, the other party should have responded at least a little. But it had been half a day and the other side was like a stone sinking into the sea, no movement at all. Chao Cohen's face darkened. He mentally lodged a complaint against the system in a hostile tone. Damn system, is this thing of yours a defective product? How can there be no response at all? What about the promised remote connection? Ding. The command has been successfully transmitted, and the target Jade Beast has received the message. Detected resistance emotions from the target, choosing not to respond. Oh, no response. Upon hearing this, Chao Cohen let out a sneer. Fine, you've grown capable. It's only been 3 months, and you dare to give me the silent treatment. Lianxiang Peak within the main hall. As Lung Qingyue's figure completely disappeared beyond the hall's entrance, Yu Linglong's tense nerves relaxed. She immediately calmed her mind and used her powerful divine sense to scan every inch of her body. But no matter how she probed, she could find no trace at all. That feeling was as if it had appeared out of thin air and vanished just as suddenly. Damn it. What is this thing? Yu Linglong was filled with shock and fury. She could sense that this was absolutely related to that rebellious disciple. She must find a way to break it quickly, or she would never have peace. Just as she was pondering countermeasures, Chao Cohen's voice, tinged with amusement, echoed directly in the depths of her soul. Master, have you missed me? Boom. Yu Linglong's mind buzzed. This voice. It was that rebellious disciple. He could actually speak directly inside her body. This was even more terrifying than the sudden strange sensation she had felt before. It meant that from now on she would have no secrets at all. Every move she made, even every thought, could be clearly spied on by that rebellious disciple. Get out. Yu Linglong roared furiously with her willpower, trying to expel this voice from her mind. However, the voice did not disappear. Instead, it began to tease. Master, why are you so angry? Isn't your disciple just concerned about you? Shame, fear, helplessness. All kinds of emotions surged in her heart. She knew that if she didn't respond, this rebellious disciple would definitely escalate further. Helplessly, she could only send a stream of thought, filled with shame and anger. Rebellious disciple, stop at once. Inside the wooden hut, Chao Cohen's smile grew even more pronounced. Finally willing to speak. Oh, Master finally deigns to acknowledge me. Your disciple thought that after 3 months you had forgotten me. What exactly do you want? Don't think you can completely control me with such despicable tricks. Despicable? Chao Cohen chuckled lightly. Master, you can't say that. Back then when you absorbed my spiritual root, your methods were far more refined than mine. Between us, we're about even. Neither of us can point fingers. One sentence choked off all of Yu Linglong's retorts. Indeed, when it came to despicable shamelessness, she was hardly innocent herself. Nothing much. Chao Kuen's voice carried an unusual seriousness. Just that I haven't seen you in 3 months and I miss you somewhat. I wanted to hear your voice. And by the way, I want to discuss something with you. Yu Linglong suppressed her rage and coldly transmitted her thoughts. Speak. Chao Kuen said unhurriedly. Your disciple has fortunately broken through to the foundation establishment stage and recovered my cultivation. What do you think? If a cripple like me who should have died long ago suddenly appears in the outer sect full of vitality, wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong's delicate brows furrowed. She understood Chao Kuen's intention. A disciple who had been judged to have his foundation destroyed and his lifespan depleted suddenly sees his cultivation soar and returns to his peak. If this got out, it would inevitably attract the attention of the sect's high-ranking members. If someone investigated and traced it back to her, although she didn't think anyone could uncover the truth, it would still be a nuisance. So, Yu Linglong asked. Chao Kuen gave a sly grin. The knife hidden in the drawing was finally revealed. So your disciple would like to ask Master for a favor. Arrange for me a reasonable identity, such as a menial disciple of Lianxiang Peak or a steward in charge of the medicinal garden, something like that. This way I can legitimately stay by your side, concealing the truth from others while constantly receiving your guidance. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Let him come to Lianxiang Peak. Let him appear before her eyes every moment. No way. Yu Linglong refused almost instinctively. The mere thought of this rebellious disciple prowling around her territory made her feel suffocated. That nightmare. She never wanted to recall it again in her life. Master, don't be so quick to refuse. Chao Kuen's tone remained relaxed, but the threat in his words sent a chill down Yu Linglong's spine, as if she were plunged into an icy abyss. You're a smart person. What if? You say, what will happen then? Yu Linglong's breath completely stopped at that moment. A bone-chilling cold shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. She could already see that scene. In the solemn and majestic sect hall, under the gaze of countless fellow disciples and followers. Herself, the lofty golden core elder, suddenly losing composure in public, making a complete fool of herself. The consequences would be 10,000 times more terrifying than death. This rebellious disciple. He is a demon. Lung Qingwei. You dare. Master, look at what you're saying. Chao Kuen chuckled lightly. What wouldn't this disciple dare? This little thing. Whoever uses it knows. What if this disciple gets drowsy one day, or is in a bad mood, and my hand slips? You? Scoundrel. Yu Linglong finally couldn't bear it any longer, unable to maintain even a shred of composure. She knew very well that this rebellious disciple was not joking at all. Fine. Disciple is a scoundrel. Chao Kuen's tone shifted, speaking with a helpless air. So Master means you want your disciple to keep showing his face among the outer disciples, attracting special attention from the sect's higher-ups. And then spill all those little secrets of yours. Or perhaps Master would be kind enough to grant your disciple a legitimate identity, so he can stay openly on Lianxiang Peak. Rest assured, your disciple's demands are not high. A menial disciple, or an overseer for the herb garden would do. As long as there's a place to shelter from the wind and rain, your disciple will be content. Of course, if Master remembers our past teacher-disciple bond and arranges a decent dwelling for your disciple, I will be endlessly grateful. Yu Linglong fell silent. After a long while, a voice filled with immense grievance transmitted through the soul contract. Humph. I this seed understand. I hope you keep your word. Master, you're being distant now, aren't you? Your disciple has always respected the teacher and revered the way and is most disciplined. Chao Kuen replied slowly. Since Master is so reasonable, I won't disturb your elegant mood any longer. You go ahead with your business. We'll meet again. With that, Chao Kuen lightly tapped a certain device, cutting off this friendly long-distance communication. As for whether Yu Linglong would be so furious she'd smash the entire hall, that was no longer his concern. Ding. Congratulations, host. Through a heart-to-heart exchange, you have successfully won people over with virtue, making the Jade Beast deeply aware of its family status. Detected the Jade Beast's intense shame and obedience emotions. Taming effect is outstanding. Taming value 10. Current taming value 20,100. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 1000 mission points. Hearing this series of notifications, Chao Kuen's mouth nearly split into a grin from ear to ear. Winning people over with virtue. No mistake. Even a lack of virtue is still virtue. The system notification sounded again. Ding. Detected that the taming value has broken through the 20-point mark for the first time. Congratulations, host. You have received a stage achievement reward, a mysterious gift pack, bronze grade. Note, when the Jade Beast's taming value reaches nodes of 2050800100, a mysterious gift pack of different levels can be obtained. The rewards are generous. Please continue your efforts, host, and soon train the Jade Beast into a capable assistant. Excellent. There's an unexpected bonus. Chao Kuen rubbed his hands together, his eyes burning with passion. The experience of countless predecessors told him. These stage achievement rewards were often the most core and ridiculously good items. What could be bought in the shop was common merchandise. But what came out of these gift packs? That was the real limited edition. System, open it. Ding. The mysterious gift pack is being opened, accompanied by a flashy special effect. An ancient scroll slowly materialized in the void. Around the scroll, countless chaotic currents surged. Vaguely one could hear the roars of gods and demons, and the sound of heaven and earth collapsing. The aura was maxed out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have had a massive luck burst and obtained a unique reward, immortal grade cultivation art. Chaos Unity Scripture. Holy shit. Chao Cohen's entire body trembled, and a quintessential exclamation slipped out. Immortal grade. In this cultivation world, cultivation arts were strictly ranked from high to low, heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each with 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The Joyous Union Sect, as a first-rate major sect in Qingzhou, had its foundational treasure as an earth-grade upper-rank art. Only the sect master and a few core grand elders were qualified to cultivate it. As for heaven-grade arts, they were the closely guarded secrets of those legendary hidden holy lands. Once revealed, it would trigger a storm of blood and carnage across the entire cultivation world. And now the system had directly thrown him an immortal-grade art. I'm rich. This wave is a complete takeoff. Chao Kuan eagerly probed his divine sense into the scroll. A terrifyingly vast amount of information flooded into his mind. Had Chao Kuan not already been at the foundation establishment stage in divine sense, this alone would have turned him into an idiot. After a long while, Chao Kuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. This Chaos Unity Scripture was simply tyrannical beyond reason. Cultivating this art had no attribute restrictions on spiritual roots. It could forcibly plunder all forms of energy in the world, constructing a special chaotic dantian within the body. Whether it was heaven and earth spiritual energy, solar and lunar essence, or the demonic energy of beasts, and the demonic chi of dark cultivators, all could be refined into primordial chaotic power. Moreover, the quality of chaotic power far exceeded ordinary spiritual energy, possessing the property of suppressing all attributes. Even more absurdly, when breaking through cultivation stages, this art ignored realm bottlenecks, requiring only the excruciating pain of energy fusion. Cultivated to its peak, one could form a chaotic body impervious to all techniques, with physical strength rivaling immortal artifacts, and combat power immeasurable. This isn't cultivation, this is straight-up cheating. With this, as long as resources were sufficient, even breaking through to true immortal was just a matter of time. Gotta try it. Must try it right now. Chao Kuan couldn't suppress his inner restlessness and immediately sat cross-legged on his wooden bed. Following the energy circulation path of the Chaos Unity Scripture, he attempted his first run. As the mental formula flowed through his heart, the foundation establishment-level spiritual energy within Chao Kuan began to undergo a drastic change. The originally docile spiritual energy, guided by some mysterious rule, continuously scoured his meridians. Ugh! Even at the first conversion of energy, Chao Kuan nearly couldn't bear it. The spiritual energy inside him became violent and restless under the transformation of chaotic power. Every subtle fusion was accompanied by a pain like muscle tearing. Chao Kuan understood clearly that this was an inevitable process of the art converting energy. Converting all his spiritual energy into chaotic power would naturally not be easy. Finally, after persisting for less than 5 breaths, Chao Kuan could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. The art's circulation was forcibly interrupted. Cough, cough. Is this art even meant for humans? Chao Kuan muttered a curse, then cautiously assessed his own condition. Although only a tiny bit had been successfully converted, its quality was already at least twice as condensed as his previous ordinary spiritual energy. Sigh. So terrifying. Chao Kuan was utterly stunned. This leap in quality had completely surpassed the scope of ordinary cultivation arts. Yet he also understood. Though this art was heaven-defying, the difficulty and pain of converting his original spiritual energy into chaotic power were far beyond imagination. He must not rush it, or he might destroy his foundation, or even die from chi deviation. It seems I need to proceed step by step. Chao Kuan murmured to himself, the light in his eyes growing brighter. Nevertheless, even though he couldn't reach the sky in one step, the potential this art offered had already shown him a bright path to becoming a powerhouse. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated wooden hut. Although there was nothing left for him to cling to here, this was still the place of his transformation. It's time to go to Lianxiang Peak. Chao Kuan grinned. Lianxiang Peak, one of the 7 main inner peaks of the Joyous Union Sect, was also where Yu Linglong's cave mansion was located. Their spiritual energy was abundant and the environment was serene. More importantly, Yu Linglong's identity could provide him with the best cover and cultivation resources. Furthermore, Master was an elder of the Joyous Union Sect, so the cultivation resources she held were certainly far richer than what he had scraped together. I hope she's already cleaned my room for me. Walking out of the wooden hut, Chao Kuan flipped his left hand, and a cyan glowing sword appeared in his palm. Chao Kuan stood with his hands behind his back upon the sword blade, feeling the fierce wind blowing against his face, and found himself invigorated. 3 months ago, he was just an old codger who could barely walk. Now his back no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt. Even the sight of the Hahuan sect female disciples dotting the mountain seemed much more amiable. At this moment, at the foot of Lianxiang Peak, Leng Qinghua had just retrieved a tranquil mind pill from the alchemy chamber and was about to return to the main hall. She had long noticed that her master's state had been very off lately. The sudden flare-up of her old ailment, and every time she mentioned that pure yang treasure, the shame and murderous intent in her master's eyes made her uneasy. As her personal disciple, she vaguely felt that her master's old ailment was likely related to that pure yang treasure. However, just as she was about to return to the main peak to deliver the medicine, a streak of cyan sword light raced across the sky, moving at incredible speed. Moi. Lung Qingyue furrowed her elegant brows, instinctively looking up. On the sword light, a young silhouette was vaguely visible. An outer disciple. Lung Qingyue recognized at a glance that the person was wearing the lowest grade gray outer disciple robe of the Harmony Sect. Her surprise immediately turned into icy anger. Lianxiang Peak was one of the 7 major peaks of the sect, and also the retreat of her master Yu Linglong. It was heavily guarded on ordinary days with strict rules. Not to mention outer disciples, even inner disciples unless summoned were absolutely forbidden to fly on their swords, let alone charge straight toward the main hall so recklessly. Who was this reckless fool? Displeasure arose in Lung Qingyue's heart. Such behavior was a serious violation of the sect rules. As the only personal disciple under her master, she had the responsibility to maintain the peace and dignity of Lianxiang Peak. With this in mind, she hesitated no longer. Her long sword soared with the wind, meeting the cyan sword light head-on. How dare you? Who is causing such disturbance here? Her clear, cold rebuke echoed in the air. Holy crap! The flying sword stopped abruptly, and the strong inertia nearly sent Chao Kuan tumbling off the blade. After steadying himself, he was about to curse at the person for having eyes in the back of her head when the system's announcement suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected an exceptional spirit beast target ahead. Target constitution extreme, ice spirit body. Overall assessment immense potential, possesses the qualifications to grow into a supreme powerhouse, meets capture conditions. Meet capture conditions. Capture immediately. Exceptional spirit beast. Chao Kuan was startled, and only then did his gaze focus on the woman before him. She was dressed in a pure white long gown, her figure slender and graceful. Her eyes were as clear as a cold pool, exuding an icy aloofness that kept others at a distance. The whole person was like a lotus blooming atop a 10,000 zhang snow mountain, sacred, proud, inviolable. What a peerlessly beautiful cold fairy. Chao Kuan praised silently in his heart. He hadn't seen this person at Lianxiang Peak before. She must be the new junior sister his master had taken in. TSK Tisk, an extreme ice spirit body, truly exceptional. Her looks and temperament were in no way inferior to Yu Linglong's. In fact, in terms of pure allure, she even surpassed her. Chao Kuan's heart burned with excitement. Jade beasts were always better in numbers. One wasn't enough. I want them all. Without hesitation, he issued the command to the system in his mind. Capture. According to the system's usual pattern, this 1 in 10,000 exceptional constitution was definitely a top-tier jade beast. If he could bring her under his command, the rewards and benefits would be extraordinary. Ding. System prompt: a novice beast tamer can only possess 1 jade beast. To capture a new jade beast, you may release the current jade beast or upgrade your beast tamer level. Beast tamer level can be increased by earning taming points. There's such a restriction. Chao Kuan was stunned, feeling like cursing. He had only been enjoying the benefits brought by Yu Linglong and hadn't studied the system's details. Release Yu Linglong. Absolutely impossible. Without the systems binding, Yu Linglong would definitely kill him at the first opportunity. Looks like I have to upgrade my beast tamer level. Chao Kuan quickly called up his personal panel. Name: Chao Kuan. Age 99310. Spirit Root Extreme, Blazing Yang Spirit Root Cultivation Foundation Establishment. Early Stage, Jade Beast. Count 11 Task Points, 2000. Beast Tamer Level Novice, 2030. Seeing this new number, Chao Kuan immediately understood. Novice level requires 30 taming points to upgrade. I currently have 20, so I need 10 more. It seemed he would have to wait until his level increased before he could have designs on the new junior sister. Still, this gave him a clear goal. Coming to strengthen his relationship with his master had indeed been the right move. Chao Kuan's stream of inner thoughts took only a split second. But in the eyes of Lung Qingyue, who stood opposite him, it was a completely different scene. From the moment this outer disciple saw her, his gaze had been fixed on her unabashedly. First there was bewilderment. Then came a burning greed that made her extremely uncomfortable. And now he had fallen into a daze, occasionally smirking lewdly. She had seen such looks many times. But never had anyone been so insolent, so direct. Her displeasure had reached its peak. She had thought perhaps he had some urgent matter or had wandered here unknowingly. But now it was clear. He was simply a lecher driven by desire. How dare you? Lianxiang Peak is no place for an outer disciple. Lung Qingyue turned her wrist, and the snow-white long sword in her hand let out a clear resonant hum, exuding cold aura, its tip pointing straight at Chao Kuan's throat. Get out of here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. As she spoke, the oppressive pressure of Foundation Establishment Stage was unleashed without reservation, pressing down on Chao Kuan in an attempt to shake him off the sword. However, Chao Kuan was completely unaffected by that pressure. Lung Qingyue's cold voice pulled him back to his thoughts, and he sneered inwardly. Teacher and disciple indeed. This condescending tone is exactly the same. Just like Yu Linglong. He recalled the overbearing arrogance Yu Linglong had shown when she sucked his spirit root, and then looked at the little ice queen before him. If she becomes my jade beast, she'll definitely be far more interesting than that vixen Yu Linglong. Chao Kuan mused silently. Let Yu Linglong earn enough taming points first to upgrade my beast tamer level. Then I'll come for you first and make you know my power. Despite these thoughts, Chao Kuan put on a smile. Senior sister, why so fiery? His tone was relaxed and casual, showing none of the awe and fear an outer disciple should have when facing an inner disciple prodigy. This unflappable attitude only deepened Lung Qingyue's suspicion. There were only two possibilities for such calmness. Either he was a fool who didn't know his place, utterly stupid, or he had backing. But in the entire Hawan sect, who could allow an outer disciple to be so reckless in front of the main hall of Lianxiang Peak? After a moment's thought, Lung Qingyue's eyes grew even colder, and killing intent began to coalesce. I'll ask one last time. Who are you? Why have you trespassed on Lianxiang Peak? If you don't give a satisfactory answer, you will die, now. Lung Qingyue. Facing Lung Qingyue's murderous interrogation, Chao Kuan said something astonishing. I advise you to speak to me more politely. I am the steward specially invited by Elder Yu to manage the medicine garden of Lianxiang Peak. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingyue's already cold, pretty face instantly turned 3 degrees colder. Steward, and specially invited by her master. How utterly preposterous. Nonsense. Lung Qingyue scolded coldly. I am the only direct disciple of my master. Why haven't I heard of this from her? On Lianxiang Peak, apart from the master, she held the highest status. The appointment and dismissal of all servants and stewards. How could any of it proceed without her approval? A mere outer disciple dares to spout nonsense here. Oh. Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise, then spread his hands. I wouldn't know about that. He looked Lung Qingyue up and down, then guessed slyly, maybe. You two don't get along. The master doesn't trust you with things, so she didn't tell you. Provocation. Naked provocation. How could this lecher dare to meddle in her relationship with her master? You dare. Lung Qingyue was completely enraged. Without further words, she flicked her wrist. The snow-white longsword let out a cry, as its blade flashed with cold light, thrusting straight at Chao Kuan's throat. This strike, she was serious. However, after a crisp clang sound, the unstoppable sword tip was steadily caught between Chao Kuan's 2 fingers. The blade was less than half an inch from his throat, the sword aura causing a slight sting on his skin, yet it could not advance a single inch further. How is this possible? Lung Qingyue's beautiful eyes were full of shock. Even an inner sect brother of the same cultivation level would not dare to receive this strike so directly. What kind of background does this outer disciple have? How could his physical strength be so terrifying? In the blink of an eye, Lung Qingyue made a decision. She acted decisively, letting go of the sword hilt, allowing the sword to be caught between Chao Kuan's fingers. Her lithe body executed an impossible twist in midair using the spinning force. A long jade leg wrapped in a white dress swept through the air toward Chao Kuan's handsome face. The movement was fluid and devastatingly fierce. Well done. Chao Kuan praised silently in his heart. This girl does have some skills. In a flash, Chao Kuan raised his left hand and firmly grasped Lung Qingyue's kicking ankle. It felt cool and smooth to the touch. Even through the thin fabric, he could feel the astonishing elasticity and perfect curves. What long legs. Chao Kuan held the slender ankle, clicking his tongue in wonder, and commented with a frivolous tone, but they're icy cold without any warmth. Oh, senior sister, your soul is transparent. Quite unique. You? Being grabbed by the ankle and teased with such humiliating words by Chao Kuan. Lung Qingyue felt a surge of blood rushing to her head. Her cold, ethereal face instantly flushed red, whether from anger or shame. She once again channeled her spiritual energy, trying to break free, but found that she could not escape his grip, no matter what. Shameless wretch. Let go. Lung Qingyue screamed, sharply abandoning the sword that had been taken. Her other hand quickly retrieved a talisman, crackling with purple lightning from her storage ring. 5 Thunder Talisman. As the talisman appeared, violent thunder energy spread. Chao Kuan's eyelid twitched. Good grief, this woman really means to kill. If he were hit directly, even with the chaos power protecting him, it wouldn't be pleasant. He didn't want to clash head-on with this girl. With a thought, Chao Kuan immediately let go, his figure drifting back several zhongs, creating distance from Lung Qingyue. Their exchange, though brief, had stirred up quite a commotion. Lianxiang Peak below was finally alerted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several streaks of light flew from various spots on the mountainside, stopping in midair and surrounding the two in a standoff. Those who arrived were all inner disciples of Lianxiang Peak. When they saw the situation, they erupted into an uproar. It's senior sister Lung. Who is that in gray clothes? An outer disciple. How dare he fly a sword over Lianxiang Peak? Did he just molest senior sister Lung? The male disciples, after seeing Chao Kuan's action of grabbing Lung Qingyue's ankle, all had blazing eyes and righteous indignation. Who is Lung Qingyue? She was the renowned ice fairy of Lianxiang Peak and even of the entire inner sect of the Hawan sect. On ordinary days, not to mention touching her, even speaking a single word to her was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Now the goddess they considered sacred and inviolable had been touched on the foot by an outer disciple who appeared out of nowhere. This is outrageous. Bold villain. Dare to lay a hand on my senior sister, you're dead. Seize him. Hand him over to the discipline hall. Angry shouts rose one after another. Over a dozen inner disciples summoned their magical artifacts, surrounding Chao Kuan with murderous intent. However, a few female disciples in the crowd were not so agitated. Their eyes swept over Chao Kuan's strikingly handsome face. Recalling the scene of him easily suppressing Lung Qingyue, their beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. This outer sect junior brother is handsome and seems quite strong. Just then a young man in a blue brocade robe with a handsome face stepped forward. Holding a mid-grade magical flying sword, he pointed at Chao Kun and shouted angrily, "I am Lin Fan, an inner disciple. How dare a mere outer trash like you make trouble on Lianxiang Peak and defile junior sister Long? Today I will make sure your soul is destroyed." Lin Fan at the Foundation establishment midstage was somewhat famous in the inner sect and was one of Lung Qingyue's most ardent admirers. Seeing his goddess humiliated, this was the perfect moment for him to rescue the damsel in distress. Chao Kun looked around at these hormone-driven fools and laughed inwardly. Tisk simps are truly something else. He paid no heed to their threats, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "I told you I was invited by Elder Yu to manage the medicine garden. If you hurt me, the medicine garden will have no one to tend it, and if Elder Yu is displeased, can you bear that responsibility?" Ha ha ha. Lin Fan, hearing this, burst into laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. At death's door, still talking tough. What status does Elder Yu have? Why would she invite an outer trash like you? I think you're living in a dream. The mockery on his face grew thicker, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Fellow brothers, don't waste words with him. This man trespassed on the main peak and insulted the elder, double the crime. Attack. If anything happens, Lin Fan will take full responsibility. Charge. With the command, the surrounding male disciples surged with spiritual energy, and the light of various spells and artifacts lit up instantly, threatening to engulf Chao Kun. Lung Qingyue stood aside, holding the 5 Thunder Talisman, watching coldly, without intervening. In her eyes, Chao Kun was as good as dead. However, at this critical moment, Chao Kun, instead of showing any panic, did something that left everyone stunned. He wiped all expression from his face, then gathered all the spiritual energy in his dantian. The next second, a cry filled with boundless grievance and fear echoed through the entire Lianxiang Peak. "Master, save me. Your disciple is the one you personally invited to manage the medicine garden. Now these fellow disciples who don't know right from wrong are about to beat me to death." This shout, full of emotion, pierced the clouds and split the rocks. All the inner disciples who were about to attack froze in their movements, completely bewildered. Even Lung Qingyue in the distance was stunned. Master, who is he calling? Elder Yu Linglong. Just as everyone was dazed by the shout, Chao Kun's left hand, hidden in his sleeve, activated the beast taming artifact. Were. At the same time, inside the main hall of Lianxiang Peak, Yu Linglong was rubbing her forehead in annoyance. Suddenly, Chao Kun's earth-shattering shout came clearly into the hall. "Moi." Yu Linglong frowned. What is that rebellious disciple making a fuss about outside? However, the desperate pleas from outside kept coming, clearly telling her that if she didn't go out soon, that rebellious disciple would surely do something even more insane. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure belonging to a great cultivator in the late Golden Core stage erupted from the direction of the main hall of Lianxiang Peak, engulfing the entire mountain. High in the sky, those dozen or so inner sect disciples who were about to deliver fatal blows to Chao Kun were struck, as if by lightning, their faces draining of color. The divine treasures in their hands dimmed, and the circulation of spiritual energy within their bodies grew extraordinarily sluggish. All gazed in horror toward the main hall, their hearts pounding wildly. This pressure, it was their master. It was Elder Yu. Under the terrified watch of everyone present, a breathtaking figure clad in purple descended through the air. She wore an exquisite purple palace dress, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall. Her peerlessly beautiful face betrayed no emotion, yet those peach blossom eyes that should have been enchanting now seethed with incandescent fury. Merely being glanced at by those eyes left every disciple present, Lung Qingyue included, struggling for breath. "Master, we greet Elder Yu." Lung Qingyue and the assembled inner disciples hastily stowed their divine treasures, bowing deeply in midair without daring to raise their heads. Fan Lin's heart swelled with wild ecstasy. The elder had come personally. This reckless waste from the outer sect was as good as dead. Enduring the oppressive pressure, he spoke before anyone else with righteous indignation. "Report to the elder. This person." He had only managed 4 words. "Noisy." Yu Linglong casually raised her jade-like hand and delivered a palm strike toward Fan Lin from a distance. A terrifying shockwave of incomparable force crashed onto Fan Lin instantly. Puffed. Fan Lin didn't even have time to scream before vanishing from sight. Then, with a thunderous explosion, a smoking human-shaped crater appeared on the distant cliff face. All the inner disciples were terrified into silence, trembling like autumn cicadas. No one expected that upon her arrival, Elder Yu wouldn't punish the outer sect ruffian, but instead smashed the tattling senior brother Fan with a single palm strike. What was happening? Lung Qingyue's mind was equally shaken. She looked up, unable to believe what she was seeing as she gazed at her own master. She could not fathom her master's intentions. Just as everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn, Yu Linglong's voice rang out once more. "He is the newly appointed steward of the medicine garden by this seat. You are all dismissed." Boom. Those words carried even greater impact than that palm strike from earlier. Medicine garden steward, appointed directly by their master. How could this be possible? An outer sect disciple, what merit did he have? Everyone was utterly confused, feeling their understanding of the world shaken to its core. Meanwhile, Chao Kun, the mastermind behind all this, had already shed his aggrieved and frightened expression. He rode the green snake sword over to Yu Linglong, weeping and wailing. "Master, you've finally arrived. I nearly died at their hands. You don't know, Senior Sister Lung's sword strike came so close my head was almost off. As he spoke, he actually reached out and grabbed Yu Linglong's smooth, jade-like arm, shaking it vigorously. His familiar manner resembled a wronged child throwing a tantrum to their parent. Look, Master, the sword energy has cut my neck. Please help me, Master. At this moment, all the witnessing disciples Lung Qingyue included experienced a complete mental shutdown. What had he just done? He actually dared to grab Elder Yu's arm. Madness. This world had gone completely mad. Everyone instinctively expected that in the next moment this death-defying fellow would be smashed into paste just like Fan Lin. However, the anticipated thunderous wrath never came. Yu Linglong merely glanced at the hand grasping her arm. The killing intent deep within her beautiful eyes was nearly solidifying into something tangible. Yet in the end, Yu Linglong did nothing. She let Chao Kuan hold her arm. She let him shake her as he pleased. She silently accepted this familiarity. Lung Qingyue stared blankly at the absurd and bizarre scene before her. A more absurd and uncontrollable thought began to rise from the depths of her heart. This outer sect disciple, no, this so-called steward, was he actually flirting with his master? And the master hadn't resisted. Could it be? Could he not be a steward at all, but rather a kept man that the master had taken outside? The moment this thought emerged, it spread like a rampant weed, impossible to contain. Only this explanation could account for everything subversive before their eyes. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan basked in the stunned stares of everyone, his heart swelling with joy. The feeling of borrowing the tiger's might was simply exhilarating. Emboldened, he raised his other hand to point at the inner sect disciples who had besieged him moments before, continuing his complaints. Master, and them too. They wanted to kill me without cause. I won't let this go. Ding. The host has publicly asserted ownership over the Jade Beast, greatly intimidating the villains. The Jade Beast was forced to comply, experiencing intense shame, indignation, and a sense of submission. Taming value 3. Current taming value 23100. Reward 300 task points. Hey, another 300 points credited. Master was indeed his personal ATM. Chao Kuan felt triumphant inside, yet wore the expression of a bullied victim on his face. Lung Qingyue could no longer endure this absurd spectacle. She stepped forward, her cold and beautiful face hardened with determination. Master. This youth dared to ride a flying sword across Lianxiang Peak, showing utter disregard for his elders. That alone is an act of gross disrespect. He then behaved with levity and harassed me, compounding his offenses. By the sect's regulations, his cultivation should be crippled and he expelled from the sect. I beg Master to investigate thoroughly and allow this disciple to personally cleanse our ranks. The moment she finished speaking, Yu Linglong felt the hand on her arm give a gentle squeeze. A faint tingling sensation traveled along the soul contract, surging directly into her divine sense. It was a warning. Yu Linglong's heart swelled with overwhelming humiliation. She closed her eyes, drew a deep breath, and when she opened them again, all emotion had vanished from her gaze, leaving only boundless coldness. When did I ever need you to teach me how to conduct myself? Upon hearing these words, Lung Qingyue's eyes immediately reddened. Her master was actually scolding her on behalf of a kept man. Yu Linglong paid no further attention to Lung Qingyue. Instead, she turned her gaze toward those dozen or so inner disciples, her voice leaving no room for dispute. All who laid hands on Steward Chao are to crawl to the repentance cliff and meditate against the wall for 1 month. As for Lung Qingyue, she paused, her tone laced with complexity. Accompany me back to the hall. Finally, she glanced at Chao Kuan beside her, still clinging to her arm, and forced out several words through gritted teeth. Steward Chao, you come with us as well. With that, she refused to spare the others another glance, forcibly wrenching herself free from Chao Kuan's grasp before flying directly back toward the main hall. Right away, Master. Chao Kuan replied with unmistakable smugness. Before departing, he couldn't resist flashing a wicked grin at Lung Qingyue and the surrounding disciples, who remained frozen in stunned silence. Little junior sister, from now on we'll be family. Please take good care of me. Then, mounting his flying sword, he leisurely followed after her. High above all that remained were the inner sect disciples, utterly disheveled by the wind. They exchanged bewildered glances. Their minds still reeled from the scene that had shattered their worldview, unable to find peace for a long time. It seemed as though the sky above Lianxiang Peak had turned dark. Yu Linglong. What are you standing there for? Everyone shuddered and turned to see Lung Qingyue's face covered with frost. Don't you know where Sigua Cliff is? Do I need to personally take you there? The disciples were silent as cicadas, not daring to speak a word. They could all see that senior sister Lung was venting the anger she had received from that outer disciple and the master onto them. No, we'll go now. Senior sister Lung, calm your anger. The group, not daring to provoke her, mounted their artifacts and flew dejectedly towards Sigua Cliff. Watching the receding figures, Lung Qingyue suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and turned to fly back to the main hall. However, at the entrance of the hall, that purple figure was already waiting there. Qingyue, go inside the hall and wait. Yu Linglong's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it filled Lung Qingyue with extreme unease. I will take Manager Chao to the rear mountain herb garden to familiarize him with the surroundings and find him a cave dwelling. After saying this, she turned around as if unwilling to meet Lung Qingyue's gaze. Chao Kuan followed behind Yu Linglong with a grin. Before leaving, he did not forget to wink at Lung Qingyue. His gaze was full of provocation. Watching the two figures disappear in the direction of the rear mountain lung, Qingyue stood alone before the empty hall, her cold, beautiful face filled with bewilderment and confusion. The master actually intends to let this manager take care of the rear mountain herb garden, which even she as a personal disciple had only visited a few times. And she even wants to arrange a cave dwelling for him. An outer disciple, a lecher. What qualifications does he have? Could it be? Exactly as she suspected, that he is the master's paramour kept outside. From the beginning, sending Lin Fan flying, without any explanation, to personally acknowledging that lecher's identity, and then tacitly allowing that lecher to pull her arm and act coquettishly. All of this made Lung Qingyue feel extremely unreal. The master seemed to be held by some fatal leverage. As soon as this thought emerged, Lung Qingyue's heart tightened. She had been adopted by Yu Linglong since childhood. In her heart, the master was both a strict teacher and her only family. Moreover, she was her only hope to get rid of the cold poison in her body and embark on the path of immortality. She would never allow anyone to harm the master, nor allow anyone to take the master away from her. A strong sense of crisis mixed with the jealousy she herself had not noticed surged in her heart. No, I must go and see. On the other side, Chao Kuan stood at the rear end of the sword, his hands naturally encircling the voluptuous figure in front of him. Holding a fragrant soft body with the intoxicating scent of her perfume lingering at his nose, Chao Kuan felt a wave of pleasure. Master, this flying sword of yours is no good. It's too slow and the space is too small. It's really cramped for two people. Chao Kuan rested his chin lightly on Yu Linglong's fragrant shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Master, your waist is so slender. Don't you eat properly usually? Your disciple will cook delicious food for you in the future. Yu Linglong's body stiffened slightly, but she did not respond. Master, why aren't you saying anything? Are you moved by your disciple's filial piety? Chao Kuan pretended to be puzzled, and his arm around her waist shifted upward imperceptibly. The answer was still silence. Ha, learn to be obedient. Chao Kuan sneered in his heart. Change tactics. Thinking that playing dead would leave me helpless. Naive. Chao Kuan lost the mood to continue his verbal teasing and simply shut his mouth. Yu Linglong sensed that the movement behind her had stopped, and she quietly sighed in relief. This rebellious apprentice seemed to respond to this tactic. As long as she didn't resist, didn't speak, and acted like a puppet, he would soon grow bored. Yes, that's the way from now on. Just as Yu Linglong secretly resolved, the flying sword had already arrived deep in the rear mountain. In the center of the valley stood a two-story exquisite pavilion, ancient and elegant. We're here. Arriving at the pavilion, Yu Linglong immediately broke free from Chao Kuan's embrace and put some distance between them. This is the herb garden where I usually cultivate spirit plants. The pavilion is your residence. If you need anything, you can send me a message. After saying this, she turned around to fly away on her sword. Every extra second in this place made her feel nauseated. However, Chao Kuan would not let her leave so easily. Hey master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Yu Linglong spun around, suddenly looking at Chao Kuan. What do you want now, eh? Nothing. Chao Kuan waved his hands repeatedly. I just feel a bit tired. He pointed at himself, starting to play the victim. Master, think about it. I flew all the way from the outer sect, consuming a huge amount of spiritual energy. As soon as I arrived at the mountain gate, before I could catch my breath, I was surrounded by junior sister Lung and a dozen senior brothers as a traitor and beaten up in a thrilling fight. Now I'm really exhausted, both physically and mentally. My legs feel like they're not even mine. Yu Linglong watched his performance, coldly saying nothing. This rebellious apprentice with foundation establishment cultivation was full of vitality when fighting just now, and now he says he's tired. No one would believe that. Master, you know that I am now your herb garden manager. If I exhaust myself and delay the cultivation of spirit plants, it will be your loss. So, master, you are merciful. Come in and massage your disciple's legs, relax his muscles. That's not too much to ask, is it? Chao Kuan. Yu Linglong clenched her silver teeth. Let her, a late golden core elder, massage the legs of a foundation establishment rebellious apprentice. Yu Linglong's body trembled. That feeling of fear and hatred brought her back to her senses. Resist. The consequences of resistance were unbearable for her. After a long moment, Yu Linglong walked with stiff steps, step by step, to the bedside. She crouched down beside the cloud bed that bore her own scent. A pair of jade-like hands, soft as boneless, gently landed on Chao Kuan's calf. The pressure was light, even a bit awkward. Clearly this lofty elder of Hahuan sect had never served anyone in her life. Tisk. Master, your skill is not good. Haven't you eaten? Harder. Yu Linglong took a deep breath and increased the pressure in her hands. The scent of her own body lingering on the cloud bed filled her nostrils, but now it made her feel nauseous and ironic. Master, this cloud bed is really nice. Soft and fragrant, lying on it feels like sleeping on a cloud. And it's all your scent. Smells so good. By the way, master, you must come to this pavilion often, right? Otherwise, how could it be so clean? Yu Linglong pressed her red lips together, pretending not to hear. All she wanted now was to end this nightmare-like torment as soon as possible. A quarter of an hour later. All right. Yu Linglong stopped. Now can I leave? She stood up, eager to escape. Leave? You can leave, but I feel that master's sincerity seems not enough. Yu Linglong's body tensed instantly, an ominous premonition surging in her heart. You? What else do you want? You are dreaming. Yu Linglong shrieked, the accumulated humiliation and anger exploding completely at this moment. She turned to rush out of the pavilion. Even at the cost of soul damage, she would not suffer this humiliation. That strange power coursed through her body, leaving her unable to muster any strength. Chao Kun. Her voice was broken, tinged with a hint of pleading. What exactly do you want? To let me go? Inside the pavilion, it suddenly became very quiet. It revealed no emotion to Yu Linglong, but it was precisely this calmness that frightened her most. Time ticked by second by second. Every second was a lingering death for Yu Linglong. Her pride, her dignity, the reserve of a golden core powerhouse, all were crushed bit by bit in this confrontation. This rebellious apprentice did not want her resources nor her protection. Yu Linglong. 1 hour later. With a creak, the tightly shut wooden door of the rear mountain pavilion was finally pushed open from inside. Yu Linglong stumbled across the threshold. Her purple court dress remained luxurious, and her hair bun was not disheveled. She had just stood still outside the door. She looked nothing like a lofty golden core grand cultivator. Instead, she resembled a frail mortal woman on the verge of collapse, like a candle flickering in the wind. Lung Qingyue, hiding behind an ancient tree hundreds of meters away, felt her heart clench violently at the sight. How could this be? A golden core cultivator's body had long been reborn with qi and blood as stable as mountains. Ordinary ailments could not even approach them. Unless she had suffered an extremely devastating injury, or had her origin forcibly drained, it would be impossible for her to appear so weak. Instantly, Lung Qingyue's mind conjured up several vicious dual cultivation techniques recorded in the forbidden scriptures of the Harmony Sect, plundering life force, destroying the foundation. These evil arts could stealthily steal a cultivator's origin essence, strengthening the practitioner, while the victim would suffer damaged foundation, regressed cultivation, and even depleted lifespan. Could it be? Just as this thought arose, Chao Kuen's tall figure leisurely walked out of the pavilion. He strode with a dragon's gait and tiger's steps, refreshed and spirited, his face wearing an expression of lingering satisfaction. His vigorous state formed a stark contrast with Yu Linglong, who was tottering outside the door. At this moment, Lung Qingyue's suspicions were completely confirmed. That beast. He was indeed using evil arts to harm the master. Just as Lung Qingyue's rage overwhelmed her, and she was about to lose control and rush out with her sword, Chao Kuen's actions made her feel as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. He quickly stepped forward, naturally wrapping his arm around Yu Linglong's slender waist and pulling her half into his embrace. Then with a turn of his wrist, a cup of spiritual tea emitting wisps of steam appeared in his palm, and he pressed it to Yu Linglong's lips without giving her a chance to refuse. Master, it's all my fault. Quick, drink some water to moisten your throat. Although Lung Qingyue couldn't hear what he said clearly, but this frivolous gesture spoke volumes. This was not care at all. It was clearly a demon's hypocritical display, an alms after devouring a sacrifice. Yu Linglong's delicate body stiffened in Chao Kuen's arms for a moment. She raised her head, her beautiful peach blossom eyes brimming with overwhelming shame, anger, and murderous intent. But when she met Chao Kuen's smiling eyes, all her emotions receded like a tide, leaving only numb despair. She snatched the cup as if to silence Chao Kuen or to vent her rage, and downed the scalding spiritual tea in one gulp. Then with all her strength, she shoved Chao Kuen away fiercely. She fled without looking back. Watching Yu Linglong's hurried retreating figure, not only did Chao Kuen show no restraint, but he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly toward the sky, Master. The tune I gave you, don't forget to learn it when you go back. Next time we meet, I'll personally examine you. The voice echoed, spreading across half the rear mountain. That arrogant shout shattered the last shred of hope lingering in Lung Qingyue's heart. A tune. An examination. Could he actually be treating the master as a courtesan for amusement in the pleasure quarters? What an outrageous humiliation. This was an insult to the master, to the entire Lianxiang Peak, no, to the whole Harmony Sect. With a resonant hum, the snow-white longsword in Lung Qingyue's hand let out a mournful cry. Killing intent. It boiled in her chest. She could even feel the cold poison within her being suppressed a bit by this extreme rage. I must not act rashly. This man's methods are strange. Even the master at the late golden core stage is toyed with in his palm. What would it be but suicide for a mere foundation establishment initial stage like me to rush in? The master's vengeance must be taken, but not in such a foolish manner. Since brute force won't work, then use strategy. This fiend must be holding some fatal leverage over the master, or using some sinister forbidden art. What I must do is first stabilize him, pretend to comply, and discover the means by which he controls the master. As long as I can find a weakness, I can strike and kill him in one blow, rescuing the master from peril. Having made up her mind, Lung Qingyue no longer concealed herself. She strode toward the direction of the pavilion. Back inside the room, Chao Kuen was in an exceptionally good mood. The massage service from a golden core grandmaster was an absolutely delightful experience. He was just about to continue converting the chaotic power. But then a soft knock came from outside the pavilion. Knock, knock, knock. Chao Kuen raised an eyebrow. She's only been gone a short while. Could she have already changed her mind? He muttered to himself, but a mischievous grin unconsciously curled at the corner of his mouth. Looks like master really does have a strong sense of service. Chao Kuen sauntered over and yanked open the wooden door. Standing outside was not the coquettish purple figure he had imagined. Instead, it was Lung Qingyue dressed in a plain white gown with an aloof aura. Under the moonlight, her already stunning face gained an ethereal quality. Only the lingering chill between her brows made her appear somewhat unapproachable. Before Chao Cohen could speak, Lung Qingyue bowed slightly first. Steward Chao. In her hands, she held an antique, white, jade wine pot accompanied by 2 matching cups. About today's incident, it was Qingyue's impulsive and reckless misunderstanding of Steward Chao. I truly feel guilty. I specially brought my Snow Lotus heart-cleansing wine, which I've treasured for years, to apologize to the steward. I hope you won't take offense. Her words were flawless, and her posture was humble. If it were anyone else faced with such an ice beauty's active overture, they would probably be dizzy and lost in the moment. But Chao Cohen looked at Lung Qingyue's eyes, which held no hint of apology. And her acting so clumsy that it insulted one's intelligence, he sneered inwardly. A weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, no good intentions. This girl was publicly scolded by the master today, as she must be harboring a grudge against me. Now she comes to apologize. That's a lie. However, Chao Cohen did not expose her on the spot. Instead, he quickly stepped aside. So it's junior sister Lung, please come in. The incident today was just a small misunderstanding. We're all family, no need for formalities. You're too polite, junior sister. Come in and sit, it's cold outside. This warm attitude made Lung Qingyue even more contemptuous of Chao Cohen. Sure enough, he was an outer disciple who had seen nothing of the world, clinging to the master through shady means. With a little kindness, he showed his true colors. Thank you, Steward Chao. Lung Qingyue suppressed her disgust and stepped into the pavilion. However, as soon as she entered, the wooden door behind her slammed shut with a bang, closed by Chao Cohen. Chao Cohen leaned against the door, arms crossed, smiling at her. Junior sister, the wine is good, but drinking alone is no fun. Why don't we play something more exciting? Lung Qingyue. Exciting? What exciting? Lung Qingyue frowned slightly, repeating the words unconsciously. Somehow, when those words came out of Chao Cohen's mouth, they carried a sinister air that sent chills down one's spine. Chao Cohen looked at her guarded expression, his smile growing even brighter. Why are you so nervous, junior sister? Our Harmony Sect are all proper cultivators. What indecent games could there be? He walked to the table, sat down without waiting, and pointed to the seat opposite. Look, the wine is fine, the view is beautiful, and the beauty. I mean, junior sister is also here. With such a lovely night and delightful scenery, wouldn't drinking in silence be a waste of the moonlight? How about we play a game to liven things up? Game. Lung Qingyue sneered inwardly, but her face remained impassive. What games? This guy really was a lust-driven fool, revealing his true nature with just a few words. Perfect, it saved her the trouble of finding excuses to get him to drink. Very simple. Chao Cohen snapped his fingers. We take turns asking questions. Anything goes. If the other person can't answer or gets it wrong, they lose. The loser has 2 options. He raised 2 fingers. 1, drink a cup of the fine wine you brought, junior sister. 2. Chao Cohen's smile turned mischievous. Remove 1 extra item from your person. As his words fell, Lung Qingyue's fingers tightened around the wine flagon. A flicker of shame and anger passed through her cold eyes. Remove 1 item. Shameless. Lewd. This lecher truly had no good intentions. But then she reconsidered. Perhaps this wasn't entirely bad for her. His goal was nothing more than to take some verbal advantage and see her flustered. But her own goal had always been singular, to make him drink that flagon of wine. As long as he took a single sip, even just a tiny one, she could immediately activate the drop of essence blood dissolved in the wine and freeze his meridians. Then he would be like a fish on a chopping board at her mercy. With that thought, Lung Qingyue suppressed her disgust and nodded slightly. Fine, I'll play. But I have a condition. Speak, junior sister. I asked first. No problem. Chao Cohen made a gesture of invitation. Lung Qingyue felt relieved at his ready agreement. She had wanted to ask directly about the master, but she knew this rebellious disciple would never tell the truth and would only alert him. She had to stick to the original plan. After a moment's deliberation, she posed her first question. When initiating Qi, if the spiritual energy flows in reverse and attacks the purple mansion, how should one handle it? This question was quite tricky, involving the secrets of cultivation foundations that ordinary outer disciples would never encounter. In her mind, someone like Chao Cohen, who rose through unorthodox means, would surely be unable to answer. However, after hearing the question, Chao Cohen showed no sign of difficulty. He didn't even pause to think. Under Lung Qingyue's astonished gaze, he simply chose to untie the jade belt at his waist. Swish. The green outer robe, symbolizing his status as an outer disciple of the Harmony Sect, was casually tossed to the ground. Alas, junior sister, this question is too profound. Chao Cohen spread his hands. Junior sister, your question is too profound. This senior brother is shallow in learning and really cannot answer. Lung Qingyue. All the sarcasm she had prepared was choked back. This guy, he just took it off. So straightforward, without any sense of shame. My turn. Chao Cohen clapped his hands, looking at Lung Qingyue's slightly stunned pretty face, and chuckled. Listen carefully, junior sister. You shameless lecher. Huh? Chao Cohen looked bewildered. Why are you scolding me, junior sister? I only asked about a medicinal herb. If you don't know, just admit defeat. Lung Qingyue's chest heaved violently. How could she ever utter that utterly shameful term? This bastard was clearly using this obscene riddle to humiliate her. Hurry up and answer, junior sister, Chao Cohen urged. If you can't, you'll have to accept the penalty. I admit defeat. Lung Qingyue grabbed the wine cup on the table, filled it from the flagon, and downed it in one go. The pungent liquid slid down her throat, making her frown involuntarily. Oomph. Lung Qingyue slammed the cup heavily on the table to cover her shame and anger. Seeing her utterly mortified expression, Chao Cohen's smile grew even wider. He pointed outside the pavilion. At the corner of the medicinal garden, a fungus growing on a rotten log. Junior sister, why are your thoughts so complicated? Alas, it seems that junior sister focuses only on cultivation and lacks basic knowledge of pharmacology. Lingji. It was Lingji. You. Lung Qingyue was so angry she couldn't speak. This bastard. He had tricked her. Little trick trying to play with me. Gotcha. Chao Cohen felt smug inside. Lung Qingyue suppressed the urge to flip the table and threw out another difficult question. How to refine a 5-elements revolving pill with 5 attributes using only 3 main ingredients. This question was even more tricky than the last, touching on the core of alchemy. Alas, too hard. This senior brother doesn't know. As he spoke, Chao Cohen bent down without ceremony and took off his black cloth boots, tossing them aside. Oh, these boots are too stuffy. Good to take them off and let my feet breathe. Oh, junior sister is so erudite. I don't know this one either. Off it goes. After several rounds of exchange, no matter how tricky and bizarre the questions Lung Qingyue posed, covering cultivation techniques, alchemy, formations, talismans, Chao Cohen's answer was always the same: I don't know. I accept the penalty. Then one by one items of clothing were casually tossed to the ground. Undershirt, belt, socks. Soon Chao Cohen was left with only a pair of underpants to cover himself. On the other hand, Lung Qingyue, having drunk several cups, already had flushed cheeks and hazy eyes. Even though she continuously used her cultivation to suppress the alcohol's effect, the intoxication still inevitably crept up on her, making the world spin. This bastard had never intended to answer any question at all. From the very beginning, he had been aiming to strip. Looking at Chao Cohen's rascally demeanor, Lung Qingyue sank into thought. Only one last piece remained. He couldn't possibly take that off too, could he? If she asked one more question he absolutely couldn't answer, he would have no choice but to drink. This round he would definitely lose. Having realized this, Lung Qingyue's spirits lifted, and her previously unfocused gaze became sharp again. Lung Qingyue picked up the wine flagon and filled Chao Cohen's long empty cup with the crystal clear wine. Manager Chao, listen carefully. The 5th grade pill, Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon pill, has a total of 108 ingredients, including main herbs, auxiliary herbs, and guiding agents. Please list them all, Manager Chao. If you miss a single one, you lose. After saying this, Lung Qingyue felt she had already won a 5th grade pill formula, let alone an outer disciple like him. Even the elders specializing in alchemy in the sect might not remember all of them. What could he possibly answer with? Lung Qingyue. Faced with Lung Qingyue's ultimate challenge, she was determined to win. Chao Cohen's expression remained unchanged. In the days when his spiritual root potential was drained by Yu Linglong, leaving him unable to cultivate. In order to find a way to rebuild his foundation, Chao Cohen had scoured nearly every alchemical text within the sect that he could access. His accumulated knowledge had long surpassed that of ordinary disciples. He picked up the cup filled with spirit wine, brought it to his nose, and gently sniffed. Good wine, good wine. Manager Chao. Seeing his demeanor, Lung Qingyue grew even more impatient. If you can't answer, just admit defeat. Stop playing tricks here. In her eyes, Chao Cohen's stalling was merely the last desperate struggle of someone who couldn't accept defeat. Junior sister, why be so impatient? Chao Cohen put down the cup and spoke slowly. As it happens, I have indeed seen the formula for the Yin-Yang Mystic Dragon pill in a fragment of an ancient sect text. Before Lung Qingyue could react, Chao Cohen continued unhurriedly. The 3 main ingredients: the heart of a 1,000-year blood dragon ginseng, the gall of a 9-abyss nether serpent, and the essence of a pure yang blaze crystal. The 72 auxiliary ingredients: sky star grass, earth spirit fruit, purple monkey flower. As he named each herb, Lung Qingyue's face grew paler by the degree. By the time Chao Cohen had recited all 108 herbs, including their respective ages, proportions, and the relationships of sovereign, minister, assistant, and guide, without a single mistake, Lung Qingyue stood completely stupefied. How could this be? This was a 5th grade pill formula. Even an elder of the alchemy pavilion couldn't possibly remember it so clearly. He was just an outer disciple. All right, junior sister, now it's my turn to ask. Chao Cohen tapped the table, pulling Lung Qingyue back from her thoughts. Looking into his eyes, she realized that she had seemingly underestimated this man from the very beginning. Chao Cohen raised one finger and asked leisurely. Ancient cultivators discussed the Tao, speaking of 3,000 great paths and 800 side doors. Tell me, junior sister, which of the 360 orthodox paths did the sword Tao originally belong to? Lung Qingyue was completely bewildered. What was all this? This was no longer a question within the realm of cultivation. It was obscure history of the immortal cultivation world. Not to mention her, even the master might not know. I don't know, Lung Qingyue answered instinctively. Well, you don't know. Chao Cohen drew out his tone. Then, junior sister, will you drink the wine, or? His gaze swept over Lung Qingyue with suggestive meaning. Lung Qingyue glanced at the only remaining cup of spirit wine on the table, then at Chao Cohen's malicious smile, and gritted her teeth. This last cup of wine, he must drink it. After all, it was just an external object. She slipped off her long boots. Perhaps due to nervousness, her 5 toes unconsciously curled in an adorable manner. Hiss! Chao Cohen took an exaggerated breath. No wonder she was an ultimate ice spirit body, truly adorable. Seeing that Lung Qingyue would rather remove her boots than touch that last cup of wine, Chao Cohen was almost completely certain. This wine indeed had a big problem. Have you seen enough? Feeling Chao Cohen's scorching and blatant gaze, Lung Qingyue was filled with shame and fury. She instinctively retracted her jade-like foot under her skirt. In the following rounds the situation completely reversed. Chao Cohen threw out questions one after another, each tricky and bizarre, and some even made up on the spot. How to draw the 18 core runes of the lightning attraction talisman within 3 breaths. I don't know. Lung Qingyue removed the jade hairpin that bound her hair, and her silky black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Using divine sense to drive the flying sword, how to achieve separation of man and sword, and still accurately lock onto the enemy thousands of miles away. Lung Qingyue bit her lip and untied the sash at her waist. After one instant stick's time, Chao Cohen looked at the scene of the beautiful woman in distress before him, feeling immensely pleased. He had to admit the aloof senior sister with her eyes reddened and on the verge of tears did have a unique charm. At this moment Lung Qingyue was left with only a thin form-fitting moon-white inner garment. Seeing that the items she could remove were nearly gone, Lung Qingyue had already begun to think of retreat. Can't take off anymore. If she continued, wouldn't she let this lecher see everything for free? Lung Qingyue crossed her arms in front of her chest, preparing to make an excuse to take her leave. But Chao Cohen suddenly picked up the last cup of spirit wine on the table. That's enough. Under Lung Qingyue's gaze of disbelief, shock, and even ecstasy, Chao Cohen drained the wine in one gulp. It's getting late. Chao Cohen put down the cup, smacked his lips, and said with lingering relish, if you take off any more, junior sister will catch a cold. This game ends here. Lung Qingyue's mind went blank for a moment. He drank. He actually drank voluntarily. This sudden turn of events almost made her think she was dreaming. Without hesitation, Lung Qingyue secretly activated the drop of essence blood that had been infused into the wine. Boom. Chao Cohen felt a biting cold swiftly spread from his dantian to all the meridians in his body. In an instant, a layer of white frost formed on the inner walls of all his meridians. The circulation of spiritual energy became extremely sluggish. Ugh! Chao Cohen let out a muffled groan, his body staggering backward and falling against the cloud bed behind him. At the same time, the chaos unification art had already begun to circulate. As the domineering cold poison energy just invaded his chi, it was forcibly devoured by a black vortex, then transformed into chaotic power and merged into the chi. So satisfying. It was even more satisfying than absorbing primaline power. Chao Cohen inwardly cheered with delight, but on the surface he portrayed the pain and despair of a person poisoned to the brink of death with vivid realism. What did you put in the wine? Why did you drink so much and yet be fine? Seeing that the situation was already decided, Lung Qingyue would no longer pay heed to his questions. She stood up unhurriedly, elegantly putting on her scattered boots, hairpin, and belt one by one. She once again became the aloof, direct disciple of Lianxiang Peak. Speak. What exactly did you do to the master? What sorcery did you use to control her? If you don't confess truthfully, I will cripple your chi right now, leaving you wishing for life and death in vain. Sorcery. Cough, cough. Chao Cohen clutched his chest and coughed painfully. Do you think the master treated me this way for no reason? Elder, you did all this for you. For me? What nonsense are you talking about? Lung Qingyue shouted sharply, but a flicker of wavering appeared in her eyes. Nonsense. Chao Cohen smiled bitterly. You were born with an ultimate ice spirit body of extreme yin and cold nature. The higher your cultivation, the more severe the backlash of cold poison. Without a pure yang treasure to neutralize it, you will never form a golden core in this life, and you might even be frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold poison during a breakthrough. How do you know? Lung Qingyue was utterly shocked. This matter was known only to her and the master. How could this lecher know so clearly? How do I know? Chao Cohen roared with all his strength. Because I am the pure yang treasure that the master found for you. My unique, blazing yang spiritual root is the only antidote to eradicate the cold poison in your body. The master submitted to me and endured humiliation only to borrow the power of my spiritual root to help me cultivate as quickly as possible. Because only when I break through to the golden core stage will my blazing yang spiritual root power fully mature, and only then can it completely eradicate the cold poison hidden in your body. Lung Qingyue's mind was greatly shaken. The scene she had witnessed outside the pavilion today reappeared before her eyes. Then today outside the pavilion. The master. That was because Elder Yu expended her own origin to help me cultivate in order to let me advance my cultivation quickly. Chao Cohen directly interrupted Lung Qingyue, giving her no chance to think. Today was our first attempt. That's why she suffered severe damage to her vital energy. She was afraid that if you knew, you would feel guilty and it would affect your Dao heart. So, she kept it from you all along, willing to bear all the misunderstandings herself. If you don't believe me, you can go ask her yourself. This speech was packed with enormous information, yet the logic was astonishingly self-consistent. Lung Qingyue stood frozen on the spot. The master, for me, actually went this far. And I not only misunderstood the master's good intentions, but also repaid kindness with enmity, nearly using such despicable means to personally destroy the only remedy that could save myself. If anything happened to him, wouldn't the master's sacrifice all be in vain? Lung Qingyue. No, there is still a chance. She stared at Chao Kuan, who lay by the cloud bed, his breath faint. After a fleeting moment of panic, her gaze turned resolute. That was merely the cold poison from my lifeblood essence, not a true venom. As long as I recall it, everything can be undone. With that thought, Lung Qingyue hesitated no more. Without a second thought, she rushed to the bedside, lifted Chao Kuan onto her shoulder, and sat cross-legged. One hand pressed against Chao Kuan's back, while the other swiftly formed seals. Retract. Lung Qingyue commanded, softly channeling her ice spiritual root with full force. An invisible pull enveloped Chao Kuan's entire body, attempting to forcibly recall the drop of lifeblood essence that had already merged into his chi si. Yet 1 breath passed. 2 breaths passed. 10 breaths passed. Chao Kuan's body remained still, unresponsive. Beads of sweat glistened on Lung Qingyue's forehead. She could sense the connection between herself and that drop of lifeblood essence had grown faint to the extreme. How could this be? How could this happen? Refusing to accept it, she gritted her silver teeth and activated the technique once more. This time she even sacrificed a sliver of her origin essence to intensify the recall. But the result remained unchanged. That drop of lifeblood essence, like a droplet lost in the vast ocean, had vanished without a trace, severing all connection with her. Just as she strained with all her might, Chao Kuan's body gave a perfectly timed tremor. That single tremor shattered Lung Qingyue's illusions completely. Irreversible. She had caused an irreversible harm. This realization made her vision darken. She had destroyed the only hope, with her own hands. Just as Lung Qingyue was consumed by guilt and terror, a faint moan reached her ears. Junior sister. In her arms, Chao Kuan's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was unfocused, his lips cyanotic, yet a hint of bewilderment lingered on his face. You? What did you do to me? So cold. My spiritual power. It feels frozen. This weak, yet innocent accusation became the final straw that broke Lung Qingyue's psychological defenses. She could no longer hold herself together. Her clear, cold phoenix eyes instantly brimmed with moisture, and 2 streams of tears uncontrollably spilled down her pale cheeks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Overwhelmed by panic and guilt, she sobbed as she confessed everything. In the wine, there was my lifeblood essence. I thought you were using dark arts to control Master. I only wanted to restrain you and uncover the truth. I never meant to kill you. Truly I didn't. Crystal teardrops fell onto Chao Kuan's face. Tisk my acting. The innocent look, the perfectly timed weakness, the moving lines. Can you handle it, junior sister? Chao Kuan gave himself a mental thumbs up, yet on his face, instead of any anger, he forced a tragic smile uglier than tears. So that's how it was. He raised his hand with difficulty, attempting to wipe away Lung Qingyue's tears, but it fell weakly. For Master, I don't blame you. This magnanimity in the face of death was far more devastating than any harsh rebuke. Lung Qingyue's heart felt as if it were being wrung, causing her unbearable pain. She felt utterly despicable, worse than a beast. Hold on. I'll go plead with Master. She must have a way to save you. Lung Qingyue scrambled to stand, but Chao Kuan grabbed her. Don't go. Cough. Master has exhausted her origin essence today to aid my cultivation. She is in seclusion to recover. If disturbed now, she might fall into chi deviation. And it's too late. Lung Qingyue, who had half risen, slumped back weakly. Indeed, Master's origin essence was severely depleted. She had witnessed it herself. Could there truly be no way? Was she doomed to watch him die? As she gazed into Lung Qingyue's eyes gradually filling with despair, Chao Kuan knew it was time to reel in the net. His breathing became rapid and erratic as he spoke in fragments. The only way is to activate my blazing yang spiritual root within, to counter the cold poison. But my meridians are frozen, spiritual power cannot flow. I need external aid. A deep, struggling flush of shame rose on Chao Kuan's face. Through the union of yin and yang, forcibly stimulate the root of my spiritual essence. Yin, yang union. Lung Qingyue was utterly stunned. Those 4 words echoed in her mind again and again. Though she was devoted solely to cultivation and naive to the world, being a disciple of the Joyful Union sect, how could she not grasp their true meaning? Was she to engage in such an indecent act with a man she had known for less than a day? How could she be so rash? Chao Kuan keenly caught the resistance and struggle in her eyes, and sneered inwardly. Little miss, I was waiting for this reaction. Chao Kuan let out a self-deprecating laugh and released his grip on Lung Qingyue's hand. Forget it. I was too presumptuous. He leaned weakly back into Lung Qingyue's soft embrace, his gaze growing unfocused, as if the flame of life could flicker out at any moment. Junior sister, pure as ice and jade, like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. How could I ask you to make such a sacrifice for a dying man? To die in the arms of a beauty as exquisite as you is a worthy end. In the next life, if fate allows. Cough. This retreating tactic, like a precise, killing blow, shattered the last of Lung Qingyue's defenses. Sacrifice. Yes, sacrifice. Master, a golden core grandmaster, and the lord of Lianxiang Peak, had spared no origin essence to humble herself before him for my sake. What was a little chastity compared to that? Saving him meant saving Master. Saving him meant securing her own future path. If he died, all of Master's efforts would be in vain. She herself would be forever trapped in the torment of the cold poison, eventually turning into a frozen statue. Having realized all this, the last hesitation in Lung Qingyue's tear-filled eyes was replaced by a fierce determination. She looked at Chao Kuan, who had begun to lose consciousness, in her arms, biting her lower lip fiercely. Superintendent Chao, I won't let you die. The next moment, she made a decision that defied her ancestors. Lung Qingyue's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her gaze was unwavering. Forgive me, senior brother. Lung Qingyue. After an hour, the wooden door of the attic was pulled open from within. Lung Qingyue staggered out. Moonlight fell upon her slightly pale, delicate face, still cold and aloof. She turned back, trembling, looking at Chao Kuan inside the room, who was meditating with eyes closed, and couldn't help but shiver. Master, for my sake to eradicate the cold poison within me, what kind of terrifying torment has he been enduring all along? Lung Qingyue had thought it would only take a few breaths or a few minutes. Who would have thought? This activation actually lasted a full hour. However, the only thing to be thankful for was that the cold poison had been completely eliminated. Lung Qingyue now only wanted to flee this place that made her want to die of shame and anger. However, when she subconsciously circulated her spiritual energy and prepared to fly away on her sword, she was completely stunned on the spot. The meridians, which had been slightly sluggish due to the cold poison, were now completely unobstructed. Their circulation speed had actually increased by 30% out of nowhere. How is this possible? Lung Qingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She immediately inspected her own body internally, and found that the stubborn cold poison lingering around her qi had actually dissipated by a thin layer. Although it was just a negligible layer, this was an effect that she had not achieved in years of arduous cultivation and countless elixirs. At this moment, Chao Kuan's previous earth-shattering words were completely branded into her heart as a golden guarantee, without a trace of doubt. He truly is my antidote. This discovery caused a profound change in Lung Qingyue's state of mind. The original humiliation and coercion were quietly replaced by surprise and longing. If this treatment could continue long-term, then wouldn't she not only completely eradicate the cold poison, but also surpass ordinary people in cultivation speed? More importantly, if she could take Master's place and bear all this, then Master would no longer have to suffer. Yes, this way she could both repay Master's nurturing kindness and solve her own biggest worry, killing two birds with one stone. Having figured this out, the last trace of resentment in Lung Qingyue's heart vanished like smoke. She no longer lingered, and despite the soreness in her waist, she flew on her sword toward her own cave dwelling. She wanted to immediately go into seclusion and carefully examine the changes in her body to verify her conjecture. Inside the attic, Chao Kuan watched the fleeing figure of Lung Qingyue, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He clicked his tongue and sighed inwardly. Tisk, worthy of being a top-grade ice spirit body. If he hadn't been unable to find an excuse to continue, he would have really planned to have a second round. After all, this kind of free good fortune doesn't come often. Composing himself, Chao Kuan sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Chaos Unity art. At this moment, the pure primordial yin force obtained from Lung Qingyue was rampaging within his qi dantian. As the art circulated, a pitch-black vortex quietly appeared, beginning to pull and devour that primordial yin force. Strands of energy were stripped away, merged into the vortex, and after transformation became droplets of pure chaos force. With a night of unremitting efforts, Chao Kuan, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. A far more formidable aura than before burst out from his body, sweeping through the entire attic and reducing the tables and chairs to dust. Foundation establishment, middle stage. Success. Chao Kuan felt the surging chaos force within him, his heart filled with exhilaration. No wonder so many old demons in the cultivation world were addicted to the path of plundering cultivation. This predatory speed of advancement was simply more than 100 times faster than the step-by-step bitter cultivation of meditation. Especially with his unique Chaos Unity art, he didn't have to worry about any side effects like unstable foundation or rampant inner demons. Absolutely perfect. System, open my personal panel. Name Chao Kuan, age 99450, spirit root top grade, blazing yang spirit root cultivation foundation establishment, middle stage, number of jade beasts 11, task points 2800, beast tamer level novice 2830, upgradable. Only 2 points of taming value away from leveling up and unlocking the next jade beast slot. Chao Kuan rubbed his chin. Once he leveled up, he could formally recruit senior sister Long, and then... Chao Kuan leaped down from the cloud bed. Through the window, he gazed into the distance at the main hall shrouded in clouds and mist. Master, your disciple has greatly advanced in cultivation and should pay respects to you at the earliest. I wonder if you will shed tears of emotion when you see your disciples progress. Meanwhile, inside the law enforcement hall of the Joy Harmony Sect, an old man in a crimson flame brocade robe with a dignified face was angrily questioning a gray-robed elder seated at the head. Elder Wang, My grandson Lin Fan was maliciously severely injured by a fellow disciple within the sect, nearly destroying his foundation. This matter your law enforcement hall must give my Yi family an explanation. This person was none other than Lin Fan's maternal grandfather, Yi Ting, an elder of the inner sect's Pill Pavilion of the Joy Harmony Sect. He himself was also a powerhouse at the early Golden Core stage. At the head seat, the one called Elder Wang Jinshan slowly put down his teacup. Elder Yi, that's not right. This matter I have already investigated. The one who acted was Elder Yu Linglong of the Pity Fragrance Peak. Elder Yu's temper you and I both know. She personally stated that your grandson was insolent, first disturbing her secluded cultivation, so she administered a minor punishment. Not crippling his cultivation on the spot was already an act of leniency. If you really have objections, you are welcome to go to Pity Fragrance Peak yourself and argue with Elder Yu. Wang Jinshan casually kicked the ball back, as if going to find that madwoman Yu Linglong. He didn't want to die yet. Yu Linglong. Upon hearing this, Yi Ting gave a cold laugh, full of disdain. Elder Wang, let's not beat around the bush. I have already thoroughly investigated that little beast. He has no relationship with Elder Yu Linglong at all, and even offended Elder Yu's most beloved personal disciple, Lung Qingyue. Oh, Wang Jinshan finally showed interest, lifting his eyes to look at Yi Ting. Is that true? Yi Ting lowered his voice, leaning forward slightly, and brought his mouth close to Wang Jinshan's ear. Absolutely true. My worthless grandson has always harbored admiration for Junior Lung. According to him, that day Junior Lung and that little beast had a conflict on Pity Fragrance Peak, even drawing swords on each other. Elder Yu had no choice but to appear and forcibly suppress the matter. Wang Jinshan felt that something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Seeing this, Yi Ting continued to add fuel to the fire. In my opinion, Elder Yu acted only for the sake of face, not wanting people to think that her Pity Fragrance Peak had no one. So Elder Wang Yu and I should join hands, find a pretext, and help Junior Lung get rid of this brat. This way we can both do Junior Lung a favor and extend an olive branch to Yu Linglong. Killing two birds with one stone. A rootless outer disciple, if he dies, he dies. Who would care? Yi Ting's eyes were full of murderous intent. Elder Wang, what do you say? Lung Qingyue. Wang Jinshan frowned slightly after listening to Yi Ting's murderous proposal and did not immediately agree. Elder Yi, this matter is probably not appropriate. That kid, after all, is the steward of the medicinal garden personally appointed by Yu Linglong. His status is no longer that of an ordinary outer disciple. To act against him directly would be to show disrespect to Lianxiang Peak and to Elder Yu. For a trivial conflict among juniors, it's not worth it. Wang Jinshan, as a powerful elder in the law enforcement hall, was well versed in the survival tactics within the sect. He had no intention of wading into this murky water that was clearly driven by personal vendetta. Haha, Elder Wang, you are being foolish. Yi Ting let out a chilling laugh upon hearing this. If handled properly, this matter holds no risk for us. On the contrary, it is a great merit. Wang Jinshan frowned slightly. How do you mean? Elder Wang, think about it. According to my grandson, that day at the foot of Lianxiang Peak, junior disciple Lung actually drew her sword against that little beast. What does this imply? Without waiting for Wang Jinshan to answer, he asserted on his own, this proves that Yu Linglong's promotion of that boy was not her true intention. A mighty cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, how proud she must be. How could she possibly favor a muddy-legged nobody who crawled up from the outer sect? In my opinion, Yu Linglong's promotion of this boy was not from her heart. Rather, she was forced into this helpless move. This twisted analysis of the inside story was surprisingly logical. This caused Wang Jinshan's originally firm stance to begin wavering. Seeing this, Yi Ting immediately pressed his advantage and laid out his full speculation. In her heart, she probably wishes that boy would disappear from the world immediately. It's just that, constrained by her dignity as an elder, she cannot act herself. Think about it, she just appointed a steward, and if that steward dies soon after, wouldn't it make her look foolish and lacking in judgment? That's why she forcefully protected him in front of everyone. It's just a show for outsiders. Wang Jinshan picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and concealed the flicker of interest in his eyes. He had to admit Yi Ting's analysis sounded quite reasonable. There might indeed be room for manipulation here. Yet he still maintained the caution of an elder of the law enforcement hall. Even so, we still need a foolproof excuse, one that prevents Yu Linglong from intervening. What's so difficult about that? Seeing that he had already taken the bait, Yi Ting immediately revealed his fully prepared malicious scheme. That boy is nothing but an outer disciple, but once he gains power, he will surely act like a petty man inflated with arrogance. We only need to wait for him to go down the mountain to collect this month's resources from the alchemy pavilion, and arrange for Fanner to have an accidental conflict with him. At this point, Yi Ting's mouth could no longer suppress a smile. Quarrels and friction among disciples are perfectly normal. As long as no one dies on the spot, it falls within the scope of the law enforcement hall's mediation. At that time, Elder Wang Yu will personally step and handle it impartially and propose that they resolve their grievance using the sect's fairest method. Yi Ting uttered 4 words, the life and death platform. One is at the early foundation establishment stage, the other at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the boy provoked first. Once they step onto the life and death platform, life and death are up to fate. Even Yu Linglong won't be able to say a single word against it. Afterward, my alchemy pavilion will owe you a favor. And you, by helping junior disciple Lung remove a thorn in her side, will indirectly extend an olive branch to you Linglong. Kill two birds with one stone. How wonderful. The entire plan was intricately linked, almost perfect. The teacup in Wang Jinshan's hand finally landed heavily on the table. Eliminating an outer disciple with no background would simultaneously earn the favor of the Alchemy Pavilion Elder and provide a potential opportunity to curry favor with Lianxiang Peak. This deal was a sure profit with no loss. Good. Wang Jinshan slowly nodded, a cold smile identical to Yi Ting's spreading across his face. Let's do it as Elder Yi says. Meanwhile, outside the main hall of Lianxiang Peak, Lung Qingyue stood silently, in a white dress, her expression extremely complicated. She had already fully confirmed that she could rid herself of the cold poison by continuously dual cultivating with Chao Kuan. This good news excited her so much that she barely slept all night. Lung Qingyue took a deep breath to calm her surging emotions. Then, facing the closed temple door, she softly called out, "Master, your disciple Lung Qingyue requests an audience." With a creak, the temple door swung open of its own accord, slowly parting to both sides. Lung Qingyue stepped inside, and immediately saw the familiar purple figure on the throne. Her master was still as radiant and elegant as ever, but the lingering weariness in her brows caused Lung Qingyue's heart to clench painfully. "Qingyue." Yu Linglong's voice was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. "Why didn't you wait in the main hall yesterday?" Just this simple question made Lung Qingyue feel a flutter of panic. She couldn't very well say that she had misunderstood and secretly gone to check the goods herself. After a flurry of thoughts, she ultimately chose to lie. "Reporting to Master yesterday, I suddenly felt signs of my cold poison stirring. Fearing it would disturb your cultivation, I took the liberty of returning to my cave dwelling to suppress it through seclusion." This excuse was perfectly reasonable. Sure enough, upon hearing the words, "cold poison stirring," the calm eyes of Yu Linglong immediately revealed an unmistakable look of concern and heartache. That was genuine care, impossible to fake. She completely believed her disciple's words. In her view, her only personal disciple, gifted with the supreme ice spirit body, had limitless potential for future achievements. The only shackle was this innate cold poison. Resolving the cold poison could no longer be delayed. "It was my oversight." Yu Linglong let out a soft sigh, her voice unconsciously becoming much gentler. "Yesterday I asked you to stay because I saw you were upset after being publicly reprimanded, and I wanted to comfort you in private. I never expected it would instead destabilize your cold poison." This heartfelt tenderness and care directly pierced the last line of defense within Lung Qingyue's heart. "Master reprimanded me, but it turns out she wasn't truly angry. Master asked me to stay in the hall because she actually wanted to comfort me. Master has sacrificed so much for me, and yet I doubted her." All the guilt, pain, and self-blame burst forth uncontrollably at this moment. Lung Qingyue could no longer bear this heavy burden of sacrifice and misunderstanding. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up. Before Yu Linglong could finish, Lung Qingyue bowed deeply to the figure on the throne, interrupting her remaining words. "Master, you no longer need to hide it from your disciple. Regarding that matter." Lung Qingyue's voice trembled with a heavy sob. "Your disciple already knows everything." At these words, the slender figure that had been leaning lazily on the throne suddenly trembled violently. She knows. What does she know? Does she know that she was controlled by that rebellious disciple with some strange method? Or did she see the various humiliations she suffered in the back mountain pavilion? In an instant, boundless terror and panic swept through Yu Linglong's entire mind. Yu Linglong, finished. Her image and dignity, painstakingly cultivated over 300 years, were about to crumble completely in this moment. If this news spreads, Yu Linglong would no longer be the revered elder of the Hahuan sect. Instead, she would become a laughingstock across the entire Qingzhou cultivation world. "Qingyue, it's not what you think, Master." However, this panicked, hesitant appearance fell upon Lung Qingyue's eyes. Yet this became irrefutable proof that Master was unwilling to burden her with psychological weight, choosing instead to bear all the suffering alone. "Master, she really did this for me. She feared my Tao heart would falter upon learning the truth, so even now she still wished to conceal it from me. What magnificent grace! What selfless sacrifice! Master, Steward Chao, he is the ultimate treasure you once promised to find for me, right?" "Oh, ultimate treasure." Yu Linglong was completely stunned. It took a moment for her to process what Lung Qingyue had just said. In an instant, the sheer contrast of ascending from hell straight to paradise made Yu Linglong's nerves taut to the breaking point suddenly snap. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. After the overwhelming relief came the absurdity that left her torn between laughter and tears. She gazed at her disciple before her, whose face was filled with deep emotion. Then, recalling that rebellious disciple's shameless behavior and the life and death emotional roller coaster she had just endured, she found herself at a loss as to whether to weep or laugh. However, as a late-stage golden core cultivator, she could maintain her composure. Within the span of a single breath, Yu Linglong's expression flawlessly transitioned from terror to bewilderment, then to relief and affection. "Sigh. Qingyue, since you've already figured it out, I will no longer hide the truth from you. That's right. I brought Chao Kuan to manage the medicine garden. Indeed, it was for you. His flame yang spiritual root is the sole antidote capable of dispelling the cold poison within your body. I had intended to wait until his cultivation reached a higher level and his foundation was more solid before revealing this to you. I never expected you to have seen through it so prematurely. Upon receiving her master's direct confirmation, Lung Qingyue harbored not a shred of doubt. All her prior speculation and conjecture had been fully validated in that very moment. Master. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lung Qingyue threw herself into Yu Linglong's embrace and broke down in tears. It is I who am at fault. I was so foolish. I misunderstood your sincere intentions. I deserve to die. Yu Linglong gently patted her back. You foolish child, how could master ever blame you? Yu Linglong offered gentle words of comfort, fully committing to the performance. After weeping for a long while, Lung Qingyue gradually composed herself. She pulled away from Yu Linglong's embrace. Bowing deeply before her, she said, Master, your kindness is too great for Qingyue to ever repay. Please rest assured, Master. From this day forward, your disciple will never again let you bear this burden alone. Your disciple will make every effort to spend more time with Steward Chow. I will eradicate the cold poison as swiftly as possible and never disappoint your nurturing and sacrifice. Spend more time together. Do you have any idea what that implies? With words spoken, she could only go along with it and bring this performance to a flawless close. Good child, if you can understand your master's sincere intentions, then this master is already content. Yu Linglong stepped forward and helped Lung Qingyue rise once more. Go now, return and properly adjust your state of mind. Do not let your excitement affect your cultivation. Yes, master. Lung Qingyue nodded firmly, brimming with boundless reverence for her master and infinite hope for the future, then turned and departed with a respectful bow. Watching her figure disappear beyond the hall, Yu Linglong finally collapsed onto her throne exhausted. At last, she had gotten away with it. However, at that very moment, clap, 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 a burst of crisp applause rang out abruptly from the entrance of the main hall. There, leaning against the doorframe, stood a tall, slender figure who was watching her with keen interest as he applauded. Magnificent, truly magnificent beyond compare. Chao Kuan clapped as he stepped into the hall, marveling aloud. Master, your script was nothing short of thrilling and deeply moving. Especially that final scene. The disciple out here nearly shed tears listening to it. Yu Linglong's pupils constricted sharply, letting out a startled scream. When did you arrive? Chao Kuan stroked his chin, pretending to think carefully. Probably around the time little junior sister was weeping and saying she wanted to spend more time with me. He approached the throne and circled Yu Linglong, his gaze roaming unabashedly over her curvaceous, voluptuous figure. Master, your talent for lying is even more unfathomable than your cultivation. Not a hint of flush on your face, not a single skipped heartbeat. Your eyes convey precisely the right emotions. It would be a waste of your gifts if you didn't become an actor in the mortal realm. Having said that, Chao Kuan plopped down on the throne's armrest and reclined against it. It really is most comfortable to rest my head here after all. Chao Kuan. You. Get away from me. Yu Linglong pressed hard with both hands, attempting to push Chao Kuan's head away. This is the main hall. Someone could come in at any moment. Oh. Unfazed, Chao Kuan reached out and grasped one of Yu Linglong's struggling hands, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. What is there to fear? Besides your precious disciple, who was just completely fooled, who else would dare barge in here without prior notice to the main hall of Lianxiang Peak? You cannot treat her like that. Those words struck at the very bottom line Yu Linglong could not tolerate. She could bear humiliation for herself, but the thought of her beloved disciple falling into evil grasp was unbearable. Chao Kuan, I warn you, if you have any grievances, direct them at me. Qingyue is innocent. She's just a child. Oh, I didn't realize Master was such a protective mother. Hearing this, Chao Kuan sat up straight, his eyes filled with interest as he studied Yu Linglong's tear-stained, breathtakingly beautiful face. Very well. He nodded, his smile growing brighter. Then it will depend on how you perform. That melody from yesterday. Yu Linglong's eyes dimmed as she stammered, I haven't practiced it well enough. Chao Kuan shook his head in disappointment, his tone heavy with regret. It seems your attitude toward learning leaves much to be desired. Ding. Detection complete. 5. Bonus task points awarded 500. Current total 33. Congratulations, host. Slot unlocked. The host's Beast Tamer rank has advanced to Novice Beast Tamer. Please seek a second Supreme Quality Jade Beast for bonding at your earliest convenience. 33 points. That should be enough. At this pace, turning her into an obedient little kitten was only a matter of time. Moreover, almost instinctively a certain image surfaced in Chao Kuan's mind. The cold, ethereal, yet endearingly naive face of Lung Qingyue. A supreme ice spirit physique. Truly a top-tier constitution in the cultivation world. It would also greatly benefit his cultivation of the chaotic unity art. Chao Kuan snapped back to his senses and cast his gaze toward Yu Linglong seated upon the throne. She was earnestly conducting a post-training review. Yu Linglong turned her head away, refusing to spare her rebellious disciple even a glance. Absolutely demonic. Seeing his master Yu Linglong in this daring not to resent, yet unwilling to accept, submissive state, Chao Kuan was in high spirits. All beginnings are difficult. I believe that with continued practice your singing will soon be unmatched throughout Qingzhou. Enough for today. Let us conclude here. Chao Kuan clapped his hands, turned, and headed toward the hall's exit. Before stepping out, he glanced back and tossed out a casually worded reminder. Remember to drink more warm water to soothe your throat. It's become somewhat hoarse, quite painful to hear. Get lost. Unable to bear it any longer, Yu Linglong snatched a spirit jade pillow from beside her and hurled it at him. Unfortunately, she was too weak and limp-limbed. The pillow dropped to the ground with a soft thud before traveling even 3 paces. Chao Kuan laughed heartily, dodging the utterly harmless projectile, and vanished into the night. An furious master, rather adorable actually. In splendid spirits, Chao Kuan meandered leisurely along the mountain path back to the herbal garden behind the residence. However, the moment his footsteps crossed into the herbal garden's perimeter, he halted before the pavilion's open area. Upon the stone steps outside, a slender, graceful figure stood with her back to him, leaning against the railing, as though she had been waiting for quite some time. She had shed the elaborate ceremonial robes she wore during the day, which symbolized her status as a direct disciple, and instead donned an extremely sheer plain white gauze dress. The hem swayed gently in the night breeze, clinging to her exquisitely curvaceous figure. Hazy moonlight filtered through the thin fabric, faintly revealing snow-white skin and a mesmerizing silhouette beneath, a far more enchanting allure than her daytime coldness. Good heavens! Chao Kuan's eyes lit up, his Adam's apple rolling involuntarily. This surely outshines the sect's so-called recruitment brochure. If this silhouette were printed on flyers, the Hahuan sect's entrance threshold would be trampled into ruin next year. As if hearing his footsteps behind her, the graceful figure slowly turned around. Moonlight illuminated her pale, delicate face and revealed the unmistakable tension and shyness lingering deep within her eyes. "Si Chao, manager." Lung Qingyue's voice was barely a whisper. She stepped forward a few paces, stopping roughly 3 feet from Chao Kuan, her gaze lowered, afraid to meet his eyes. Before Chao Kuan could speak, Lung Qingyue, cheeks flushed, blurted out, I feel that the cold poison within my body seems to be growing harder to suppress." Her pearl-like teeth bit lightly into her lower lip, her voice growing softer with each word. "Might I trouble you once again tonight to help suppress it for me?" Having said those words, Lung Qingyue felt her cheeks burning hot. "Yeah, right. Your face is redder than a tomato. You could drip blood. Cold poison acting up, is it? My flame sun's spiritual root hasn't sensed a hint of cold chi, but instead I sense a veritable springtime warmth radiating from you." Chao Kuan feigned hesitation, his gaze sweeping over Lung Qingyue from top to bottom, from her exquisite collarbone, sliding downward, finally lingering on her long jade-like legs wrapped in sheer gauze. "Suppress cold poison." He chuckled softly, his tone carrying a trace of amusement. "But sister, you appear rosy-cheeked, vibrant with chi, and your eyes are full of emotion. By any measure, this doesn't resemble the onset of cold poison at all. Rather, it appears as though—" Chao Kuan deliberately drew out his words, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "You've stirred worldly desires, eh? You? I have not." The shame and indignation of having her secret laid bare made Lung Qingyue wish she could dig a hole and sink into it on the spot. Instinctively, she turned to flee. But just as she began to pivot away, Master's exquisitely beautiful face, etched with profound weariness, flashed through her mind once more. For her sake master had stooped to serving another. What were her own humiliations compared to that? No, she must not leave. For Master, for herself. Today she would secure him, no matter the cost. At this thought, the heart that had nearly leaped from her chest unexpectedly stilled. "Manager Chao." Gritting her teeth, she took the initiative and reached out, grasping the sleeve of Chao Kuan's robe. The cool touch sent a shiver through both of them. I will no longer conceal it from you." Lung Qingyue threw caution to the wind, her voice low and pleading. "Master has sacrificed so much for me. I cannot allow her to expend her foundation for you any longer. From now on, there is no need to trouble Master with such matters again." Though her voice still trembled, her logic was remarkably clear. "Through dual cultivation, you may borrow my primordial yin energy to stabilize your flame sun's spiritual root and elevate your cultivation. Meanwhile, I can draw upon the power of your spiritual root to purge the cold poison within my body. This is a strategy where both parties benefit. I beseech you, grant me this favor." By the end, her voice had taken on the timbre of suppressed tears. Master, please listen. Your well-behaved disciple has already learned to volunteer to share your workload." I'm completely overwhelmed." A wave of emotion surged through Chao Kuan's heart. Watching this supreme quality experience package walking straight into his arms, plus a prospective Jade Beast candidate, he finally abandoned his pretense. If he teased her further, she might bolt, and that would be an enormous loss. Sigh. Chao Kuan let out a meaningful exhalation, reaching out and firmly grasping Lung Qingyue's cold, tender hand in his. At the moment their skin made contact, Lung Qingyue instinctively tried to withdraw, but Chao Kuan held fast, rendering her unable to escape. With a gentle tug, Lung Qingyue let out a soft cry as her entire body was drawn uncontrollably into his broad, warm embrace. Surrounded by a familiar fragrance, her mind went completely blank. Since sister has come with such sincerity, speaking from the depths of her heart. Chao Kuan's deep voice resonated near her ear. How could I, your junior brother, be so heartless as to turn away someone in distress, eh? One arm encircled Lung Qingyue's soft waist while the other hand gently lifted her delicate chin. Their eyes met. Gazing into Lung Qingyue's flustered eyes, Chao Kuan found he could no longer suppress the smile tugging at his lips. However, let us set expectations clearly from the outset. Your cold poison has accumulated for far too long and run deep. If you wish to eradicate it completely, one day will not suffice. And this treatment may take considerably longer than last time. Yuling Long. 2 hours later. Inside the attic, the last trace of spiritual energy fluctuation finally subsided. Chao Kuan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing across his gaze. He could clearly sense that the chaotic force within his dantian had expanded to an astonishing degree. Originally only at the early stages of foundation establishment, his cultivation had now surged to the peak of foundation establishment middle stage. Only a single step away from breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Good heavens, the quality of this primaline power is even purer than Master's. No wonder she possesses the ultimate ice spiritual body. At this rate, the golden core stage is within reach. Chao Kuan calculated delightedly, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the side. Lung Qingyue was facing away from him, her slender fingers trembling slightly as she adjusted her robes. The fair nape of her neck glowed with a faint blush under the moonlight, clearly still recovering from the treatment just now. After a moment, she closed her beautiful eyes and began to examine her own body. The moment her divine sense probed into her dantian, Lung Qingyue's delicate frame trembled violently. The cold poison that had originally coiled around her qi had receded by a significant margin. If last time it was only a thin layer, this time, at least 2/10 had dissipated. At this rate, if each session could eliminate that much, in just 1 month, the cold poison that had tormented her for 20 years would be completely eradicated. At the thought, Lung Qingyue's heart pounded violently. 20 years. She finally saw hope of completely freeing herself from the cold poison. However, recalling the treatment process that had lasted 2 hours, Lung Qingyue's pretty face flushed even deeper. This time the treatment duration had extended from 1 hour to 2. If this trend continued, next time and the time after that, she dared not think further, only feeling her cheeks burning with heat. How do you feel? Behind her came Chao Kuan's gentle voice, interrupting her thoughts. Lung Qingyue quickly stood up, turned around, her eyes filled with gratitude and delight. Manager Chao, the cold poison has receded significantly. At this rate, I'll be completely healed in, at most, a month. Her voice carried an unmistakable excitement. That's good. Chao Kuan smiled faintly, rising to straighten his slightly disheveled robes. But don't celebrate too soon. Although the cold poison is receding, the blazing yang essence just infused into your body is still unstable. If not consolidated, it might be counterattacked by the residual cold poison, and all our efforts will be wasted. Off. Upon hearing this, the joy on Lung Qingyue's face froze instantly. Then, what should I do? Chao Kuan did not answer immediately, but sank his mind into the system. System, open the shop. Shop is now open. Current mission points 2,800. Chao Kuan's gaze swept quickly through the dazzling array of items. Finally, his eyes settled on the beast taming equipment category. Since he intended to subdue Lung Qingyue, he naturally needed to use some professional tools. But mission points were limited, so he had to be frugal. Chao Kuan's gaze swept over each item. Immortal binding rope, price, 5,000 mission points. Past too expensive, and it's clearly not something for Lung Qingyue. Charm heart incense, price, 800 mission points. Past too obvious, easy to expose. Jade pendant heart lock, price, 500 mission points. Decent, but it feels like it lacks a sense of ceremony. Just as he was about to scroll further, an affordable treasure caught his eye. Purple gold bell, price, 100 mission points. Item description, exquisite appearance. Automatically establishes a master-servant soul contract upon wearing, subtly increasing the wearer's obedience to the master. Note, no side effects, undetectable by conventional means, suitable for long-term wear. Chao Kuan's eyes lit up. This is the one. Affordable price, excellent effect, and most importantly, not easily discovered. Truly a must-have for home travel and capturing jade beasts. He did not hesitate to redeem it. Ding. Redemption successful. Spent 100 mission points, remaining 2,700 mission points. Purple gold bell has been issued to the system space. With a thought from Chao Kuan, a dazzling purple bell appeared in his palm. The bell was about the size of a thumb, entirely of purple gold, with intricate and exquisite patterns carved on its surface, glowing faintly with spiritual light under the moonlight. It was clearly no ordinary item. Senior Sister Lung. Chao Kuan looked up at the anxious Lung Qingyue. My. Lung Qingyue turned around, looking at him with confusion. Come here, I'll show you something precious. Chao Kuan beckoned to her. Although puzzled, Lung Qingyue obediently walked over. This is... When she saw the exquisite bell in Chao Kuan's palm, a trace of fondness flashed in her beautiful eyes. As a woman, she had little resistance to such delicate trinkets. This is a magical artifact I obtained by chance called the Purple Gold Bell. Chao Kuan explained earnestly. Although it has no offensive power, it can assist in stabilizing the spiritual energy within the body and prevent external evil from invading. At the same time, it allows me to check your condition at any time. So, he held out the bell before Lung Qingyue. Take this. Wear it, and you'll be safe. Lung Qingyue looked at the dazzling bell, the fondness in her eyes growing even stronger. But then she waved her hands repeatedly and stepped back 2 paces. No, this is too precious. Manager Chao, you've already expended your essence to purge my poison, and now you want to give me such a valuable artifact. I don't deserve it. Lung Qingyue's voice was filled with guilt. In her eyes, Chao Kuan had already done too much for her. Not only was she unable to repay him, but she continued to take. How could she feel at ease? You don't want it. Chao Kuan's expression darkened. Fine, I'll take it back. He made as if to put the bell away. Wait. Seeing this, Lung Qingyue quickly reached out to stop him. I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Qingyue, do you realize that if the blazing yang essence in your body becomes unstable and causes the cold poison to relapse, all my previous efforts will be wasted? When that happens, not only will you suffer, but Master will also worry. Would you have the heart to see that? These words struck directly at the softest part of Lung Qingyue's heart. Master. Yes, Master had already sacrificed so much for her. How could she, out of momentary stubbornness, let all of Master's hard work go to waste? With that thought, Lung Qingyue bit her lower lip and finally relented. Then, fine. Thank you, Manager Chao. She reached out to take the bell. However, Chao Kuan did not hand it to her, but instead crouched down directly. What? What are you doing? Startled by his sudden move, Lung Qingyue instinctively stepped back half a pace. Don't move. Chao Kuan looked up and gave her a gentle smile. This bell needs to be worn on the ankle to achieve its maximum effect. Let me help you put it on. Without waiting for her reaction, Chao Kuan reached out and grasped her slender ankle. Lung Qingyue let out a startled cry, her body lurching as she nearly fell. Quick as lightning, Chao Kuan's other hand supported her lower back. Don't move, it'll be done in a moment. He lowered his head and carefully tied the purple gold bell around Lung Qingyue's ankle. His warm fingertips inadvertently brushed against her cool skin, sending a tingling sensation through her. Lung Qingyue felt all the blood rush to her head, her entire face flushing as if it would bleed. She kept her head down, not daring to look at Chao Kuan, staring fixedly at her own toes. It's done. Chao Kuan stood up, admiring his handiwork. The purple gold bell tied around that fair ankle glowed with a faint luster under the moonlight, exquisitely alluring beyond words. The moment the bell clasp locked, a series of system notifications rang in Chao Kuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the Jade Beast. Jade Beast info: Lung Qingyue Foundation Establishment, early stage, extreme, ice spiritual body. Mission reward 1000 mission points. Current taming value 20. Taming value reaches 20. A bonus reward of 2000 mission points. Ding! Detected taming value breaking through the 20-point threshold for the first time. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the milestone achievement reward, a mysterious gift pack, bronze grade. A cascade of notifications exploded in his mind, nearly causing Chao Kuan to lose his composure. Holy crap, a huge profit. Right after capturing the taming value directly hit 20. This senior sister Lung is really a good girl. Chao Kuan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, maintaining a gentle smile on his face. Well, do you like it? Only then did Lung Qingyue dare to lift her head, looking down at her ankle. The purple gold bell glimmered under the moonlight, as delicate as a work of art. I like it, she murmured softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. I'm glad Qingyue likes it. This intimate address made Lung Qingyue pause for a moment. She looked up in astonishment, meeting Chao Kuan's eyes filled with affection. Those eyes seemed to hold myriad stars, so gentle it made her heart tremble. Lung Qingyue felt her heart race like a startled deer, the heat on her face rising further. I'm going back now, unable to bear the suffocating atmosphere any longer. She blurted out those words and turned to leave on her flying sword. But as she took 2 steps, a crisp ringing came from her ankle. Tinkle, tinkle. The sound was clear and melodious, especially enchanting in the still night. Lung Qingyue paused, unable to help glancing back at Chao Kuan. Under the moonlight, he still stood there, a gentle smile on his lips, his gaze warm as he watched her. Lung Qingyue's heart pounded even faster. She dared not look any longer, quickly summoned her flying sword and vanished into the night as a streak of white light. Only the series of clear bell sounds lingered in the night breeze. Chao Kuan watched her disappearing figure, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. System, open my personal panel. Name Chao Kuan. Age 99450. Spiritual root extreme, blazing yang spiritual root. Cultivation peak of foundation establishment middle stage. Number of Jade Beasts 22. Mission points 5700. Beast Tamer level novice beast tamer 53,100. 5,700 points. This wave was a direct takeoff. Chao Kuan suppressed his excitement and sank his mind into the system. System, open the gift pack. Ding. Opening the mysterious gift pack, bronze grade. Ding. Activating the mysterious gift pack, bronze grade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special appearance item. 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-ranked lower grade martial technique, tenfold collapse. 1. A series of system notification sounds faded and 2 soft orbs of light emerged from the void hovering before Chao Kuan. Good heavens, a bronze gift pack actually dropped the technique of this level. System, you are my own father. Chao Kuan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, his gaze first falling on the martial technique orb that emanated a sharp aura. As for the other, although it was also important, business came first. Strength was the foundation of everything. In this cultivation world of the law of the jungle, without some trump card, even if there were more jade beasts, should one capsize in a ditch one day, it would all be for naught. Extract tenfold collapse. Chao Kuan silently recited in his mind. As the words fell, the orb of light transformed into an ancient jade slip, flying straight into the center of his brow. Tenfold collapse, a heaven-ranked lower-grade martial technique, was no ordinary method of chi bombardment. The core of this technique lay in the extreme compression and skillful release of spiritual energy. With a palm strike that seemed ordinary, the compressed spiritual energy would transform into 10 overlapping layers of hidden force the moment it contacted the target. Like waves surging in the Yangtze River, each layer advanced upon the next, each more fierce and domineering than the last. Its most insidious aspect was that it could ignore most conventional spiritual energy shields, acting directly on the enemy's body, shattering their meridians, internal organs, and even the Dantian golden core into powder from within. Holy crap, a divine technique. Chao Cohen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This was simply a killing move tailor-made for him. After thoroughly digesting this life-saving trump card, only then did Chao Cohen turn his gaze to the second orb of light. The orb of light dispersed, revealing a item name, special appearance, item description. He immediately called up the Jade Beast Management panel. A light screen unfolded before his eyes. On the screen, two exquisite portraits stood side by side. On the left was his good master Yulinglong. In the painting, she wore a luxurious purple robe, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with allure, born with a seductive charm, every gesture exuding a captivating beauty that could topple kingdoms. On the right was the newly tamed junior sister Lung Qinghua. In the painting, she wore a plain white gauze dress as cold and pure as a lotus on a snowy peak, with an ethereal grace that seemed untouched by the mortal world. One was seductive and enchanting, the other cold and immortal. Tisk, who should I choose? Chao Cohen stroked his chin, falling into a blissful dilemma. His gaze shifted back and forth between the two portraits for a moment. Ultimately, he fixed on his own Yulinglong. Senior sister Long was still a naive fool in the phase of self-gratification. He couldn't scare her yet. But master was different. A classic case of saying no, but meaning yes. Her taming value had risen quickly, but that core pride of a golden core grand cultivator had not yet been completely worn down. It was time to give her a little system shock. At the same time, within the main hall of Lianxiang Peak, occasionally she let out a few suppressed sobs, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. Just as she was immersed in grief and despair, the luxurious purple gauze dress that symbolized her elder status began to change. Yulinglong was stunned. It took a full 3 breaths before she reacted. She cursed out loud subconsciously, then immediately realizing what she had said, her pretty face flushed bright red. Damn it, how could she blurt out such words? Both embarrassed and furious, she hurriedly mobilized the little spiritual energy left in her body, conjuring a huge water mirror in front of her. When she saw her own reflection in the mirror, Yulinglong's mind went blank. The self in the mirror. Ah! Yulinglong completely broke down, letting out a scream. Rebellious disciple. I'll kill you. She was like a madwoman, urgently activating the golden core within her Dantian. Buzz. Brilliant golden core spiritual energy burst out from her body, incessantly washing over the strange garment, attempting to shatter it into pieces. However, the seemingly thin leather garment did not even form a single wrinkle under the assault of the golden core spiritual energy. Instead, it emitted a faint, barely noticeable dark light, completely neutralizing all the spiritual energy. Ineffective. Yulinglong refused to believe it, and again mobilized her spiritual energy, but the result remained the same. This garment seemed to have grown onto her body, indestructible. How could this be? Yulinglong was completely panicked. With trembling hands, she took out several spare gorgeous robes from her storage ring and frantically draped them over herself. But a strange thing happened. As soon as those robes were put on, they slipped off automatically. Yulinglong collapsed weakly amidst the pile of robes, hugging her knees, staring in despair at the unfamiliar self in the water mirror. It's over. This garment could not be removed, nor could it be covered. Could it be? No, she simply dared not go out. Was she destined to be trapped in this hall wearing this outfit, wasting away her days until her lifespan was exhausted? Yulinglong forced herself to calm down. Having cultivated for 300 years, she had weathered countless storms. Since this bizarre garment could not be destroyed by external force, the source must lie with that rebellious disciple. The knot must be undone by the one who tied it. Seek him out. Even if she had to beg, she must make him retract this utterly shameful attire. Having made up her mind, Yulinglong waved her hand and gathered the scattered clothes into her storage ring. Then tiptoeing, she approached the hall's door. I must not be seen. She prayed frantically in her heart. To avoid alerting the patrolling disciples, she could only resort to the most primitive method, traveling by night. Under the cover of tree shadows and rockeries, Yulinglong swiftly darted along the mountain path of Lianxiang Peak. Suddenly, footsteps came from ahead. Senior brother, did you hear something from the main hall just now? Don't pry. You know Elder Yu's temper. Be careful, or she'll flay you alive. 2 inner sect patrol disciples carrying spirit lanterns were approaching head-on. Yulinglong's heart pounded wildly. She instantly hid in the canopy of a century-old tree by the roadside. Holding her breath, she dared not move a muscle. At that very moment, the 2 fluffy white rabbit ears atop her head, sensing her tension, uncontrollably perked up and twitched slightly. The leaves rustled softly. Who's there? A disciple immediately raised his lantern and shone it in her direction. Yulinglong's heart leaped into her throat. The golden core stage's pressure surged within her, ready to be unleashed. If those 2 dared to come one step closer, she would annihilate them without mercy. She could never let them see her in this state. Just then a night cat darted from the branches and vanished into the grass. "Oh, just a stray cat. Senior brother, you're too tense. Let's go, let's go. Check the back mountain." Their footsteps faded away. Yu Linglong let out a long breath. That was too thrilling. This fear of being utterly disgraced at any moment was more terrifying than the golden core lightning tribulation she had endured in her youth. She dared not delay any longer and dashed toward the back mountain's herb garden at top speed. At the back mountain in the herb garden pavilion, Chao Kun lay on a rocking chair, leisurely browsing the system store. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently tapped. "My dear disciple, open the door." From outside came Yu Linglong's deliberately lowered, yet still seductive voice. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of Chao Kun's mouth. She came quickly enough. He rose unhurriedly, walked to the door, and pulled it open. Before he could see what was outside, a black figure slipped in like a flash. Then with a bang, the door was slammed shut and locked. Chao Kun turned around, his gaze landing on the figure leaning against the door. "Holy shit. System, I take back what I said. You're not my biological father. You're my goddamn grandfather." The real-life effect was 10 times more stunning than the portrait on the system panel. Paired with Yu Linglong's enchanting seductive face now flushed with shame and anger. A knockout. Chao Kun suppressed the surging heat in his heart and exclaimed dramatically, "Oh, master, what kind of outfit is this? Could this be the latest elder's robe of our Hahuan sect? Why haven't I, your disciple, had the privilege of seeing it before?" Listening to Chao Kun's feigned ignorance, Yu Linglong wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She gritted her teeth, abandoning all pretense of dignity. "Kuiner." She stepped forward and threw herself directly into Chao Kun's arms. A rich, fragrant scent instantly filled Chao Kun's nostrils. "Help me, master." Yu Linglong lifted her head. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were misty, gazing at him pitifully. Yu Linglong's delicate body trembled. She knew this rebellious disciple was deliberately humiliating her, taking advantage of her. But now trapped and unable to remove her clothes, how could she dare to resist? "Dear disciple, good disciple, just withdraw this spell." Chao Kun pinched Yu Linglong's fair, tender cheek and sighed. "But master, this outfit is so beautiful. Ooh, I haven't had my fill of admiring it yet." Chao Kun stepped back 2 paces, sat down in the rocking chair, and crossed his legs. "How about this?" He stroked his chin and proposed a condition. "Master, dance for your disciple to liven things up. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll lift the spell." Dance. She, a golden core elder, was to be like a sing-song girl in a mortal brothel, wearing such shameless clothes, dancing for a mere foundation establishment. Rebellious disciple. "What? Master unwilling?" Chao Kun raised an eyebrow, his tone turning cold. "Then forget it. I think this outfit looks quite nice. Master can just wear it back to the main hall. Let everyone enjoy the view tomorrow." "No." Yu Linglong's face paled in terror. "I'll dance. I'll dance." Gritting her teeth, Yu Linglong slowly walked to the center of the pavilion and began to move. The Hahuan sect was adept at seduction arts, and Yu Linglong was among its finest. Even without deliberately using charm techniques, her every gesture and movement was enough to bewilder cultivators with weaker willpower. She deliberately slowed her movements, each turn and each bend. Chao Kun leaned back in the rocking chair, watching with great amusement, occasionally clapping and cheering. "Not bad, not bad. Master's waist flexibility is admirable." Disciple bows in admiration. "Turn around, twist it, facing away from me. Yes, just like that." Listening to these insulting commands, Yu Linglong clenched her teeth, treating herself as an emotionless puppet, mechanically fulfilling Chao Kun's requests. After dancing for a full quarter of an hour, Yu Linglong finally stopped. "How was that? Dear disciple, did you enjoy it?" She forced a seductive smile, her voice tinged with pleading. Chao Kun lounged comfortably in the rocking chair, clapping softly. "Not bad, not bad. Worthy of the #1 beauty in Qingzhou. Your disciple has truly feasted his eyes today." Hearing this, Yu Linglong's heart leaped with joy. "Then disciple, can you remove this outfit now?" She looked at him with hopeful eyes. Chao Kun's smile didn't waver, his gaze swept over her twice. "As for the outfit," he deliberately dragged out his words under her expectant stare. "Your disciple suddenly feels that wearing it a few more days would benefit master's cultivation. For now, I won't remove it." At these words, Yu Linglong was stunned for a full 3 seconds before realizing she had been tricked. The dignity she had set aside, the humiliation she had endured, all had become a joke. Rebellious disciple. Yu Linglong shrieked, releasing the overwhelming pressure of her late golden core stage. The tables and chairs in the pavilion were overturned by the shockwave. "You dare toy with me? I'll kill you." Chao Kun, completely ignoring her fury, said slowly. "I was merely testing whether master has a clear understanding of her current position. I didn't expect that after all this time you still haven't grasped it." He looked at her face, twisted with rage, and shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his tone. "In that case, you'll just have to wear this outfit. Forever. Come find me when you've figured it out." With that, he closed his eyes, as if he couldn't be bothered to pay her any more attention. These words extinguished the fire in Yu Linglong's heart, jolting her back to reality. Yes, what right did she have to be angry now? Her life, her dignity, everything, was held in the hands of this rebellious disciple. Anger solved nothing, it would only worsen her situation. He had plenty of ways to torment her, while she didn't even have the right to resist. In the span of a single breath, the expression on Yu Linglong's face underwent a dramatic transformation. "Oh, my dear disciple, Yu Linglong swayed her waist and collapsed into Chao Kuen's arms, naturally straddling his thighs. I was just joking with you earlier. You heartless little thing, why take it so seriously? Yu Linglong. He gazed at the enchanting Yu Linglong in his arms. A joke? Since you're so fond of jokes, I'll play a rather unfunny one with you now. Reward task points 1000. Current taming value 43. Listening to the pleasant system notification in his mind, he turned to look beside him. Just as Chao Kuen was about to rise, a light footstep suddenly echoed from outside the attic. Then Lung Qingyue's voice, clear and cold yet tinged with a hint of lightness, sounded beyond the door. Steward Chao, are you awake? On the bed, Yu Linglong, who had been dazed, snapped back to reality. Qingyue, why would she come at this hour? Yu Linglong sprang up from Chao Kuen's embrace, as if struck by lightning. Today is the day the sect distributes monthly supplies. I came to invite you to go down the mountain together to collect resources. Lung Qingyue's voice continued from outside the door. Yu Linglong panicked completely. Ignoring her aching body, she scrambled off the rocking chair and looked around frantically. Hide. She had to hide at once. If her most beloved personal disciple were to find her disheveled and in an outer disciple's room at this time and place, Yu Linglong would never be able to show her face again. But the attic was cramped. Aside from a bed, a table, and chairs, and a wardrobe, there was nowhere to conceal herself. The wardrobe. Too small, her voluptuous figure wouldn't fit. Under the table. Even more laughable. Yu Linglong was so anxious she could cry. She desperately signaled Chao Kuen with her eyes, pleading for him to send Lung Qingyue away. Chao Kuen, unhurried, put on his outer robe. Glancing at his frantic master, he turned and called out loudly to the door. Senior sister, wait a moment. I'll be right there. That reply cut off Yu Linglong's retreat. Rebellious disciple. Have you lost your mind? Yu Linglong was furious, but dared not make a sound. She could only glare at Chao Kuen, cursing him with her lips. Chao Kuen shrugged and pointed at the bed. Yu Linglong looked at the messy bed, steeled herself, and slipped under the covers. Rebellious disciple, if you dare expose me, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. A murderous spiritual sense transmission echoed in Chao Kuen's mind. He smiled nonchalantly, turned, walked to the door, and pulled it open. Outside the door stood Lung Qingyue, still as a statue. She had obviously dressed up today. Her usually casually tied hair was now styled into an exquisite Faxian bun. The hem of her plain white skirt was embroidered with a few pale blue ice lotuses. Paired with her cold, ethereal face, it added a touch of heartwarming, earthly charm. When she saw Chao Kuen open the door, a hint of undisguised shyness flickered in Lung Qingyue's eyes. Steward Chao, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. She lowered her head slightly. Senior sister, what are you saying? I'm delighted that you came. Chao Kuen stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. Since you're here, senior sister, why not come in and have some tea before you leave? I've just brewed some spirit tea. Hiding under the covers, Yu Linglong's heart nearly stopped. She screamed wildly in the darkness. Rebellious disciple. Why are you inviting her in? Send her away. Go down the mountain with her now. But Lung Qingyue outside the door did not hear her master's cries. Hearing Chao Kuen's invitation, she took it as his deliberate thoughtfulness. After all, after those two treatments, the tension between them had long since dissipated. Lung Qingyue blushed, nodded lightly, and stepped into the attic, which was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Chao Kuen led Lung Qingyue to the round table beside the bed and sat her down. This spot was less than 3 feet from the bulge on the bed. As soon as Lung Qingyue sat down, she sniffed the air. She frowned slightly and looked at Chao Kuen with confusion. If she took one step closer and looked more carefully, her reputation as a master would be utterly ruined. Chao Kuen, without a change in expression or heartbeat, poured tea for Lung Qingyue while calmly fabricating a story. Oh, last night, I had a sudden inspiration and tried to refine a new batch of pills, but the cauldron exploded. Chao Kuen sighed, putting on a troubled look. The smell of the residue is quite pungent and hasn't dissipated yet. Please forgive me, senior sister. Lung Qingyue did not suspect anything. Cauldron explosions were common in alchemy, and strange odors were normal. She picked up the teacup and took a light sip of the spirit tea. Then, as if remembering something, she set down the cup and slightly lifted the hem of her skirt. The movement was subtle, but it revealed a glimpse of snow-white, delicate ankle. At the ankle, a purple-gold bell hung quietly, emitting a soft, flowing light. With Lung Qingyue's motion, the purple-gold bell let out a crisp, dingling sound. In the quiet attic, it was especially clear. Steward Chao. Lung Qingyue raised her head, her eyes filled with deep gratitude. The bell you gave me last night. It's truly miraculous. She lowered her voice, her tone brimming with joy. Last night, wearing it, I not only felt no backlash from the cold poison, but I slept especially soundly. The residual cold energy in my meridians seems to have been suppressed by the bell's spiritual power. Lung Qingyue grew more excited as she spoke. Steward Chao, this treasure must be priceless. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. Hiding under the covers, Yu Linglong heard the crisp bell and these words. Her heart skipped a beat. A treasure. A bell. Suppressing cold poison. Yu Linglong's mind raced. She had been in the Harmony Sect for 300 years and had seen countless strange treasures. A treasure capable of suppressing the cold poison of an ultimate grade ice spirit body. Even in the inner sect's treasury, there were only a handful. How did this rebellious disciple possess such an item? And for some reason, the act of giving the bell instinctively made Yu Linglong uneasy. This tactic felt strangely familiar. Could it be that this rebellious disciple was using the same methods on Qingyue as he had on her? The The more Yu Linglong thought, the more alarmed she became. But before she could sort out her thoughts, another change occurred outside. Lung Qingyue's peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Chao Kuen's messy bed. The bedding was crumpled into a ball, with several suspicious scratch marks on it. Most conspicuous was the large prominent bulge right in the center of the blanket. Out of a woman's attentiveness and a certain instinctive wifely virtue she herself was reluctant to admit, Lung Qingyue subconsciously stood up and walked toward the bed. "Steward Chow, how did your bed get so messy?" she chided gently as she walked. "Even if you were exhausted from alchemy, you should tidy up. What's stuffed in the blanket? It's so bulging." With that, her hand reached for the corner of the blanket. Under the covers, Yu Linglong felt the footsteps through the blanket and the chill about to touch the corner. "It's over. Completely over." Yu Linglong closed her eyes tightly, already preparing to bite her tongue and commit suicide the moment the blanket was lifted. At the critical moment, a figure flashed past. Chao Kuen, before Lung Qingyue's fingers could touch the blanket corner, turned around swiftly. Then he reached out and grasped her wrist, which was suspended in midair. Her hand was icy cold and boneless. Lung Qingyue's hand was caught, and a blush rose to her cheeks. Steward Chow, what are you?" She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but found his grip firm. Chao Kuen's expression remained unchanged, a gentle smile on his face, as he explained calmly. "Senior sister, please don't." He patted the blanket beneath him. "Under this blanket are the clothes I soiled while alchemy last night. Haven't had time to wash them yet." Chao Kuen deliberately lowered his voice, adding a hint of teasing. "A man's dirty clothes, filthy and smelly. If they offend you, senior sister, it would be my sin." Hearing it was dirty clothes, Lung Qingyue's doubts vanished. She looked at Chao Kuen's handsome face, so close, felt the warmth of his grip on her wrist, and her heartbeat skipped. I just wanted to help you tidy up." Lung Qingyue's voice grew softer, finally becoming a whisper. Chao Kuen knew when to stop and released her hand. Before leaving, he took the opportunity of rising to lightly press down on the blanket. It was a final warning to the jade beast beneath. "Senior sister, I appreciate your kindness." Chao Kuen straightened his sleeves and walked toward the door. "It's getting late. Since we need to go down the mountain to collect the monthly supplies, let's set off now." Lung Qingyue nodded obediently and followed Chao Kuen out of the attic. Chao Kuen and Lung Qingyue walked side by side, heading toward the affairs hall on the main peak. Today was the Hahuan Sect's monthly day for distributing cultivation resources. Disciples from every peak streamed back and forth along the mountain paths. The moment the two appeared, countless eyes turned toward them. More precisely, almost every one of those eyes was stuck on Lung Qingyue. As Elder Yu Linglong's only personal disciple and the bearer of a supreme ice spirit body, Lung Qingyue enjoyed immense renown in the Hahuan Sect's inner sect. On ordinary days, she always kept a frosty, aloof demeanor that repelled others from 1,000 paces away, making countless admirers fear to approach. But today, Lung Qingyue made it impossible for anyone to tear their eyes away. "Is that senior sister Lung? Why does she seem even more beautiful?" Hiss. "In the past, looking at her only made me feel she was beyond reach. Today, why is she so seductive?" An inner sect disciple swallowed hard and lowered his voice. "Damn it. If I could dual cultivate with senior sister Lung just once, I'd willingly give up 100 years of my life." The crowd agreed from the bottom of their hearts. The Hahuan sect had always been open and liberal in matters of romance. Faced with such a peerless beauty, who could help but covet her? But soon their gazes shifted to the man beside Lung Qingyue. Who is that pretty boy? How dare he walk so close to senior sister Lung? Look, their shoulders are almost touching. And senior sister Lung hasn't even drawn her sword to cut him down. Damn it. I'm so jealous I could grind my teeth to powder. The crowd's eyes instantly turned from stunned admiration to thick jealousy and hostility. Chao Kuen basked in the surrounding stares that wished they could devour him alive, and his heart bloomed with glee. He turned his head and glanced at Lung Qingyue beside him. Her exquisite profile looked especially alluring in the morning light. "Tisk, these young lads really are hot-blooded. If you all knew that the goddess in your hearts had personally delivered herself to my door last night, wouldn't you blow yourselves up in rage on the spot?" Outside the gate of the affairs hall, Yi Fan, an inner sect disciple in sumptuous brocade robes, sat beside a stone lion, his gaze roving brazenly over the female disciples passing by. As the grandson of Elder Yi Ting of the Alchemy Pavilion, Yi Fan was used to throwing his weight around the inner sect. When Lung Qingyue's figure appeared at the edge of the plaza, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. With a snap, he closed his folding fan and hurried forward to greet her, completely ignoring Chao Kuen beside her. In Yi Fan's eyes, Chao Kuen was nothing more than a steward taking care of the herb garden, not even worthy of a single extra glance. "Junior sister Lung." Yi Fan blocked their path, wearing what he fancied to be a dashing romantic smile. "Here for your monthly allowance too." What a coincidence. Yi Fan fixed burning eyes on Lung Qingyue's face and secretly swallowed. This woman, after just a few days apart, how had she become so bewitching? "Junior sister, after you collect your allowance, if you have no urgent matters, why not come sit in my cave dwelling? My grandfather just gave me a third-rank mystic Cloudfire cat. That little thing understands human nature and can even do backflips. You'll surely like it, junior sister." Lung Qingyue paused mid-step, a flicker of disgust passing through her eyes. She couldn't be bothered to respond with even a single word. She simply walked around Yi Fan and continued forward. Not only that, to put as much distance as possible between herself and Yi Fan, she subconsciously shifted half a step closer to Chao Kuen. This made the smile on Yi Fan's face freeze solid. His folding fan hung in midair, neither closed nor lowered. A few outer sect disciples who had been watching the drama couldn't help letting out low laughter. Yi Fan shot a glare at those chuckling disciples. Terrified, they immediately fell silent and scurried away with their heads lowered. He watched the backs of Lung Qingyue and Qiao Kuan as they walked through the gate side by side. He cursed wildly in his heart. Who are you pretending to be so pure and lofty for? You joined the Hahuan sect, yet you still play the chaste saint. Isn't it just because you have that woman Yu Linglong doting on you? Today, once I find a chance, I'll cripple that pretty boy. Sooner or later, I'll teach you in bed what the true rules of the Hahuan sect really are. Inside the great hall of the affairs hall, it was spacious and bright. Long queues had formed before every window. Lung Qingyue walked directly to the separate window marked personal disciple. The steward disciple responsible for handing out supplies immediately put on a fawning smile when he saw Lung Qingyue. Senior Sister Lung, you've come. These are your spirit stones and pills for this month. Everything has been prepared. The steward disciple presented a heavy storage pouch with both hands. Lung Qingyue took the storage pouch and gave a faint cool nod. Then instead of heading for the door to leave, she turned and walked to an open space in the middle of the hall where she stood silently. This move instantly threw the hall into an uproar. The lofty, icy personal disciple Senior Sister Lung. Was she actually waiting for someone? Who was it? Countless gazes all turned to follow Lung Qingyue's line of sight. Bearing the murderous stares of several hundred people, Qiao Kuan ambled leisurely to the distribution counter for ordinary disciples. This queue was the longest and the most disorderly. The steward disciple in charge of registration and verification had his head down, rapidly flipping through a thick ledger on the table. His attitude was extremely perfunctory and impatient. Name, identity token. Without even lifting his head, he stretched out a hand. Qiao Kuan turned his wrist. From his storage ring, he produced an old wooden token engraved with the two characters Qiao Kuan and casually tossed it onto the counter. It landed with a light clatter. The steward disciple snatched up the token and glanced at the name. Outer Sect Qiao Kuan. His movements suddenly halted. The name Qiao Kuan was famous throughout the Hahuan sect's outer sect. Who didn't know that Elder Yu had been blind enough back then to take in a decrepit old man in his 90s with appallingly poor aptitude? What was more, word had it that not long ago he had nearly died of old age. The steward disciple frowned and raised his head to look at the person outside the counter. What met his eyes was a young face with sword-like brows and starry eyes radiating overpowering vitality. Those features, that vitality. This was unmistakably a vigorous young cultivator in his early 20s. The steward disciple froze. He lowered his head to examine the token in his hand. Then he raised his head and looked at Qiao Kuan again. He compared them back and forth 3 times. Bang! The steward disciple slammed the table and shot to his feet. Who are you? This token belongs to Qiao Kuan of the outer sect. That Qiao Kuan is a centenarian on his last legs with little life remaining. Who in the entire Hahuan sect doesn't know that? You scoundrel! How dare you bring old Qiao's token to the affairs hall, impersonate a fellow disciple, and swindle a monthly allowance? This is absolutely audacious. That roar was infused with spiritual power and echoed through the entire hall. The crowd, already watching because of Lung Qingyue, now boiled over completely. Impersonating a fellow disciple. That's a capital crime. I thought that pretty boy looked unfamiliar. Who hasn't seen that dying, old waste Qiao Kuan? His teeth were almost all gone. How could he possibly look like this? It must be an imposter. This return to youth is simply too absurd. Could he be a spy from the outside? Or an evil cultivator skilled in soul possession? The disciples whispered among themselves. The looks aimed at Qiao Kuan brimmed with hostility. More than a few inner sect disciples had even secretly readied their magic treasures. Lung Qingyue, standing not far away, heard the commotion. Her delicate face shifted slightly, and she was about to step forward to rescue Qiao Kuan when a furious shout exploded from outside the hall. What colossal nerve! At some point, Yi Fan had shoved his way into the hall. He strode to the counter in large steps and pointed at Qiao Kuan. Fellow disciples, I have seen senior brother Qiao Kuan with my own eyes. That old man had long since run dry, with his cultivation foundation utterly destroyed. There is absolutely no way he could have regained such youth. This person appears here carrying Qiao Kuan's token. There is only one truth. Wearing every appearance of righteousness, Yi Fan slammed a huge, filthy accusation onto Qiao Kuan. You must have ambushed and killed the real Qiao Kuan, along the way stolen his token, and plotted to infiltrate the Hahuan sect with evil intentions. Even worse, you might very well be a spy lurking here on behalf of some righteous orthodox sect. Yi Fan's words were wildly inflammatory. The atmosphere in the hall reached its peak in an instant. The crowd seethed with fury. Kill a fellow disciple and steal his token. Slay this villain. Kill him. Watching the disciples' reactions, Yi Fan was ecstatic inside. Brat, you dared to steal the woman I've set my eyes on. Today I'll make sure you die without leaving a whole corpse. Yi Fan turned to the steward disciples at the entrance and barked an order. What are you still standing there for? Notify the law enforcement hall at once. Arrest this murderous impostor on the spot. Throw him into the dungeon. Extract his soul and refine his spirit. Interrogate him for the mastermind behind this. Several disciples of the law enforcement hall had been watching from the sidelines. Now, realizing the speaker was Yi Fan, the grandson of an elder from the alchemy pavilion, they found themselves in a tight spot. Yi Fan's grandfather Yi Ting was a powerful elder of the sect. If these low-ranking law enforcement disciples dared to defy young Master Yi at such a moment, their monthly pill rations would surely be cut off. Forgive us. They exchanged quick glances, then unleashed their magical artifacts, closing in on Chao Kuan, who stood by the counter. Lung Qingyue stood not far away, watching the scene with her delicate brows tightly furrowed. At this moment many doubts filled her mind. But before she could ponder further, a gentle tinkling sound began to emanate from the purple gold bell at her ankle, swaying rhythmically. An overwhelming sense of belonging and protectiveness flooded her mind. The subtle influence of the purple gold bell brought Lung Qingyue's subconscious trust and attachment to Chao Kuan to its peak at this moment. He was her man, the benefactor who had resolved her ice poison. Moreover, the pure young treasure entrusted to her by her master. No one could touch him. With a flicker of movement, Lung Qingyue appeared directly before Chao Kuan. A wave of ice blue cold radiated from her, instantly covering the bluestone floor of the hall with a layer of white frost. The approaching law enforcement disciples, caught off guard, were struck head-on by this pure, icy spiritual energy. They grunted and staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to steady themselves. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Lung Qingyue's icy voice echoed through the spacious affairs hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. The lofty icy senior sister had actually attacked law enforcement disciples in public for a mysterious pretty boy. Chao Kuan stood behind, his gaze inadvertently falling on Lung Qingyue's slender waist. Good junior sister, this protective little look of yours is really exciting. The 100 task points I spent on the system were totally worth it. It's a tenfold return. The law enforcement disciples who had been knocked back exchanged bewildered glances. On one side was the grandson of a powerful alchemy pavilion elder, on the other the sole personal disciple of Jade Elder from the main peak. Both were untouchable tyrants. They could only freeze in place, looking to Yi Fan for help. Yi Fan, seeing that Lung Qingyue was determined to protect Chao Kuan, was not afraid, but instead he seized the opportunity to make a fuss. Junior sister Lung, this man's origins are unknown, his identity is false. Why are you still protecting him? Could it be that you've also been deceived by his face? Before Lung Qingyue could reply, Yi Fan turned to the surrounding disciples and began to incite them loudly. Fellow disciples, be the judge. What kind of person is Chao Kuan? A 90-something-year-old waste on the verge of death. Back then Elder Yu accepted him as a personal disciple, but he couldn't even break through to foundation establishment and fell all the way to the 7th level of chi refining. How could such an old geezer suddenly rejuvenate overnight and become this young? If he is innocent, he should surrender without a fight. Let the law enforcement hall take him away and have an elder perform a soul search to prove his innocence. The surrounding disciples, already hostile toward this pretty boy who could walk side by side with Lung Qingyue, were now fully incited by Yi Fan, nodding and echoing in agreement. Senior brother Yi is right. This rejuvenation is too sinister. I saw Chao Kuan in the outer sect just a few days ago. That old man was out of breath just walking. How could he have regained his youth in just a few days? It must be body possession. An evil cultivator has possessed Chao Kuan's body and wants to infiltrate our Hahuan sect. Senior sister Lung is pure-hearted. She must have been fooled by this villain's sweet talk. Everyone now regarded Chao Kuan as a malicious infiltrator. Lung Qingyue listened to the accusations around her, her brows knitted tightly. Just as she was about to draw her sword to refute them, a warm, large hand reached out from behind and gently grasped her wrist. Chao Kuan took half a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lung Qingyue. I didn't expect junior brother Yi to have such a vivid imagination. I truly admire you. It's a waste of talent that you don't go tell stories in Immortal Tea House. Yi Fan snorted coldly. Still stubborn, even at death's door? Who are you calling junior brother? Chao Kuan completely ignored his interruption and continued, cultivation is about defying fate and changing one's destiny. Breaking through to foundation establishment, washing the marrow, restoring lifespan, and becoming young again. Isn't this common sense in the cultivation world? Why does it become being a spy in junior brother Ye's mouth? Or an evil cultivator's possession? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan burst into a shrill laugh. Ha 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 ha. Break through to foundation establishment. Restore lifespan. Even if Chao Kuan managed to break through to foundation establishment at the end of his lifespan, he would at most regain a middle-aged appearance. How could he become a youth in his early 20s? Furthermore, everyone in the sect knows that old Chao Kuan's foundation was completely destroyed. After his cultivation dropped to the 7th level of chi refining, he made no further progress. A decrepit old man with decaying chi and blood, a ruined spiritual root, suddenly breaks through to foundation establishment overnight and becomes young again. Yi Fan turned to the surrounding disciples. Do you believe that? No. Utter nonsense. We almost got fooled by this kid. Do they take us for fools? The surrounding disciples shouted in unison. Yi Fan's analysis was logical and fully aligned with common knowledge in the cultivation world. Chao Kuan's defense in their eyes was nothing but stubborn denial. However, just as Yi Fan thought he had completely cornered Chao Kuan, Lung Qingyue, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. He was able to break through to foundation establishment because of me. At these words, everyone in the affairs hall turned to look at Lung Qingyue, their minds filled with question marks. Because of you. What does that mean? Could it be that senior sister Lung fed some ultimate pill to this old waste? Yi Fan's eyebrows twitched as a foreboding sense surged within him. Junior sister Lung, what nonsense are you talking about? Under the hundreds of gazes across the hall, Lung Qinghua cut off Yi Fan's next words and continued. We harmonized yin and yang. His blazing yang essence neutralized my ice poison, and my ultimate yin essence of extreme cold helped him wash his marrow and rebuild his foundation. That is what allowed him to break through to foundation establishment, greatly extend his lifespan, and regain his youth. As she said this, a charming blush spread across Lung Qinghua's usually icy face. She tilted her head slightly, casting a gentle glance at Chao Kuan. Then she dropped a bombshell that sent the entire hall into utter frenzy. Moreover, we have already informed Master. We will soon formally become Dao companions. A hiss of disbelief. After a brief moment of dead silence, the entire affairs hall erupted into chaos. The sound of countless Dao hearts shattering reverberated in the air. Holy crap! Dual cultivation. No wonder senior sister Lung looked even more beautiful and feminine today. No wonder she was so protective of this kid just now. So they had already. How dare he? What did that old bastard Chao Kuan do to deserve this? This was even more unbearable than death. And Yi Fan, standing at the front, was struck as if by lightning. The Lung Qinghua he had pursued for 3 years. The goddess whose hem he had never even touched had actually publicly admitted to dual cultivation with an old man in front of the entire sect's disciples, and would become Dao companions. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yi Fan staggered back 2 steps, shrieking at the top of his lungs. Junior sister Lung, have you gone mad? To protect this spy you're willing to throw away your own reputation. Does he deserve it? A waste from the outer sect. Does he deserve to touch you? Yi Fan's composure completely shattered. His pride in his rationality and grace vanished without a trace. His impotent rage made him look like a clown. My future Dao companion and I dual cultivate. It's only natural. Is it your place to meddle? Lung Qinghua snorted coldly, her ice blue spiritual energy swirling once more. If you dare insult him again, I will cut you down today. Chao Kuan watched from the side with great amusement. Not bad, she's even answering for me. This girl is quick to get into character, not only protective, but also proactively striking. Chao Kuan cleared his throat. He smoothly reached out and naturally wrapped his arm around Lung Qinghua's slender waist, pulling her closer to him. Although Lung Qinghua, blushing to the tips of her ears in front of so many people, felt shy. She did not resist, but instead leaned compliantly into Chao Kuan's embrace, looking like a delicate bird. To the crowd in the hall, this scene was the ultimate confirmation. Many wished they could take his place. Seeing their public intimacy, Yi Fan's chi and blood surged in reverse, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahawk! Yi Fan went completely mad, his eyes bloodshot, his reason gone. Chao Kuan, I'll kill you. He roared, and his foundation establishment mid-stage spiritual energy exploded violently. He transformed into a blur, throwing a punch straight at Chao Kuan's face. Lung Qinghua. The distance was too close. The surrounding disciples couldn't react in time, their gasps of shock rising like a wave. Cold light flashed in Lung Qinghua's eyes. She reversed her hands, pressing 2 fingers together like a blade, and slashed horizontally forward. A piercing ice blue sword chi materialized out of thin air, resembling a crescent moon, as it met Yi Fan's devastatingly powerful punch head-on. The sword chi and Yi Fan's fist aura crashed into each other with thunderous force at the very center of the affairs hall. Violent waves of spiritual energy swept outward in all directions. The front row of over a dozen chi refinement outer disciples were sent flying by the shockwave. When the first strike failed to subdue his target, madness intensified in Yi Fan's eyes. Just as he prepared to channel spiritual energy once more for a second assault, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens like a crushing weight. It slammed down directly onto the center of the hall. All those who had been standing suddenly felt their legs go weak, many collapsing to one knee. Salutations, Elder Wang. Several enforcement hall disciples at the hall entrance immediately turned and bowed deeply. A figure in gray robes entered the hall with hands clasped behind his back. The newcomer's face was stern and unyielding. Wang Zhinshan, elder of the enforcement hall. With a sweep of his wide sleeve, he completely cleared the lingering dust and smoke from the hall. He scanned Yi Fan and Chao Kuan in sequence before fixing his gaze on Lung Qinghua. Enough! Wang Zhinshan's voice boomed like a great bell, making everyone's eardrums ring. The affairs hall is a place of grave importance, yet you disrupt it with loud noises and private duels. Do you have no respect for the rules of the Harmony Sect? What an outrage! Seeing his backer had arrived, Yi Fan's eyes darted, and he immediately assumed the expression of a wronged victim. He stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and launched into his accusation. Elder Wang, please judge wisely. I acted only from good intentions, suspecting this Chao Kuan to be a spy possessing someone else's body. I tested him only for the safety of our sect. But who would have guessed this villain harbored such wickedness? Not only did he spout nonsense, he even conspired with junior sister Lung to undermine my Dao heart and destroy the foundation of my cultivation. In my fury, I lost control and struck. I beg Elder Wang to uphold justice for me. The surrounding disciples rolled their eyes at this twisted version of events. No wonder he was the young master from the Pill Pavilion, masterful at reversing blame. He had been the one provoked and lashed out, yet in an instant had reframed himself as one serving the sect's interests. Wang Zhinshan pretended to ponder for a moment, stroking the beard on his chin. I see. So that's how it is. Although I oversee the enforcement hall, both of you are disciples of this sect. To let matters of romantic entanglement and misunderstanding escalate to this point is truly disgraceful. Wang Zhinshan's tone shifted, his gaze darkening as it fixed upon Chao Kuan. However, since the enmity between you runs so deep, suppressing it forcefully may breed inner demons that could hinder your future cultivation path. As an enforcement elder, I have always administered justice impartially. Rather than allow you to fight privately in the future and violate our sect's rules, it would be better to give you a chance to settle this once and for all. I propose that Chao Kuan and Yi Fan face each other on the life and death platform, fighting to the death to sever this karmic bond. What say you, both of you? These words sent shockwaves through the entire hall, triggering uproar 10 times more violent than before. The life and death platform. This isn't about resolving grievances. It's clearly a death sentence for Chao Kuan. Among the crowd, several core disciples whispered frantically. Of course, senior brother Yi has already reached mid-foundation establishment. With the pill pavilion backing him, elder Yi Ting could shower him with magical treasures and pills to crush any opponent. Even if Chao Kuan has broken through to foundation establishment, he stands no chance against him. This is nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Elder Wang's favoritism knows no bounds. Though everyone saw through Elder Wang's blatant partiality, no one dared speak it aloud. Offending both the enforcement hall and the pill pavilion would ruin any chances of surviving in the Hawan sect. Hearing the proposal, uncontrollable ecstasy flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He fought to keep a straight face, putting on an act of fearless resolve. This disciple accepts. Chao Kuan, weren't you so arrogant just now? If you have any courage, accept this life and death duel. Don't worry, once we're on the platform, I won't let you die too quickly. I'll break your bones one by one. I object. Lung Qinghue stepped forward, meeting Wang Zhinshan's gaze squarely. Elder Wang, this proposal is unjust. Senior Yi has long since reached mid-foundation establishment with substantial cultivation. Meanwhile, senior brother Chao has only just broken through to foundation establishment. His realm remains unstable. This is nothing but one-sided slaughter, not a proper sparring match. Lung Qinghue flipped her wrist, a long sword materializing in her grasp. If senior brother Yi insists on fighting, then I, Lung Qinghue, am willing to take senior brother Chao's place on the platform. What? Lung Qinghue was willing to risk her life for a man. The direct disciple of Elder Yu was about to step onto the life and death platform. If anything went wrong, Elder Yu would likely tear the enforcement hall apart. Wang Zhinshan frowned. This was precisely the situation he had hoped to avoid. His expression instantly turned cold as he sharply rejected the notion. Nonsense. The life and death platform exists solely for the parties involved to settle their own grievances. In all of history, has there ever been precedent for another to act on one's behalf? Lung Qinghue, if you continue to interfere recklessly, I shall hold you accountable as well. Seeing Lung Qinghue defend Chao Kuan so fiercely, the fire of jealousy in Yi Fan's heart burned even brighter. He pointed at Chao Kuan's nose and unleashed a torrent of curses. Chao Kuan, what kind of man are you? The moment trouble arises, you cower behind a woman like a turtle retreating into its shell. If you have any spine whatsoever, stand up and face me yourself. Don't make me lose all respect for you. Provocation tactics. Clever though crude, but effective. Every pair of eyes now fixed on Chao Kuan. Most expected Chao Kuan to find some excuse to decline. After all, no amount of pride is worth more than one's life. Yet, facing Yi Fan's frenzied taunts and Wang Zhinshan's relentless pressure, Chao Kuan merely smiled calmly, drew Lung Qinghue into his embrace, and responded loudly, since Elder Wang is so fair, and junior brother Yi is so generous in his insistence. If I continue to refuse, would that not make me appear completely ungrateful for this opportunity? I accept this life and death platform challenge. A roar erupted through the crowd once more. Is he mad? He's actually accepting, risking his life over a romantic dispute with senior sister Lung. Meanwhile, a secret transmission quietly reached Lung Qinghue's ears. Don't worry, just watch and enjoy the show. Lung Qinghue paused for a moment, turning to look at Chao Kuan. That absolute confidence made her nearly spoken words of protest catch in her throat. She chose to trust him. Chao Kuan's swift acceptance actually caught both Wang Zhinshan and Yi Fan off guard. Wang Zhinshan reacted with remarkable speed, afraid Chao Kuan might change his mind. He quickly withdrew a jade slip from his storage ring. Infused with spiritual power, the jade split into two identical slips that hovered in midair, glowing with crimson light. The formal documents of life and death. Words alone hold no weight. Let this document serve as evidence. Since both parties have agreed, sign immediately. Without hesitation, Chao Kuan extended his index finger and flicked it. A single drop of essence blood landed precisely on one of the death contracts. A flash of crimson light illuminated the document as Chao Kuan's name materialized upon it. Yi Fan's face lit up with overwhelming joy. Fearful Chao Kuan might flee, he hurriedly drew forth his own essence blood to complete the signing. As both drops of blood merged into the contracts, the crimson radiance on the floating documents intensified dramatically. They transformed into two streams of light and flew directly into each of their foreheads. Witnessed by the heavenly Tao, the contract was now binding. Neither party could break it. Only death would release them from its terms. Wang Zhinshan nodded with satisfaction and announced publicly, the life and death contract is sealed. At noon tomorrow the sect's martial arts arena, the life and death platform, shall open. Both of you will appear at the designated time to settle this matter. With that, Wang Jinshan wasted no time turning on his heel and departing with several enforcement hall disciples. The task was completed flawlessly. Tomorrow he simply needed to collect the body of this blind outer disciple. Then as expected, request rewards from Elder Yi Ting. Absolutely perfect. Yi Fan turned his gaze back to Chao Kuan. Boy, savor your final day alive. With that he turned toward Lung Qingyue, his eyes gleaming with greedy intent. Junior sister Lung, soon you shall see who truly deserves you. With these cruel words, Yi Fan laughed loudly twice and strode out of the affairs hall. With the main players gone, the surrounding onlookers found no further entertainment and dispersed. Yet as they left, every glance cast toward Chao Kuan held the same resigned look reserved for a walking corpse. The hall quickly emptied around them. Only then did Lung Qingyue extricate herself from Chao Kuan's embrace. She turned to face him, her cold eyes brimming with worry. You acted too rashly. Her tone carried a hint of reproach, but more than that, deep anxiety. Yi Fan may be a useless playboy, but his cultivation at Mid-Foundation establishment is genuine. Moreover, with the Pill Pavilion's profound resources, his grandfather Yi Ting would certainly fill a ring with life-saving artifacts. High-grade talismans, formation plates, pills. Lung Qingyue spoke with growing desperation, biting her lower lip. No, I must return to the main peak to seek Master's aid. If Master intervenes with pressure, perhaps we can forcibly tear up this death contract and stop this duel. As she spoke, Lung Qingyue prepared to ride her sword into the sky. Chao Kuan reached out, grasping her wrist with firm pressure to draw her back into his arms. What do you think you're going to do, eh? Chao Kuan looked down at the beauty in his arms, a soft laugh escaping him. To seek Master, to let her witness my humiliation. Lung Qingyue was momentarily stunned by his sudden intimacy. A flush of color rose to her usually pale cheeks. But, if something happens to you, what? What will become of my cold poison? Master would also hold this against me. Lung Qingyue offered this clumsy excuse, her gaze flickering away. There is no but. Chao Kuan observed her stubborn expression, then raised his hand to gently scrape his fingernail along her delicate nose in an overwhelmingly affectionate gesture. Senior sister, have you not personally verified my strength? Why do you have no faith in me at all? Lung Qingyue paused, then immediately understood the hidden meaning beneath his words. In her mind, images inevitably surfaced from last night in the Medicine Garden Pavilion. Those 2 hours of intense, desperate healing. Indeed, his strength was truly terrifying. Lung Qingyue. Thinking of this, Lung Qingyue buried her head in Chao Kuan's arms, blushing and whining shyly. You are so bad. Watching the stunning beauty acting so clingy, Chao Kuan's mischievous intentions arose. He deliberately let out a long sigh, pretending to be wronged and teasing. By the way, junior sister, just now there were many people. For the sake of your face, I didn't dare to refute. When did I agree to be your Dao partner? I'm still a pure young man. Your shout in public just now directly cut off my romantic luck. Isn't this ruining my innocence? There are countless female cultivators in the Hahuan sect. I still want to open more slots in the system's Jade Beast Pen. With this Dao partner declaration, how can I still go to other peaks to deliver warmth in the future? Lung Qingyue stood frozen. Her exquisite face flushed instantly. This guy, taking advantage and still acting smug. She stomped her foot in exasperation. Jingle. The purple gold bell hidden under her skirt at her ankle emitted a clear sound. Hearing the bell, the sense of belonging surged again in Lung Qingyue's heart. Her anger that was about to erupt softened forcibly. I was just trying to help you out of that situation. Lung Qingyue bit her lower lip, her eyes shifting uneasily. Besides, we have already done that. Calling you Dao partner shouldn't be too much. Chao Kuan watched her flustered look, feeling secretly pleased. He stopped at the right moment, putting away his roguish expression, and instead put on a solemn look, reaching out to rest his hand on Lung Qingyue's fragrant shoulder. Junior sister's feelings I naturally understand. However, tomorrow at noon, we will have to step onto the life and death platform for a decisive battle. That Yi Fan kid will definitely use the Dan Pavilion's resources. Chao Kuan paused, his tone becoming extremely serious. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I must go into seclusion tonight to adjust my state to its peak. Lung Qingyue's expression tightened, and she nodded in deep agreement. A life and death battle left no room for carelessness. Indeed, tonight Chao Kuan could not be allowed to expend energy. Then I won't disturb you tonight. So let's move tonight's treatment to now. Chao Kuan interrupted her without hesitation. Lung Qingyue jerked her head up, her eyes wide. Now, this was not considered a strange thing in the Hahuan sect. But for Lung Qingyue, who had been pure and chaste since childhood and cultivated the supreme ice spirit body, this was simply beyond her cognitive limits. No, not possible. Lung Qingyue stepped back repeatedly. It's broad daylight. What if a patrolling disciple sees us? Chao Kuan stepped forward and directly wrapped his arm around her waist. This is a matter of life and death, junior sister. Chao Kuan said earnestly. One more treatment, and I can convert more of the blazing yang essence within me into spiritual power. Then my chances of winning on the life and death platform tomorrow will increase by 1%. You don't want to see me killed by Yi Fan tomorrow, do you? These words struck at Lung Qingyue's weakness. Her struggling movement stopped. Thinking that Chao Kuan had taken on this deadly duel because of her, the guilt in her heart outweighed her shame. Then, then turn the formation to the maximum. Lung Qingyue's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. At your command. Chao Kuan was overjoyed. He directly picked up Lung Qingyue and turned into a streak of rainbow light heading straight for the medicinal garden pavilion at the back mountain. Within half an hour the news spread the outer sect waste Chao Kuan and the inner sect chief Lung Qingyue had broken through to Foundation establishment through dual cultivation, and tomorrow at noon, they would step onto the life and death platform against the Dan Pavilion's young master Yifan. It spread to every corner of the Hahuan sect. The entire sect was in an uproar. Countless male disciples who admired Lung Qingyue beat their chests and stomped their feet wailing everywhere. You freeloading dog thief. Shameless. Breaking through to Foundation establishment by absorbing senior sister Lung's supreme primordial Yin, what kind of skill is that? Tomorrow on the life and death platform senior brother Yifan will definitely tear him into pieces. The crowd was furious. No one had faith in Chao Kuan, an old waste who had barely broken through to early Foundation establishment by relying on a woman. How could he possibly defeat a well-equipped, thoroughly prepared mid-Foundation establishment young master with deep resources? Everyone was waiting to see Chao Kuan bleed on the ground tomorrow. At the main peak hall of Lianxiang Peak, on the jade bed inside the chamber, Yu Linglong reclined on the brocade couch, pinching a jade slip with a newly received message. Her exquisite face was covered in frost. Ungrateful disciple. Absolutely audacious. Yu Linglong gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. Not only did he publicly announce their dual cultivation, he even dared to accept the life and death duel. Yu Linglong's first reaction was that if this disciple were to be killed, would she really have to be buried with him? But then an indescribable emotion spread from the bottom of her heart. Qingyue had actually publicly admitted to the dual cultivation. Yu Linglong's mind conjured up the cold and proud face of her beloved disciple. So even her own disciple, who was usually too proud to look down on anyone, was firmly controlled by that bastard. So what if she has the supreme ice spirit body? Isn't she just like me going to that ungrateful disciple? Thinking of this, the knot in Yu Linglong's chest miraculously dissipated by more than half. What she had feared most before was that the secret of her being treated as a spirit beast by Chao Kuan would be known to outsiders, especially to her own personal disciple whom she had high hopes for. That fear of ruin and disgrace tormented her day and night. But now her disciple had also fallen into it. They were all grasshoppers tied to the same string. In the future, even if the three really stayed in the same room and confronted each other, Yu Linglong would not be the only one embarrassed. Even with Qingyue bearing the brunt, she, as the master, might suffer less from that disciple's torment. Yu Linglong let out a long sigh of relief. A strange ease and comfort even appeared in her eyes. Forget it. Let's see how you will stir up trouble on the platform tomorrow, if it really comes to the critical moment. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Spiritual energy of the late golden core stage quietly gathered at her fingertips. I can't just let you be destroyed by a bunch of fools. At the same time, in a completely soundproof underground chamber deep within the law enforcement hall, under the dim light of spirit stones, three figures sat facing each other. Law enforcement hall, Elder Wang Jinshan, Dan Pavilion, Elder Yi Ting, and Yi Fan standing behind, Yi Ting with a gloomy expression. Yi Ting with a smile took out a white jade bottle engraved with complex array patterns from his sleeve. He pushed it across the table, stopping in front of Wang Jinshan. Regarding today's matter, many thanks to Brother Wang for speaking up and facilitating this life and death duel. Yi Ting made a gesture of invitation. In this bottle is a 5th grade barrier-breaking pill. I refined myself. Consider it a small compensation for your trouble. After the matter is accomplished, there will be additional rewards. Wang Jinshan's gaze sharpened. A 5th grade barrier-breaking pill. This was a supreme pill that could increase the chance of forming a golden core. Placed in an auction, it would definitely cause a bloody storm. He calmly put the jade bottle into his storage ring, the wrinkles on his old face crinkling into a smile like a chrysanthemum. Brother Yi is too kind. Fanner is exceptionally talented and also the grandson of an old friend. As the master of the law enforcement hall, I naturally handle affairs impartially and go with the flow. Wang Jinshan, having accepted the favor, immediately got down to business. He turned to look at Yi Fan, his tone becoming serious. However, nephew, you must not be careless tomorrow. Today in the affairs hall, Chao Kuan acted too calmly under the pressure from both you and me. He didn't even hesitate for a moment when agreeing to the life and death platform. Wang Jinshan tapped his fingers on the table. When something is abnormal, there must be a trick. This kid cannot be regarded as an ordinary early Foundation establishment cultivator. He must have a trump card. Yi Fan snorted, coldly dismissive. Elder Wang is overthinking. What trump card could an old waste who rose by harvesting female cultivators have? Fanner, do not underestimate the enemy. Yi Ting cut off his grandson's words with a deep voice. He reached into his sleeve, and a completely crimson pill appeared in his palm. This is a 3rd grade Qi explosion pill. After ingestion, it can forcibly raise one minor realm in a short time without harming the Foundation. Yi Ting stuffed the pill into Yi Fan's hand. Tomorrow when you step onto the platform, don't hold back. Take the pill directly and crush him with the cultivation of late Foundation establishment. Even if he has a heaven-defying trump card faced with absolute power, he can only die. Yi Fan was overjoyed and quickly put the pill away. Thank you, grandfather. With this pill in hand, I will make sure not even his bones remain. Wait. Yi Ting suddenly frowned, his hand stroking his beard, stopping in midair. You Ling Long. Fan I recall you mentioned that when you went to see Lung Qingwei a few days ago you first encountered Chao Kuan at Lianxiang Peak. The two of you came to blows immediately. Yi Fan nodded. Indeed. That brat was getting fresh with junior sister Long, and I couldn't stand for it, so I struck first. Did you get a clear look at his cultivation base and appearance? Yi Ting pressed. I did, Yi Fan recalled. He was at the early foundation establishment stage, and he had already transformed back into the appearance of a young man in his 20s. Otherwise I wouldn't have failed to recognize him at first glance. Bang! Yi Ting slammed his palm hard onto the table. The force was so immense that several cracks split across the surface of the rosewood table. Wang Zhinshan was startled. Old Yi, what's the matter? Yi Ting rose abruptly, his eyes blazing with a greedy and ruthless light. The timeline doesn't add up. Today at the affairs hall, Lung Qingwei personally admitted that. It was she who used supreme-grade primordial yin to cleanse Chao Kuan's marrow and meridians, helping him break through to foundation establishment, which allowed him to regain his youth. But Yi Ting's tone grew heavier. According to what Fan said at the time of their first encounter, when Lung Qingwei still despised him utterly, Chao Kuan had already broken through to foundation establishment and regained his youth. Yi Fan was stunned. A bolt of lightning seemed to strike through his mind. That's right. Back then Chao Kuan had already been in that fair-faced pretty boy form. At that time Lung Qingwei wouldn't even spare him a glance. How could she have cultivated dual cultivation with him? Grandfather, you mean? Yi Fan swallowed hard. Yi Ting let out a cold laugh. Lung Qingwei is lying. To protect that man's life, she didn't hesitate to use her own reputation as a shield, covering up his true secret. Yi Ting turned to look at Wang Zhinshan. The gazes of two old foxes collided in midair, instantly reaching a tacit understanding. 100-year-old outer sect, elder withered chi and blood crippled spiritual roots. No dual cultivation. No external assistance whatsoever. And yet within a mere few days he rebuilt his own foundation, crossed an insurmountable chasm to break through to foundation establishment, and even completely reversed the loss of his lifespan. Yi Ting took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his voice. This is absolutely not some case of accumulated strength finally bursting forth. This is defying heaven to change his fate. That brat is definitely hiding some terrifyingly precious treasure, or perhaps some ancient inheritance that leads straight to the great Tao. The moment these words were spoken, Wang Zhinshan's breathing grew heavy as well. Greed was written plainly on his face. If things were truly as Yi Ting speculated, then what Chao Kuan possessed was worth far more than a mere 5th-grade barrier-breaking pill. It could even change the entire structure of the Qingzhou cultivation world. Fanner. Light flickered in Yi Ting's hand. A soft, golden glow inner armor floated in the air. This is my personal protective artifact, the quasi-mystic grade golden thread vest. Wear it when you step onto the life and death platform tomorrow. No wasted words. No torture. Take an explosive chi pill at the very start. Use your strongest killing move. Destroy him directly. Never give him any chance to turn the tables or surrender. Yi Fan nodded heavily, accepting the golden thread vest with murderous intent boiling in his eyes. Rest assured, grandfather. I'll make sure he dies thoroughly. Yi Ting turned and clasped his hands toward Wang Zhinshan. Brother Wang. Tomorrow on the life and death platform, the moment Chao Kuan stops breathing. As the referee, you immediately declare the battle over. Then, under the pretext of inspecting the corpse and preventing a demonic cultivator from seizing his body, seal off the arena on the spot. Before his soul has a chance to dissipate, immediately cast the soul-searching art. By then that earth-shattering secret of defying fate will be ours for the taking. Wang Zhinshan stroked the beard on his chin and assured him. Rest easy, old Yi. Everything is well in hand. The sun climbed high into the sky. Spiritual energy above the herb garden at the rear of Lianxiang Peak churned violently. A visible vortex of spiritual energy began to form. The ambient spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by some unseen force. It poured simultaneously through the cracks of the window on the second floor of the pavilion. Inside the room, Chao Kuan sat cross-legged on the cloud bed. His aura surged higher and higher with each breath. The primordial yin force of the supreme ice spirit body thoroughly merged with his own blazing yang spiritual root. The spiritual energy vortex within his dantian continuously expanded and solidified. The spiritual energy that had originally been in liquid form now grew increasingly viscous. Boom! A dull explosion resounded within Chao Kuan's body. The invisible barrier blocking his advancement shattered in an instant. A powerful wave of spiritual energy swept outward, blowing the gauze curtains in the room into a fluttering frenzy. Late foundation establishment. In just a single night, he had not only stabilized his previously unsteady mid-foundation establishment stage, but had also crossed the threshold of a minor realm, directly stepping into the late foundation establishment stage. If news of this cultivation speed ever got out, it would be enough to make the old monsters of the entire Qingzhou cultivation world drop their jaws in disbelief. No wonder the Harmony Sect managed to rank among the top demonic sects back in the day. This path truly is wild. One single night of preparation, and he directly crossed an entire minor realm. Chao Kuan withdrew his aura and turned his head to look to the side. Lung Qingwei was staring blankly at the ceiling with vacant eyes. She kept repeating the same phrase over and over. Liar, liar, big liar. Chao Kuan found it amusing. He propped his head up with one hand and lay on his side beside her. Junior sister, you can be careless with your food, but not with your words. How can matters of a cultivator be called lying? Chao Kuan's tone carried a hint of grievance along with a barely concealed mischievous grin. Look, not only did I help you greatly suppress the cold poison in your body, I even helped sort out your meridians as a bonus. We helped each other and see. I just happened to break through to late foundation establishment. This is clearly a win-win situation. So why is junior sister acting so wronged? Hearing this, the hollow look in Lung Qingyue's eyes finally gained a trace of focus. Last night you said, almost done, and you said, that was the last time. And yet, that last time lasted all the way until dawn. The angrier she spoke, the more she wrapped the quilt around herself, and turned over, presenting her back to Chao Kuan, looking as if she never wanted to speak to him again. It was supposed to be just a simple pre-battle state adjustment, but instead, all sorts of strange and bizarre knowledge had been forcibly crammed into her once innocent mind. Listening to the tearful accusations from within the blankets, Chao Kuan struggled to suppress his laughter. Only a fool believes what a man says in bed. Junior sister's 9-year compulsory cultivation education clearly wasn't thorough enough. Chao Kuan reached out, pinched the corner of the quilt, and gave it a tug. It didn't budge. Lung Qingyue was clutching the inside of the quilt with astonishing strength. Junior sister, now you're the one being unreasonable. Chao Kuan cleared his throat and began spouting nonsense with a perfectly serious face. For cultivators, seclusion often lasts months or even years. When I said almost done, by the time scale of the cultivation world, half a night is practically almost, isn't it? There was no movement from beneath the quilt. Clearly Lung Qingyue had no desire whatsoever to acknowledge this infuriatingly sophistical bastard. Seeing this, Chao Kuan patted the bulging bundle of blankets from behind. Besides, since junior sister is so convinced that I'm lying to you, then to prove my innocence, why don't we conduct a live verification right here and now? As he spoke, Chao Kuan deliberately exaggerated his movements, making as if to undo the sash of the robe he had just thrown on. The rustling sound of the sash rubbing against fabric was unusually clear in the quiet wooden cabin. Again, I'll die. I'll definitely die. Stop. I believe you. My cold poison is already very well suppressed, and your cultivation base is also very thoroughly stabilized. There's no need for verification. Lung Qingyue scrambled desperately toward the corner of the bed, her eyes filled with weakness, pitifulness, and helplessness as she looked at Chao Kuan, watching the once lofty Ice Lotus shiver in fear at a single word from him. Chao Kuan felt deeply satisfied. Ding. Detected extreme reverence and submissive emotions from Jade Beast Lung Qingyue. Lung Qingyue's taming value 5. Current total taming value 25,100. Congratulations, host. Reward 500 task points. Current task point balance 7,200. The system notification sounding in his mind further brightened Chao Kuan's mood. Alright, since junior sister trusts me so much, let's consider this matter closed. Chao Kuan knew when to stop. He released the brocade quilt and redressed himself in the robe he had half removed. Although his cultivation base now utterly suppressed Yifan, that brat still had the Alchemy Hall elder backing him, and there was no telling what devious schemes might be lurking in the shadows. To guarantee absolute certainty, it was best to add some extra insurance. Chao Kuan gave a mental command, summoning the system shop. A light screen unfolded. A dazzling array of items appeared before him. Chao Kuan skimmed past the cultivation techniques and magical treasures, locking his gaze onto the section for disposable consumables. Magical treasures take time to refine. Talismans and props can be used the moment they're in hand. That's the real hard currency on a life and death arena. Exchange 2 high-grade gigantic strength talismans. Exchange 2 high-grade wind riding talismans. And 1 replacement paper figurine. Ding. Purchase successful. Task points deducted 1,000. Remaining task points 6,200. Items have been delivered to the system space. Host may withdraw them at any time. Chao Kuan gave a mental command. 5 talismans, shimmering with faint light, appeared in his palm. High-grade gigantic strength talisman triples physical power. High-grade wind riding talisman triples speed. And that yellow paper figurine inscribed with strange runes could perfectly block one fatal blow. Perfect. Chao Kuan stored the talismans against his body, his sense of security maxed out. With these in hand, even if that old fogey Wang Jinshan personally stepped in to tilt the scales, he could handle it with ease. Everything was ready. Chao Kuan pushed open the door and turned back toward the mound of blankets on the bed, saying, Junior sister, it's almost noon. I need to go keep my appointment. You overexerted yourself last night and lost too much fluid. No need to come watch the excitement. Get some more rest here. A barely audible came from beneath the quilt. Whether a response or a coquettish grumble, it was hard to tell. Chao Kuan smiled, lingering no longer. He shot into the air, streaking toward the direction of the sect's martial arena. Noon was approaching. The Hahuan sect's martial arena was already packed with people. Yifan, dressed in a magnificent brocade robe, stood at the center of the dueling platform. Several alchemy pavilion disciples were stirring up the crowd below, drawing bursts of cheers from all around. Why hasn't that Chao Kuan come yet? Could he have fled before the fight? A turtle hiding in its shell? A worthless freeloader. He defiled senior sister Lung's reputation. He doesn't dare come here to die. Yifan listened to the comments below, a sneer tugging at the corners of his mouth. just as the crowd was losing patience, and some were even shouting for the law enforcement hall to go to Lianxiang Peak and seize him. A sudden disturbance broke out at the edge of the crowd. The disciples instinctively parted to both sides, opening a path. Chao Kuan strode forward. He wore a plain azure robe, his hands tucked into his sleeves, walking unhurriedly. He reached the edge of the dueling platform and lightly tapped the ground with his toe. His body rose into the air and landed steadily on the opposite side of the dueling platform, facing Yi Fan across the open space. Boy, I thought you were too afraid of death to come. Yi Fan's eyes turned icy. Chao Kuan couldn't be bothered to pay him any heed, and instead looked toward the viewing platform. Seeing that the principal party had taken the stage, Wang Jinshan set down his teacup. His voice, laced with spiritual power, resonated across the entire martial arena. You all know the rules of the life and death platform. Once you step onto this platform, grievances are settled. It determines both victory and life or death. Life and death are left to heaven. No one may interfere. Begin. The instant the words fell, Yi Fan unhesitatingly took a crimson pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. A third-grade exploding chi pill. The pill entered his belly. A dull rumble echoed from within Yi Fan's body. His aura, originally at the mid-stage Foundation establishment, rose at a visible speed. A violent wave of spiritual power swept outward from him, making the formation light barrier at the edge of the dueling platform ripple in layers. Late-stage Foundation establishment. Gasps of cold air filled the arena. What pill is this? It can forcibly raise one's cultivation by a whole minor realm. This pressure. It's too terrifying. The Alchemy Pavilion's foundation is too deep. How can Chao Kuan fight this? He's doomed. The spectators turned pale with fright. In their eyes, the duel had completely lost all suspense. Go die, you trash. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yi Fan roared and attacked Chao Kuan. Crimson flame spiritual power condensed around his fist, cutting off all paths of retreat. The Alchemy Pavilion's ultimate art, blazing sun explosive fist. Many timid female disciples below had already covered their eyes, as if the next moment they would see Chao Kuan blasted into charred remains. At the center of the dueling platform, Chao Kuan's expression remained unchanged. He flipped his wrist, and two yellow talismans slipped into his palm. Slap, slap. The talismans stuck precisely to his legs and arms. The paper burned in an instant, turning into streaks of cyan and yellow light that bored into Chao Kuan's meridians. High-level wind riding talisman. High-level giant strength talisman. The scorching fist wind arrived with a raw heat washing over his face. Chao Kuan did not retreat. He lightly slid his foot to the left. Whoosh! The crowd below only saw a cyan afterimage. Yi Fan's seemingly unstoppable punch grazed past Chao Kuan's nose and struck air. The violent flame's spiritual power slammed into the formation light barrier behind, spreading a massive ring of fire. His strike having missed, Yi Fan's pupils shrank abruptly. Before he could recover his balance, Chao Kuan had already appeared beside him. With the triple strength enhancement of the high-level giant strength talisman, the muscles of Chao Kuan's right arm bulged. He threw a plain backhand hook punch that landed solidly on Yi Fan's left cheek. Bang! A dull impact. Yi Fan spun half a circle on the spot, like a top, staggered, and nearly fell to his knees. His cheeks swelled high and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. If not for the quasi-mystic rank artifact golden thread robe, which had flared with golden light the instant it was struck and dispersed 90% of the force, that punch would have been enough to break his cervical vertebrae. The entire arena fell dead silent. Everyone's eyes were wide. A cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation establishment had not only dodged a full-force blow from a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, but had also sent the man flying with a backhand. Bastard. Yi Fan touched his badly swollen cheek, completely losing his mind. With just a few lousy talismans, you dare to act so arrogant. Today I'll let you see exactly what an uncrossable chasm lies between the initial stage and the late stage. Yi Fan's hands formed seals at speed as spiritual power surged wildly into his arms. Meanwhile, in the inner chamber of the main hall on Lianxiang Peak, Yu Linglong reclined against a cloud bed, a water mirror suspended before her. Inside the mirror was the scene on the dueling platform. Seeing Chao Kuan dodge with talismans, Yu Linglong curled her lips. That rebellious disciple is really willing to spend a fortune on this. But her body remained tense. Between the fingers of her right hand, a void-breaking teleportation talisman was already pinched. A talisman was, after all, an external aid. Once its effect faded, Chao Kuan would absolutely not be able to withstand a late-stage Foundation establishment Yi Fan. She was ready to tear open the void at any moment and forcefully take the boy away. On the dueling platform, faced with Yi Fan's helpless rage, Chao Kuan let out a light sigh. You really talk too much. Who told you I was at the initial stage of Foundation establishment? As his voice faded, the chaos returned to one. Art began to circulate at full power. A surge of spiritual power, not weaker than Yi Fan's, and even more pure and condensed, erupted from Chao Kuan's body. Late-stage Foundation establishment. On the viewing platform. Crack. The jade teacup in Yi Ting's hand was crushed to pieces. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Crossing two minor realms in a single night. Even eating an immortal pill wouldn't achieve that. Wang Jinshan beside him was so shocked that he jumped to his feet, his beard trembling. In the inner chamber of Lianxiang Peak, Yu Linglong watched the soaring aura in the water mirror. Her rosy lips slightly parted, her face blank with shock. Late-stage foundation establishment already. Yesterday, when that rebellious disciple had gone to collect his monthly allowance, he had just barely broken through to mid-stage foundation establishment. Yu Linglong's mind conjured Lung Qingyue's cold, proud face. That silly girl Qingyue, what kind of torment did she suffer last night? That wicked disciple really drained her too hard. Could she be reduced to a dried husk by now? Yu Linglong shuddered. Her gaze toward Chao Kuan besides shame and indignation unexpectedly held a thread of fear. Back in the martial arena, Yi Fan remained frozen in his hand-seal posture, the whole person rooted to the spot. The cultivation suppression he had once prided himself on had become an utter joke. Now we are on the same stage. Chao Kuan gave Yi Fan no more time to think. While the high-level wind-riding talisman was still in effect, Chao Kuan took a step forward and closed in on Yi Fan in an instant. His right fist drew back to his waist. Within his meridians, 10 layers of hidden spiritual force stacked one on top of another. Heaven rank martial skill, tenfold collapse. Yi Fan, caught in a fluster, could only cross both arms in front of his chest to defend. The golden thread robe once again exploded with blinding golden light. Boom! The fist struck the golden light. On the surface, the golden light blocked the physical impact. But the true horror of tenfold collapse lay in the penetrating power of hidden force. 10 layers of hidden force pierced through the golden thread robe's defense and poured straight into Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan's face went pale in an instant. His internal organs felt as though they had been crushed by a heavy hammer, and a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed out. His protective spiritual power shattered inch by inch. Yi Fan flew backward like a kite, whose string had snapped, dragging a long trail of blood across the obsidian platform. He finally slammed into the formation light barrier at the edge of the dual platform and bounced to the ground. A single strike dealt devastating damage. Only then did the spectators below snap out of their shock at Chao Kuan's revealed cultivation. They had not understood the exchange at all. They only saw Yi Fan being sent flying. Senior brother Yi Fan, get up. He must have used some evil art to hide his cultivation. Senior brother Yi Fan, defeat this lecher who tainted senior sister Lung's honor. Several alchemy pavilion disciples in the crowd were yelling at the top of their lungs. At the edge of the dueling platform, Yi Fan barely propped himself up with his elbows. Blood kept pouring from his mouth and nose. Listening to the shouts below, the jealousy and madness in his eyes completely consumed his reason. I won't lose. I am the genius of the alchemy pavilion. Yi Fan roared hoarsely. He slapped both palms against his chest, actually intending to burn his essence blood and forcibly raise his strength. Noisy. Chao Kuan looked at Yi Fan's deathbed struggle, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He flipped his hand over again, and another high-level giant strength talisman appeared in his palm. Slap. The talisman stuck to his chest. Triple strength stacked a second time, sixfold power. Boom. The fist carrying sixfold terrifying force shot straight toward Yi Fan's dantian with a piercing sonic boom. Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out. The formation patterns of the quasi-mystic rank artifact golden thread robe on Yi Fan collapsed completely, bursting into golden powder that filled the air. Chao Kuan's fist met no more obstacles. It pierced directly through Yi Fan's abdomen and sank viciously into his Qi-Si dantian. A blood-curdling scream tore across the sky. Visible pure spiritual energy like air from a punctured ball frantically leaked out of Yi Fan's shattered dantian. His cultivation was crippled. Everyone below was completely silent. At the very moment Yi Fan's desperate scream rang out, Yi Ting let out an earth-shaking roar. You little bastard. You're asking for death. With his grandson crippled before his eyes, the golden core elder of the alchemy pavilion went completely mad. He no longer cared about the rules of the life and death platform. He waved his hand. The fire aspect spiritual energy between heaven and earth was drawn over, swiftly condensing in midair into a giant blazing hand dozens of feet long. It hurtled viciously toward Chao Kuan on the dueling platform. Yu Linglong. The strike from an early golden core cultivator fueled by rage was no small matter. Die, you little bastard. Yi Ting's eyes split with fury. He held nothing back in this palm strike. His grandson being crippled meant severing the Yi family's lineage, and it was a public slap to the Dan Pavilion's face. The disciples below were forced back by the oppressive pressure. Elder Yi has made his move. Chao Kuan is doomed. Even if he broke through to late foundation establishment, he can never withstand a strike from a golden core elder. Such is fate. A genius, even one, is but a handful of dust, if not fully grown. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. Before absolute power, the miracle Chao Kuan had just created seemed to draw to a close. Chao Kuan stood at the center of the arena. He looked up at the massive flaming palm, descending rapidly, his pupils contracting. Tisk, this old bastard has no shame at all. Good thing I prepared a substitute paper doll before coming, but wasting a system item like this, it hurts. Chao Kuan's right hand had already touched the yellow paper in his chest. Yet he didn't move. He was gambling. He gambled that Yu Linglong would never dare to let him die here. After all, their fates were now tied together. Yi Ting, do you think I am invisible? Without any warning, the sky, once reddened by flames, suddenly shimmered with a purple glow. Then a massive purple lotus of spiritual energy bloomed out of thin air above Chao Kuan's head. Boom. The flaming giant hand slammed violently against the purple lotus. The expected cataclysmic explosion never came. The moment the flaming hand touched the purple lotus, it was swiftly devoured. In less than 3 breaths, The blazing fire dissipated. Only the enchanting purple lotus remained slowly rotating in midair. His technique forcibly broken, Yi Ting far away shuddered as if struck by a heavy hammer, spewing a mouthful of old blood. He staggered, staring in terror at that void. The void rippled like water. A delicate foot shod in exquisite purple gold cloud-embroidered boots stepped out first. Then the figure that made every man in the sect dream and countless others revere slowly materialized. Yu Linglong. She stood in midair, her purple hair wildly dancing in the wind. The terrifying pressure of a late golden core cultivator poured down instantly, shrouding the entire arena. Hiss. It's Elder Yu. She personally appeared. For the sake of Chao Kuan, she's even willing to clash directly with the Dan Pavilion Elder. I heard Elder Yu is eccentric and rarely protects her disciples. Guess the rumors were wrong. The disciples murmured, but none dared to look up at the queenly figure above. On the viewing platform, Wang Jinshan's heart sank. He had indeed deliberately slowed down. He had thought that if Yi Ting's palm struck, Chao Kuan would be reduced to ashes, and he could use the excuse of sudden incident to gloss over it. But he never expected Yu Linglong to arrive so quickly. And her aura was stronger than before. Elder Yu, calm down. Wang Jinshan got up reluctantly, cupping his hands toward the sky. Elder Yi was overwhelmed by grief at seeing his grandson gravely wounded and acted rashly. Please, Elder Yu, for the sake of our sect brotherhood. Rash. Yu Linglong sneered, her peach blossom eyes now brimming with killing intent. When Yi Ting struck, you were less than 10 zhang from the arena. With your golden core cultivation, stopping that palm would have been as easy as raising your hand. But what I saw was you sitting there like Mount Tai, not even a tremor in your teacup. Wang Jinshan, if your eyes are blind, I wouldn't mind gouging them out for you. Cold sweat poured down Wang Jinshan's forehead. He opened his mouth, still trying to argue. It happened so suddenly, I was just sensing the fluctuations of the formation and couldn't react in time. Slap. A crisp, resounding slap echoed across the deathly silent arena. The dignified law enforcement elder was sent flying sideways, crashing heavily through the railing of the viewing platform. Wang Jinshan clutched his face, instantly swollen like a pig's head, his eyes full of disbelief. Yu Linglong. You dare hit me? Hit you? Yu Linglong smoothed her hair by her ear, her tone dripping with contempt. From tomorrow, I will personally report to the sect leader. Since you as law enforcement elder can't even uphold the basic rules of the life and death arena, then go meditate in the Cold Crow Cave. Let someone who can breathe take your place. Arrogant. The disciples were awestruck. So this was the prestige of a late golden core cultivator. Slap you when she wants to pose you when she wants. After dealing with Wang Jinshan, Yu Linglong turned her head and coldly looked at Yi Ting. Yi Ting, pale-faced, supporting the unconscious Yi Fan, shouted with bluster, Yu Linglong. Your disciple is ruthless and crippled my grandson's dantian. How do you settle this account? Settle it. Yu Linglong was about to speak when she suddenly felt a gust of wind behind her. Then under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Chao Kuan, who had just been like a god of death on the arena, suddenly seemed to transform. He stumbled, his face turning ghastly pale, even his lips trembling slightly. Chao Kuan forced out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed softly. His aim was precise. His target was clear. He buried his head into Yu Linglong's warm, fragrant embrace. His head even rubbed twice against a certain soft spot. Master. Whoa. Disciple is so scared. Chao Kuan let out a heart-wrenching wail, his voice full of lingering fear and grievance. That old man was so fierce. That big fire hand almost turned me into ash. I'm just a child. I was just fighting a proper life and death duel. How could he try to kill me? Scared the baby out of me. Master, if you had been half a second late, your disciple would never hear you sing that song again. The last sentence was murmured against Yu Linglong's earlobe, so only the two of them could hear. Yu Linglong's back stiffened and her toes curled inside her purple gold cloud boots. An overwhelming sense of shame. Rebellious disciple. You bastard. In front of the entire sect you dare. You dare to be so frivolous with me. She really wanted to slap this opportunistic little pervert into a crack in the ground. But looking at the countless wide eyes below, Yu Linglong forcibly restrained herself. She reached out and gently patted the back of Chao Kuan's head. Her tone, cold yet soft, made the hearts of the disciples below ache. There, don't cry. With your master here, no one can hurt you. Chao Kuan, still buried in her embrace, sobbed. Master, I've suffered severe shock. It might take 10 years to recover. Not only will it affect my cultivation, but it will also seriously impact how I honor you in the future. That old man not only wanted to kill me, but also tried to steal my storage pouch. He must have been after the private savings I saved to buy you a gift. The arena was dead silent. The disciples who had just thought Chao Kuan was a ruthless man now looked utterly numb. So this is what being favored looks like. This is the man who could make the ice-cold senior sister publicly confess. He was clearly a master of tea art. Yet his frail appearance combined with the still-smoking arena actually made many female disciples feel he was pitiable. Yi Ting's eyes bulged with rage. Nonsense. Slander. When did I ever covet your private savings? You lying little beast. Elder Yi, you're quite loud. Yu Linglong raised her head, the tenderness in her eyes gone. You heard that. My disciple has been frightened. And he's right. On the life and death arena, the elder generation must not interfere. That's an iron rule. Not only did you interfere, but you also tried to destroy the future pillar of the Harmony Sect. Today, either you leave your life here, and I'll personally send you off. or you pay to redeem your life and give my disciple a satisfactory explanation. Choose. In Yu Linglong's hand, the purple lotus solidified once more. Yi Ting knew that Yu Linglong was truly intent on killing. When this woman went mad, she really didn't care about consequences. And besides, her cultivation was now far beyond late golden core. There was a faint, unfathomable sense of half-step, nascent soul. Yi Ting glanced at his dying grandson, then at the pressing Yu Linglong. Gnashing his teeth, he pulled a shimmering jade bottle from his storage ring. He tossed it casually. This is a 5th-grade mind-condensing pill. It treats spiritual shock and strengthens the foundation. I will remember today's humiliation. Yu Linglong, this is not over. With that, he picked up Yi Fan and fled without looking back toward the damp pavilion. Yu Linglong caught the jade bottle. She tossed it back to Chao Koen. Get lost. She said it to Yi Ting, and also to Chao Koen, who was still clinging to her. Chao Koen chuckled, grabbing his master's hand and rubbing it while shamelessly pocketing the pill. Thank you for your care, master. Let's discuss the trill technique of that song tonight. Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong had no intention of listening to any more of Chao Koen's cloying, faux-innocent nonsense. She stretched out her slender jade-like hand and seized the back of Chao Koen's collar. She shot toward Lianxiang Peak at tremendous speed. Below the stage, the gossiping onlookers only dared to take a deep breath after the last wisps of purple light scattered in the sky. They were all speculating about what deeply moving scene would unfold between this master and disciple after they returned. This is absurd. Elder Yu actually goes this far to shield her disciple. That brat Chao Koen must have slipped Elder Yu some love potion. I even heard him call her baby. Bullshit. It was Chao Koen calling himself baby. Still, this act is a disgrace to male cultivators of our generation. Damn, I've learned something. Inside the inner chamber of the main hall on Lianxiang Peak, Chao Koen lay sprawled on Yu Linglong's exclusive cloud bed. He casually tossed the bottle of 5th-grade spirit-calming pills into the air and caught it with ease. Master, your acting on stage just now was a step down. Chao Koen clicked his tongue. I set the atmosphere so perfectly. How did you only manage to swindle a single bottle of spirit-calming pills? That old coot is an elder of the alchemy pavilion and immensely wealthy. At the very least, we should have squeezed 3 to 5 profound tier artifacts plus a good 100,000 spirit stones out of him for it to be worth it. Chao Koen's tone was filled with regret. Yu Linglong stood by the bed, her chest heaving with fury. This rebellious disciple. He had taken advantage and still had the nerve to act innocent. Did he really think a golden core elder was a pushover he could manipulate as he pleased? What do you know? Yu Linglong snapped coldly. Do you think Yi Ting has held his position as elder of the alchemy pavilion solely because of his pill refining skill? Chao Koen stopped tossing the pill bottle and raised an eyebrow. Oh, so he is backing from above. Yu Linglong sneered. Yi Ting has an elder sister. That sister is the dual cultivation partner of Su Changhe, the current grand elder of the inner sect. And Su Changhe is a true early-stage nascent soul grandmaster. Yu Linglong crossed her arms and looked down at Chao Koen. You publicly cut off the Yi family's line today. On the surface, Yi Ting won't dare to touch you because of sect rules and my authority. But what about behind the scenes? If Su Changhe so much as moves a finger, you'll die in the Hahuan sect without even knowing what hit you. Yu Linglong's voice grew louder as she spoke. Inwardly, she was quietly pleased. She thought, now you're afraid, aren't you? The wrath of a nascent soul grandmaster is not something a brat who just broke through to the late foundation establishment can withstand. Yu Linglong waited with eager anticipation to see Chao Koen's face lose all color. She even fantasized about him scrambling to his knees, clutching her thigh, and begging for her protection. At that point, she would use it as a pretext to thoroughly teach this disrespectful rebel a lesson and force him to restrain those despicable methods he used to control her. She would re-establish the supreme dignity of a master. However, the script did not follow the plot Yu Linglong had imagined. After hearing all this, Chao Koen showed not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he propped his chin on one hand, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Early nascent soul, grand elder of the inner sect. That's perfect. Hit the junior, and the senior comes knocking. Resources delivered right to my door could not have come at a better time. Chao Koen suddenly sat up and grabbed Yu Linglong's fair wrist, then pulled hard. Caught completely off guard, Yu Linglong gave a startled cry and fell directly onto Chao Koen's lap. You rebel. What are you doing now? How dare you? Yu Linglong struggled in panic, trying to get up. But the taming value as high as 43 points made her resistance seem like a coy, reluctant invitation, weak and powerless. Chao Koen wrapped both arms around Yu Linglong's curvy waist and rested his chin on her shoulder. Oh dear, nascent soul is so scary. His tone was exaggerated and utterly insincere. Your disciple is only at late foundation establishment now. If I run into a nascent soul grandmaster, I'd be slapped into meat paste. For your disciple's safety, and so I can serve my master devotedly day and night. Chao Koen's fingers stroked lightly over Yu Linglong's waist. Your disciple must quickly raise his cultivation to protect himself. Since Su Changhe is the grand elder of the inner sect, he must have no shortage of resources in his hands. Once your disciple's cultivation is high enough, and I take him down, won't all those resources belong to us, master and disciple? His words faded away. On Lianxiang Peak, the female disciples passing by the main hall all blushed and quickened their steps. Meanwhile, in the pavilion among the medicinal herb garden at the rear of Lianxiang Peak, Lung Qinghua lay on a wooden bed and slowly opened her eyes. She tried moving her body. The soreness still spread throughout her entire body. But compared to the fatigue of that morning, she had already recovered considerably. At least she could get out of bed and walk. Lung Qingyue pushed back the blanket. The purple gold bell on her pale ankle gave a crisp jingle. At the sound, the image of Chao Kuan's handsome face involuntarily appeared in her mind. A blush rose on her cheeks. Big liar. He said it was only to adjust his state before the battle, but in the end he not only wore her out during the day, he insisted on continuing his verification at night. Lung Qingyue shook her head, dispelling those images from her mind. She put on the plain white long dress and pushed open the wooden door of the pavilion. Sunlight spilled across her face. A gentle breeze drifted through the medicine garden, carrying the faint fragrance of spiritual herbs. Lung Qingyue took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air behind the peak. Just then a figure in red leaped down from the treetop beside the pavilion. It landed silently behind Lung Qingyue. A pair of slender arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind, hugging her tightly around the waist. "Little Qingyue, did you miss me?" A sweet, playful voice sounded at her ear. Lung Qingyue's body tensed. She was about to instinctively fight back, but recognized the familiar voice. Her tense nerves relaxed. "Rumeng, when did you get back?" Lung Qingyue turned around to see the woman before her, dressed in a fiery red long gown, her face radiant and beautiful. The visitor was none other than Lung Qingyue's only close friend in the Hahuan sect, Lu Rumeng, a direct disciple of Baihua Peak. Lu Rumeng had recently accepted a sect hunting mission and gone to train in the outer reaches of the Shiwan Mountains. According to the original plan, she was not supposed to return to the sect until next month. "I finished the mission ahead of time, so I rushed back to see you." Lu Rumeng released her arms and walked in front of Lung Qingyue. With her hands clasped behind her back, she circled around Lung Qingyue and sized her up from head to toe. "Oh my, after a few months away, our Qingyue has grown even lovelier." Lu Rumeng grinned as she closed in. She extended a fair, delicate finger and lightly lifted Lung Qingyue's chin. "Let me see whether this cold fairy of ours has been won over by some blind man during these past few months." She stopped mid-sentence. Lu Rumeng's movements suddenly froze, and the playful smile on her face slowly vanished, replaced by doubt and shock. Lu Rumeng twitched her delicate nose. She leaned close to Lung Qingyue's neck and took 2 deliberate sniffs in her hair. Lung Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. A sense of dread surged into her chest. She instinctively stepped back half a step, her voice trembling slightly. What are you smelling?" "Qingyue." Lu Rumeng's voice turned extremely serious, almost incredulous. Why is there a man scent on you?" Lung Qingyue's face flushed crimson in an instant, and her hands twisted together uneasily. I don't." "Stop pretending." Lu Rumeng stepped forward, closing in on Lung Qingyue again. "The art I cultivate is the scent-seeking art of Baihua Peak. I am extremely sensitive to auras. The pure yang aura on you is so thick it's simply frightening. And it's deep, reaching all the way into your marrow. It's as if someone has soaked you inside and out with pure yang aura until it's been thoroughly marinated into your body." Just then Lung Qingyue stepped back a little, and the purple gold bell on her ankle rang with another crisp jingle. Lu Rumeng cast a sidelong glance. She immediately saw the ankle chain magic treasure of unclear purpose. "Good heavens, you're even wearing this kind of artifact now? Usually you don't let any man come within 3 feet of you, but now you're getting quite wild, aren't you?" Lu Rumeng put her hands on her hips, stared at Lung Qingyue's cheeks that were nearly steaming, and said with a mischievous grin, "Confess now. How long have the two of you been cultivating together?" Lu Rumeng. It was just a few days ago. A few days ago. Lu Rumeng took a deep breath, feeling her blood pressure surge. She had only left the sect for 2 months. 2 months. The precious cabbage she had painstakingly guarded for 20 years had been ravaged by a pig. And judging by the situation, not only had it been ravaged, but the entire pot had been taken away. How many days? Lu Rumeng pressed relentlessly, determined to get to the bottom of it. Lung Qingyue bit her lip, her eyes darting away. 3. For days. Lu Rumeng's vision went dark and she nearly stumbled. 3 or 4 days. She grabbed Lung Qingyue by the shoulders, shaking her vigorously, her voice cracking. "Oh my heavens. Qingyue, I never knew you were this kind of person. In just 3 or 4 days you've been marinated to this extent. Have you been living in bed? Or have you never even set foot on the ground? I never would have guessed. With your usual aloof and ascetic demeanor, you're actually this wild behind the scenes. No, it's not what you think." Lung Qingyue waved her hands frantically, trying to salvage her image in her best friend's eyes. "The cold poison in my body is about to become uncontrollable. If I don't resolve it before forming my golden core, my life is at risk. He is the antidote my master found for me. We only engage in dual cultivation at night to neutralize the cold poison." Hearing the words, "neutralize the cold poison," Lu Rumeng paused slightly. She scrutinized Lung Qingyue with suspicion. Indeed, in the past, though Lung Qingyue was beautiful, her face always bore a sickly pallor, and her lips were bloodless. But now, her complexion was rosy, her skin radiant, and even the perennial chill in her brows and eyes had dissipated considerably. Instead, there was a hint of feminine allure, even if it's to neutralize the poison. Lu Rumeng released her grip, her brows furrowed, mentally searching through her list of suspects. "For you, a girl with such high standards, to take a fancy to someone, he must be no ordinary man. Is it Lin Feng, the chief disciple of Tianjian Peak?" I heard he's always had a thing for you, and he's also a single metal spiritual root with formidable offensive power. Lung Qingyue shook her head. It's not him. Then, Zhao Wuji from the refining hall. That guy might look a bit rough, but his fire attribute spiritual energy is pure, which would perfectly counter your cold poison. Lung Qingyue shook her head again. Not him either. Lu Rumeng grew anxious. It can't be that Chatterbox you fan, can it? Seeing her best friend's guesses become increasingly absurd, even including the sweeping elder from the outer sect, who was only at the qi refining stage. Lung Qingyue sighed. She lifted her head, her cheeks burning. It's Chao Cohen. The air suddenly stilled. Lu Rumeng's mouth fell open as she stared at Lung Qingyue, as if she had heard something out of a fairy tale. A full 3 breaths passed. Who? Lu Rumeng cupped her ear thinking she had misheard. Chao Cohen. Lung Qingyue repeated her voice a bit firmer this time. Huh. Lu Rumeng completely lost it. She pointed toward the direction of the outer sect's miscellaneous chores department, her finger trembling. You mean that Chao Cohen? That old man whose spiritual root was crippled and sent back to the outer sect to await death. Lu Rumeng felt her worldview shatter. Of course, she knew Chao Cohen. He was once a dazzling genius, but he had been ruined later. The last time she saw him was 6 months ago when collecting supplies in the outer sect. That man had gray hair, a face full of wrinkles, and he would gasp for breath after just 2 steps. The decaying aura of someone on the verge of death could be smelled from 3 miles away. Qingyue, have you lost your mind? Lu Rumeng cupped Lung Qingyue's face, examining it from left to right, her eyes filled with horror. Has the cold poison frozen your brain? That's Chao Cohen. That's a decrepit old man with 1 foot already in the grave. How old is he? 99, right? What are you after? His age? That he knows how to take care of people. You're only 20. You could be his great-granddaughter. The more Lu Rumeng spoke, the angrier she became, utterly beside herself. Her own beautiful tinder cabbage had been gnawed on by a toothless old pig. And it had been gnawed for days on end. No. Lu Rumeng grabbed Lung Qingyue's wrist with astonishing force. Qingyue, you must have been deceived by him. That old geezer must have used some evil sorcery to bewitch your mind. Come on, take me to see him. Seeing her best friend's intense reaction, Lung Qingyue hastily explained. No, Rumeng, you've misunderstood. Chao Cohen. He is different now. He has regained his youth, and his cultivation has also regained my foot. Lu Rumeng refused to listen, dragging Lung Qingyue out with murderous intent. Don't you know about the final flicker? It's a false recovery. Hurry. If we're late, he might die right there in bed, and you'll have to wear mourning clothes for him. Lung Qingyue 5. Current 30. Congratulations, host. You have earned 500 mission points. Ding. 5. Current 48. Reward 500 mission points. The sudden system chime in his mind made Chao Cohen pause. What did Qingyue do? Why did she suddenly gain 5 points out of nowhere? Gaining points from a distance. Could this girl be praising my handsomeness behind my back? Chao Cohen stroked his chin, feeling quite pleased. But when his gaze fell on the second notification, his eyes lit up instantly. Yulinglong 48 points. Just 1 step away from the 50-point threshold. According to the system's pattern, 20 points granted a bronze gift pack and 50 points would be silver, or maybe even a golden gift pack. This wasn't a master at all, of this was a walking gold mine. Chao Cohen lowered his head to look at the stunning master lying beside him. Sensing Chao Cohen's aggressive gaze, Yulinglong's body trembled slightly. She forced open her peach blossom eyes and glared at Chao Cohen in annoyance. Rebellious disciple. What are you staring at? Her voice was still a bit hoarse, but her tone was fierce. What else do you want? Yulinglong tried to get up, but found her waist and back achingly sore. She lifted her long leg and kicked him. Master, the way you say that, how could your disciple not want to? Chao Cohen seized the opportunity to grab her warm, jade-like ankle. Just now I observed the celestial signs and found that your heart's knot is almost completely untied. Just a tiny bit more. Chao Cohen held up 2 fingers indicating a minuscule distance. Scram. Yulinglong didn't believe his nonsense and kicked her legs wildly. Save your act. She just wanted to rest now. That feeling just now was more terrifying than crossing a tribulation. As a golden core elder, her dignity lay shattered on the ground. She had to drive this rebellious disciple away, immediately find a place to bury herself, and calm down. However, Yulinglong. Chao Cohen leaned close to Yulinglong's ear and lowered his voice. You won't even give a reward, and now you're burning the bridge after crossing it. Yulinglong's delicate body tensed. You? What other reward do you want? That bottle of spirit calming pills. Wasn't it already given to you? Yulinglong's voice trembled with panic. She knew this rebellious disciple too well. Whenever Chao Cohen put on that harmless smile, trouble was sure to follow. Chao Cohen chuckled without responding. He glanced at the panel. Yulinglong current 48, this damn system stuck at 48 immovably, just deliberately disgusting. Ordinary physical contact or conventional verbal teasing could no longer extract new points. Yulinglong's resistance was increasing. To break through the 50-point threshold and obtain the silver gift pack, drastic measures were needed. He must completely shatter the last shred of her pride as a master and a golden core elder. Thinking this, Chao Cohen withdrew his smile and his eyes sharpened. This sudden change made Yulinglong instinctively feel fear. She instinctively turned her head away. Look at me. Chao Cohen pinched Yulinglong's delicate chin and forcefully turned her face back. Master, your disciple suddenly recalls that there seems to be a formal ceremony missing between us. Chao Cohen released her chin and extended a finger. He traced his finger down Yu Linglong's cheek, finally stopping at her rosy lips. Ceremony. Yu Linglong blinked blankly, the unease in her heart growing stronger. That's right. Chao Kuen's lips curled into a sinister smile. Although you may have already conceded in your heart, you've never admitted it with your mouth. This last layer of window paper, if not pierced this stone in your disciple's heart, will never settle. A strong sense of crisis rose in Yu Linglong's heart. You? What do you want to do? Chao Kuen lowered his head. Their noses almost touched, breaths mingling. Very simple. Just one sentence spoken by master in my presence. Chao Kuen paused for half a second, staring into Yu Linglong's eyes, and spoke slowly, word by word. But once those 8 words were spoken, the nature would completely change. It would be equivalent to her admitting outright that she had completely fallen under this rebellious disciple's control. You wish. Yu Linglong, humiliated and furious, refused without a second thought. She forcefully pushed against Chao Kuen's chest. Rebellious disciple. If you have the guts, kill me now. Even if my soul is utterly destroyed, I will never endure such humiliation. Yu Linglong closed her eyes, lifting her white neck in a gesture of resigned defiance. Chao Kuen was not flustered at all. He had long expected this reaction from Yu Linglong. Master, are you sure you won't say it? Chao Kuen's tone was calm with no sign of anger. Think carefully. If you don't say it. Chao Kuen deliberately drew out his tone, speaking slowly and deliberately. Yu Linglong's chest heaved violently, her finger pointing at Chao Kuen, trembling. Demon. This rebellious disciple was absolutely a demon. Go to the sect square. If that really happened, Yu Linglong would be ridiculed by the entire sect, her reputation utterly ruined. It would be better to let her soul be destroyed. Choose one, master. Chao Kuen pressed forward step by step, giving Yu Linglong no time to breathe or think. Either here, just the two of us, say something nice, or go to the square and let everyone see the Harmony Sect elder's new attire. I'll count to 3. 3. Chao Kuen began the countdown. His hand fell on Yu Linglong's belt as if to untie it. 2. Chao Kuen's fingers undid the knot of the belt. The outer robe slid halfway off, revealing Yu Linglong's snowy, rounded shoulders. Yu Linglong's psychological defenses completely collapsed at that moment. Reason told her she absolutely could not speak, but the fear of social death utterly crushed her pitiful dignity. She didn't dare to gamble whether this mad disciple would actually do it. Current 58. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 task points. Ding. Detected that Yu Linglong has broken through the 50-point threshold. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver-level mysterious gift pack. Chao Kuen looked at the panel information, grinning from ear to ear. It worked. The silver gift pack was in hand. The Chao Kuen, who was full of aggression a second ago, immediately turned over and got off the bed. He quickly put on his outer robe and straightened his collar. Master, rest early. Your disciple still has matters to attend to. I'll come to discuss cultivation with you another time. Chao Kuen waved his hand without any lingering, turned and strode out of the inner chamber. Yu Linglong lay on the bed, staring at his retreating back with a stunned expression. That's it. He forced her to call out that shameful title, then put on clothes and left. A feeling of being used and discarded, along with an even stronger sense of humiliation, surged in her heart. Yu Linglong clenched her fists and slammed them into the cloud bed. Chao Kuen, you bastard. Outside the main hall of Lianshan Peak. Chao Kuen pushed open the door and took a breath of fresh air outside. Feeling refreshed. His cultivation had broken through to late foundation establishment. He had swindled a 5th-grade spirit calming pill from Yi Ting, and now he had obtained the silver gift pack. Life was simply too comfortable. First open the gift pack and see what good stuff comes out. Chao Kuen was about to summon the system panel. Suddenly, 2 piercing sounds of tearing through the air came from the sky. Chao Kuen looked up. 2 graceful figures were riding swords, speeding towards the main hall. Walking in front was a woman in fiery red, tight-fitting clothes. She was tall with long legs, holding a long sword in its sheath. Her face was full of anger, exuding a murderous aura. Lung Qinghua followed closely behind the woman in red. She tugged at the red-clad woman's arm, looking anxious and constantly trying to dissuade her. Rumeng, calm down. This is the master's main hall. You can't cause trouble. Lu Rumeng. Lu Rumeng. Half an hour earlier, Lu Rumeng had grabbed Lung Qinghua and rushed straight to the martial arts arena, vowing to tear that old fraud Chao Kuen limb from limb on the life and death platform. Upon arriving at the arena, they found only scattered stones and a shocking pool of blood. When they questioned nearby disciples, Lu Rumeng was completely stunned. The life and death duel had ended. Chao Kuen emerged completely unscathed. Not only that he had punched through Yi Fan, who had forcibly broken through to the late foundation establishment stage by consuming a chi explosion pill. Even Elder Yi Ting from the pill pavilion failed to land a single blow against him and was instead subdued on the spot by Elder Yu Linglong, who extorted a substantial sum from him. In the end, Chao Kuen was personally escorted back to the main hall of Lianshan Peak by Yu Linglong herself. Upon hearing this news, Lu Rumeng's worldview was shaken once again. One punch had disabled someone at the late foundation establishment stage. Refusing to believe it, she immediately dragged Lung Qinghua back to Lianshan Peak in haste. The moment she arrived, Lu Rumeng spotted the man standing on the steps of the main hall. Is that him? Lu Rumeng pointed her sword and turned to look at Lung Qinghua beside her. Lung Qinghua followed the direction of the blade. Seeing Chao Kuen's familiar figure, a blush instantly spread across her usually cold cheeks. She nodded gently. Yes, it is him. Lu Ruming turned her head, her gaze locked firmly on Chao Kuan. The moment she clearly took in his face, the fury surging within her suddenly faltered. Could this really be Chao Kuan? The man on the steps had sword-like brows and star-bright eyes, his figure upright and dignified, a cyan robe fluttering gently in the wind. His face was so handsome that nothing could be faulted. What mattered most was the spiritual energy radiating from him, profound and enduring, completely devoid of any shallowness. Late Foundation establishment. Lu Ruming rubbed her eyes. Where had the wizened old man she remembered? The one with a face full of wrinkles who gasped for breath after just 2 steps. Gone to? The handsome youth before her would stand out like a crane among chickens, even among the inner sect's direct disciples. No wonder this girl Qingyue would willingly be won over. With looks like these and such high cultivation, who wouldn't be captivated? I told you so, Ruming. Lung Qingyue spoke softly, her tone carrying a pride she hadn't even noticed herself. He has not only restored his youth, but he can also help me suppress the cold poison. I was about to report to Master and request to become his Dao companion. Hearing the words, Dao companion, Lu Ruming snapped back to reality. So what if he was handsome? So what if his cultivation was high? The cultivation world was full of hypocrites who dressed their malice in righteousness. Qingyue was too pure-hearted to understand men's cunning ways. This guy might appear upright on the surface, but who knew what despicable means he had used behind her back? She had to tear off this man's disguise today. Chao Kuan, you old lecher. Lu Ruming shoved off Lung Qingyue's hand, her figure flashing as she landed below the steps. Her long sword drew half an inch from its scabbard with a sharp ring pointing directly at Chao Kuan. Just what despicable means did you use to deceive our Qingyue? On the steps, Chao Kuan's expression shifted. Old lecher. Is she seriously calling me that? This woman's got a sharp tongue. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up the suddenly appeared fiery-tempered woman before him. The moment he looked, Chao Kuan's eyes lit up. Absolutely top-notch. The woman before him wore a tight-fitting crimson dress. The minimal fabric clung to her curvaceous figure like a second skin. The proud peaks of her chest rose and fell violently with her anger. Below her slender willow-like waist was trim with no hint of excess. And beneath the skirt hem a pair of long straight jade legs were displayed freely. Every gesture exuded a wild, fiery intensity. If Lung Qingyue was the aloof, icy beauty and Yu Linglong was the mature, enchanting master, then this woman was something altogether different. She was a fully unleashed sexy wild horse. One glance was enough to stir an intense desire to conquer. System, run a scan. Scanning target. Target name, Lu Ruming. Age, 25. Cultivation Foundation Establishment Midstage. Constitution, Crimson Flame, Spiritual Body. Comprehensive assessment, her extraordinarily striking appearance is the primary source of trouble, fully meeting the capture conditions for jade beasts. Hearing the system's reply, a wider smile spread across Chao Kuan's face. Crimson Flame, Spiritual Body. That was truly a rare treasure. With his own flame son's spiritual root, dual cultivation, with such a constitution, would accelerate his progress tenfold. Since the system had given its official approval, this wild horse that had come right to him was as good as caught. Take it easy, little wild horse. In a couple days he'd let her experience firsthand exactly what methods he employed. Though his thoughts ran this way, Chao Kuan's face adopted an expression of utter innocence. He spread his hands in helpless resignation. Junior sister, you may eat whatever you like, but you cannot speak carelessly. My senior sister Qingyue and I share a deep mutual understanding, our relationship governed by propriety. Everything I've done has been solely to help Qingyue suppress the cold poison in her body. This is a matter of life and death. How does it sound so vulgar coming from your mouth? Chao Kuan spoke these words with conviction and moral authority. Paired with his handsome face, it was completely flawless. But Lu Ruming had no interest in such talk. Nonsense, she shouted in anger, her brows arching sharply. Qingyue is pure and doesn't understand the dangers of human nature. Stop playing the hypocrite here. You must have set your sights on Qingyue's body using the pretense of curing poison to take advantage of her. If it truly were about dispelling poison, would it require day and night of torment for several days? By the end of her words, Lu Ruming's face flushed as well. Though she had a fiery temper, she was still an innocent maiden. Speaking such words in public still required courage. Chao Kuan chuckled softly. Rather than continuing to argue with Lu Ruming, he chose a different approach. As someone well-versed in the ways of women, he understood that directly confronting her fiery temper would be foolish. The most effective weapon was the person she was desperate to protect. Chao Kuan withdrew his gaze, looking past Lu Ruming to Lung Qingyue, standing behind her looking somewhat uncomfortable. His eyes grew infinitely tender. Qingyue. Chao Kuan's voice was low and magnetic. What do you say? He descended the steps, ignoring the sword in Lu Ruming's hand, and walked directly to Lung Qingyue's side. They were extremely close. Lung Qingyue could even smell the faint pure yang aura emanating from Chao Kuan. During these past few days, haven't I been wholeheartedly treating you? Chao Kuan reached out and gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. The movement was natural and intimate. Have I ever forced you in the slightest? Hearing Chao Kuan's voice and feeling the warmth of his fingertips, Lung Qingyue's heart softened instantly. The purple gold bell at her ankle chimed softly. The sound of the bell acted like a switch. Scenes from the past few days in the medicine garden pavilion surfaced uncontrollably in her mind. Though the process had been genuinely shameful, making her want to disappear. But the results were undeniable. The cold poison that had plagued her for 20 years had not only receded significantly, but her cultivation had also advanced considerably. Most importantly, by Chao Cohen's side, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. That feeling of having her heart filled and someone to lean on deeply captivated her. Rumum. Lung Qingwei reached out and tugged at Lu Ruming's sleeve. She lowered her head, unable to meet her best friend's astonished gaze. He didn't force me. It was my own choice. Lu Ruming. Moreover, Lung Qingwei raised her head, stealing a glance at Chao Cohen, her cheeks so flushed they could bleed. And he is very good to me. To help me suppress the cold poison, he expended tremendous energy. Not only did he never complain, but for my sake, he even signed a life and death pact with Yi Fan. Ruming, don't blame him, okay? The air suddenly fell silent. Wind swept across the square, whipping up a few fallen leaves. Lu Ruming remained in her sword-wielding stance, frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. She stared at Lung Qingwei in shock. She looked at this ice-cold beauty who had grown up with her usually aloof and proud, deigning not even to spare a second glance at male disciples. Now she was actually standing in front of a man like a protective little wife. For a man she had known only a few days, she was instead persuading her best friend of 10 years. Lu Ruming felt a surge of fury rush to her head. Her blood pressure skyrocketed. She turned her head and looked at Chao Cohen. Chao Cohen stood beside Lung Qingwei, his hands clasped behind his back. His face still wore that gentle jade-like smile. But Lu Ruming clearly saw mockery and smugness in his eyes. That look seemed to silently taunt. See, I told you you're meddling. You? Lu Ruming turned to Lung Qingwei, stamping her foot in frustration. Qingwei, did he give you some love potion? He scrambled your brains. He expended energy. He's taken full advantage of you. Lung Qingwei shook her head, her tone calm. I don't care what others say. I only know he can save my life. In this life I belong to him, in life and in death. As these words were spoken, the system prompt sounded again in Chao Cohen's mind. Ding. Detected that Jade Beast, Lung Qingwei, publicly claimed sovereignty. Emotional bond deepened. Jade Beast, Lung Qingwei, taming value 5. Current taming value 35. Congratulations, host, you have gained 500 task points. Chao Cohen was overjoyed. This little girl was really too helpful. Not only did she block the attack, but she also conveniently helped him gain experience. Lu Ruming was completely speechless. She suddenly felt like a complete clown. She had originally intended to test this man's true nature for her best friend. She was afraid that she would be deceived both in body and heart. But as it turned out, the two of them were deeply in love, willing to live and die together. She had come all this way, sword drawn, only to become the villainous antagonist who tries to separate the star-crossed lovers. Fine, fine, fine. Lu Ruming was so angry she said fine 3 times. I'm the one who's meddling. Qingwei, you're truly beyond saving. If you get sold in the future, don't come crying to me. With that, Lu Ruming turned and left. Her fiery red figure moved swiftly across the white jade square, clearly furious. Ruming, listen to me. Lung Qingwei, seeing this, panicked and wanted to chase after her. But her wrist was gently grasped by Chao Cohen. Don't worry. Chao Cohen watched Lu Ruming's retreating figure, revealing a meaningful smile. Junior sister Lu is also anxious out of concern. In a couple of days, when her anger subsides, I will personally visit her. I'll explain everything clearly. Lung Qingwei leaned against Chao Cohen's firm chest, feeling his powerful heartbeat, and her flustered heart gradually calmed. In this man's embrace, she didn't need to think, only to obey. She nodded obediently. I'll listen to you. Chao Cohen patted Lung Qingwei's back with satisfaction. His gaze still lingered on the direction where Lu Ruming had disappeared. A visit was necessary. After all, such a spirited mare. If he didn't tame her himself, it would be a terrible waste. Crimson Flame Spirit Body. He wondered how her taste would differ from the ultimate Ice Spirit Body. Chao Cohen snapped back to reality, looking down at the docile Lung Qingwei in his arms. Qingwei, just now at the training grounds I consumed a lot of spiritual energy. I feel very weak right now. Lung Qingwei trembled slightly at these words. She looked up, her moist eyes flashing with panic and shyness. Then, what should we do? Chao Cohen swept her up in his arms and strode toward the back mountain. What else can we do? Of course we need to seize the time and continue the treatment. You. It's broad daylight, put me down. Lung Qingwei buried her face in Chao Cohen's chest in embarrassment, giving a few symbolic struggles. Then she completely softened in Chao Cohen's embrace. 3 hours later. It was already late at night. Inside the pavilion of the rear mountain herb garden on Lianxiang Peak, Lung Qingwei had fallen into a deep sleep. She was curled up in the covers. Her plain white dress was long gone. On her snow-white skin, a few faint red marks were vaguely visible. Her cold, ethereal face now bore a tempting flush. Her pale ankles were exposed outside the blanket. The purple gold bell quietly clung to her skin, no longer making a sound. She was too tired. To cure her illness and to restore the energy Chao Cohen had expended at the training grounds during the day, Lung Qingwei had gritted her teeth and endured for 3 hours. Only after the cold poison in her body was suppressed by another 10% did she finally fall asleep. By the edge of the bed, Chao Cohen, draped in a thin robe, leaned casually against the bedpost. He showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, he was full of energy. His blazing sun spiritual root, combined with the chaos unity art, had been pushed to its limit during the dual cultivation. The spiritual energy in his body had been completely converted into chaotic qi. His cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage was also fully stabilized. Chao Kuan reached out and tucked the corner of the blanket around Lung Qingyue. Looking at this face that still carried a hint of submission and attachment, even in sleep, Chao Kuan smiled with satisfaction. This girl was truly under his control now. Withdrawing his gaze, Chao Kuan activated his mind. He opened the system panel. Name Chao Kuan, age 99450, spiritual root ultimate, blazing sun, spiritual root cultivation, late foundation establishment, jade beast count, 22 task points, 8700 beast tamer, level novice beast tamer, 93100. Chao Kuan scanned the panel data line by line. His gaze finally settled on the two columns, beast tamer level and jade beast count. 93 experience points. Only 7 points away from leveling up. 7 points. Chao Kuan stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. The jade beast count was currently 22, already full. This meant that before he advanced to the next stage and unlocked a new jade beast slot, he could not bind any new targets. How could that be? During the day at the main hall square, that girl in fiery red, tight-fitting clothes with a temper so fierce she dared to draw her sword and pointed at him. Lu Rumling was a top-tier jade beast authenticated by the system. Crimson flame spirit body. That figure, that unrestrained wildness, that adorable look of fury. She was simply a spirited mare tailor-made for him. This piece of meat delivered to his doorstep. Chao Kuan would never allow her to slip away. I must grind these 7 experience points tomorrow, Chao Kuan calculated to himself. Yu Linglong's current taming value was 58 points. This old witch's resistance was getting higher and higher, ordinary tricks no longer worked. Today he had forced her to say that shameful line, barely squeezing out 10 points. To fleece her again tomorrow, he would probably need to use stronger measures. As for Lung Qingyue, her current taming value was 35 points. This girl now had her heart and eyes full of him, and she had publicly declared her allegiance during the day. Getting points from her should be much easier than from Yu Linglong. Master and junior sister, I'll trouble you to work harder tomorrow. Chao Kuan made the decision without any psychological burden. Then, his gaze moved downward. It landed on the silver grade mystery gift pack at the bottom of the panel. This was the reward for breaking through the 50-point taming value milestone. It was definitely not comparable to a bronze gift pack. Chao Kuan suppressed his excited heartbeat and silently recited in his mind, "System, open the silver gift pack." Ding! Opening the silver grade mystery gift pack. Yu Linglong. Activation successful. Congratulations, host. You have received one-time consumable item, Jade Beast Advancement Pill X1. Congratulations, host. You have received Supreme Grade Immortal Artifact, Myriad Laws Return to Stillness, Tao Wheel X1. 2 crisp notification sounds rang out. In Chao Kuan's palm, 2 items had appeared. In his left hand was an emerald jade bottle. In his right hand was a palm-sized dark golden ring, its surface engraved with intricate ancient array patterns. Chao Kuan first picked up the emerald jade bottle. Item name Jade Beast Advancement Pill. Grade none. Effect exclusive to jade beasts. After consumption, it forcibly elevates the beast cultivation by 1 minor realm without side effects. Additional effect: the consumer will develop a strong sense of dependence on the host, and the taming value will be permanently increased by 5 points. Note, this pill only works on jade beasts at or below the foundation establishment stage. After reading the properties, Chao Kuan mentally gave the damn system a thumbs up. A fine treasure. A minor realm boost with no side effects. In the cultivation world, this was absolutely a supreme treasure that countless cultivators would fight to the death over. After all, the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult breakthroughs become. Crossing a minor realm often required years or even decades of bitter cultivation and fortune. Yet this pill simply skipped all of that. What was even more crucial was its additional effect. A permanent 5 to taming value. Just now, Chao Kuan had been racking his brains over how to gather the last 8 points of experience. It was like a pillow arriving just when one was feeling drowsy. Who should use it? The thought flashed through Chao Kuan's mind. Yu Linglong was at the late golden core stage. This pill was useless to her. Moreover, Yu Linglong was deep and calculating. Though she had submitted to his overwhelming power, the pride in her bones had yet to be completely crushed. If he actually increased her strength, there was a risk of backlash. What if she got cocky, thought she was invincible again, and turned on him? That would be a great loss. Chao Kuan turned to look at Lung Qingyue, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Lung Qingyue was already at the mid-foundation establishment stage. If she took this pill, she could break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Besides, the girl was already completely devoted to him. Boosting her strength would only make her the sharpest sword in his hand. Add to that the permanent 5 taming value. Lung Qingyue's taming value would then reach 40 points. The 50-point threshold wouldn't be far off. It's settled, Qingyue. Chao Kuan stored the jade bottle in the system space. He would find a suitable moment tomorrow to feed it to her. The remaining 2 points of experience could easily be made up by teasing Yu Linglong or Lung Qingyue a little. With the leveling matter settled, Chao Kuan turned his gaze to his right hand. That dark golden ring. A supreme grade immortal artifact. Those 4 words alone were enough to make his heart race. The entire Harmony Sect could not produce a single low-grade immortal artifact. Even the sect's founding treasure was merely a heaven-grade supreme magic tool. Item name Myriad Laws Return to Stillness Tao Wheel. Grade Supreme Grade Immortal Artifact. Status Unbound. Core Law Absolute Analysis and Assimilation. Effect Description. Once bound, the wheel will hide within the host's soul and manifest above the head when in use. Every time the host is attacked, the wheel automatically activates its analysis mode. It analyzes the enemy's origin of power, spiritual attribute, and cultivation laws. The damage taken is converted proportionally into nourishment that tempers the host's body and soul. The more times the same type of attack is used, the faster the wheel adapts. When the adaptation reaches 100, the host becomes completely immune to any attack of that type attribute. Note, if the host activates the Tao wheel again, the adaptation progress will be reset to 0. Holy shit. Chao Kuan sat on the edge of the bed staring at the dark golden ring in his hand, dumbfounded for half an incense stick. This is a fucking immortal artifact. This is basically a game-breaking cheat. Chao Kuan forced down his pounding heart and extended his divine sense into the palm-sized myriad laws. Return to stillness, Tao wheel. An ancient profound boom exploded in his mind. The dark golden ring turned into a streak of light and shot directly into Chao Kuan's brow. The next moment, Chao Kuan felt an indescribably mysterious connection deep in his soul. With a thought, of phantom dark golden will slowly materialized 3 feet above his head. Chao Kuan closed his eyes carefully, sensing the changes brought by this supreme-grade immortal artifact. What made this thing monstrous was not its direct offensive power, but its terrifying growth potential. As long as he wasn't killed in one shot, it could keep adapting. Moreover, the chaos returning to one art was originally able to forcibly purify the various complex spiritual energies of heaven and earth, converting them into the most primal chaotic chi. The converted chaotic chi constantly tempered his flesh, blood, and bones. Chao Kuan's current cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage. Yet, relying solely on this flesh repeatedly scoured by chaotic chi, his physical strength was already enough to rival a cultivator at the early golden core stage. Now, with the myriad laws returned to stillness, Tao wheel. The wheel analyzes attacks, converts the damage into nourishment, and feeds it back to the body and soul. The chaos returning to one art then absorbs and purifies that nourishment completely. The combination formed a perfect closed loop. Yiting. Chao Kuan sneered and withdrew the wheel back into his sea of consciousness. Earlier that day at the martial arena, Yiting's strike laden with hatred had indeed made him feel a lethal threat. A furious attack from an early golden core cultivator should not be underestimated. But now things were different. With the blessing of the Tao wheel, as long as Su Changhe, that early nascent soul cultivator behind Yiting, did not act, relying solely on Yiting, an early golden core stage cultivator could not do anything to him. In fact, Yiting's attacks would only become free nourishment for Chao Kuan's body tempering. Old bastard, you'd better not provoke me again. If you dare show your head again, I'll crush your golden core too. Meanwhile, behind the main hall of Lianxiang Peak, inside a hidden spirit pool, shrouded in spiritual energy, steam rose, white mist curling. Yu Linglong leaned against the pool wall. Her wet purple hair cascaded loosely over her fair, fragrant shoulders. A few crimson petals floated on the water. Through the swirling mist, her voluptuous, mature figure was faintly visible, exuding a lethal allure. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. Chao Kuan, you damned bastard, worthy of 1,000 cuts. Yu Linglong trembled violently with rage. The ripples under the water spread accordingly, a magnificent sight. At the thought of the smug, self-satisfied look on Chao Kuan's face as he manipulated her at will, Yu Linglong's long, slender legs submerged in the pool involuntarily pressed together, slightly rubbing against each other without her conscious control. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can lord it over me with some crooked tricks? Even if I can't attack you directly, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. I must turn the tide. Yu Linglong let out a cold snort and took an empty, exquisite jade bottle from her storage ring. So you like toying with me, don't you? You like ordering me around, don't you? Fine. A sinisterly cunning smile spread across Yu Linglong's face. She pressed the white jade bottle into the water. Gurgle, gurgle. Pool water poured into the bottle, quickly filling it to the brim. Yu Linglong lifted the bottle and sealed it with a wooden cork. Looking at the bottle of specially prepared spirit spring in her hand, she nodded in satisfaction. Humph. Tomorrow morning I will personally brew you, my rebellious disciple, a pot of fine spirit tea with this excellent water. Let you taste your master's heartfelt kindness. At the thought of Chao Kuan drinking this tea brewed with bathwater, completely unsuspecting tomorrow, the suffocating anger in Yu Linglong's heart finally eased considerably. She could even picture the look on Chao Kuan's face when he learned the truth, nauseated to the point of gagging yet utterly helpless against her. Trying to outsmart me. You're still too green. Yu Linglong sneered repeatedly and put the jade bottle back into her storage ring. In high spirits, she finally had the mind to start circulating her technique and absorb the spiritual energy of the pool. Yu Linglong. Another day had begun. After a full 2 hours of morning practice, the session finally came to an end. Chao Kuan's face was ruddy and his breathing was long and steady. His supreme blazing sun spirit root, combined with the chaos unification art, had converted all the cold energy he had just absorbed into chaos chi. His late foundation establishment stage was growing increasingly stable. On the other side of the bed, Long Qingyue struggled to prop herself up, then reached for the plain white dress scattered at the foot of the bed. MMH. The movement pulled at her sore muscles, forcing a very low cry of pain from her lips. After barely managing to dress herself, Long Qingyue sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. She began circulating her cultivation art to absorb the surging, blazing sun essence within her body. Chao Kuan leaned against the headboard watching Lung Qingyue's breathtakingly beautiful, slightly exhausted face. He reached into his system space and took out the emerald green jade bottle containing the Jade Beast Advancement Pill. Qingyue, don't rush to start circulating your qi. Take this. Lung Qingyue was stunned, obediently stopped circulating her cultivation art and reached out to take the jade bottle. The moment it entered her hand, a warm, smooth sensation spread through her palm. Even through the bottle, she could keenly sense the frightfully immense spiritual energy fluctuation sealed within. What is this? Lung Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she looked at Chao Kuan in confusion. A pill that can raise your cultivation, Chao Kuan said casually. After you take it, it will forcibly elevate you by a minor realm without any side effects. The moment those words were spoken, Lung Qingyue's hand trembled, nearly dropping the jade bottle to the floor. Forcibly raising one's cultivation by a minor realm with no side effects. Such a heaven-defying pill was precious beyond measure. And senior brother Chao was giving it to her so lightly. She hurriedly pushed it back in front of Chao Kuan, shaking her head again and again. No, this is too precious. Lung Qingyue said firmly. You just broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. This is exactly the time you need to consolidate your foundation. You should keep this pill for yourself and take it. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. I can't accept it. Seeing how Lung Qingyue was thinking of him at every turn, Chao Kuan felt very pleased. This girl's taming value was indeed genuine. He hadn't spoiled her all those times for nothing. If I tell you to take it, take it. Chao Kuan put on a stern face, deliberately acting domineering, and stuffed the jade bottle back into her hand. I'm already at the late foundation establishment stage, so this pill is useless to me. Taking it would just be a waste. With that, Chao Kuan suddenly leaned down, brought his mouth close to Lung Qingyue's ear, and said with a wicked smile. Besides, as my cultivation grows higher, the blazing sun essence grows more and more overbearing. With that delicate body of yours, how will you be able to endure it in the future? I'm just taking precautions. If you don't hurry up and raise your cultivation to improve your constitution, and you faint halfway through our next treatment, who am I supposed to complain to? Those shamelessly suggestive words made Lung Qingyue's pretty face flush red all the way to the root of her neck. She lowered her head in shame and indignation, not daring to look into Chao Kuan's eyes. But when she thought about it carefully, what Chao Kuan said actually made a lot of sense. Over the past 2 days, she really had felt increasingly unable to keep up. After every treatment, she felt as though she had just walked through the gates of hell. If her cultivation couldn't keep up as well, she was afraid she truly would not be able to withstand it in the future. At that thought, a warm current surged in Lung Qingyue's heart. Senior brother Chao really was good to her. He had given her even such a precious immortal pill without the slightest hesitation. Lung Qingyue shyly raised her head and took the initiative to lean in. She planted a smacking kiss on Chao Kuan's cheek. Thank you. Her voice was very soft yet filled with complete sincerity. After the kiss, Lung Qingyue stopped being shy and pulled out the jade bottle's cork. In an instant, the rich fragrance of the medicine filled the entire pavilion. Just one whiff made every pore on her body open and her spiritual energy churn. Lung Qingyue hesitated no longer and swallowed the pill that shimmered with emerald light. The pill melted the instant it entered her mouth, turning into a vast, yet gentle medicinal force that spread through her limbs and bones. Lung Qingyue quickly shut her eyes and formed hand seals at high speed. She guided that vast medicinal force through her meridians, repeatedly crashing it against the bottleneck of the late foundation establishment stage. Almost at the same time, Ding detected that Lung Qingyue has taken an advancement pill. Taming value 5. Current taming value 40. As the notification sounded in his mind, Chao Kuan summoned the system panel and glanced at the level progress bar. Novice Beast Tamer level, 98,100. Just 2 points away. Chao Kuan turned his gaze toward the main hall of Lianxiang Peak. Qingyue was breaking through, so he definitely couldn't mess around with her anymore. It seemed that for these last 2 points of experience, he would have to go look for his dear master after all. As the saying goes, when there's trouble, the master steps up. When there's no trouble, well. However, to prevent anyone from disturbing Lung Qingyue's breakthrough, Chao Kuan set up a third-rank defensive formation outside the pavilion before leaving. Afterward, he flew into the air on his sword, heading straight for the main hall of Lianxiang Peak. The moment he landed, an intoxicatingly refreshing tea fragrance wafted out from the hall on the breeze. His master feeling particularly elegant and relaxed today. Not meditating in seclusion early in the morning, but brewing tea here. Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow and strode into the hall. His gaze swept across the room. There before the rosewood jade table in the middle of the main hall, Yu Linglong sat in an elegant and dignified manner. She was wearing an extremely luxurious purple flowing cloud long dress today. The hem of her skirt was layered and overlapping, subtly setting off her plump rounded hip line and slender waist. She heard footsteps. Yu Linglong raised her beautiful eyes. On that stunning face, naturally seductive to the bone, bloomed a charming smile capable of captivating all who saw it. Then she lifted the purple clay teapot on the table and gently poured a cup of steaming spirit tea. My disciple, you're awake. Yu Linglong's voice was alluring to the marrow, her trailing tones drawn out long, carrying an unusual gentleness. Yet from the corner of her eye, she was secretly observing Chao Kuan's reaction. My good disciple, come over here. This morning your master deliberately went to the back mountain and collected the spirit spring dew drop by drop, brewed with this top-grade cloud mist Maojin tea. Come have a taste. How does it seem? Chao Kuan stopped walking. Looking at this phony master before him blooming with smiles and radiating flirtatious charm, he couldn't help sneering inwardly. Nothing good ever comes from sudden offers of kindness. Only yesterday he had forced her to say those humiliating lines, and now she was so calm, even proactively brewing tea for him. There had to be something behind it. If there wasn't some dirty trick in this tea, he'd write his name backward. However, Chao Kuan couldn't be bothered to expose her. After the poison wine incident that Lung Qingyue had brought over last time, he was now extremely confident in the chaos unification art's ability to refine all things. Such a petty trick simply wasn't worth his attention. Moreover, if the tea really had any serious problem, the system would have sent a warning long ago. So Chao Kuan walked without hesitation to the jade table. He plopped himself down onto Yu Linglong's plump soft thighs. Oh! Yu Linglong yelped instinctively, wanting to shove this utterly rebellious disciple away. But for the sake of the revenge plan to come, she forcibly held back. Not only did she restrain herself, Yu Linglong even forced a smile, and acting very cooperatively placed her hands on Chao Kuan's shoulders and gently kneaded them. My disciple, how is it? Is the pressure to your liking? Yu Linglong gritted her teeth, but her voice was still cloyingly sweet. In her heart, however, she had already mentally sliced Chao Kuan into 10,000 pieces. Not bad. Master's skills have really improved. You're becoming more and more like a proper chambermaid. Chao Kuan leaned back comfortably into her embrace. He leisurely picked up the cup of spirit tea from the table and drained it in one gulp. What the hell? Yu Linglong, your desire for revenge is really strong. Who would have thought she could come up with such a revolting dirty trick? Not bad. This tea tastes different from usual. Exceptionally delicious. Master, you really put your heart into it. Hearing Chao Kuan's heartfelt praise, Yu Linglong's hands, which were kneading his shoulders, paused for a moment. Of course it does. Ha ha ha. Yu Linglong laughed wildly in her heart. Even her delicate shoulders couldn't help trembling slightly. The anger from being controlled by him yesterday was released on an epic scale. As long as she thought about how Chao Kuan had drunk an entire cup of her bathwater, Yu Linglong felt comfortable all over, and her mind was clear and at ease. Even Chao Kuan's hateful face began to look much more pleasing to her. As long as my disciple likes it. Yu Linglong suppressed the frenzy of joy within her and the urge to burst out laughing, then leaned down slightly. She brought her breathtakingly beautiful face close to Chao Kuan's ear. Since the tea is this delicious, Yu Linglong extended her slender jade finger and pointed at the still steaming spirit tea on the jade table. There's still more than half a pot left. My disciple, would you like your master to? She blinked playfully, her tone full of complacency. Pour you another cup. There's no need for another cup. Chao Kuan abruptly reached out, pulled Yu Linglong's slender waist close, blew a breath of hot air into her ear, and said with a wicked smile. With that he vanished from her sight. Yu Linglong. Under Yu Linglong's astonished gaze, Chao Kuan directly and domineeringly kissed her luscious, tempting cherry-like lips. Yu Linglong's mind went blank. He knows. This unworthy disciple knew from the very beginning that this pot contained bathwater. Knowing it was bathwater, he still drank it with such relish. After drinking, he wants to kiss her. Heavens! What kind of pervert is this? After a brief stiffness, Yu Linglong finally snapped out of it. An unprecedented wave of shame and disgust surged straight to her crown. She pressed her hands firmly against Chao Kuan's broad chest, pushing with all her might. She dared not use spiritual energy, fearing to trigger the punishment of the brand deep in her soul. She could only resist with sheer physical strength. But Chao Kuan's body, tempered day and night by chaos chi, had long become as hard as stone. No matter how hard Yu Linglong pushed, Chao Kuan's body remained motionless. Listening to Yu Linglong's furious curses, Chao Kuan was not angered but instead laughed. Dirty mouth. Master, that's not right. Such a heavenly treasure. Others beg and plead for even a single drop. Your disciple is a grateful person. How could I waste Master's kindness? As soon as the words fell, a heavenly system notification sound rang in Chao Kuan's mind. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuation in the target. You beast, Yu Linglong, completely broken, experiencing extreme humiliation and absolute submission out of helplessness. Taming value 2. Current taming value 60100. Reward task points 200. Ding. Congratulations. Host experience points overflowed. Level up. Current level junior beast tamer 100,200. Congratulations. Host received level up reward. You beast slot expanded. Current you beast capacity 23. Hearing this series of notifications, Chao Kuan was overjoyed. Finally a level up. With this new slot, that fiery tempered voluptuous little pepper with the supreme blazing fire spirit body could now be put on the agenda. Chao Kuan muttered to himself, his spirits even higher. After a full incense stick's worth of time, Chao Kuan reluctantly ended this tea-scented deep kiss. Yu Linglong bit her red lips, glaring hatefully at Chao Kuan. A fire burned in her chest, yet she could not vent it. She dared not fight, could not out-argue him, and even the underhanded trick of demeaning herself to soak bathwater was turned against her. Yu Linglong had never suffered such injustice in her life. Enough. Chao Kuan straightened his slightly wrinkled robes, his tones suddenly turning indifferent. The tea is drunk, the leaves tasted. Your disciple still has some trivial matters to attend to. I won't disturb Master's cultivation." With that, Chao Kuan turned around without a trace of reluctance. Just as he took a half step, he paused, tilting his head slightly to glance at Yu Linglong from the corner of his eye. "Oh, by the way, Master, feel free to play such little tricks more often. I don't mind." Leaving behind this devastating remark, Chao Kuan strode toward the hall door. 1 step, 2 steps. Watching Chao Kuan's retreating figure grow farther, Yu Linglong's heart ignited a nameless fire. Again, yesterday too, and today again. Having taken all the advantage, leaving her hanging, and then walking away. Am I not the #1 beauty of Qingzhou? Do I have no charm at all? She couldn't let him leave. Without a second thought, her body reacted before her mind. She rose from the couch. Her legs weak, she stumbled and nearly fell, but disregarding that, she gathered her skirt and rushed after him unsteadily. Just as Chao Kuan was about to step out of the hall, a warm jade-like hand grabbed his robe from behind. Chao Kuan halted. Indeed, to deal with such a lofty woman accustomed to control mere force was not enough. One must completely trample her dignity. Chao Kuan did not turn around. Speaking to Yu Linglong with a polite, distant tone, like an outer disciple respectfully addressing an exalted elder. Devoid of any emotion. "Master, is there something else?" No response from behind. Only Yu Linglong's slightly rapid breathing. She couldn't speak. The words of entreaty stuck in her throat like a razor blade, impossible to utter. Chao Kuan had no patience to wait. The trick of playing hard to get required precise timing. He could not leave her any retreat. "No words." Chao Kuan sneered, his tone turning cold. "Since Master has no orders, then your disciple will truly take his leave." With that, Chao Kuan shrugged his shoulder, pretending to forcibly retrieve his robe and stride away. This single move was the final straw that broke Yu Linglong's psychological defenses. "Don't go." Yu Linglong panicked completely. She no longer cared about the dignity of an elder. She rushed forward, hugging Chao Kuan tightly from behind. "Don't go." Her voice trembled violently, thick with tears. The lofty authority of the master was shattered in that moment. "Unworthy disciple. You must not leave." This cheap master of his had finally fallen completely. That lofty, enchanting elder of the Hahuan sect had finally fallen into the mire he had woven. Chao Kuan took hold of Yu Linglong's hands clasped around his waist. He turned slowly. Lifting Yu Linglong's delicate chin, he forced her to look up. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes were now shimmering with tears full of grievance and submission. "Is Master reluctant to part with your disciple?" Chao Kuan's tone was teasing, his fingers lightly stroking her tender lips. This time Yu Linglong surprisingly did not turn her face away. She looked at Chao Kuan's handsome, yet roguish face, her eyelashes trembling violently. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes. A delicate appearance ready to be plucked. The contrast of this aloof master's complete fall was utterly irresistible. Chao Kuan gazed at the exquisite, fully submissive body before him, his Adam's apple bobbing. He leaned down, approaching her ear, and whispered, "Want to cultivate together?" Yu Linglong's face instantly flushed crimson. Even her slender neck blushed a charming pink. Yet she nodded. "All right, Master, don't be nervous. Things easily obtained are often not cherished. So, today I will test you for a day." Yu Linglong was stunned, looking at Chao Kuan with confusion. "Test? You can't do this." "I can." Chao Kuan gave her no room for negotiation, stepping directly over the threshold of the hall. Yu Linglong. He stepped out of the grand hall. Having firmly gotten the upper hand over Yu Linglong sent Chao Kuan into high spirits. Next, it was time to turn his attention to Lu Morong. The little hot pepper had a fiery temperament and held an extremely poor impression of him. Just yesterday in the plaza, she had even drawn her sword against him. Seeking her out now would inevitably arouse her suspicion. Therefore, he needed to wait until her curiosity grew too overwhelming to resist. She would have to come to him voluntarily to probe. Only then could he keep the initiative firmly in his own hands. Once a woman felt a strong curiosity toward a man, it marked the beginning of her downfall. "If you dare point a sword at me, I hope after being bound by the contract you can still maintain that same arrogant demeanor." With his decision made, Chao Kuan ceased pondering Lu Morong. Mounting his sword, he flew directly toward the outer sect of the Hahuan sect. He intended to meet someone. Meanwhile, behind the fragrant lotus peak within the herb garden pavilion, Long Qingwei gradually retracted the spiritual light surrounding her body. She exhaled a puff of turbid air. The white mist congealed into frost in the atmosphere before quickly dissipating. Foundation establishment late stage. Not only had her cultivation officially broken through, but the stubborn cold qi that had plagued her for 20 years was also completely washed away by the immense medicinal power. Her meridians flowed freely, her spiritual energy circulating endlessly. Lung Qingwei could even feel that her supreme ice spiritual physique, after breaking free from the shackles of the cold poison, had undergone a certain degree of sublimation. The pills Senior Brother Chao gave me truly possess such miraculous effects. Lung Qingwei sprang from her bed. Eager to share this monumental news with Chao Kuan at the earliest opportunity, she could hardly contain herself. "Senior Brother Chao?" Lung Qingwei called out, with a heart full of joy. Yet the room was utterly empty. Pushing open the door, she found the herb garden deserted as well. Senior Brother Chao must be attending to some important matter. Lung Qingwei consoled herself internally. He has devoted himself wholeheartedly to curing my illness. I must never become one of those clingy girls and provoke his disgust. Since Senior Brother Chao is absent, I shall first go to the main hall to share the good news with Master. A fresh smile bloomed on Lung Qingyue's face. Master had truly worried herself sick over her cold poison. Now that she was not only cured, but also had broken through, Master would surely be overjoyed to hear of it. At this thought, Lung Qingyue hesitated no longer and mounted her sword, flying toward the main hall. Within the main hall of Fragrant Lotus Peak, Yu Linglong leaned back against the throne behind her rosewood desk. Just then, Master, your disciple Qingyue requests an audience. From outside the hall, Lung Qingyue's crisp voice suddenly echoed. Yu Linglong's delicate frame shuddered. Qingyue, how did this girl manage to show up at such a moment? In her current state, if her disciple saw her, would she not utterly lose face as a master? No. Deny the audience. Yu Linglong opened her mouth instinctively, wanting to refuse. But before the words could leave her lips, Chao Kuen's parting remarks suddenly echoed in her mind. Yu Linglong shivered. If she refused to see Qingyue, given the girl's sharp perception, she would surely sense something was amiss. What if she forced her way in, or what if Chao Kuen discovered this later and used it as an excuse to punish her more severely? Yu Linglong dared not contemplate further. Weighing the two evils, she chose the lesser one. Advance. Yu Linglong strained to make her voice sound entirely normal. The hall doors were pushed open. Lung Qingyue stepped inside briskly, her face radiant with an unusually brilliant smile. Master. She approached the desk and bowed gracefully. Your disciple has successfully broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, thanks to Senior Brother Chao's assistance, the extreme cold poison in my body has been completely eradicated, leaving me with no further worries. Lung Qingyue raised her head, her eyes brimming with expectation as she looked at Yu Linglong, waiting for her master's praise. Behind the desk, Yu Linglong gazed at her most cherished disciple. Under normal circumstances, she would have been overjoyed, perhaps even leaving her throne to take her disciple's hands and examine her thoroughly. But now, all her attention was fixed elsewhere. Good, very good. Yu Linglong forced a stiff smile. Qingyue, your natural talent is exceptional, and to see you achieve such fortune brings this master great comfort. Since you have already broken through, you must guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Yu Linglong put on her master's demeanor and urged her. Hurry back to your cave dwelling to stabilize your realm. Do not linger here. You may withdraw. Just as Lung Qingyue was about to bow and retreat, her peripheral vision caught Yu Linglong's anomaly. Master. Lung Qingyue's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Why is your complexion so poor? Concerned, Lung Qingyue stepped half a pace closer. Did you suffer a cultivation deviation? Have you gone into demonic madness? Yu Linglong was startled. She hastily waved her hand, stopping Lung Qingyue's approach. Nonsense. I am a late-stage golden core cultivator. How could I so easily fall into demonic madness? This master is simply rejoicing on your behalf. Even Yu Linglong found this excuse utterly clumsy. But Lung Qingyue believed her. Having grown up on Fragrant Lotus Peak since childhood, she knew better than anyone how dearly her master cherished her. Seeing her master so overcome with emotion that she had lost her composure, Lung Qingyue felt a sudden sting in her nose. Master. Seizing the moment, Lung Qingyue voiced the other purpose of her visit. Your disciple has come today not only to share joyful news, but also to make a request. Yu Linglong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this girl did not come any closer, all would be well. What is it? Speak. Gathering her courage, Lung Qingyue looked at Yu Linglong with resolute eyes. During the process of treating the cold poison, Senior Brother Chao Kuen and I have developed feelings for one another. Our hearts are perfectly aligned. Senior Brother Chao not only saved my life, but is also the Tao companion I have chosen for this lifetime. I sincerely hope Master will grant our blessings serve as a witness and permit the two of us to formally bind ourselves as Tao companions. The moment these words left her lips, Yu Linglong froze completely. The strange sensation that had been coiling within her body was momentarily forgotten. The phrase bind as Tao companions echoed relentlessly in her mind. Tao companions. Qingyue wished to form a Tao bond with Chao Kuen. Yu Linglong looked down at her beloved disciple, whose face was filled with eager expectation, and suddenly felt a sour ache in her heart. There was also a flash of irritation, as if something that belonged to her were being openly snatched away by another. You wretched Lung Qingyue. If not for you, how could this master have been manipulated by that rebellious disciple? And here you are. Not only has your cold poison been cured and your cultivation raised, but now you dare openly demand a formal status. I haven't even received a title myself. The moment this thought arose, Yu Linglong startled even herself. What is wrong with me? How could I possibly feel jealous of my own disciple? She even wanted to be jealous and competitive. That fellow was a deceitful bastard who betrayed his master and ancestors. Yet emotions were things that scarcely obeyed the reins of reason. Impossible. The word slipped from Yu Linglong's lips almost before she could think. The moment it left her mouth, she realized her reaction had been far too extreme. She then hastily resumed her masterly air, her face turning cold as she reprimanded. This is sheer recklessness. You have just broken through. This is precisely the golden period for refining your cultivation and stabilizing your Tao heart. How can you allow yourself to be entangled by such worldly romantic entanglements? Lung Qingyue felt somewhat wronged. She had never imagined her master would reject her so decisively. After all, it was master who had originally arranged for Chao Kuen to come and detoxify her. But master, Lung Qingyue argued softly, I can still cultivate while being with Senior Brother Chao. My cold poison and even this breakthrough were both achieved with his help. Silence. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong's heart grew even more sour. The path of cultivation requires steady progress, step by step. Guard against arrogance and haste if you wish to travel far and sustain your journey. Do not act in haste under any circumstances. That dual cultivation method, while appearing to be a shortcut, is exceedingly likely to shake your Tao heart and cause you to wallow in desire, giving birth to an inner demon. If you indulge in such practices, how will you ever attempt to break through to the golden core or strive for the nascent soul? This master will absolutely not permit you to ruin your own future. Listening to her master's stern admonitions, Lung Qingyue did not agree inwardly, yet she dared not talk back. She could only tactfully lower her head, feigning an attitude of humble receptivity. But inwardly she muttered, "How does dual cultivation shake the Tao heart? Senior brother Chao was clearly extraordinarily capable. Every time my cultivation would advance, master must simply be afraid that I would become intoxicated by it and neglect my actual training. I will just bring senior brother Chao before master later and demonstrate it properly." Lung Qingyue let the words flow in one ear and out the other, paying absolutely no heed to Yu Linglong's warnings. Seated above, Yu Linglong watched her disciple's outward compliance masking inward defiance, and a wave of helplessness washed over her. This girl had always been so obedient in the past. Ever since she met that bastard Chao Kuan, her boldness has grown increasingly rampant. Now she even dares to treat my words as wind past her ears. What kind of bewitching potion has that bastard poured into her head? How could he make his typically aloof disciple so utterly devoted like this? Qingyue, are you even listening to this, master? Yu Linglong heightened her tone. Your disciple understands. Lung Qingyue quickly snapped back to attention and responded loudly. She raised her head, preparing to say something else to ease the atmosphere. But her gaze inadvertently fell below the jade desk. Master, are you? Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong's scalp tingled. She raised her voice, speaking rapidly. The scent of covering up was almost too obvious. What's all the fuss about? Lung Qingyue blinked. However, out of trust for her master, she did not think deeper. Instead, she felt distressed for her master. Her master was so unsettled about her matters that even pouring tea made her hands tremble. I am truly unfilial. Master, don't move, let your disciple wipe it for you. Lung Qingyue took out a white silk handkerchief from her sleeve, quickly walked around the jade table, and leaned toward Yu Linglong's leg. Damn it, don't come over. I'll never be able to face anyone again. No need. Master can handle it herself. Master, please don't be polite with your disciple. This is what I should do. Lung Qingyue looked stubbornly, holding the handkerchief and pressing it into Yu Linglong's hand. It seemed she wouldn't leave unless she fulfilled her filial duty today. The two, separated by the fox fur coat, engaged in a fierce tug-of-war behind the jade table. Yu Linglong was sweating profusely from anxiety, but dared not exert force, fearing that too much movement would cause irreversible consequences. Lung Qingyue. Yu Linglong finally couldn't hold it anymore. Assuming the authority of a golden core elder, she sternly shouted, Master said no, so no. Go back to your cave dwelling immediately right now and go into seclusion to stabilize your realm. Without my orders, you are not allowed to step out of the cave dwelling for half a step. Lung Qingyue was stunned by the shout. The handkerchief froze in midair. She bit her lip aggrievedly, not understanding why her master had suddenly become so angry. Yes. Disciple will take leave. Lung Qingyue put away the handkerchief and walked out of the hall, looking back every few steps, until the hall door closed again. Only then did Yu Linglong completely collapse on the throne. Too close. Just a little more, and the inner elder of Harmony Sect would have suffered social death on the spot. After a long while, Yu Linglong slowly sat up straight. Her mind recalled the words of Lung Qingyue just now about forming a Tao partner with Chao Kuan. A strong wave of jealousy uncontrollably surged from the bottom of her heart. Form a Tao partner. As if she absolutely must not let Qingyue have any more contact with that rebellious disciple. She must quickly find a Tao partner for this girl. Yes, find a young talent with good family background, high aptitude, and upright character. Marry her off. As long as Qingyue has a Tao partner, she naturally won't think about that little beast Chao Kuan anymore. Outside sect of Harmony Sect scripture depository, Chao Kuan walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back. Outer sect disciples passing by saw Chao Kuan and stopped in their tracks. Senior brother Chao. Damn, it's really him. Isn't he that outer sect waste who was about to die of old age? How did he become so young? Your news is too outdated. He not only regained his youth, but also broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. Yesterday at the training ground, he crippled Yi Fan, who had taken pills, with one punch. Even Elder Yi Ting of the Pill Pavilion couldn't harm him in the slightest, and in the end, Elder Yu Linglong personally came forward to protect him. I heard he even formed a Tao partner with senior sister Lung Qingyue of Lianxiang Peak. This fucking is eating soft rice to the point of having an emperor's bearing. Chao Kuan ignored the shock of these outer sect disciples and walked straight into the scripture depository. The depository had 3 floors. Outer sect disciples could only move on the first floor. In the past, when Chao Kuan's foundation was completely destroyed, he spent almost every day here searching for a remedy to restore his foundation. He rummaged through all the ancient books and fragments, but found nothing useful. However, it was precisely during that down-and-out period that he met someone. Chao Kuan walked through rows of tall bookshelves and arrived at a counter in the deepest part of the depository. A woman in a plain long dress was standing there, carefully arranging jade slips. Her figure was extremely voluptuous. The slightly loose plain dress could not conceal her impressive curves. Her waist was slender, her hips full, and her chest was high. Her long black hair was tied behind her head with a simple wooden hairpin exuding a mature and gentle charm. However, her complexion was unusually pale, and she occasionally coughed softly. Yet her pale face did not detract from her beauty. Instead, it added a touch of endearing fragility. Nangong Wan, the Outer Sect steward of the Outer Sect scripture depository. Back when Xiao Kuan was at his most desperate and self-abandoned, everyone avoided him. Only this gentle woman did not disdain him. She not only often counseled him and encouraged him to regain confidence, but also secretly slipped him some nourishing spiritual medicines many times. Although those medicines were a drop in the bucket for Xiao Kuan's injuries, he always kept this kindness in his heart. Xiao Kuan might not be a good person, but he clearly distinguished favors and grudges. Steward Nangong busy. Xiao Kuan walked to the wooden table, bent his finger, and gently tapped twice on the tabletop. Nangong Wan looked up at the sound. After recognizing the face of the visitor, she was momentarily stunned. Then in her gentle eyes an undisguisable surprise burst forth. Xiao Kuan. Nangong Wan stood up and looked up and down at the handsome and upright young man before her. Everyone outside is saying you've recovered your cultivation. I didn't believe it at first. Now that I've seen you with my own eyes, I'm finally relieved. Nangong Wan's voice was very soft and soothing to hear. She was truly happy for Xiao Kuan. Xiao Kuan felt a warmth in his heart. In this cultivation world, he had seen plenty of deceit and treachery. This kind of pure goodwill was indeed a rare commodity. Xiao Kuan smiled, flipped his wrist, and took out a delicate jade box from his storage pouch. He gently placed it on the wooden table in front of Nangong Wan. Back when I was down and out, I was fortunate to have Steward Nangong's care. This kindness Xiao Kuan has always kept in mind. Nangong Wan was stunned and waved her hand repeatedly. What are you doing? We are fellow disciples. I only did some small things within my power, not worthy of such a generous gift. You have just recovered and need resources now. Take this back. Xiao Kuan did not take back the jade box. Instead, he gently pressed it on Nangong Wan's fair jade hand that was about to push the box back. At the touch of skin, a blush flew to Nangong Wan's cheeks, but she did not immediately withdraw her hand. Steward Nangong, I remember you once said that you suffered a soul injury in your early years, leaving a root cause that has stagnated your cultivation and made your body increasingly weak. Inside this box is a 5th-grade spirit condensing pill. It is specially used to repair soul injuries. It should be able to completely eliminate your hidden trouble. A 5th-grade spirit condensing pill. Nangong Wan looked at the jade box on the table in disbelief. This was a 5th-grade pill. If this were taken to an auction house, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. No, this is too precious. Nangong Wan came to her senses, frantically withdrew her hand from Xiao Kuan's palm, and hurriedly pushed the jade box back. The medicines I gave you back, then even combined, are not worth 1/10,000th of this pill. Xiao Kuan, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this. Just as the two were declining each other, an urgent system prompt sound rang in Xiao Kuan's mind. Ding. Detected top-grade spirit beast. Target name Nangong Wan, age 32, cultivation Qi, refining 9th layer, target constitution, reincarnation, sacred body, comprehensive assessment, supreme, sacred body, rarely found across 10,000 worlds. Fully meets the conditions for jade beast capture. Strongly suggest the host capture immediately. Miss this woman, and the host will regret it for life. Reincarnation, sacred body. Although Xiao Kuan did not know what level of constitution this was, the system's evaluation was rare across 10,000 worlds. This prestige was indeed not small. Xiao Kuan looked at the sickly, gentle older sister before him, who hadn't even broken through Qi refining. A row of question marks appeared on his forehead. Is this damn system starved crazy? As long as it's a good-looking woman with some special constitution, it urges me to capture her as a jade beast. Xiao Kuan is a high-level beast tamer with style and pursuit. He would never lay hands on a seriously ill spirit beast. Besides, even if it's a top-of-the-line A8, you still need to maintain it first before driving. Only then would the shock absorption be perfect. Shut up. I'll decide when to capture. I have my own judgment. Xiao Kuan coldly replied to the system in his heart. He directly ignored the urgent system prompt and pushed the jade box back to Nangong Wan. Steward Nangong, don't refuse. This pill is of no use to me, but for you it is a life-saving item. If you truly feel uneasy, you can repay me after your soul is healed. Nangong Wan looked at Xiao Kuan's sincere eyes, then at the spirit-condensing pill in the jade box that emitted an enticing pill fragrance. Tears finally couldn't help but fall. The agony of the soul injury was known only to herself. The torment day and night, the despair of being unable to advance even a bit in cultivation. She had thought this would be her life, ending her days in this scripture depository. Unexpectedly, a small act of kindness back then had brought an opportunity for a new life. Xiao Kuan. Thank you. Nangong Wan did not fuss anymore and carefully put away the jade box. This pill has potent medicinal power. Xiao Kuan saw her accept it and gently advised, your cultivation is too low now. When you take it, do not swallow the whole pill. It's best to scrape off a little powder and refine it in portions. Do not be impatient. If you encounter any trouble during the refining process or need any help, feel free to come to Lianxiang Peak to find me. Nangong Wan nodded vigorously. I remember. Xiao Kuan waved his hand, turned around, and walked out of the scripture depository. Nangong stood behind the counter watching Chao Kuan's departing back, not taking her eyes off for a long time. Her fingers holding the jade box tightened slightly. On her pale face, an extremely complex blush appeared. Nangong. Meanwhile, inside the spirit pool in the rear garden of a personal disciple's cave dwelling on Baihua, Peak Lu Rumeng soaked in the water. Her fiery red hair was loosely coiled behind her head with a few damp strands clinging to her fair slender neck. The spring water just reached her proud collarbones, and beneath the surface, her full striking curves rose and fell with every breath. I'm so furious. I'm so furious. Lu Rumeng slapped the water in agitation, sending up a great spray. The moment she thought of what had happened earlier that day on the square before the main hall of Lianxiang Peak, her chest tightened with suffocating frustration. She had traveled all that way to stand up for her best friend. And what was the result? That pair of lovers were all sweet affection bound together through life and death, while she had become the meddling villain instead. Chao Kuan, you old lecher. Lu Rumeng uttered the name through gritted teeth. A doddering old coot already on the brink of the grave. Who knows what despicable sorcery he used? Not only has he regained his youth, he has even bewitched Qin Yue to the point of madness. She even said such shameless things in public like, living I am is a dead, I am his ghost. And Qin Yue is a fool too. Usually she seems so clever. How can she lose all her wits the moment she runs into some stinking man? The angrier Lu Rumeng grew the harder she kicked the water with one snow-white leg. Just then the formation light barrier in the rear garden flickered once. A figure dressed in plain white strolled in. Lu Rumeng turned to look. The newcomer was none other than Leng Qingyue. Oh ho! Lu Rumeng crossed her arms over her chest, rolled her eyes, and let out a cold, displeased snort. What a rare guest. Why aren't you keeping your dear Chao Kuan company? What made you decide to come all the way to see me? Leng Qingyue heard the sour, teasing words, but did not take offense. She knew her best friend all too well. The classic sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Drawing her sword in the square earlier was only because she had genuinely feared that Leng Qingyue was being deceived. Leng Qingyue stretched out her long jade-white legs, slipped off her embroidered shoes, and waded through the warm spring water to Lu Rumeng's side, sitting down close beside her. Ripples spread across the water as two exquisite figures drifted alternately close and apart beneath the surface. Don't be angry, Rumeng. Leng Qingyue extended a slender arm, hooked it through Lu Rumeng's, and gently shook it twice. Her voice was soft with a coaxing tone. Lu Rumeng turned her head and found the sight even more infuriating. She raised a fair, delicate forefinger and poked Leng Qingyue squarely on the forehead without the least courtesy. How can I not be angry? I only meant to sound out that Chao Kuan for you. But you practically threw yourself at him, and on top of that you shielded him in front of everyone. Lu Rumeng's voice grew louder as she spoke, her chest heaving violently. Qingyue, can't you just wake up? Others may not know what kind of lowlife Chao Kuan used to be, but you do. His spiritual roots were destroyed and his lifespan was nearly exhausted. Now he suddenly appears this young, and his cultivation has recovered. This absolutely is not normal. Lu Rumeng grew even more agitated as she spoke, her fingers stabbing hard through the air. He must have used some extremely vicious evil art to cloud your mind. It's not too late to pull back from the brink. Keep this up, and by the time he drains your primordial essence dry, you won't even have a place to cry. Facing Lu Rumeng's rapid-fire accusations, Leng Qingyue did not argue. Instead, she silently activated her cultivation technique. The next moment, the tremendous pressure of a late Foundation establishment cultivator erupted from Leng Qingyue, without reservation, surging through the entire spirit spring. Boom! The once tranquil spirit spring instantly roiled into surging splashes. The white mist was blown apart by that ferocious wave of qi. Lu Rumeng stared in disbelief at her best friend who was right beside her. The shock in her heart was beyond measure. Foundation establishment. Late stage. Lu Rumeng stood up and seized Leng Qingyue's wrist, sending her spiritual sense into Leng Qingyue's body. Her spiritual power was abundant. Her meridians were wide, sturdy, and resilient. But most crucial of all, your cold poison. It's completely gone. Lu Rumeng knew Leng Qingyue's physical condition better than anyone. That extreme cold poison which had entrenched itself in her body for 20 years had left even elder Yu Linglong, a late golden core cultivator, utterly helpless. Every time it flared up, Leng Qingyue suffered unbearable pain. But now Leng Qingyue's body was completely clear of it. Not only that, her supreme great eye spirit body seemed to have been tempered to a certain extent, becoming even purer than before. This. How is this possible? Lu Rumeng sank back into the water and stared blankly at Leng Qingyue, feeling her entire worldview collapsing. Had it been less than a single day, she had gone from mid-Foundation establishment to late Foundation establishment, and even eradicated a 20-year chronic affliction along the way. Rumeng, now do you believe me? Leng Qingyue took Lu Rumeng's hand and returned her gaze sincere. All of this is thanks to senior brother Chao. It was he who used his own blazing yang essence to dissolve the cold poison in me. It was also he who gave me an extremely precious pill to help me break through my bottleneck. Senior brother Chao is not a bad person. His feelings for me are sincere. Lu Rumeng listened blankly to Leng Qingyue's words, her mind racing. Blazing yang essence. A pill. Her reason told her. That old outer sect man, once regarded as trash, could not possibly possess such means. Yet the truth was right before her eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. Lu Rumeng struggled to calm the shock within her. That man was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He was hiding an earth-shattering secret. To make Qingwei undergo such earth-shaking changes in just half a month, such methods could only be called heaven-defying. Lu Ruming's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Her earlier anger and disdain had now been completely replaced by curiosity. She desperately wanted to know, just how had that man named Chao Kuan done it? What kind of person was he really? Qingwei. Before Lu Ruming could finish her words, she suddenly sensed something strange. She lowered her head. She found Lung Qingyue's beautiful eyes fixed unblinkingly on her chest. In Lung Qingyue's gaze there was more than a trace of envy. She looked down at herself. Though hers could be considered reasonably developed compared with Lu Ruming's, they were more than one level behind. No wonder senior brother Chao said my body was weak and couldn't bear it. So this was the gap. Lu Ruming felt uneasy all over under Lung Qingyue's unguarded stare. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively raised her hand to cover her chest. Qingyue, where are your eyes looking? Lu Ruming scolded coquettishly. Lung Qingyue snapped back to her senses, and a blush swept across her cheeks. She suddenly reached out with both hands, scooped up a handful of warm spring water, and splashed it right into Lu Ruming's face. Can't I just admire your figure? Lung Qingyue rarely showed such a coy girlish manner. Caught squarely by the splash, Lu Ruming wiped the water from her face. Oh, so now that your cultivation has improved, you've grown bold too, have you? Just you wait, I'll deal with you today. Refusing to be outdone, Lu Ruming struck out with both hands, and sent a huge wave of water splashing toward Lung Qingyue. Oh! Lung Qingyue gasped, and turned to flee. The two peerless beauties frolicked and wrestled without restraint in the steaming spirit spring. Their crisp, cheerful laughter echoed through the rear garden of the cave dwelling. In the midst of their play, Lu Ruming secretly made a decision. She would personally go and meet that man named Chao Kuan. She wanted to see for herself just how deep were the skills of this man who could bewitch Qingyue so completely and produce heaven-defying pills. Lu Ruming. The water vapor gradually dispersed. Lung Qingyue rose to her feet in the warm spring. Droplets slid silently over her fair, delicate skin. She lightly lifted a slender hand, and a plain white long dress draped neatly over her body. Ruming, I'll head back first. Lung Qingyue fastened her sash and turned to look at Lu Ruming, who was still blowing bubbles in the water. Lu Ruming rolled her eyes and waved dismissively. Go on, go. Hurry back to your sweetheart, and stop being an eyesore here. Lung Qingyue pressed her lips into a soft smile, then soared into the air on her sword. Only when that streak of light had completely vanished beyond the sky did the disdain on Lu Ruming's face fade. She leaped out of the water, and the crimson gauze dress instantly clung to her voluptuous body. I'd like to see just what heaven-defying methods this old lecher really has. Lu Ruming's hands moved rapidly through hand seals. A faint translucent halo enveloped her entire body. This was the unique aura concealment art of Baihua Peak. Once used, her presence vanished completely so thoroughly that even divine sense could hardly detect her. She was utterly confident in this secret art. Calculating the time, Lung Qingyue must already be 10 li away. Lu Ruming tapped her toes and rose on her sword hanging far behind. At Lianxiang Peak in the pavilion of the medicine garden, Chao Kuan had just returned from the outer sect scripture pavilion. He was lounging comfortably on a soft couch on the second floor. He called up his system panel, eyes sweeping through the store. Oh, found it. Beast luring incense, 500 task points. It can greatly stimulate the instinctive craving of special constitutions and has a remarkable effect on uncontracted jade beasts. Exchange. Gazing at the small wooden box that suddenly appeared in his hand, Chao Kuan curled a mischievous smile. This incense was prepared exclusively for Lu Ruming. He had just put away the wooden box when the sounds of breaking air came from outside the pavilion. The door was pushed open. Lung Qingyue walked in swiftly, carrying a pleasing faint fragrance, and threw herself straight into Chao Kuan's arms. Senior brother Chao. Lung Qingyue raised her head, her cold fair face full of joy. My realm has fully stabilized. Even my ice spirit body has become much purer than before. Chao Kuan naturally pulled her slender waist closer, his fingers gently toying with her soft hair. Stabilized is good. Did you go see master? At the mention of Yu Linglong, Lung Qingyue's eyes dimmed slightly. She pressed her face against Chao Kuan's chest and said in a muffled voice, I did. But master won't agree to let us become Dao companions. She scolded me and said dual cultivation would shake my Dao heart, telling me not to be held back by romantic attachment. Chao Kuan almost laughed out loud. Well, this master he had gotten so easily was secretly jealous of her own disciple, wasn't she? What a small mind. It's fine. Chao Kuan patted Lung Qingyue's back, his tone gentle. These things take time. There's no rush for Dao companions. Master is thinking about your cultivation. Take it slow, one day she'll agree. Lung Qingyue nodded obediently. The disappointment in her heart was instantly smoothed away by Chao Kuan's gentleness. But Chao Kuan shifted the conversation, his palm sliding slowly down her waist and squeezing a soft mound. Since the cold poison is gone and your cultivation has broken through, shouldn't junior sister give me some compensation? Lung Qingyue's cheeks flushed crimson. She closed her eyes in shyness. 1 hour later. Just as Chao Kuan was about to go for a hat trick, a crisp chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected crimson flame spirit beast within 20 meters of the host. Chao Kuan froze. Damn, it really came fast. But since the audience was in position, the show had to be spectacular. Chao Kuan pulled Lung Qingyue to her feet. Lung Qingyue opened her eyes full of confusion. Senior brother, the spiritual energy inside this room is too stifling. You've just broken through. Your ice spirit body needs to merge with the more natural heaven and earth spiritual energy. Let's cultivate outside. Lung Qingyue was stunned. Outside, in broad daylight, in the medicine garden. Even though no one usually came to this back mountain, this was just too. But Lung Qingyue was still hesitating when Chao Kuan, allowing no argument, took her hand and led her out of the pavilion. Outside the medicine garden, within the shadow of a towering ancient tree's crown, Lu Rumeng had concealed all her aura and stared hard at the direction of the pavilion. Seeing the door open and Chao Kuan walk out holding Lung Qingyue's hand, Lu Rumeng's eyes flew wide. What was this old lecher about to do? The next second, she witnessed a scene that utterly shattered her worldview. Chao Kuan simply sat down by the jade table in the courtyard, pulled Lung Qingyue into his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her. After 2 symbolic struggles, she went limp in his arms and allowed him to do as he wished. Hiding in the tree, Lu Rumeng's face was so red it looked like it would drip blood. Shameless. Filthy. In broad daylight, he actually. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush down and chop Chao Kuan in two with one sword strike. Just then Chao Kuan's fingertips moved slightly. A wisp of colorless, odorless beast luring incense blended into the air and spread silently. Immediately, the chaos unity art inside Chao Kuan's body began to circulate. Overbearing blazing sun essence emerged from his body, collided with the extreme cold aura on Lung Qingyue, and intermingled. One yin and one yang, 2 utterly different forces entwined in midair, transforming into waves of white mist that shrouded the 2 figures in indistinct shapes. A breeze blew by. A wisp of the scattered white mist drifted toward the canopy where Lu Rumeng hid. Lu Rumeng had been about to turn away, unwilling to look at that eye-searing scene anymore. Suddenly she trembled all over. That wisp of mist entered her body with her breath. Her originally calm, crimson flame spirit body instantly boiled over like dry wood meeting a blazing fire. So hot. Lu Rumeng clutched her chest tightly. An unprecedented restlessness arose from her dantian and swept through her whole body. Her legs went weak beyond control, and she could barely stand by leaning against the rough trunk. The leaked blazing sun essence held a fatal allure for her crimson flame spirit body. It was like a traveler who had been thirsty in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights suddenly discovering a clear spring. Every cell in her body screamed crazily, get closer to him. Absorb that power. This. What is this? Lu Rumeng gasped heavily. Fine sweat beaded on her forehead. She forced her spiritual power into circulation, trying to suppress the strange restlessness. But her crimson flame spirit body simply wouldn't obey. It greedily caught every trace of the blazing sun essence drifting over in the air. Her gaze passed through the white mist. Lu Rumeng saw clearly that Lung Qingyue had her eyes closed, greedily absorbing the spiritual power Chao Kuan was sending into her. With the influx of spiritual power, Lung Qingyue's originally slightly unsteady late foundation establishment aura was visibly condensing and becoming thick and solid. Lu Rumeng was dumbfounded. She finally understood why Lung Qingyue's cold poison had been cured, why she could break through in just a few short days, why her always aloof and proud best friend was so utterly devoted to this man. This was by no means some evil harvesting technique. This was the most supreme dual cultivation method. That overbearing and pure blazing sun essence was simply the ultimate tonic that every special constitution dreamed of. If she were the one absorbing that power. No sooner had the thought surfaced than Lu Rumeng broke out in a cold sweat. Crazy. What am I thinking? Reason finally overcame instinct. She bit her lower lip hard. It was not until she tasted a hint of blood that she barely recovered a trace of clarity. She couldn't stay any longer. If she continued watching, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist rushing down, pushing Lung Qingyue aside, and taking her place. Lu Rumeng turned around with difficulty, preparing to slip away quietly. The moment she turned, Chao Kuan stopped moving. He raised his head lazily, his gaze piercing through the dense white mist and landing with pinpoint accuracy on the canopy where Lu Rumeng was hiding. Their eyes locked. Lu Rumeng's heart skipped a beat. Thump. Found out. Lu Rumeng held her breath and froze. Impossible. She immediately dismissed the guess in her mind. This concealment art was one of the top secret techniques of Baihua Peak. Even a cultivator at the early golden core stage wouldn't be able to detect her existence as long as she didn't use spiritual power. How could Chao Kuan, only a late foundation establishment cultivator, see through it? It must be a coincidence. He just happened to look over. Lu Rumeng comforted herself. But the pressure in that glance weighed down on her heart like a great mountain. She no longer dared to stay. Suppressing the heat inside her body, she activated the secret art and fled Lianxiang Peak as if running for her life, returning to her own cave dwelling. Lu Rumeng stumbled through the stone door and without looking back activated the formation to maximum power. Leaning against the icy stone door, she gasped for air. Her originally flowing crimson gauze dress was now soaked through with cold sweat and stuck wetly to her striking curves. Damn it. Damn it. Lu Rumeng walked to the jade bed and sat down cross-legged. She forced herself to close her eyes, hoping to quiet her restless heart through cultivation. But no matter what, it simply didn't work. As soon as she closed her eyes, the scene outside the medicine garden flooded her mind. Lu Rumeng opened her eyes in irritation. The restlessness in her body not only refused to subside, but grew more intense. She lowered her head to stare at her trembling hands. In her mind, what refused to fade was that final glance Chao Kun had cast at the canopy. The leaves on the treetop were still gently swaying as Chao Kun averted his gaze. The system notification rang in his mind right on schedule. Ding. Target spirit beast Lu rooming under the dual influence of beast alluring incense and solar yang essence is currently in a perfect capture state. Host go at once to tame her. Chao Kun curled his lip. This damn system was even more anxious than he was. A faint ripple of spiritual energy came from his arms. Lung Qingyue had finally completed the final circulation cycle. Her red lips parted slightly as she let out a long breath of turbid qi. The breath quickly condensed in the air, turning into white mist laced with ice crystals, then dissolved in the breeze. Those once cold and aloof eyes were now shimmering with watery light and brimming with spring warmth. She had no idea that moments ago a flustered onlooker had been hiding in the treetop. Nor did she notice the lingering beast-alluring incense in the air. Senior Brother Chao. Lung Qingyue's voice was hoarse, yet carried a syrupy texture unlike her usual self. She felt no shame about dual cultivating with him in the medicine garden in broad daylight. Instead, she proactively stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Chao Kun's neck. I never imagined that cultivating outdoors where heaven and earth's spiritual energy converge would be several times more effective than inside the pavilion. Lung Qingyue closed her eyes, feeling the surging spiritual power within her body. My ice spirit body feels unprecedentedly smooth and clear. It is as if some invisible shackle has been broken. Chao Kun looked down at the docile little kitten in his arms. The cold, lofty fairy who once stood above him with a drawn sword. Now she clung to him like a lovesick young wife who had tasted forbidden sweetness. This extreme contrast of pulling the unattainable flower down from her pedestal immensely satisfied Chao Kun's vanity. Outdoor spiritual energy may be mixed, but it wins by being closer to the natural great Tao. Chao Kun slowly stroked her smooth back. You just broke through to late foundation establishment, so you need this vast natural qi to wash your meridians. See, your senior brother made the right call. Lung Qingyue believed him without a doubt and nodded firmly. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. As soon as she finished speaking, another crisp notification rang through Chao Kun's mind. Ding. Detected that the jade beast Lung Qingyue has greatly deepened her trust and attachment toward the host. Taming value fixed 5. Current total 45 points. Bonus quest points 500. Current quest point balance 8,700. The smile at the corner of Chao Kun's mouth deepened. He was only 5 points away from the 50-point silver gift pack. He was already scheming in his head about what position to try next or what little prop to use to completely fill the final stretch of the progress bar. But now was not the time to press his advantage. Lu Rumeng was still waiting for him to tame. If he was too late and the drug's effect wore off, the golden opportunity would be lost. Chao Kun bent down, sliding his arms under Lung Qingyue's knees and back. In a princess carry, he scooped her up horizontally. Lung Qingyue let out a startled gasp and instinctively tightened her arms around Chao Kun's neck. Back at the soft couch on the second floor, Chao Kun gently set Lung Qingyue down. Qingyue, regulate your breathing and stabilize yourself for a while. Chao Kun didn't even blink when he lied. That dual cultivation session just now also gave me some insights. The solar yang essence inside me is a little restless, so I need to find a quiet place to go into seclusion and digest it. Hearing that Chao Kun was leaving a clear trace of reluctance flickered deep in Lung Qingyue's eyes. Subconsciously, she reached out with slender fingers and grabbed the sleeve of Chao Kun's robe. They had just finished cultivating together, and now they were about to party. Her heart felt strangely hollow. But only for an instant. Lung Qingyue forcefully suppressed that clingy impulse. She bit her lip and tried hard to appear magnanimous. Senior brother's cultivation is what matters. I will regulate my breathing here in the pavilion and won't go anywhere. Just come find me directly once you come out of seclusion. Lung Qingyue's loving young wife demeanor almost made Chao Kun unable to resist giving her another round of deep treatment. No, time was pressing. If he did it again, it would take at least 2 hours. If he was too late, what if that little chili pepper lost control and ended up breaking herself? As a beast tamer, he had a duty to save every spirit beast struggling alone in pain. Be good. Chao Kun leaned down and softly kissed her forehead. Then he turned and strode out of the pavilion. The moment the door closed, the gentle warmth vanished from Chao Kun's face. He directly summoned the green serpent sword. With a whoosh, he shot straight toward Baiwa Peak. Baiwa Peak. It was only a few dozen li from Lianxiang Peak. This was the peak with the most intersect female disciples in the Hawan sect. All over the mountain were countless exotic flowers and rare herbs with fragrance lingering year-round. On ordinary days, this was a holy land that countless male disciples dreamed of. Chao Kun retracted his flying sword and landed behind a hidden crag. Relying on the system's precise positioning of spirit beasts, he quickly found Lu Rumeng's personal disciple cave dwelling. The cave dwelling was built on a cliff halfway up the mountain. 2 massive stone doors were tightly shut. On the surface of the stone doors, a pale red formation light barrier was flashing violently. Judging by the fluctuation frequency of the light barrier, it had clearly been activated from the inside at maximum power. What, guarding against thieves? Chao Kun sneered. This formation might stop others, but it couldn't stop him. He walked up and pressed his palm against the formation's light barrier. The chaos returned to one, art quietly circulated within his body. It forcibly drew out and assimilated the spiritual energy that composed the formation. Within the span of only 3 breaths, the seemingly indestructible light barrier was torn open into a gap barely large enough for one person to pass through. Chao Kuan slipped through sideways. The gap closed quickly behind him without making the slightest sound. The moment he pushed open the heavy stone door, an astonishing wave of heat blasted into his face. The air inside the cave dwelling was almost frighteningly scorching. Even the surrounding stone walls had been baked faintly red. The effect of the beast-alluring incense was even greater than he had imagined. Chao Kuan softened his footsteps and followed the direction of the heat wave toward the inner chamber deep within the cave dwelling. At this moment, Lu Rumeng was curled up on the jade bed. So miserable. Under the catalyst of the beast-alluring incense, the instinctive craving of her blazing flame spirit body had completely drowned her reason. She was now like a volcano on the verge of eruption, desperately in need of an outlet. Chao Kuan stood at the entrance of the passageway, quietly savoring the scene. Her figure was indeed more impressive than Qing Yue's, but he didn't rush forward. When taming a hawk, you have to wait until the hawk is completely exhausted before making your move. Lu Rumeng writhed on the jade bed. Suddenly her nose twitched. That scent. Lu Rumeng followed the direction of the scent and saw Chao Kuan at the passageway entrance at a glance. You. Lu Rumeng opened her mouth, wanting to curse the culprit who had brought her to such a state. But her body made exactly the opposite response. The instant she saw Chao Kuan, the blazing flame spirit body inside her completely boiled over. Every single cell screamed wildly, "Go over." Lu Rumeng. Lu Rumeng lifted her head, looking at Chao Kuan, who was so close. Tears slid down her flushed cheeks. The last shred of remaining reason made her feel an unprecedented humiliation. Her body's instinct, however, made her humbly reach out and grab the corner of Chao Kuan's clothes. Chao Kuan looked down at her from above. He slowly crouched down and pinched Lu Rumeng's delicate chin. "Junior sister Lu, in the middle of the night you pay me such a grand courtesy. I, your senior brother, am unworthy of it." Lu Rumeng couldn't take in what he was saying at all. Feeling the icy touch from Chao Kuan's fingertips, she let out a comfortable sigh. Like grabbing a lifeline, Lu Rumeng desperately wrapped both arms around Chao Kuan's arm. She pressed her burning cheek against it, rubbing greedily. "Save me. Is your spirit body on a rampage?" She gritted her teeth. From mid-foundation establishment, she directly advanced to late foundation establishment. The crimson flame spirit body had undergone an unprecedented forging, turning incomparably pure. This feeling of power soaring left Lu Rumeng lost in confusion. Chao Kuan's original late foundation establishment cultivation unexpectedly loosened again. He was only one step away from forming a core. Ding. Detected Lu Rumeng. Targets current emotions: humiliation, confusion, murderous intent, subconscious dependence. Initial 10 points. Reward task points 1,000. Reward task points 3,000. Only 10 points. Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow. This little chili pepper was indeed fiery. Even after all this, she still plotted to kill him. But it didn't matter. Once on Chao Kuan's pirate ship, there was no getting off. Chao Kuan tilted his head, looking at Lu Rumeng, who was like a dead fish. He reached out, lifted a strand of her red hair, and toyed with it between his fingers. "What? Already turning your back on me?" Chao Kuan said teasingly. "When you were begging for me earlier, you didn't look so lifeless." Hearing such an insulting remark, Lu Rumeng turned her head and stared at Chao Kuan with murderous eyes. "I'll kill you. Old lecher. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Kill me." Chao Kuan laughed as if he had heard an enormous joke. He suddenly leaned down close to Lu Rumeng's ear. "With what will you kill me? With your newly broken through late foundation establishment cultivation? Or are you going to use your special body to kill me?" Chao Kuan sneered, his tone suddenly turning cold. "Remember your current identity. From today, you are no longer a personal disciple of Baihua Peak. You are merely my jade beast. Do you understand?" Lu Rumeng felt as if struck by lightning. How could she, a distinguished personal disciple of Baihua Peak, be reduced to someone else's spirit pet? "You dream." Lu Rumeng roared, using all her strength to sit up. But as soon as she moved, a piercing pain shot through her dantian. "Aunt!" She screamed and fell back onto the bed. This woman changed her face faster than turning a page. Just now she wasn't putting on this act of a chaste maiden. "Junior sister Lu, have you not yet figured out the situation?" Chao Kuan looked at Lu Rumeng frivolously, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Just now you were the one who threw yourself at me. Ooh, I couldn't push you away. I kindly helped you suppress the rampage of your crimson flame spirit body, and even went to the trouble of helping you break through to late foundation establishment. Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Lu Rumeng trembled with anger. Benefactor? After ruining her innocence, he still called himself a benefactor. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? "Shut up." Lu Rumeng turned her head away, unwilling to look at Chao Kuan's disgusting face. Tears finally could not be held back, spilling from her eyes and sliding down the corners. "It was your doing. You used underhanded tricks. Baihua Peak will not let you go." Lu Rumeng gritted her teeth, playing her final trump card. "If my master learns what you've done to me, she will surely extract your soul and refine your spirit." Invoking her master. This was the only lifeline she could grasp now. The Peak Lord of Baihua Peak was a mighty golden core late-stage cultivator, just like Elder Yu Linglong. She didn't believe she couldn't deal with Chao Kuan. But after hearing this, Chao Kuan not only didn't fear, but laughed out loud. Late golden core. Wasn't his own good master Yu Linglong exactly that? Besides, if this got out only by Hua Peak, would be disgraced. Fine, go ahead and report me. Let's see whether your master first strikes me down or first cleans house by getting rid of you, a shameless personal disciple who took the initiative to seduce the steward of the herb garden. Chao Kuan couldn't be bothered with more words. To deal with this wild horse reasoning was useless. He needed to put a harness on her. With a thought, he opened the 10,000 Worlds Mall. His gaze swept quickly across the dazzling array of goods. Soon he found his target. Jade Beast Ring, price 500 task points. Description: exclusive item for beast tamers. After equipping it, forcibly establishes a master-servant soul contract with the Jade Beast. The Jade Beast's life and death rest on the beast tamer's whim. Cannot be destroyed by external force, cannot be removed by oneself. Chao Kuan glanced at the task points balance in the upper right corner, 11,200. He had gained a lot from taming Lu Rumeng just now. A mere 500 points was nothing. Exchange, he muttered in his mind. Ding. Deducted 500 task points. Exchange successful. Current task points balance, 10,700. A flash of light. In Chao Kuan's hand appeared a pitch-black metal ring out of thin air. The ring's surface was engraved with complex dark red formation patterns, exuding a chilling aura. Chao Kuan weighed the beast ring in his hand. The metal felt cold and heavy. He walked again to the jade bed. Sensing Chao Kuan's approach, Lu Rumeng instinctively shrank back against the inner side of the bed. You? What are you going to do? She saw the black ring in Chao Kuan's hand. Although she didn't know what it was, her intuition told her it was definitely nothing good. Chao Kuan didn't waste words. He struck out directly, grabbing Lu Rumeng's ankle. Lu Rumeng. Let me go. Lu Rumeng cried out, her legs kicking restlessly as she struggled to break free. But Chao Kuan's physical strength, tempered day and night by the primordial unity art, had long surpassed the limits of an ordinary late foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Rumeng's feeble strength could not budge him in the slightest. With a single flex of his arm, Chao Kuan yanked her from the inner side of the bed. Lu Rumeng lost her balance and fell onto the jade bed face up. Before she could scramble up, Chao Kuan was already upon her, one knee pinning her legs and his left hand pressing firmly down on her shoulder. Don't move. If I hurt you, senior brother will be heartbroken. While murmuring such flirtatious words, Chao Kuan's right hand unhesitatingly brought the pitch-black beast ring toward Lu Rumeng's slender pale neck. Click! A crisp metallic snap resounded in the stone chamber. The beast ring locked perfectly around Lu Rumeng's neck. It fit snugly, neither affecting her breathing nor allowing any possibility of slipping off over her head. The icy touch of metal against her skin sent goosebumps across Lu Rumeng's entire body. The moment it clicked shut, the dark red array patterns on the surface of the beast ring suddenly lit up, radiating an eerie crimson glow. Then, Lu Rumeng felt a violent buzz in her skull. A domineering, mysterious power surged from the beast ring around her neck and savagely crashed into her sea of consciousness. The power was utterly unreasonable, forcibly branding a complex rune deep within her soul. The instant the rune took shape, Lu Rumeng could clearly sense that a strange connection had been forged between her and this man before her. An absolute, irresistible sense of submission spread from the depths of her soul. Even the late foundation establishment spiritual energy she had just broken through became utterly docile under the suppression of this power. This? What is this? See. Lu Rumeng was completely panicked. She clawed desperately at the black beast ring around her neck, her nails scraping against the metal with an ear-piercing screech, even drawing blood. But it was all in vain. The beast ring seemed to have grown into her flesh, immovable. Lu Rumeng's eyes filled with an unprecedented terror. It was an absolute fear of the unknown, of losing all self-control. Don't waste your strength. Chao Kuan released his grip, straightened up, and looked down at Lu Rumeng's futile struggles. This thing is called the Jade Beast Ring. Once it's put on, unless I personally remove it for you, you'll never take it off for the rest of your life. Even if the peak master of your Baihua Peak came, she could only stare helplessly. Lu Rumeng stared blankly at Chao Kuan, her hands hanging limply at her sides. Her lips trembled violently, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Don't be scared. Chao Kuan squatted down and reached out to pat Lu Rumeng's pale cheeks. It's just a little toy to teach you some rules. As long as you obediently listen, it's merely a slightly special ornament. Besides, it actually looks good with that ragged red dress of yours. Chao Kuan's tone halted, his gaze instantly turning icy. But if you disobey, or ever dare to harbor murderous intent against me. He extended the index finger of his right hand and lightly traced an explosion gesture before Lu Rumeng's forehead. Bang! Chao Kuan made the sound with his mouth. All it takes is a thought from me. This pretty head of yours, along with your soul, will burst like a smashed watermelon, splattering into a mess of rotten flesh. Red and white splattered all over the walls. The scene Chao Kuan depicted was too bloody and vivid, frightening Lu Rumeng into a shudder. The rune that had just been branded deep in her soul was now throbbing faintly, leaving Lu Rumeng with no doubt whatsoever about the truth of Chao Kuan's words. She had no doubt that as long as this man wished, she could be obliterated in soul and body at any moment. He had savored enough of the terror in Lu Rumeng's eyes. Chao Kuan stood up and turned to walk toward the tunnel entrance. I'll give you one day to think it over. With his back to her, his voice echoed in the empty stone chamber. Either accept reality obediently and become my jade beast, or let me detonate it and turn you into a mess of rotten flesh. The stone door slowly slid open. The night wind from outside drifted in carrying a chill. Tomorrow night roll yourself to the herb garden behind Lianxiang Peak. Chao Kuan issued his final ultimatum. Don't make me come and get you myself. If I have to take matters into my own hands, the consequences will be beyond what you can bear. With that he strode out of the cave dwelling. The heavy stone door slammed shut behind him, sealing off all moonlight and night wind. The stone chamber fell into deathly silence once more. Only a night pearl in the corner cast a faint cold glow. Why? Why has it come to this? Lu Ruming hugged her knees, burying her face deeply in her arms. Desperate sobs gradually rose in the sealed stone chamber. She was a direct disciple of Baihua Peak, a favored daughter of heaven. Yet in a single day she had lost her chastity and been reduced to another man's spirit pet. Even life and death were no longer in her own control. As she wept, Lu Ruming suddenly stopped. She recalled the utterly devoted look on Lung Qingyue's face in the square earlier that day. A terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. Could Qingyue also be wearing something like this? Is that why she obeyed that lecherous old man so docilely, even going so far as to defy her fellow disciples in public? No, that's wrong. Qingyue's neck was perfectly clean, nothing there. She carefully recalled every detail of Lung Qingyue. Suddenly she remembered. On Lung Qingyue's ankle was tied a purple bell. That bell was exquisitely made, emanating a faint ripple of spiritual energy. At the time she had teased Qingyue for being so wild. Could it be? That purple gold bell was also something like this beast ring. Lu Ruming touched the cold, rough black iron ring around her neck. A wave of inexplicable grievance surged in her heart. Why did Qingyue get to wear such a pretty purple bell, and even on her ankle as an ornament? But she had to wear this black iron ring stuck tightly around her neck. Could it be? Only by being obedient could she exchange the beast ring for something else. Was it because Qingyue had been obedient that she received that pretty bell? Once this thought took root, it grew wildly in Lu Ruming's mind like weeds. Tomorrow night. The herb garden on Lianxiang Peak. What should she do? Going meant completely abandoning her dignity and acknowledging her identity as a jade beast. Not going meant the annihilation of her soul, turning into a mess of rotten flesh. The weeping in the stone chamber grew louder. Tears fell with a patter. She didn't want to die. She was only 25, having just broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, and her brilliant path of immortality was only just beginning. But to be reduced to that shameless old lecher's spirit pet. Lu Ruming's fingers clenched tightly around her ragged red dress. In her mind, the exquisite purple gold bell on Lung Qingyue's ankle and the cold rough iron ring around her own neck flashed alternately again and again. I'm not afraid of death. Lu Ruming murmured to herself in the empty stone chamber, her voice choked with tears. I just don't want to wear this ugly thing. Lu Ruming. Leaving Baihua Peak, the night was already deep. Chao Kuan streaked across the night sky on his flying sword, heading straight for the main hall of Lianxiang Peak. Reckoning the time. A full 6 shurchen had now passed. Those 6 shurchen had been a trivial matter to Chao Kuan, but for Yu Linglong. Haha. Chao Kuan conjured the scene in his mind, and his grin stretched from ear to ear. Standing on the white jade steps outside the main hall, Chao Kuan made no move to enter. Instead, he silently extended his divine sense into the hall. Behind the red sandalwood and jade desk, Chao Kuan withdrew his divine sense and could not help giving a mental thumbs up. This bargain master really could take it. Truly worthy of a golden core stage grand cultivator. He's back. Yu Linglong instinctively tried to rise to greet him, but her legs had gone numb, and she fell back onto the throne. She dared not make a sound, so she could only stare fixedly at the heavy hall door, waiting for Chao Kuan to push it open. And yet, the man outside stopped. A moment later, Chao Kuan's voice, tinged with lazy exhaustion, came through the door with perfect clarity. Today has been truly exhausting. I spent so long healing Qingyue, then made a round of the outer sect, and burned through a great deal of spiritual energy. Forget it, he said. It's the dead of night, so I won't disturb Master's cultivation. I'll go back to the herb garden and sleep first. I'll deal with it tomorrow. With that, the sound of footsteps turning away came from outside the door, gradually fading into the distance. Inside the hall, Yu Linglong's mind buzzed, and she was left utterly stunned. Gone. He was actually leaving. I suffered here for 6 full shurchen. Even when my disciple came to pay respects, I forced myself through it, while risking utter social death. Now I've finally waited for you to come, and you say you're tired and want to go back to sleep. Chao Kuan. The grievance and despair in Yu Linglong's heart exploded at once. She no longer cared about the dignity of an elder nor the weakness in her legs. Crawling off the throne on all fours, she stumbled toward the hall door. Boom. The heavy hall door was pushed open from within. Yu Linglong fell onto the threshold, raised her head, and found herself face to face with Chao Kuan's faintly teasing smile. Chao Kuan had never left. He stood just 2 steps away from the door. Master, it's so late. Why haven't you retired? He looked at her with unhurried ease, his tone brimming with mockery. Seeing the mockery in Chao Kuan's eyes, Yu Linglong knew all too well that she had been fooled by that scoundrel again. But she no longer had the strength to be angry. She pressed her cheek against Chao Kuan's chest. She nuzzled him, then nuzzled him again. Don't go. Yu Linglong's voice was hoarse and thick with tears. The tears at the corners of her eyes only flowed harder. Just now outside the door, I heard you say Qingyue came by during the day. Chao Kuan asked, knowing full well. At the mention of Lung Qingyue, Yu Linglong, who had been greedily savoring the moment, stiffened. The image from earlier that day in the main hall, her disciple declaring that she would become Chao Kuen's Dao companion, surged back into her mind. A thick wave of jealousy rose uncontrollably. A flicker of resentful melancholy passed through Yu Linglong's eyes. She bit her rosy lips, and her voice dripped with cloying, bone-melting sweetness and unmistakable envy. Why does Master even ask? Your precious junior sister came before me during the day and put on quite a haughty show. Yu Linglong stretched out her slender fingers and drew circles on Chao Kuen's chest. She said not only had the cold poison been fully dispelled, but her cultivation had also broken through. She even swore solemnly that in this life she would marry none other than Master. And she asked me to take charge and allow the two of you to formally become Dao companions. At that point, Yu Linglong's eyes reddened again. She clutched Chao Kuen's collar tightly, her tone laced with grievance and urgency. Master, you can't agree to her. Chao Kuen arched an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, why can't I agree? Junior sister Qingyue has extraordinary natural talent, and she possesses a supreme-grade ice spirit body. Now she is utterly devoted to me. A Dao companion this perfect would be hard to find even with a lantern. Yu Linglong grew frantic. She immediately straddled Chao Kuen's lap and cupped his face in both hands. What does she know? Yu Linglong hastily disparaged her own disciple. She's used to being cold and aloof, so she knows nothing about serving anyone. Besides, with that supreme ice spirit body, she's so fragile, she can't possibly withstand your favor, Master. Master only needs Linglong. Yu Linglong drew out her words, making them so sickly sweet that one's bones nearly melted. She leaned in on her own and pecked Chao Kuen on the lips. Linglong will obey Master in everything. I'm more sensible than she is, better at serving you, and my cultivation is higher too, so I can stay with you longer. Master, won't you just ignore her? Hearing this, Chao Kuen nearly burst out laughing. Good grief, this was insanely competitive. A dignified great cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, just to win his favor, was viciously tearing down her own personal disciple behind her back. If word of this ever got out, she would disgrace the entire Harmony Sect. Chao Kuen reached out and pinched Yu Linglong's cheek, deliberately teasing her. Oh, an elder of the Harmony Sect, the foremost beauty of Qingzhou. How could you be jealous of your own good disciple? Seeing that she had been seen through, Yu Linglong's cheeks flushed crimson. But she could not bear to let go of Chao Kuen's neck. Instead, she hugged him even tighter. Linglong is just jealous. Yu Linglong threw caution to the wind and admitted it outright. She buried her face in the crook of Chao Kuen's neck, her voice muffled. It was me first. It was I who offered myself to Master in the first place to save her. Why, now that her sickness is cured, does she get to snatch the title of Master's woman? I don't even have that title yet. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved Yu Linglong felt. Why should she be the one tormented half to death, while that little wretch could openly demand the status of Dao companion? No, absolutely not. Chao Kuen watched Yu Linglong's anxious, possessive, lovesick manner and sighed inwardly. This woman was completely done for. Still, this alone was not enough. The fire of this jealous battlefield still needed another log. Chao Kuen sighed, his tone carrying a hint of lingering reminiscence. Master, those words do Qingyue an injustice. Qingyue may be a little frail, but she excels at obedience. Chao Kuen deliberately lowered his voice. This afternoon outside the herb garden, she was very well behaved. Whatever I told her to do, she did. That submissive manner of hers pleased this master of yours greatly. Outside the herb garden, in the courtyard, Yu Linglong could hardly believe her ears. That cold, proud Lung Qingyue, who would draw her sword at the mere extra glance from a male disciple, had actually been willing to do something so shameless in broad daylight. An overwhelming sense of crisis engulfed Yu Linglong. Lung Qingyue, you want to take my place? Dream on. Today I'll make Master see exactly who understands him best. Fierce fighting spirit blazed within Yu Linglong. She yanked down the purple dress, half slipped from her shoulder. Whatever she can do, Linglong can do too. What she can't do, Linglong can do as well. Master, today Linglong will show you the arts of a Harmony Sect elder. With that said, Progress 5. Current 65,100. Reward quest points 500. Current quest point balance 11200. Hearing the series of notification chimes, Chao Kuen was in an excellent mood. He had not only won over Lu Ruming, but had also pushed Yu Linglong's progress bar forward by a large margin. Life really was becoming more and more promising. Yu Linglong. The sun had long since climbed high into the sky. Chao Kuen opened his eyes and found Yu Linglong fast asleep beside him, clinging to him like a devoted little cat with her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. More than half of her body was already pressed against his chest. Sensing the change in Chao Kuen's breathing, Yu Linglong's eyes snapped open at once. In those beautiful peach blossom eyes there was no authority befitting a Golden Core elder, only an overwhelming devotion and longing so potent it seemed ready to spill over. Master. She tilted her head back and called out in a soft, tender voice. She nuzzled her cheek against Chao Kuen's chest. How did Linglong perform last night? Much better than that cold girl, right? Thinking back on the previous night, Chao Kuen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This woman had truly lost herself completely. As a powerhouse at the late stage of Golden Core cultivation, she had deployed every secret technique the Harmony Sect possessed in a desperate bid for his favor. The complexity of her methods left even Chao Kuen, educated in modern times, thoroughly impressed. Yet what he cherished most was watching her waver between hope and anxiety, so he merely offered a perfunctory response, not bad. Those two words clearly failed to satisfy Yu Linglong. What do you mean not bad? She protested, sitting up with an expression full of dissatisfaction. That green girl, Qingwei, who's never even held a man's hand. What would she know about catering to someone? Could she possibly match Linglong's skills? Master is showing favoritism. If Master is dissatisfied, Linglong can. Just as Yu Linglong began to writhe her serpentine waist preparing for their morning routine, a violent shockwave erupted from the defensive formation surrounding Lianxiang Peak. Two powerful spiritual energy presences burst through without concealment, shattering the outer barriers and surging straight toward the main hall. Yu Linglong froze mid-movement, killing intent radiating from her eyes with no attempt to hide it. What tremendous audacity! How dare they interrupt this intimate moment between her and Master at such a crucial time? All the seductive atmosphere she had so carefully cultivated was ruined in an instant. She rose swiftly. Gathering her spiritual energy, she manifested a fresh purple elder's robe upon her body. In the blink of an eye, she shed all traces of her previous tenderness and resumed the dignified bearing befitting a golden core elder of the Hahuan sect. Chao Kuan meanwhile remained unfazed as he sat up and draped his outer robe over his shoulders. With a thunderous crash, the heavy palace doors were blasted open by a ruthless burst of fire attribute energy. The twin wooden doors slammed against the walls, producing a deafening roar. Chao Kuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze cutting through the grand hall and settling upon the exterior. Upon the white jade steps stood a man and a woman. The man was none other than Yi Ting, an elder of the Dan Pavilion, whose grandson had been crippled just days prior and who had himself been grievously injured by Yu Linglong. His face was deathly pale, and his spiritual presence unsteady, clearly still recovering from his wounds. Beside him stood a woman clad in an ostentatious crimson gold ceremonial robe adorned with ornate pearls and jade ornaments, her beauty striking yet marred by a sharp, cruel quality. She radiated the cultivation pressure of someone at the mid-stage of Golden Core. Yimei, Yi Ting's elder sister, and the dual cultivation partner of Su Hechang, an intersect elder at the nascent soul realm. Spying Yu Linglong emerge, a flicker of apprehension crossed Yi Ting's eyes. He shrank behind Yimei momentarily before summoning enough courage to straighten his posture. Yimei's gaze swept over Yu Linglong with disdain, a cold sneer curling her lips. Elder Yu, what immense pride you carry, Yimei said haughtily. My brother merely presided over the life and death arena according to protocol, yet you dared strike him with such lethal force. Do you truly believe Lianxiang Peak monopolizes authority within the Hahuan sect? Yu Linglong stood upon the upper steps, looking down upon the pair with icy contempt. Protocol. I am the protocol of Lianxiang Peak. Yi Ting dared harbor murderous intent toward those under my protection. The fact that I spared his wretched life is mercy beyond measure. What have you come specifically to collect your debts today? Yimei's expression darkened. She was accustomed to bullying others with the shadow of Su Hechang's prestige, and no one dared refuse her. Yet this Yu Linglong dared openly defy her. Yu Linglong, spare me your pretentious elder's heirs. Hand over Chao Kuan immediately. Let my brother cripple his limbs and extract his soul. Should you comply obediently, my husband Su Hechang will let this matter rest. Otherwise, once Changhe emerges from his cultivation, I dare say your Lianxiang Peak will be unable to withstand the wrath of a nascent soul powerhouse. In her estimation, invoking Su Hechang at the early stage of nascent soul cultivation would terrify any late-stage Golden Core elder. Not to mention a mere disciple, or even a concubine, was hardly worth provoking a nascent soul expert over. Yu Linglong listened, then suddenly burst into laughter. The sound grew louder, echoing through the grand hall with unmistakable mockery. Yimei felt a chill crawl up her spine, her brows knitting together as she barked. For what are you laughing at? Yu Linglong stifled her laughter, her eyes suddenly sharpening to a terrifying edge. Hand him over. You dare demand such a thing. Has Elder Su's vision failed him in his old age? He couldn't even keep his own pet leashed, yet dares come prowling to Lianxiang Peak like a rabid dog. Yu Linglong's mind was consumed with how to impress Chao Kuan. Seizing an opportunity to curry favor, these two had practically delivered themselves to her as stepping stones. She extended a slender jade finger pointing at Yimei and unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Let alone that you are merely Su Hechang's dual cultivation partner. Even if Su Hechang himself appeared in person, not a single hair on his head would you dare touch. Get out of Lianxiang Peak, now. Both Yimei and Yi Ting stared in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. They could scarcely believe what they had just heard. Had this woman lost her mind, daring to disregard an elder of nascent soul cultivation entirely? Yet deep within the main hall, Chao Kuan, who had been stepping outward, found the whole spectacle thoroughly amusing. This convenient master of his was quite adorable when guarding her territory. Indeed, the higher the taming value, the more remarkable the difference. He adjusted his robes and sauntered leisurely toward Yu Linglong. His hand naturally settled around Yu Linglong's lush, alluring serpentine waist. Upon feeling his touch upon her hips, the fierce Yu Linglong's body went pliant all at once. She leaned her entire weight against him with extraordinary docility. Witnessing this scene, Yimei's suspicions were confirmed beyond doubt. These two were undoubtedly engaged in an improper relationship. A shameless strumpet, as I suspected. Yimei pointed at the immodest master and disciple, shrieking in apoplectic rage. An intersect elder wielding real authority, yet consorting with her own disciple, indulging in lust during broad daylight. Such disgraceful conduct has brought shame upon the Hawan sect's millennia-old reputation. Today I shall cleanse the sect's housekeeping and slaughter this little beast myself. Facing Yi Mei's venomous curses, Chao Kuan wrinkled his nose and cast a casual glance. He eyed Yi Mei sideways and idly added, "When I say little beast, who exactly am I insulting?" Yi Mei, consumed by blind fury, answered without thinking, You little beast." Half a second later, Yu Linglong, still leaning against Chao Kuan's embrace, could contain herself no longer and burst into laughter, her hand covering her crimson lips. Even her gaze toward Yi Mei now carried an edge of sympathy. Yi Mei stood frozen, her sluggish mind finally processing the logical trick embedded in her own words. Her already contorted face turned ashen in an instant. "Hey Art, you sharp-tongued dog. Since Yu Linglong refuses to discipline you, this madam will teach you a lesson in her stead." Yi Mei could no longer restrain herself. Her golden core mid-stage cultivation surged to full activation. She raised her hand and swept it forward, condensing a whip of crimson flames into existence midair. The whip, radiating scorching heat, tore through the air and struck directly toward Chao Kuan's face. Yet facing this vengeful blow from a mid-stage golden core powerhouse, Chao Kuan merely stood firm, making no effort to dodge. Within his heart, he understood completely that such trivial matters hardly warranted his intervention. "Daring to lay a hand on my man before my very eyes, you seek death. You seek death." Yu Linglong raised her hand and closed her fingers around empty air. Bang! The crimson long whip, condensed from the spiritual energy of a mid-golden core cultivator, was violently crushed by a terrifying force less than 3 feet from Chao Kuan's nose. Yi Mei's arrogant expression froze on her face. Her proud killing blow had been shattered with a single hand by Yu Linglong. This was not merely an absolute suppression of realms. It was an insurmountable chasm of power. Yu Linglong gave Yi Mei no chance to catch her breath. Violet light swirled around her body. The next instant, her voluptuous figure was already before Yi Mei. Yi Mei's face twisted in shock as she instinctively tried to retreat and muster her spiritual energy for defense. Too late. Yu Linglong extended her fair slender hand, fingers spread wide. She seized the ornate, luxurious crimson gold hair bun atop Yi Mei's head and yanked downward with brutal force. Yi Mei felt a searing pain across her scalp, her neck forced back as her body stumbled forward uncontrollably. Chao Kuan, who had been watching the show from behind, raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but silently click his tongue in amazement. This cheap master of his had quite the ferocious, crazed beauty vibe when she fought. Paired with that voluptuous killer figure, it carried a strangely alluring charm. Yu Linglong's expression remained icy as she raised her other hand, aiming directly at Yi Mei's well-maintained face. She swung her arm in a full arc. Smack! An earth-shattering slap cracked through the empty space before the main hall like a thunderclap. Half of Yi Mei's face twisted violently from the impact, blood spraying from the corner of her mouth. Smack! Yu Linglong landed another backhanded slap. Smack! 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 No magic was used at all. It was pure raw physical force. Only the crisp, rapid sound of slaps echoed outside the hall. "How dare you run wild on my fragrant Grace Peak? How dare you insult me? How dare you show me such disrespect?" Yu Linglong snarled in a sharp, charming voice while raining down slaps. She had originally wanted to say, "How dare you insult my master?" But with potential eavesdroppers lurking about, she swallowed the words back. Yi Mei was slapped dizzy, her eardrums ringing. Jade hairpins and tasseled ornaments shattered and scattered across the ground, her golden hair in wild disarray. Several back teeth mixed with blood flew from her mouth and bounced off the white jade steps. Yi Ting on the side finally snapped out of his shock. "Poisonous woman, release my sister." Yi Ting's eyes blazed crimson as he forcefully suppressed his own unhealed wounds. A ball of eerie green poison flame condensed in his palm and shot toward Yu Linglong's back. Yu Linglong didn't even turn her head. Still gripping Yi Mei's hair, she kicked her right leg backward. Her purple skirt fluttered, revealing a stretch of breathtakingly fair, slender leg. Bang! The heel of her flowing cloud boot slammed into the center of Yi Ting's chest with a piercing sonic boom. Crack! The sound of shattering sternum was unmistakable. The poison flame in Yi Ting's palm scattered instantly. His entire body was blasted back over 100 feet, crashing heavily into the white jade pillar at the edge of the square. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood mixed with shredded internal organs, his eyes rolling white as he completely passed out. Only then did Yu Linglong release Yi Mei's hair with disgust. Deprived of support, Yi Mei's legs gave way and she collapsed onto the steps. Yu Linglong raised her foot, and the purple flowing cloud boot ruthlessly pressed down onto Yi Mei's hideously swollen face. Yi Mei's cheek was crushed and deformed, humiliation surging straight to the crown of her head. MGH. She desperately channeled her spiritual energy, trying to break free. "Stay still." Yu Linglong let out a cold snort, unleashing the full oppressive might of her late golden core peak aura. Boom. Yi Mei's vision went black, she spat out another mouthful of blood, and was pinned down, utterly unable to move. Yu Linglong loomed over her, killing intent chilling in her gaze. At that moment, Chao Kuan's words suddenly flashed through her mind. "You have to squeeze every bit of value out of him. When resources throw themselves at you, take them without hesitation." Yu Linglong's foot paused mid-motion. Right. She had been so caught up in venting her anger that she nearly forgot the real business. She muttered inwardly. That foolish girl Qingyue who had never even held a man's hand would never know how to plunder wealth for their master. This was Yu Linglong's advantage. She could not only fight, but also amass riches for her master. With that thought, Yu Linglong bent down and seized Yimei's frantically struggling right hand. What are you going to do? Yimei stammered in terror, her words slurred. Yu Linglong ignored her completely, roughly yanking off the top-grade storage ring set, with a pigeon blood ruby, from Yimei's middle finger. Then she straightened up and grasped at the air. Whooshed! Far away, the bronze-colored storage ring on the unconscious Yi Ting's finger flew off, as well landing in Yu Linglong's palm. Storage rings secured. Yu Linglong didn't spare Yimei another glance, casually stepping over her. She turned and faced Chao Cohen. Her earlier dominance and ruthlessness instantly faded. Replaced by a fawning, seductive demeanor, she hurried to Chao Cohen's side and presented the two glimmering storage rings before him. Master, Yu Linglong's lips barely moved as she transmitted her voice. Linglong has not forgotten your teachings. These spoils of war, they are all yours. Watching Yu Linglong wag her tail and seek praise like an obedient pet, Chao Cohen was greatly pleased. This woman was getting into her role faster and faster. He unceremoniously reached out and slipped both storage rings into his sleeve. Then Chao Cohen raised his right hand, pinching Yu Linglong's smooth, delicate chin, his tone casual. Well done, master. Much more sensible than last time. At Chao Cohen's personal praise, two intoxicating blushes bloomed on Yu Linglong's fair cheeks. Without a shred of shame before outsiders, she pressed her cheek against Chao Cohen's palm and nuzzled it affectionately. This entire scene landed squarely in the eyes of Yimei, who had just struggled to lift her head from the ground. With half her face swollen, she lay sprawled on the cold stone slabs, staring fixedly at the man and woman on the steps above. Her mind went completely blank. That was Yu Linglong, the peak master of the Joyous Union sect, known across the entire Qingzhou cultivation world for her merciless methods, erratic temper, and ruthless cruelty. And she was now fawning over a disciple begging to be touched. The infatuation and ingratiation in those eyes were more servile than even the basest furnace vessel of the Joyous Union sect. What in the world was going on? Yimei felt a violent surge of blood rushing through her chest. The agony of her flesh was nothing compared to the sheer psychological rupture. She couldn't understand it, and she couldn't accept it. In that moment, her entire worldview came crashing down. Be bitch. Yimei gritted her teeth, staggering to her feet from the ground. All traces of her earlier arrogance were gone. Her once splendid crimson gold Dharma robe was not only soaked in blood and filth, it was also torn open in several places, revealing bruised skin beneath. She knew she had kicked an iron board today. Yu Linglong was an absolute madwoman, and that disciple named Chao Cohen exuded a chilling, sinister aura. If she stayed any longer, she might not just be robbed, she would truly die here. Yimei staggered over to Yi Ting, shoved a heart-protecting pill into his mouth, then grabbed him and hauled him up. Before leaving, Yimei turned her head and shrieked at the top of her lungs through her toothless, whistling mouth. Yu Linglong, Chao Cohen, you shameless pair of dogs. Once Changhe emerges from seclusion, I'll make sure you both die without a burial place. With that, terrified that Yu Linglong might chase her down for another beating, Yimei bit her tongue, forced out a drop of vital blood, and desperately activated a life-saving flying artifact. Dragging the half-dead Yi Ting along, she fled Fragrant Grace Peak in utter disgrace. Watching their fleeing backs, Yu Linglong let out a cold snort, her eyes brimming with contempt. Don't be afraid, master. Yu Linglong spoke softly, her tone brimming with absolute confidence. With Linglong here, even if that old scoundrel Su Changhe truly emerges from seclusion, I won't let him lay a single finger on you. If he dares to come, I'd sooner self-detonate my golden core and still make sure he loses a layer of skin. Chao Cohen felt the warm, fragrant softness in his arms and smiled a knowing smile. Afraid. The word didn't exist in Chao Cohen's dictionary. So what if he was early nascent soul? Before a cheat like him, he was just an oversized XP pack delivered right to his door. If he actually dared to come, Chao Cohen would knock even his false teeth out. Chao Cohen sent a wisp of divine sense into the two storage rings in his sleeve. Inside Yi Ting's ring were piles of mid-grade and high-grade spirit herbs, along with dozens of bottles of impeccably refined foundation establishment and core formation pills. The alchemy hall elder's wealth was indeed dripping with oil. Yimei's ring was even more luxurious. Neatly stacked medium-grade spirit stones filled the space. A rough glance put them at over 100,000. In the corner, over a dozen radiant top-grade spirit stones were even being nurtured in a formation. Aside from that, there were also several defensive and offensive artifacts of remarkable quality. Chao Cohen was ecstatic. Inside this hall was an absolute win. Last night, he had absorbed the pure scarlet flame primordial yin that Lu Rumeng had accumulated over 20 years, already standing at the doorstep of the Golden Core stage. And now, with this astonishing windfall as a safety net, breaking through the barrier and forming his Golden Core tonight was all but guaranteed. Once he stepped into the Golden Core stage, his body and soul would undergo another qualitative ascension, and the true might of the myriad Dharma return to stillness. Tao wheel could finally be unleashed. By then, who would be the hunter and who would be the prey was anyone's guess. Lung Qingwei. Baiwa Peak. From dusk until now, Lu Rumeng had paced back and forth in the stone chamber no fewer than 300 times. Her long fair legs shifted restlessly beneath the hem of her skirt. How could I, a proud direct disciple of Baiwa Peak, ever Ever bow my head to that lecherous old fiend, she said through gritted teeth. Then she walked with practiced ease to the bronze mirror at her dressing table. She gathered her freshly loosened long hair and pinned it up again. Not quite satisfied with the look, she took it down once more. She tried another hairstyle only to undo it as well. In the end, she settled on a casual ponytail that made her face appear slimmer, accentuated her bright, delicate features, and yet did not look deliberately styled. After fussing over her hair, she opened her wardrobe, which was stuffed with magical robes. She pulled out the fiery red gauze mini dress that was always the most provocative piece in her collection. She held it against her proud curves. No, too flashy. It makes me look like I'm chasing after him. She switched to another garment. A plain one. No, that makes me look like I'm going to a funeral. What if that bastard doesn't so much as glance at me? In the end, she fussed for nearly half an hour. In the end, she still picked up the crimson gauze dress that best complemented her skin tone. The mirror reflected a figure of breathtaking, tantalizing beauty. Lu Ruming stared at herself in the bronze mirror and suddenly realized something. She looked down at the comb in her hand, then at the dress she had just changed into, and then at the smooth, glowing skin she had just polished with Baihua dew as if laid out on the stone table. What am I doing? She hurled the comb to the ground with force. It bounced twice and rolled into a corner. Lu Ruming stood still, her chest heaving violently. Lu Ruming bit her red lips. Resignedly, she crouched down, silently picked up the jade comb and put it back on the table. I'm not going to see him, and I'm certainly not going to grovel at his feet. She muttered to herself in the mirror, frantically brainwashing herself, yet her voice grew softer and softer. I'm going to investigate. For Qingyue, right? There's definitely something wrong with the bell on Qingyue's ankle. I need to ask him about it in person. She adjusted her collar, then smoothed her skirt to hug her hips more closely. And, by the way, I want to see if there's any way to exchange this ugly thing. Qingyue's purple gold bell is quite pretty. After finally discovering this flawless excuse in her heart, Lu Ruming decisively activated the formation of her cave, dwelling eagerly soared into the sky on her sword and flew toward Lianxiang Peak. A stick of incense later, Lu Ruming quietly landed in front of the pavilion in the herb garden. She walked up to the door, hesitated for a moment, and raised her fair hand to knock. But her hand froze in midair, and she forced it back down. No. For Lu Ruming to take the initiative to knock. Wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting she had come for a rendezvous? That would make her seem cheap. Lu Ruming stepped back 2 paces, crossed her arms beneath her chest, pushing that proud mound into even greater prominence, and lifted her chin. Wait. She would just stand here and wait. Let that bastard sense her presence and come out to invite her in. However, a quarter of an hour passed. A full hour passed. There was no movement at all from the pavilion. Even the chirping of insects seemed to mock her. Lu Ruming's anger climbed bit by bit. This bastard. He forced me to come. He gave me one day to think it over, told me to come on my own. I'm here. So where is he? Is toying with me that funny? Lu Ruming stamped her foot in fury and turned to leave. Yet she couldn't move even half a step. The beast collar around her neck reminded her every moment of her current identity. The investigation was a lie. Even the excuse about Qingyue was a lie. Chao Kuan had made the consequences of not coming clear. A single thought from him could annihilate her soul. Lu Ruming felt so aggrieved that her eyes reddened. She stood frozen in place, caught between advancing and retreating. Just when she was so furious that she was about to split that broken door with a sword slash, the moonlight above her was blotted out in an instant. The sky above Lianxiang Peak churned as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. Within a radius of 100 li, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged upon Lianxiang Peak like mad. In the pitch-black clouds, faint purple-gold lightning serpents slithered. The ground began to tremble. The spiritual herbs in the garden, usually standing tall, now bent low and pressed themselves against the earth under the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth. Is this heavenly tribulation? Someone is forming a golden core. Lu Ruming jerked her head up and traced the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations. Even from a distance of several hundred zhang, she could clearly make out that figure. Chao Kuan was sitting cross-legged in the center of the white jade plaza. Piles of mid-grade spirit stones shattered and disintegrated around him, their spiritual energy turning into visible streams of light that were frantically absorbed into his body. In the corner, there were even a few top-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy around him was also draining at a terrifying rate. A storm of spiritual power swirled around his body, its color impossible to name. It contained the reddish gold of blazing solar essence interwoven with a gray aura that surged and tangled within. The two utterly different forces devoured and merged with each other, forming a colossal cocoon of spiritual power that wrapped around Chao Kuan's entire body. Yu Linglong stood 10 zhang away, straining to maintain a barrier of spiritual power, isolating the aftershocks of the tribulation lightning and the overflow of the spiritual storm within the confines of the plaza. This prevented them from affecting the other structures on Lianxiang Peak. Boom! Before Lu Ruming could think further, the first tribulation thunderbolt had already taken shape. It crashed down from the 9 heavens in fury. A pillar of purple gold lightning descended from the clouds, carrying world-destroying heavenly might, and slammed toward Chao Kuan. Lu Ruming's heart pounded violently. She knew all too well the power of that thunderbolt. If it had been her, even defending at full strength, one strike would have left her severely wounded. But Chao Kuan did not move. The instant the thunderbolt slammed down, an ancient gray Dao wheel appeared above his head. The purple gold lightning struck the wheel, bursting into a sky full of lightning that cascaded down upon Chao Kun. Then the wheel let out a low muffled hum and began to turn slowly. It analyzed. It transformed. The wheel of myriad laws returning to stillness converted the tribulation damage Chao Kun suffered into nourishing essence that tempered his flesh and soul in proportion. Ten zhang away, Yu Linglong's red lips parted slightly, her peach blossom eyes brimming with disbelief. This? What rank of artifact is this? It can actually devour the heavenly tribulation and feed it back to its master. As a great cultivator at the late Golden Core stage who had cultivated for over 300 years, she had seen countless extraordinary treasures. But an artifact that could consume the heavenly tribulation as if it were a meal was simply unheard of. After the shock, Yu Linglong's cheeks flushed. This was her master. Even the heavenly Tao itself had to grovel before him. How could she not be madly infatuated with a master like this? Tonight, once her master succeeded in forming his golden core, she would put on an exceptional performance, using every trick in the book on him. Compared with Yu Linglong's fervor, Lu Ruming, standing outside the herb garden on the rear peak, was completely dumbfounded. That bastard. Lu Ruming swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Yesterday in the herb garden, he was clearly only at the late foundation establishment stage. And today he's forming a golden core. Such a cultivation speed could no longer be described as genius. This was simply monstrous. Before Lu Ruming could recover from her shock, the tribulation clouds in the sky churned again. Rumble. The second, third, and fourth tribulation thunderbolts came one after another. The rhythm quickened, each bolt more violent than the last. The entire Lianxiang peak was illuminated as bright as day. The wheel of myriad laws returning to stillness spun faster and faster as the tribulation lightning struck down. The more times it was subjected to the same type of attack, the more adapted the wheel became. By the time the third tribulation bolt fell, the wheel had even stopped humming. It was like a bottomless pit devouring whatever came its way. Chao Kun's aura climbed step by step, the outline of his golden core growing clearer and clearer. The terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power finally alarmed the person inside the herb garden pavilion. Creak. The wooden door of the pavilion was pushed open hastily. Lung Qingyue, dressed in plain white sleeping robes, rushed out from inside. Clearly she had been startled out of her cultivation by the commotion of the tribulation thunder. The moment she dashed out, Lung Qingyue saw a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in an eye-catching red gauze gown, standing right outside her door. Rumble, why are you dressed like that in the middle of the night? Lu Rumling was still in the shock of having her worldview repeatedly crushed. Suddenly hearing her best friend's voice behind her, she jolted with fright. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover the beast collar around her neck. I was drawn here by the tribulation thunder. Lu Rumling forced herself to stay calm and tugged at her collar. And to see you, of course. Faced with such a clumsy lie, Lung Qingyue, whose mind was completely occupied with Chao Kun, did not immediately become suspicious. She stepped forward, her gaze passing over Lu Rumling to the distant main hall. It's senior brother Chao. My senior brother Chao is about to form his golden core. Lung Qingyue's eyes gleamed with astonishing brilliance, and her tone was filled with undisguised pride. It was as if the person forming the golden core was not someone else, but herself. Lu Rumling twitched at the corner of her mouth at the expression on Lung Qingyue's face. The exact look of, my husband is the best. She was just about to say something. Then suddenly, boom. A fifth bolt of purple gold tribulation lightning tore across the night sky. Its pale white glow instantly illuminated the herb garden where the two stood. In the flash of lightning, Lung Qingyue's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Ruming's neck, a fair, slender, swan-like neck. Around it was a dark metallic ring. Rummo, what is that around your neck? Lung Qingyue's smile gradually faded. She knitted her delicate willow leaf brows and asked with some confusion. Is this some new magical artifact? Why is the design so strange? And it looks so familiar. It's nothing. Lu Ruming hastily raised her hand to cover her neck. It's just an ornament. The explanation was feeble. Magical artifacts in the cultivation world either shimmered with spiritual light and ethereal airs, or were ancient and restrained, imbued with Tao rhythm. Who would wear a black iron ring that looked like a chain clasp around their neck as decoration? And Lu Rumling was someone who loved beauty more than anything. Every accessory on her was a refined and luxurious magical treasure. Most crucial of all, Lung Qingyue's brows furrowed slightly. She finally remembered why the black ring seemed so familiar. Her master had without question worn an identical black metal ring. At the time she hadn't paid attention, thinking it was some new artifact. But now, the exact same thing appeared around Lu Ruming's neck. Lung Qingyue began to feel that something was terribly wrong. Under the moonlight, the two women locked eyes. Lu Ruming opened her mouth wanting to say something, but no words came out. Because no matter how she explained, it wouldn't make sense. Silence spread between them. Only the purple gold bell at her ankle was stirred by the night breeze, letting out an extremely faint, crisp ring. Lung Qingyue lowered her head. She looked at the delicate, tiny purple bell on her own ankle. Then she raised her head and looked at Lu Ruming, who was desperately covering her neck, her face full of panic and guilt. Finally, she looked toward the main hall. Over there were senior brother Chao, who was undergoing tribulation, and her master, who had been keeping watch all along. An utterly absurd thought grew like wild grass in Lung Qingyue's mind. Her master wore a black ring. Her best friend also wore a black ring. She herself wore a purple gold bell. Senior Brother Chow had said this bell was an artifact to suppress the cold poison. Then what were those two black rings? Why would Ruming show up at Senior Brother Chow's herb garden gate in such a beautiful red dress in the dead of night? Why was the look in Ruming's eyes when watching Senior Brother Chow form his golden core so complicated? Lung Qinghua stood under the moonlight. The cold night wind made her feel a chill. She pressed her lips, which had grown slightly pale, and murmured to herself in her heart, "So, it's not just me, is it? Lu Ruming." Just as Lung Qinghua's mind was in turmoil, and she sank into deep thought. Boom! The ninth and most terrifying pillar of purple gold thunder, a 10,000 zhang thunder dragon bearing fangs and brandishing claws, crashed down with the savage force of tearing the heavens apart straight toward Chao Kuan in the center of the square. This time the gray Dao wheel above Chao Kuan's head did not spin, because the moment the tribulation thunder landed on Chao Kuan, it dissolved into nothing. Not to mention the deafening roar of thunder. Not even a single faint arc of electricity leaked out. Under the baptism of the first 8 tribulation thunders, the myriad laws returned to silence. Dao Will had fully analyzed and adapted to their might. Pure origin power poured into Chao Kuan's body along the Dao Wheel. Hundreds of li away, countless elders and disciples across the outer and inner sects of the Harmony Sect, awakened by this heaven and earth anomaly, all raised their heads with blank, stunned expressions. Who was forming a golden core with such a disturbance? That direction. It's Lianxiang Peak. Impossible. Elder Yu was already at the late golden core stage long ago. It can't be Senior Sister Long, can it? Could it be that Chao Kuan? What a load of crap. He only revealed mid-foundation establishment cultivation on the life and death platform a few days ago. How could he form a golden core so quickly? Get the hell out of here. The aura at the center of that tribulation cloud really seems to be Chao Kuan. Deep within the inner sect in several blessed cave heavens, a few hidden divine senses probed outward, but they had hardly touched the edge of Lianxiang Peak before being shaken back by the residual might of the tribulation thunder. The elders who were in closed-door cultivation all wore horrified expressions. A tribulation of such quality was truly unheard of in the Harmony Sect's 1,000 years of history since its founding. Where on earth did Yu Linglong find such a monster? Meanwhile, at the edge of the plaza, Yu Linglong withdrew her defensive barrier. Her seductive peach blossom eyes were round with shock, and her full red lips hung slightly open. She was the closest and saw it most clearly. The final tribulation thunder, enough to reduce an early golden core cultivator to ashes, struck Chao Kuan without leaving a single trace on him. What made her heart race even more was the aura gradually settling within Chao Kuan. A flawless round golden core interwoven with purple and gold was slowly revolving in his dantian. The pressure radiating from that golden core was actually more substantial and heavy than her own core, which she had tempered for 300 years. A cultivator who had just stepped into the golden core stage could directly overwhelm a late golden core grandmaster in sheer foundation. Yu Linglong's breathing involuntarily became rapid. Her long, slender legs even went weak uncontrollably. Ding! Jade Beast Yu Linglong, witnessing the host's divine might, was shaken to the core with admiration and infatuation. Taming value 5. Current taming value 70100. Bonus task points 500. The system notification sounded in Chao Kuan's mind. Meanwhile, outside the herb garden behind the mountain, Lung Qinghua's heart was in utter chaos. Senior Brother Chao. He lied to me. The thought had just surfaced when it was pressed down by the psychological suggestion brought by the purple gold bell. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Senior Brother Chao even risked his life and the exhaustion of his origin source to remove the poison from my body. How could he be that kind of hypocrite, fickle in love and playing with feelings? This black collar is definitely just an ordinary magic tool of a similar design. Yes, there are countless magic tools in the cultivation world. It is perfectly normal for them to coincidentally look the same. But could it really be this coincidental? If it were just an ordinary magic tool, why would Ru Meng hide it so carefully? Besides, in the middle of the night, instead of staying in seclusion on Baihua Peak, why would she run to the herb garden wearing such a seductive red dress? And Master? Why has Master been so desperately opposed to my being with Senior Brother Chao lately? And why does her expression turn so strange every time Senior Brother Chao is mentioned? Lung Qinghua bit her lip. Even if Senior Brother Chao really has some shameful secret relationship with Master and Ru Meng behind the scenes. So what? Is Senior Brother Chao's kindness to me fake? He expended his blazing yang essence to pull out the 20-year cold poison from my body. He gave me a precious advancement pill to help me break through. How can such solid real kindness be erased by a little suspicion? Ding dong. The purple gold bell on her ankle rang clear and crisp as the night wind stirred it. Lung Qinghua lowered her head, her gaze falling on the small, exquisite bell. Purple gold spiritual light shimmered under the moonlight. She raised her eyes again to look at the crude, cold black iron collar on Lu Ruming's neck like a shackle clasp. Lung Qinghua's tightly tensed shoulders suddenly relaxed. She had found the most perfect answer in her heart. Even if he truly has more than one woman by his side. But this purple gold bell was put on me by his own hand. Besides, what Ru Meng and Master wear around their necks are just ugly iron rings. While my bell is beautiful, exquisite, and worn on my ankle, it adds endless charm. I am the first. I am the most special. They are at best cauldrons or playthings that senior brother Chow picked up on a whim. I am the true principal Dao companion he treats with sincerity. At this moment the logic formed a perfect closed loop. The gloom on Lung Qingyue's face vanished, replaced by that familiar expression of proud aloofness. She grabbed Lu Ruming's wrist. Ruming's senior brother Chow has formed his golden core. This is the greatest news. Lu Ruming was yanked into a stumble, her face full of astonishment. Don't you think something about this is off? What's off? Come on. We'll go congratulate senior brother Chow together. Before Lu Ruming could argue, Lung Qingyue dragged her and flew toward the main hall plaza. Forced onto the flying sword, Lu Ruming felt cold wind pouring straight into her collar. She looked at her excited best friend in front of her, roaring inwardly. Silly girl, wake up. I saw your scrutinizing gaze just now. You're clearly not blind. Didn't you see the black collar around my neck? Don't you wonder why I'm standing here in the middle of the night, dressed like a vixen in heat? You've been cheated on. Do you even know that? That bastard, that lecherous old thief, not only tricked you into spinning around him, he also used that unconscionable magic tool and turned your best friend into a spiritual pet at his mercy. But she could only roar these words in her stomach. The beast collar around her neck seemed to sense her emotional surge and began to burn hot. It kept reminding her of her lowly identity as a jade beast now. I'd better not go. Lu Ruming tried to break free. How could that be? Lung Qingyue held on tightly. You were the one who called senior brother Chow a lecherous old thief before. Today is the perfect chance for you to see for yourself how amazing he is. My man. When Lu Ruming heard those words, the corner of her eye twitched, and anger made her chest throb painfully. White Jade Plaza. Chao Kuan slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of purple gold thunder flashed through his deep eyes and vanished. The spiritual energy storm around him gradually quieted. He clenched his fists, feeling the multiplied spiritual power roaring in his body, and nodded with satisfaction. Initial Golden Core stage. Not only that the Chaos Return to One art had converted all his spiritual power into the highest quality chaos force, combined with the monstrous defense and feedback mechanism of the myriad laws Return to Silence Dao Wheel. To put it bluntly, even if Su Chang'e himself stood there now, he would dare to clash head-on with him. Yu Linglong straightened her slightly disheveled purple skirt. Moving her long jade-like legs, she was about to step forward and throw herself into Chao Kuan's arms, coquettishly seeking praise for her merits. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sharp sword beams descended from the sky. Lung Qingyue, pulling Lu Ruming in a red dress, landed steadily at the edge of the plaza. Yu Linglong. Chao Kuan dusted off his sleeves and rose, clasping his hands behind his back. He swept an amused gaze over the three alluring beauties before him, each with her own distinct charm. Chao Kuan inwardly marveled. What a show. This was far more thrilling than core formation. Senior brother Chow. Lung Qingyue released Lu Rumei's hand, her usual icy aloofness completely gone. Like a young swallow darting into a grove, she stirred up a fragrant breeze and threw herself straight into Chao Kuan's arms. Senior brother Chow, you're amazing. You survived 9 purple gold heavenly tribulation thunderbolts without a scratch. Lung Qingyue wrapped her arms tightly around Chao Kuan's waist, her cheek pressed against his chest, making no attempt to hide her adoration. Chao Kuan smoothly wound an arm around her slender waist and gave it a gentle squeeze. She let out a soft shudder. It was all thanks to Qingyue's complete devotion day and night over the past few days. Without that, my foundation was insufficient, and I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Lung Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she lifted her head from Chao Kuan's embrace. Her gaze deliberately flickered toward Lu Rumei and Yu Linglong standing nearby. Then right in front of the two of them, she deliberately pressed herself even closer into Chao Kuan's arms, publicly staking her claim. Secretly, Lung Qingyue was delighted. What if Rumei's figure is amazing? What if Master's cultivation is profound and her status exalted? All senior brother Chow gave the two of you was an ugly iron ring. My purple gold bell is the signature accessory of the rightful wife. He loves me the most. Chao Kuan took in every bit of Lung Qingyue's proud, subtly scheming little gesture. He barely restrained himself from laughing out loud. When had this girl taught herself the art of palace intrigue? The carefully chosen crimson, sheer mini-dress she wore now seemed especially ironic in the evening breeze. A wave of bitter sorrow and resentment surged up from nowhere. You bastard. Last night you were viciously bullying me, making me scream and beg for mercy. And now before you know it, here you are today, right in front of me, holding my good best friend and whispering sweet words. Why? Is it just because I'm not as obedient and gullible as Qingyue? Chao Kuan's tone was perfectly natural, but his gaze roamed brazenly over the swell of Lu Rumei's chest. Dressed like that in the middle of the night. Did you come all this way specially to congratulate me? That shameless bastard. You were the one who forced me here, demon. If I didn't come, you'd destroy my soul. And now you turn around and blame me. But with the beast collar around her neck and Lung Qingyue at her side, she could only grind her teeth and swallow her rage. Lu Rumei turned her face away and forced out a few stiff words. Oh, so you were just passing by? Chao Kuan drawled, dragging out each syllable. She knew all too well what Chao Kuan meant by exchange. Shame and indignation churned within her. Standing on the other side, Yu Linglong watched everything unfold. Throughout it all, she maintained the dignified bearing of an elder of the Harmony Sect, hands folded before her face, stern and aloof. But inside she had long since overturned countless jars of vinegar. This wretched girl Qinghua, more and more ill-mannered. How dare she hug Master's waist right in front of me? That position was mine last night. Only I deserve to lie in Master's arms and act coy. Overwhelmed by a strong sense of crisis, Yu Linglong could no longer hold back and coldly snapped Qinghua. Hugging and clinging in public. What kind of decency is that? Have you no restraint as a personal disciple? Let go of him this instant. Lung Qinghua paused for a moment and silently prayed, Master, I'm sorry, but this time I cannot obey you. I met senior brother Chao first. I'm the one who is his proper wife. At that thought, not only did Lung Qinghua refuse to loosen her hold, she buried her face against Chao Kuan's chest and murmured, no. Senior brother Chao promised to be my Dao companion. Watching this pair of master and disciple begin their covert rivalry, Chao Kuan was secretly overjoyed. He gently stroked Lung Qinghua's back while sending a separate voice transmission to Yu Linglong with his divine sense. Well, my good master, are you jealous? When her master's voice suddenly sounded in her mind, Yu Linglong's heart trembled. She immediately replied in a voice transmission both aggrieved and dripping with seduction. Master, she's just a little girl. What can she do besides lying there? She'll only spoil Master's pleasure. Enough, stop being sour. What does a little girl like her know? Ahem. To cover her embarrassment, Yu Linglong forced a couple of calm coughs, averted her gaze that seemed about to drip with water, and said coldly to Lung Qinghua, fine, do whatever you want. Chao Kuan has just formed his core and hasn't fully stabilized his cultivation realm. The two of you should return to the medicine garden early to consolidate your cultivation. I'm tired as well. With that, she flicked her sleeve and turned to leave. Yet the steps in her flowing cloud boots somehow carried a chaotic, impatient air. No, she had to hurry back and make preparations. She also needed to wash herself clean and spritz on fragrant perfume. That wretched girl Qinghua was getting more forward by the day, as she absolutely couldn't allow her to steal Master's soul away. Tomorrow, finding a Dao companion for her had to be put on the agenda. Marry this stinky girl off to any random household as soon as possible. Out of sight, out of mind. Lung Qinghua poked her head out from Chao Kuan's arms. Watching her master's hurriedly departing back, she was thoroughly puzzled. Why was Master's face so red? And why was her walking posture so strange? But at that moment, Chao Kuan's warm hand was stroking her hair, and she quickly cast all her doubts to the winds. Chao Kuan savored the soft sensation against his arm, then looked at Lu Rumei, who was filled with pent-up anger, but dared not speak. The joy of core formation combined with the secret delight of being in complete control put him in an excellent mood. Just then, crisp system notification sounds rang through his mind. Ding. Lung Qinghua's deep self-persuasion has formed a complete logical loop, and her trust and attachment toward the host have reached their peak. Affection 5. Current 50,100. Task points awarded 500. Congratulations, host. Lung Qinghua has reached 50 points. Ding. Additional reward triggered 1 silver grade mystery gift pack. Ding. Facing the host's public display of affection, Lu Rumei's emotions violently fluctuated. Instead of falling into disgust driven by instinct, she developed a fierce competitive desire. Affection 3. Current 13,100. Task points awarded 300. Listening to the string of reports, Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow in pure enjoyment. 50 already. He lowered his gaze to Lung Qinghua, who looked blissful in his arms. Just what kind of jumbled nonsense had this silly girl been imagining to make herself so happy? She could make herself that happy. Well, whatever the reason, another silver gift pack was in hand. That was real tangible profit. Ignoring Lu Rumei's murderous, reproachful glare, Chao Kuan sank his consciousness into the system space and gazed at the chest radiating silver light. After all, the silver treasure chest from Yu Linglong had yielded divine treasures like the myriad methods returned to silence Dao wheel and the jade beast advancement pill. Who knew what heaven-defying wonder Lung Qinghua's gift pack might unlock? Yu Linglong. In the depths of the inner sect. Inside a spirit-rich cave dwelling, the thunderous sound of shattering porcelain rang out from time to time. Bitch. Yu Linglong, you bitch. Yimei stood with her hair disheveled, her once pretty face twisted beyond recognition. One side of her face was severely swollen. Even after she had consumed several precious healing holy medicines, large patches of blackened blood still pooled on her cheek. Clutching a golden threaded spiritwood staff, she viciously smashed it at the ornaments around her. How dare you humiliate me like this? When Shangha comes out of seclusion, I will tear out your soul and refine your spirit and throw you to the basest outer sect menial of the Hawan sect to serve as a furnace vessel. On a warm jade bed nearby, Yiting's face was ghastly pale and his chest was wrapped in thick white gauze. He had just swallowed several healing pills. The stabbing pain of his shattered sternum made him gasp repeatedly. Sis, calm down, Yiting said weakly. That bitch is at the late golden core stage. We can't get the better of her. Yimei spun around, her bloodshot eyes boring into Yiting. Calm down. Your grandson was crippled, and she kicked you into this state with 1 foot. How do you expect me to be calm? Before her words died away, an inner disciple staggered into the cave dwelling. His legs gave out, and he dropped straight onto the shattered jade shards. The jagged pieces pierced his knees, drawing blood, yet he didn't even notice. Madam, Elder Yi, something terrible has happened. Yimei, looking for an outlet for her anger, backhanded him across the face and sent him sprawling. Are you wailing for the dead? Speak. Covering his face, the disciple said in a trembling voice, Lianxiang Peak. Someone has formed a golden core. That bitch Yu Linglong was already at the late golden core stage. Lung Qingyue couldn't have reached that stage so quickly. Who is it? It's that Chao Koen. The disciple swallowed. He summoned 9 purple gold heavenly thunderbolts. He didn't use any formation or defensive artifact. He simply let the lightning strike his body and came through without a scratch. Now, he has formed an ultra-grade golden core. The vast cave dwelling fell into a deathly silence, lasting several breaths. The muscles on Yi Mei's face twitched a few times. The spiritwood staff in her hand clattered to the ground. On the bed, Yi Ting also began to cough violently. A mouthful of blood splattered onto the brocade quilt. This is impossible. Yi Ting pushed away the maidservant who had come to support him and shrieked in hysterics. A few days ago on the Life and Death platform, Chao Koen only revealed his mid-foundation establishment cultivation. How many days has it been? He skipped straight past late foundation establishment and formed a golden core. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Ting's back. He was also at the golden core stage. He knew all too well what those words meant. For an ordinary cultivator, drawing 3 thunder tribulations during core formation already made them a heaven-blessed prodigy with boundless prospects. But 9 purple gold heavenly thunderbolts. With that kind of aptitude, never mind the Hawans sect. Even across the entire Qingzhou, there had never been such a monstrous genius. What was even more frightening was his cultivation speed, which defied all common sense in the cultivation world. Yi Ting raised his head to look at Yi Mei, who was equally stunned. The anger in his eyes had been completely replaced by deep fear. Sis, we can't keep this person alive any longer. With a monster like that at that speed, give him another month and forget our Yi family. No one in the entire Hawan sect will be able to suppress him. Yi Mei knew it full well, but she hesitated. But Changhe is currently in seclusion, breaking through to mid-nascent soul. You know his temper. If we disturb him halfway and ruin his great Dao cultivation, then the first one to suffer when he leaves seclusion will be me. Yi Ting gritted his teeth, braced himself on the bedboard, and sat up. Sis, you're being foolish. He's only at early golden core, and even tribulation thunder couldn't kill him. Besides, that madwoman Yu Linglong is protecting him. If we let a monster like that live a few more years, both you and I will die. As he said this, Yi Ting lowered his voice. Just tell Elder Su that Yu Linglong, that bitch, has betrayed the sect and secretly harbored a spy sent by the righteous path. Ask him to come out and pass judgment. Furthermore, a vicious glint flashed in Yi Ting's eyes. Yu Linglong is at the peak of the late golden core stage, and she is undeniably the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou. If you offer Elder Su the leverage of such a top-grade furnace vessel, he'll be overjoyed. How could he possibly blame you? After listening to her younger brother's analysis, Yi Mei's face shifted between hesitancy and resolve. After a few breaths, you're right. I'll go to the Forbidden Land at the back mountain right now and ask Changhe to come out of seclusion. Meanwhile, beneath the night sky of Lianxiang Peak, 2 streaks of sword light flew one after another toward the herb garden at the back mountain. On the lead green serpent sword, Chao Koen stood with his hands behind his back, his posture tall and straight. The restrained, powerful aura of his golden core made him radiate an unspeakable charm. Lung Qingyue stood in front of him, most of her body nestled against his chest. The night breeze brushed past. Chao Koen lowered his head slightly, his lips close to Lung Qingyue's earlobe. He whispered some lewd and explicit remark. It made Lung Qingyue blush with shyness. The two continued their flirtation as if no one else existed. About 10 zhang behind them, Lu Ruming stood on a crimson-red flying sword, following alone, her heart filled with pent-up grievance. She stomped hard on the sword's body. This shameless, bastardly scoundrel, forcing me to come out in the dead of night. Is it just so I can trail behind? Like a fool watching you two make sickeningly sweet eyes at each other. A moment later, the sword light descended, and the 3 landed in front of the herb garden's pavilion. Chao Koen pushed the door open and walked in. Lung Qingyue, like a dutiful, virtuous wife, followed closely behind. But Lu Ruming stopped at the threshold. Chao Koen walked over to the table and sat down. Lung Qingyue naturally moved to his side. With her fair hand, she lifted the jade pot from the table, poured a cup of warm spirit tea, and raised it to Chao Koen's lips. Chao Koen took a sip from her hand. Then, he pushed the remaining half cup of tea toward Lung Qingyue's lips, raising an eyebrow with a smile. It tastes good. Qingyue, have a sip too. Lung Qingyue's pretty face flushed, but sweetness surged in her heart. Obediently, she drank the leftover tea down in one gulp from the same spot where Chao Koen had drunk. Seeing this, the smile at the corner of Chao Koen's mouth grew even more pronounced. He wrapped an arm around Lung Qingyue's impossibly slim waist and pulled her directly onto his lap. Oh! Lung Qingyue let out a soft cry, then looped her arms around Chao Koen's neck. These past days have really been hard on our Qingyue. Chao Koen twirled a lock of her hair around his fingers. Lung Qingyue shook her head, rubbing her cheek against Chao Koen's robe. What are you saying, senior brother Chao? As long as I can help you, I'm willing to do anything. The entire pavilion was saturated with an ambiguous aura. No one paid any attention to Lu Ruming, who was still standing at the door. Lu Ruming clenched her fists, fury churning in her chest. But gradually, her gaze began to drift uncontrollably over Lung Qingyue's figure. Lung Qingyue's waist was tiny and her skin was fair. Although her chest was full compared to her own, it was still at least 2 cup sizes smaller. Why should she get to sit so comfortably in his arms and act cute? Why should she have to stand here like a servant watching with eager eyes? A violent surge of unwillingness mixed with bitterness rushed to her heart. She Lu Ruming had both figure and looks. How was she inferior to Lung Qinghua? Just as this thought emerged, Lu Ruming suddenly shuddered. Lu Ruming, are you insane? Wake up. That man is the enemy who ruined your innocence. Now you're actually jealous of your best friend, competing to see who can please that old lecher more. Were you squeezed by that broken ring until your brain broke, or have you become addicted to that damned blazing sun essence? Lu Ruming furiously scolded herself inside, trying to drive away those absurd, degrading thoughts. But her body's reaction was absolutely honest. Her crimson flame spirit body was uncontrollably emitting waves of scorching heat. Lu Ruming felt her legs begin to weaken as if a fire were burning inside her. Even her breathing grew short and rapid. Lu Ruming could not deny it. She was desperately bothered by what she was seeing. Lung Qinghua leaning against Chao Kuan's chest caught from the corner of her eye Lu Ruming's flushed face and heaving bosom. As I thought, her earlier suspicion was confirmed in her heart. Ruming coming over dressed like this tonight was definitely no coincidence. She must also be one of Senior Brother Chao's women. And judging by that timid, awkward manner, she clearly had a very low position in Senior Brother Chao's heart. Having figured this out, Lung Qinghua felt no anger at all. Instead, a condescending sense of superiority welled up within her. Senior Brother Chao is so outstanding. Even Master has been casting affectionate glances at him. So what if there's another Ruming? I can hardly lower myself to argue with a little concubine. That would only make me seem petty. Lung Qinghua sat up slightly and gently tucked her hair behind her ear. She glanced at the moonlight outside the window. It was indeed getting late. Senior Brother Chao had just formed his golden core, and the spiritual energy inside his body was surging. This was exactly the perfect moment to use dual cultivation to consolidate his realm. Her own supreme ice spirit body had also been fully awakened. She could definitely help Senior Brother Chao. Only, the upcoming dual cultivation couldn't be watched by outsiders. Lung Qinghua cleared her throat. Ahem. Hearing the sound, Lu Ruming looked up and met Lung Qinghua's gaze. Lung Qinghua's cheeks were slightly red, but her tone was quite calm. Ruming, it's late. Senior Brother Chao and I still need to consolidate our cultivation. Lung Qinghua deliberately stressed the words consolidate our cultivation and paused for a moment. Go back to Baiwa Peak for tonight. There's no need for you here anymore. The pavilion fell into a short silence. Lu Ruming's eyes widened as she stared at Lung Qinghua in disbelief. Fine. Lung Qinghua, you heartless thing. You little ingrate wolf. You usually act so cold and aloof. But when it comes to driving people away, you have a whole string of excuses. You actually think you're the mistress here, don't you? Lu Ruming ground her teeth. She had wanted to shout back, you don't need to drive me away. This young lady was going to leave long ago. Who would want to stay here watching you act crazy? But when the words reached her throat, not a sound came out. Her body made a motion that completely went against her brain's command. Lu Ruming's gaze bypassed Lung Qinghua and landed straight on Chao Kuan's face. Those eyes were stubborn, aggrieved, and carrying a trace of eager hope. Without Chao Kuan's permission, even after being humiliated by her best friend to this extent, she didn't dare take half a step out the door. This motion occurred with utter naturalness. Even Lu Ruming herself didn't realize what this instinctive plea for permission meant. Lung Qinghua took in the entire scene. A flicker of understanding passed through her eyes. Attitude said everything. Ruming in Senior Brother Chao's eyes was at most a chambermaid, or at best half a concubine. She was nowhere near a threat to her own position. Lung Qinghua withdrew her gaze and nestled more securely into Chao Kuan's embrace. Chao Kuan met Lu Ruming's watery eyes. He said nothing. After a full 3 seconds of savoring the struggle and collapse in Lu Ruming's eyes, he finally gave Lu Ruming a slight nod as if in charity. Having obtained permission, Lu Ruming's heart shattered completely like dumpling stuffing. She didn't dare look at them again. She slammed open the pavilion's wooden door and fled in panic. The night wind outside blew in, carrying away the fragrance of Lu Ruming. Ding! The jade beast Lu Ruming in an unconscious state has for the first time exhibited an instinct of obedience toward the host. Taming value 2. Current taming value 15,100. Reward 200 task points. As the system notifications rang out, a sinister smile of certain victory crept onto Chao Kuan's lips. He knew it. For a hot-tempered wild mare like Lu Ruming, this was exactly the way to break through her mental defenses bit by bit. This was far more interesting than conquering her by force. Senior Brother Chao, seeing that the eyesore had finally left Lung Qinghua, stood up lightly from Chao Kuan's lap. Her fair fingers hooked onto the ribbon of her gauzy gown and gently pulled. As the gauze slid off, a figure of exquisite beauty like a masterpiece of heaven itself was revealed without reservation before Chao Kuan's eyes. Lung Qinghua's eyes shimmered with amorous ripples, and her voice, as sweet as an oriole's, carried a coquettish allure reserved only for Chao Kuan. Ruming is gone. Lu Ruming. Chao Kuan naturally would not stand on ceremony. Qinghua's natural talent is already extremely high, Chao Kuan said in a gentle tone with a hint of fondness. With my blazing yang essence to assist her forming the golden core is simply a matter of natural course. Lung Qinghua felt sweet warmth in her heart as she listened. She nestled deeper into Chao Kuan's arms and found a comfortable spot. As long as I can stay by Senior Brother's side whether I form the golden core or not, Qinghua doesn't care. After murmuring that softly, she fell into a deep, satisfied sleep. Seeing that the girl was completely worn out, Chao Kuan turned over and got out of bed, casually threw on a long robe and pushed open the door to walk out of the pavilion. Now for the real business. System, open the silver grade mysterious gift pack. Ding. Opening the silver grade mysterious gift pack. Successfully opened. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained Chaos Sword Embryo X1. Grade immortal artifact unformed. Description, a sword embryo that feeds on the host's own chaos chi and can grow continuously. Current stage dormancy. It must be continually nourished by golden core stage chaos spiritual power. Every time the sword embryo grows a stage, its power multiplies. Ultimate form unknown, potential unlimited. An immortal artifact, and a growable one at that. Chao Cohen raised an eyebrow. This silly girl Leng Qinghua had dropped gold every bit as valuable as her masters. He extended his right hand and gave a subtle thought. A wisp of newly condensed golden core stage chaos chi flowed along his meridians to his palm. Hum. A low sword hum exploded in Chao Cohen's mind like the roar of a dragon. Above his palm, a translucent gray short sword phantom condensed. It was barely an inch long with no guard and no hilt, yet it exuded a murderous aura. The moment the phantom appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within several hundred meters was brutally drained dry. The tall spirit herbs in the herb garden bent down all at once and pressed flat against the ground. From that tiny phantom radiated a will that could annihilate all things and tear apart the very rules of the world. Chao Cohen's eyelid twitched. Good heavens. It had only just hatched, and it was already this fierce. If it drank its fill of chaos chi and was raised to full maturity, might well shatter the Hahuan Sect's sect-protecting grand formation on the spot. He turned his palm over and withdrew his spiritual power. The gray short sword phantom turned into a stream of light and drilled into Chao Cohen's body. It coiled beside that purple gold supreme grade golden core and began automatically absorbing the surrounding chaos spiritual energy. Before he could finish savoring the high, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained. Description. Chao Cohen looked at the black and white set of clothing in the system space and rubbed his chin. Who should wear this thing? His first thought was Yu Linglong. After all, that woman had the best figure. But then he reconsidered. Yu Linglong was already bound to the bunny girl outfit. Using two supreme grade items on the same person would be a complete waste of resources. He had to share the wealth. Leng Qinghua. Chao Cohen shook his head. His junior sister was now completely obedient, doing whatever he asked. Dressing her in this would lack a sense of contrast and wouldn't be much fun. With those two ruled out, the answer leaped out at him. It had to be Lu Ruming. Chao Cohen's mind immediately conjured that breathtaking figure in a scorching red dress. A fiery temper, a face full of humiliation, yet forced to bow her head. That fiery little mare's current favorability was a pathetic 15 points. Nothing but defiance. What she needed was... Chao Cohen's imagination had run for only a second before the wicked smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. His heart was screaming with excitement. Then it settled. Junior sister Lu. Tomorrow we'll have some real fun. Setting aside his thoughts, Chao Cohen tapped his toes lightly, turned into an afterimage, and sped straight toward the main hall of Lianxiang Peak. With the real business done, it was time to reward his good master. The moment Chao Cohen stepped into the rear hall, he heard the sound of splashing water from within. With practiced ease, he opened the system panel and tapped Yu Linglong's dedicated interface. Bound. Equipped now? Chao Cohen grinned and silently intoned equip. At that moment, in the spirit spring pool, Yu Linglong was leaning against the warm, smooth pool wall. The curling steam wrapped around her stunning collarbones. With her slender fingers, she scooped water over her body while mentally calculating when Chao Cohen arrived what pose should she use to completely seduce his soul away. Yu Linglong was taken aback at first, but then an unconcealable ecstasy burst forth from those seductive peach blossom eyes. She knew this outfit all too well. The master had taken it out before to scare her, since the clothes had appeared on her body out of thin air. That meant the master had come, and as soon as he arrived, he had used an uncanny divine means to change her into this outfit. What did this show? It showed that the master's interest was at its peak. It showed that the one he cared about most was still her. With a burst of hurried splashing, Yu Linglong didn't even pause to dry the beads of water on her body. She stepped straight out of the spirit pool. Her tired face instantly blossomed with joy, and she was so smug her tail nearly shot up into the sky. What can that little girl Qinghua possibly do to match me? I am the true queen who knows the master best. Yu Linglong. When Yu Linglong woke, Chao Cohen was already putting on his outer robe. She turned over lazily, her long purple hair spilling across the jade pillow. Her charming peach blossom eyes still held a trace of lingering drowsiness. Didn't master say that Linglong is far better than Qinghua? Yu Linglong folded her arms. Her voice soft and clingy. Then shouldn't you spend more time with Linglong today? Chao Cohen didn't even turn his head. There's something important to take care of. I'll come see you later. Hearing this, Yu Linglong pouted her red lips in grievance. Then she stretched two fair legs wrapped in black silk stockings out from under the quilt and wiggled them playfully. Then Linglong will stay in the hall waiting eagerly for master to come back. Chao Cohen paused mid-step and sighed inwardly. This so-called master's clinginess was rising sharply. She was already no less clingy than Leng Qinghua. If the taming value was ever raised to a full 100, she would probably weld him to this bed. Wait obediently. Chao Cohen gave her no chance to keep radiating her charm and strode out of the rear hall. As the hall doors rumbled shut, the soft, coquettish whimper that stirred the imagination was finally sealed out behind him. At the same moment, inside Lu Ruming's cave dwelling on Baihua Peak, it was already a complete mess. The stone table had been split in half, spirit fruits were scattered all over the floor, and the silk curtains that were usually so carefully maintained had been torn to shreds. Lu Ruming paced back and forth in the stone chamber, her hair disheveled and her fair jade feet bare. She had not slept a wink all night. Whenever she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the image of Lung Qingwen nestling in Chao Kuan's arms, and that condescending little nod Chao Kuan had given her. Bastard! Old lecher! Shameless scum! Lu Ruming shook her fist at the air, gnashing her teeth. Do you really think a lousy ring on my neck can control me? Keep dreaming. She touched the cold beast ring on her neck. Her eyes were reddening again, but she still refused to soften her words. Lu Ruming would rather jump off Baihua Peak, or let this wretched ring blast my soul to nothing than go to the back mountain herb garden tomorrow and beg you like a dog. If you dare come, I'll die together with you. Oh, die together. Outside the cave dwelling, Chao Kuan stood before the tightly shut stone door, listening to the curses from within. He silently opened the system panel. His gaze locked onto the maid outfit in the inventory. He selected the bound target and clicked on Lu Ruming's name. Confirmed use. Inside the cave dwelling, Lu Ruming had just finished her threats and was about to soak in the spirit pool to cool herself off when she suddenly felt her body grow lighter. The already flimsy crimson gauze mini dress she had been wearing vanished out of thin air. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no glow of formations. Then an unfamiliar fabric touched her skin. Her chest abruptly tightened, as if something were lifting and binding it. A smooth, taut, encasing sensation spread quickly from her thighs to her calves. Something also seemed to have been added on top of her head. Lu Ruming was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head. Her entire body froze on the spot. A black one-piece mini dress. Lu Ruming's mind went blank for a full 3 seconds. Then a shriek of utter despair echoed through the cave dwelling. Aya! What the hell is this thing? She grabbed the too-short hem with both hands and yanked it down desperately. But the fabric seemed to have grown onto her body, and she couldn't pull it down no matter how hard she tried. She attempted to channel her late Foundation establishment spiritual power to shatter the strange outfit. Yet the fabric, though light and thin, was extraordinarily tough. Not even her late Foundation establishment spiritual power could tear it in the slightest. There was no need to guess. She was 1,000,000% certain that this was absolutely that bastard's doing. Creak. The defensive formation on the cave stone door was forcibly broken. Chao Kuan stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. Incredible. Chao Kuan clicked his tongue in wonder, unable to suppress the smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Junior Sister Lu, this outfit is more to my liking than that red dress from last night. What? Did you dress like this on purpose to seduce your senior brother? Lu Ruming shook all over her whole body, trembling with rage. The fullness of her chest looked ready to burst through the pitiful fabric at any moment. Chao, you treacherous thief. Despicable, shameless lowlife. Take this wretched thing off me. Chao Kuan straightened up, strolled leisurely into the cave dwelling, and closed the stone door behind him. He raised a finger to point at the black beast ring around Lu Ruming's neck, then pointed at the black and white dress she was wearing. Which one do you mean? Or should senior brother be merciful and go to the trouble of helping you take them all off? Lu Ruming shouted furiously. Take them off. All of them. Chao Kuan spread his hands, his smile unbearably smug. If I take them all off, what will you wear? Junior Sister Lu. You usually act so proud, but secretly you're quite wild. Lu Ruming choked on her words. All her fury was caught in her throat by that sentence. A blush spread instantly from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. I'll fight you to the death. Unable to stand the humiliation any longer, she grabbed the long sword beside her and was about to stab Chao Kuan. But the instant her hand gripped the sword hilt, a bizarre force spread out from the maid outfit. Lu Ruming widened her beautiful eyes in terror. What am I doing? Why is my body making such a shameless pose? Move. Move, damn it. She strained desperately to straighten up, but her legs simply would not obey. Chao Kuan walked to the broken stone table, sat down, and wrapped his fingers on the surface. What are you standing there dazed for? Poor T. Lu Ruming bit her lower lip hard and stood motionless. I won't. You. Wish. Before the words faded, Lu Ruming discovered in despair that her legs were walking uncontrollably toward the tea stove in the corner. Then she watched helplessly as her own hand lifted the teapot, and with small mincing steps she returned to Chao Kuan's side. She respectfully handed the warm cup of spirit tea to him, and then against her will a few words rolled out of her throat. Lu Ruming 2. Reward task points 200. Current taming value 17100. Chao Kuan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and frowned slightly. The tea is cold. He set the cup down and turned to look at Lu Ruming, who stood nearby at a loss. He suddenly reached out and seized her smooth chin, forcing her to lower her head and meet his gaze. Lu Ruming bit her lip hard, her eyes full of humiliation and hatred. But Lu Ruming 2. Reward task points 200. Current taming value 19100. He released her and leaned back in his chair. Say, welcome home. Lu Ruming shook her head desperately. Tears fell in large drops and struck the floor. Junior Sister Lu, your body is far more honest than that little mouth of yours. It's telling me that you desperately want my blazing yang essence. Lu Ruming raised her head to look at Chao Kuan. Her eyes were filled with tears, defiance, and an unignorable longing. I'll give you one last chance. Chao Kuen's tone carried an undeniable pressure that brooked no refusal. Say, master, welcome home. Otherwise I won't just make it so you can never take off this outfit for the rest of your life. I'll also have Qingyue come see what you look like now. At the word Qingyue, Lu Ruming's psychological defenses finally cracked. If Qingyue saw her wearing this outfit sitting on Chao Kuen's lap and begging like a dog, she would rather die. Don't call her. Louder. I can't hear you. Chao Kuen cut her off coldly. Lu Ruming closed her eyes and tears spilled from them. She abandoned all resistance. A tearful voice echoed through the empty cave dwelling. Welcome home. Lu Ruming 5. Reward task points 500. Current taming value 24100. Congratulations, host. Lu Ruming has reached 20 points. Bonus reward triggered 1 bronze mystery gift pack. Hearing the system's notifications, Chao Kuen stood up in satisfaction. He did not open the bronze gift pack immediately. Instead, he reached out and patted the bow hairband on top of Lu Ruming's head. Good girl. This outfit suits you. From now on, whenever I come, wear it. Without paying attention to Lu Ruming, who had collapsed to the ground sobbing, Chao Kuen turned and strode out of the cave dwelling. Taming was a matter of gradual progress. Today's stimulation had been more than enough. This proud little chili pepper needed to savor the degradation buried deep in her own bones. Just as Chao Kuen was basking in triumph, an ancient forbidden ground on the back mountain of the Harmony Sect's inner gate lay under a permanent shroud of formations. The surrounding ancient trees were utterly silent. Yimei knelt before the entrance of a cave dwelling, trembling uncontrollably. Rumble. The giant bluestone gate, silent for decades, gave out a muffled roar. Slowly it opened to both sides. A terrifying spiritual pressure immediately poured out through the gap. Crack, crack. The ancient trees around, so thick that several people could barely encircle them, were all shaken to powder under the sweeping pressure. Then a gaunt figure in an ink-black Taoist robe stepped slowly out from the darkness inside the cave. An early nascent soul grand cultivator, Su Chang'e. He lowered his head and gave a cold glance at Yimei, who was kneeling on the ground trembling. His deep voice made Yimei's eardrums bleed. Who gave you the nerve to disturb this sovereign's closed-door cultivation at a time like this? Chang'e, you must avenge me. That bitch Yu Linglong has gone mad. She betrayed the sect and secretly harbored some demon from an unknown origin. She raised her head, her swollen face looking particularly hideous in the dim light. That disciple named Chao Kuen was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage on the life and death platform a few days ago, not even a golden core cultivator. But last night, he summoned 9 purple gold heavenly tribulation thunder. Even more bizarrely, he didn't even use defensive formations. He took all 9 heavenly lightning bolts with his flesh body and formed a top-grade golden core unscathed. Su Chang'e's originally cold eyes narrowed slightly. 9 purple gold heavenly tribulation thunder. Taking it with his flesh body. And also, seeing Su Chang'e's expression change, Yimei quickly added fuel to the fire. That kid was originally a cripple with his foundation completely destroyed on the verge of death. But these past few days he suddenly reverted to his youthful prime and grew strong again. Moreover, that bitch Yu Linglong actually groveled before that kid, acting utterly subservient. It was as if her mind had been controlled by some evil art. Yimei crawled forward on her knees 2 steps and embraced Su Chang'e's leg. Chang'e, that kid must definitely be hiding some heaven-defying treasure on his person, or perhaps he carries the inheritance of an ancient immortal. Otherwise, there's absolutely no way he could cultivate at such a speed. Moreover, since Yu Linglong now holds this evidence against her, you can righteously arrest her and make her your furnished tripod to assist you in advancing to the mid-nascent soul stage. Su Chang'e looked down at Yimei, who was clinging to his leg. The fury he had been accumulating from his interrupted seclusion was rapidly dissipating. From mid-foundation establishment to early golden core in just a few days. Summoning 9 purple gold heavenly tribulation thunder. Reverting to youth. Ordinary cultivation methods and pills could absolutely not achieve this. This youth must either harbor the inheritance of an ancient immortal or carry a supreme treasure capable of defying heaven and changing fate. Whichever it is, it should not remain in the hands of an ant who has merely reached early golden core. Let's go. Su Chang'e has swept his wide sleeve, lifting Yimei up. Follow me to Lianxiang Peak to kill that kid and plunder his treasures through soul search. As for Yu Linglong, Su Chang'e has sneered coldly. Since we now have leverage over her naturally, she cannot be let off. Meanwhile, Chao Kuen rode on the green snake, sword flying leisurely toward Lianxiang Peak. Having finished disciplining Lu Ruming, he was now in an extremely pleasant mood. System, open the bronze tier mystery gift package. Ding. Opening bronze tier mystery gift package. Opening successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high tier Jade Beast Advancement Pill X1. Description: after consumption, it can flawlessly advance the Jade Beast by 1 major cultivation realm, while permanently increasing taming value by 10 points. Only usable for Jade Beasts at Golden Core stage or below. Chao Kuen raised an eyebrow as he observed the plump pill that had appeared in his system space. Good stuff. Advancing directly by a full realm without any side effects. It seemed this pill was tailor-made for Yu Linglong. She had been stuck at the peak of late Golden Core for quite some time. 1 pill, and she'd break through straight to Nascent Soul. Plus it would immediately unlock an 80-point gift package. Just then, boom. A violent spiritual energy vortex erupted into a hurricane, sweeping across all directions with irresistible force. The ferocity of its approach sent the spiritual energy within tens of miles into temporary disarray. The pressure was so tangible, so solid. It was absolutely beyond what any golden core cultivator could wield. Nascent soul. Chao Kuan lifted his head and gazed in the direction of that terrifying spiritual pressure. A dark-colored flight light tore through the night sky clouds in a straight line, racing from the inner sect's restricted area toward Lianxiang Peak. In just a few breaths' time, it had already crossed more than half the territory of the Hahuan sect. Chao Kuan was not the only one to sense this killing intent. Within the inner sect peaks of the Hahuan sect, countless elders, deacons, and disciples in seclusion cultivation were all startled by this horrifying spiritual pressure, almost simultaneously rushing out of their cave dwellings on their flying swords. Such terrifying pressure. What's happening? That direction is Lianxiang Peak. Several concealed divine senses extended from deep within the inner sect, converging in midair. Is Elder Su emerging from seclusion? Why is he heading straight for Lianxiang Peak with such murderous intent? In the outer sect plaza, the commotion was even more intense. He's definitely coming after Chao Kuan. Elder Yu just beat up Yi Mei and Yi Ting during the day, and tonight Chao Kuan formed his golden core. Elder Su is here to settle all accounts. Chao Kuan just formed his golden core, and already a nascent soul expert is coming for him. It's over. Early golden core against early nascent soul. That's as easy as a slap. Elder Yu is only at late golden core. She can't possibly withstand Elder Su's wrath. Inside the medicine garden pavilion of Lianxiang Peak, Lung Qingwei woke from her light sleep abruptly. The intensity of this spiritual pressure was more than 100 times stronger than her master's. Lung Qingwei didn't bother putting on her outer robe, throwing on a plain white sleeping garment before rushing out of the pavilion, heading straight toward the main hall. Meanwhile, inside the cave dwelling on Baiwa Peak, the maid outfit Lu Romeng had been wearing had already been taken back by Chao Kuan. Gazing at the churning dark clouds toward Lianxiang Peak, her hands instinctively clenched. That bastard. Wouldn't something have happened to him? As soon as this thought arose, she shook her head. Lu Romeng, come to your senses. It would be better if that old perverted demon died. If he dies, maybe this broken array will finally be lifted. However, after a breath, a crimson sword light still shot up into the sky, heading straight for Lianxiang Peak. Above Lianxiang Peak, Su Chang has stood in midair with Yi Mei and Yi Ting. The pressure of early nascent soul was poured down without reservation. The white jade stone slabs across the entire plaza began to emit cracking sounds, as if bearing unbearable weight. Yu Linglong, come out. Su Chang's voice echoed throughout Lianxiang Peak. The main hall's doors burst open. Yu Linglong, dressed in a luxurious purple long dress, stepped out and floated into midair, confronting Su Changhe from a distance. Her expression was somewhat grim, but there was not a trace of retreat in her peach blossom eyes. With Su Changhe backing her up, Yi Mei instantly gained confidence. Pointing at Yu Linglong, she shouted furiously, Yu Linglong, where's your little bastard? Tell him to come out and face death. Last time you dared to hit this noble lady, and today Changhe himself has come personally. Let me see how long you can remain arrogant. Yi Ting, supported by Yi Mei, also stoked the flames. Elder Su, that bitch injured me several days ago, and even my grandson was crippled. I beg Elder to uphold justice for the Yi family. Su Changhe ignored both of them, his cold gaze locked onto Yu Linglong. Hand over Chao Kuan. Additionally, you will come with me to undergo investigation by the enforcement hall. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong retorted mercilessly. Investigate me? Su Changhe, who do you think you are to dare investigate this seat? Before her words had even finished, Yu Linglong struck first. Her cultivation at the peak of late golden core erupted in full force. Her jade-like hands formed a seal, and a gigantic purple spiritual energy lotus fully 10 zhang in size and utterly demonic in beauty rapidly condensed in her palm. Not holding back in the slightest, Yu Linglong emptied all her spiritual energy and directly pushed that purple lotus imbued with an aura of destruction towards Su Changhe. This ignorant bitch doesn't know when to die. Facing Yu Linglong's full force strike, Su Changhe sneered contemptuously and casually pressed forward with his hand. The void trembled as a dark-colored spiritual energy palm print fully 100 zhang in size and blotting out the sky appeared out of nowhere. Boom. The purple lotus hadn't even touched the dark palm print before it began to shatter piece by piece. The gap between cultivation realms was like an unbridgeable chasm. The dark palm print continued its momentum unabated, striking directly onto the purple spiritual energy barrier surrounding Yu Linglong. Crack. The barrier shattered. Struck by the heavy blow, Yu Linglong was sent flying backward. She crashed heavily onto the white jade plaza, smashing a deep pit into the hard stone slabs. Master, Lung Qingwei happened to arrive at the edge of the plaza at this moment. Witnessing this scene, her eyes turned red, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. She struggled desperately to rush forward. But the pressure from the nascent soul stage was too formidable. She had only just entered the late foundation establishment stage, and under this near-solid oppressive pressure, she couldn't move so much as a step. She could only watch helplessly. Yi Mei had waited too long for this moment. A sinister smile spreading across her face, she descended from midair and walked step by step toward the edge of the deep pit. Watching Yu Linglong struggling to climb up from the bottom of the pit, the satisfaction in Yi Mei's eyes was impossible to conceal. Bitch! Last time you stepped on my face, today, I'll return the favor in kind. Yi Mei raised her right foot adorned with crimson gold-threaded slippers. Aimed at Yu Linglong's extraordinarily beautiful face, she brought it down to stomp. At this moment Yu Linglong's internal spiritual energy was scattered and her organs displaced, leaving her completely unable to dodge. Shing! A piercing sword cry sliced through the night sky. An incomparably sharp cyan sword aura arrived in an instant from the horizon. The sword aura precisely sliced through Yi Mei's ankle that was suspended in midair, without the slightest resistance. Squelch! Oh! Yi Mei let out a heart-rending scream. Her entire right foot was severed cleanly at the ankle. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto the pristine white jade stone slabs in a gruesome sight. Yi Mei lost her balance and fell to the ground, wailing in agony, clutching her severed leg and rolling frantically across the stone slabs. Clang! The green snake sword descended from the heavens, stabbing straight into the white jade stone slab in front of Yu Linglong. The sword body continued to hum incessantly, emitting a heart-pounding killing aura. Immediately after, a tall, graceful figure descended from the sky, landing steadily beside the green snake sword. With gentle movements, he helped Yu Linglong up from the deep pit. He took out a healing pill from his storage ring and placed it into Yu Linglong's mouth. That unyielding demeanor you just displayed was quite impressive. I'm quite satisfied. After I slaughter this old dog here, I'll give you a big surprise when we return. Master. Yu Linglong weakly leaned against Chao Kuen's chest, the blood at the corner of her mouth still unwiped, yet her peach blossom eyes were filled with infatuation and peace of mind. Chao Kuen reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and gently patted her back. Calmly regulate your qi, leave the rest to me. After comforting Yu Linglong, Chao Kuen then turned his gaze toward the nascent soul powerhouse, Su Chang'e, in midair. Old dog, do you think you deserve to lay hands on my people? Dead silence. The entire Lianxiang Peak, including those Hahuan Sect high-level members secretly observing and the surrounding disciples, all collectively drew in a sharp breath. Su Chang'e looked down at Chao Kuen from the air, his face expressionless. He raised his right hand palm downward and casually pressed down through the void. Boom! The wild, ink-black spiritual energy in the night sky surged. In the blink of an eye, a giant palm imprint 10 times more solidified than the one that had sent Yu Linglong flying took shape out of thin air. Carrying the terrifying pressure of the nascent soul stage, it smashed down toward Chao Kuen's head. Before the palm even arrived, the fierce wind had already torn up every slab of stone on the white jade square. Be careful. Lung Qingyue, standing at the edge of the square, turned pale. She desperately tried to charge forward, but was pinned in place by the overwhelming pressure, unable to move an inch. Behind the crowd, Lu Ruming bit her lip hard. She turned her palm over and a green jade talisman carved with a pattern of hundreds of flowers appeared at her fingertips. She crushed it with force. It's not that I want to save this old lecher. It's just that if he dies, no one will be left to remove this ugly iron ring from me. Yes, that's it. Lu Ruming found the perfect excuse in her heart. Yet her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the back facing death, and before she knew it, her eyes had turned red. Not far away, Yi Mei lay in a pool of blood, clutching her broken leg. Amid her frantic screams, she turned her head to look at Chao Kuen. A mere golden core initial stage cultivator. Before a nascent soul elder, he was less than an ant. Chao Kuen watched the ink-black palm seal hurtling toward him, his mind stirring. The Tao wheel of myriad laws stillness emerged above his head. Boom! The palm seal slammed into Chao Kuen. Blinding light turned the night sky over Lianxiang Peak a ghastly white. A terrifying shockwave spread in rings, completely leveling the white jade square. As the dust and smoke scattered, Chao Kuen stood at the bottom of the crater. A thin trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But he had withstood it. The Tao wheel of myriad laws stillness began to spin at terrifying speed. The nascent soul-level destructive attack was parsed layer by layer, eventually transforming into pure spiritual energy that poured back into Chao Kuen's meridians. Chao Kuen's damaged internal organs instantly recovered under that nourishing backlash. He raised his thumb and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he lifted his head and looked at Su Chang'e in midair. A grin spread across his face, full of provocation. Nascent soul initial stage, and that's all the strength you have? Chao Kuen mocked inwardly. Not even as tight as my master's grip. At the edge of the square, Lung Qingyue covered her mouth with both hands, tears trembling on her eyelashes. Lu Ruming's beautiful eyes were wide open, utterly unable to believe what was happening before her. He actually blocked it. A golden core initial stage cultivator taking a nascent soul elder's full force strike head on. That's impossible. In midair, Su Chang'e frowned for the first time, sharply sensing that something was wrong. That palm of his was enough to crush any golden core cultivator into a pulp. Yet this brat had actually blocked it with some bizarre magic treasure. Su Chang'e let out a cold snort, unwilling to give Chao Kuen any chance to catch his breath. His hands formed a series of seals in rapid succession. The ink-black spiritual energy around him seethed violently. 3 pitch-black spiritual energy spears radiating deathly aura condensed into being. They shot toward Chao Kuen in unison. Swish! The first spear slammed into Chao Kuen's chest. A tremendous force erupted, shattering the ground beneath Chao Kuen's feet, cracks spreading more than 10 feet away. Yet his body was only forced back half a step. But the wheel's rotation speed visibly accelerated. Swish! The second spear followed, immediately striking the exact same spot. The wheel's speed suddenly skyrocketed, yet oddly the deafening hum it produced grew quieter. It was adapting. This time under the massive impact, Chao Kuan's body merely swayed slightly. The third spear arrived in an instant. The spear struck Chao Kuan's protective spiritual light without so much as raising a single ripple. It simply collapsed into a shower of spiritual light particles. Chao Kuan yawned. He rolled his neck left and right. Why are your attacks getting softer and softer? Elder Su, could your nascent soul be watered down? Or did you overdo it last night, and now you're running on empty? If you haven't eaten, go back, fill your belly, and then come fight. Su Chang's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He finally noticed. Every time that gray Dharma wheel turned, the power of his next identical attack was weakened. The first strike made him vomit blood. The second forced him half a step back. The third was completely ineffective. What kind of devilish magic treasure is this? Su Chang's voice was low. In 700 years of life, he had never seen a treasure that so defied the common laws of the cultivation world. Above the Hawan sect, dozens of powerful divine senses clashed and collided in midair. The elders of various peaks, secretly spying, could no longer sit still. That Dharma wheel can analyze and nullify nascent soul-level attacks. A treasure like this has never been heard of. Where exactly did this Chao Kuan come from? Su Changha has already used 4 moves and still can't take down a disciple who just formed his golden core. This kid, he's a monster. The inner sect disciples pressed flat against the ground at the edge of the ruins, didn't even dare to breathe. Am I blind? He withstood an attack from a nascent soul elder. Damn right you're blind. Do you call that withstanding it? By the third strike the man couldn't even break through his defense. Lung Qinghua trembled with excitement, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her senior brother Chao was actually able to fight head-on against a nascent soul elder. Lu Rumming stared at that tall straight back. Her mind was in complete chaos. Just how many more trump cards does this bastard have hidden up his sleeve? Su Chang's face turned ashen. He had cultivated for over 300 years, sweeping across Qingzhou. If he couldn't even finish off a mere golden core initial stage junior today, what face would he have left? No more probing. He needed to kill in a single strike. The nascent soul within Su Chang's dantian trembled violently. In the sky, ink-black clouds converged madly, blotting out the bright moon. The entire Lianxiang peak plunged into absolute darkness. Nascent soul Dharma form. Su Changha is getting serious. Several hidden elders cried out in shock. A phantom shadow, dozens of zhang tall, slowly rose from behind Su Changha. The Dharma form wore ink-black Taoist robes, its face identical to Su Changha's, but its eyes burned with 2 flames of netherworld ghost fire, flooding the entire scene with deathly aura. Die? Let him die. Yi Mei laughed wildly as she lay on the ground. Changha, extract this little bastard's soul and refine his spirit. The Dharma form raised its enormous palm, compressing terrifying spiritual power to the absolute limit. Just at that moment, a mature female voice, seductive yet filled with absolute authority, echoed directly in everyone's minds. Changha, stop. The Dharma form's upraised arm froze. It was the sect master Qin Kanglin, a supreme powerhouse of the late nascent soul stage. The voice transmission was not concealed, echoing through the night sky. This child formed his golden core in a single night. He withstood 9 bolts of purple golden heavenly thunder with his physical body. The quality of his golden core crushes all his peers. And with this heaven-defying magic treasure protecting him, his battle prowess is extraordinary. He is the rarest prodigy our Hawan sect has encountered in 10,000 years. If you kill him, you sever our sect's fate. This seat will never allow it. Withdraw your Dharma form. Leave now. The sect master had spoken. Su Chang's eyelids twitched violently. The enormous Dharma form hovered in midair, its ghost fire-like eyes flickering uncertainly. Every elder and disciple secretly watching felt the irrefutable authority in that voice transmission. The sect master had personally stepped forward to protect someone, and she was even ordering Su Changha to retreat. Lung Qingyue's tears of excitement streamed down her face. With the sect master mediating, senior brother Chao was completely safe now. Lu Rumming let out a long breath. Her tense body went limp. Then she silently cursed herself. Why am I relieved? I should be hoping he gets smacked into a meat patty. Everyone thought Su Changha would obey the sect master's command. However, Su Changha raised his head. From across the void, he clasped his hands and bowed toward the direction where the sect master resided in seclusion. Sect master, forgive me. This boy's identity is unknown, and his cultivation speed defies the laws of heaven. He bears heavy treasures, so he must be carrying some ancient inheritance. If he really is a spy sent by the righteous sects, and we don't kill him before his wings are fully grown, in time there will be no one left in the Hawan sect who can restrain a fiend like him. For the sake of the sect's legacy across 10,000 generations, and to root out this hidden danger, today I would rather kill the wrong one than let him slip away. Su will bear all the consequences alone. Yuling Long. The moment those words fell, the nascent soul Dharma image abruptly opened its eyes, and 2 clusters of nether ghost fires swelled to 10 times their size. Nether river burying heaven. Su Changha had defied the order. To preserve the dignity of a nascent soul grandmaster and seize that phantom ancient inheritance, and even more to strangle this monstrously talented prodigy in the cradle. His killing intent was now fully unleashed. The Dharma image's colossal palm descended from the sky, and a pitch-black river coalesced directly in its center. The viscous, ink-dark water churned with countless twisted faces and howling afflicted souls. This was Su Changha's ultimate nascent soul-killing move, blending death chi and soul attacks into one. Even a cultivator of the same rank would not dare to take it head-on. The black nether river descended over him. The Tao wheel of myriad laws returning to silence began to spin. Yet this force surpassed the upper limit of its analysis. The Tao wheel let out a mournful whimper, its light dimmed, and it stopped turning. Before everyone's eyes, Chao Kuan's body was completely devoured by the ink-black nether river. No! Lung Qingyue screamed in agony. The black river water rushed past him. Chao Kuan's clothing instantly turned to ash. Then came his flesh and sinews, corroded and dissolved inch by inch under the nether river's terrifying death chi. In a single breath, Chao Kuan's figure vanished completely into the nether river, leaving not even a wisp of soul aura behind. Senior brother Chao. Lung Qingyue's knees gave way and she collapsed to the ground. Lu Rumbling stood frozen in place, her mind blank. Dead. That demon who had tormented her, was he just dead like that? Why did her heart feel so hollow? At the edge of the deep pit, Yu Linglong forced her gravely wounded body upright. She stumbled to the spot where Chao Kuan had vanished. Her peach blossom eyes were full of despair. In midair, Su Changha withdrew his Dharma image and cast a cold glance at the deep pit below. What of geniuses? A dead genius is no more than a handful of yellow earth. This is what happens to those who provoke a nascent soul. Su Changha sneered, proudly turned, and prepared to take Yu Linglong away as his perfect cauldron. But at the instant Su Changha turned, a yellow paper effigy with scorched black edges drifted silently down from nowhere, exactly where Chao Kuan had disappeared. It turned to ashes in midair. Then a wisp of gray light ignited in the void. 1 speck, 2, 10, 100. Countless gray motes like stars streaming against the current rapidly converged behind Su Changha. Crack, crack. Bones were being reforged. Meridians reconnected. Flesh and blood regenerated. Everything happened so fast. In less than 3 breaths, a perfectly intact body reassembled in midair behind Su Changha. Chao Kuan suddenly opened his eyes. The cyan robe on his body was as pristine as new. His early golden core aura was steady, deep, and prolonged. His condition had never been better. The substitute paper effigy was able to perfectly negate one fatal blow. Old codger, I gave you the chance, but you just can't deliver, can you? Hearing that all too familiar arrogant voice from behind him, Su Changha's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Impossible. You were clearly dead. In the ruins, Lung Qingyue, who had already wept herself into a sorry mess, saw that familiar straight-backed figure standing intact in midair, and her tears broke through the floodgates once again. Laughing and crying at the same time, she babbled like a madwoman, I knew it. I knew he wouldn't abandon me. Lu Rumbling clutched her chest where her heart was slamming violently against her ribs. Lu Rumbling murmured to herself, a scourge truly lives 1,000 years. You callous bastard, you really are hard to kill. Yet the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably. What a fuss. Chao Kuan dusted off his shoulder. Elder Su, your strength just isn't enough. Su Changha's worldview suffered a violent impact. The nascent soul Dharma image surged through his body once again. Stop playing tricks. I can kill you once and I can kill you 10 times, 100 times. He thrust both palms out at once. Nether river burying heaven. The same move, the same ink-black nether river, tore through the night sky once more and poured down toward Chao Kuan. This time, Chao Kuan did not stay put and take the beating. He raised his right hand, and above his palm a translucent gray short sword materialized out of thin air, the chaos sword embryo. The short sword was barely an inch long. Yet the instant it appeared, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 zhang was forcibly drained. Chao Kuan grasped the sword embryo. He stepped forward to meet the ink-black nether river bearing down on him. The river water came rushing into his face and slammed heavily into his body. This time, the Tao will did not turn, because it had completely adapted. Your performance is over, old codger. Now it's my turn. Chao Kuan turned his wrist, gripped the chaos sword embryo, and charged upstream against the nether river's assault. A piercing shriek. Bearing the supreme will to extinguish all laws, the sword chi easily cut through the pitch-black nether river and pierced the nascent soul Dharma image that stood dozens of zhang tall. The colossal Dharma image was cleaved straight down the middle from the center of its brow to its abdomen. The sword chi with unabated momentum plunged directly into Su Changha's forehead. Su Changha hung rigid in midair, his hands still locked in the pushing gesture. He lowered his head with difficulty and stared at his chest. A thin gray line was slowly spreading across it. This. Impossible. Su Changha tried to mobilize the nascent soul inside his body and abandon his physical form to escape. But to his horror he realized that his nascent soul, without his noticing in the slightest, had already been ground into countless fragments by that seemingly faint gray sword chi, together with his soul. Worse still, the sword chi was devouring his soul and his remaining cultivation base. Su Changha's flesh body began from his limbs to turn to ash, inch by inch dispersing in the wind. Such was the fall of a supreme cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, a powerful intersect elder of the Hahuan sect. Before a disciple who had formed his golden core less than a day ago, he was wiped out completely, body and soul, not even a single piece left behind. The chaos sword embryo, saturated with the nascent soul's essence, let out a satisfied sword cry and burrowed back into Chao Kuan's body. The ink-black clouds over Lianxiang Peak dispersed in an instant. Cold, clear moonlight spilled again across the ruined peak, illuminating at the center of the white jade square a handsome young man with his hands behind his back and an expression of calm indifference. At the edge of the ruins, Yimei lay limp in a pool of blood. Her eyes had completely lost focus. Her mouth was agape, and from her throat came a series of strange gurgling noises. A pungent stench wafted out from beneath her. A filthy yellow-white liquid flowed down her legs and spread across the ground. Beside her, Yiting's eyes rolled back in terror, and he collapsed straight over in a dead faint. Dozens of formidable divine senses hidden in the night withdrew as if struck by lightning. Not a single one dared extend out to spy again, terrified of angering this god of slaughter. A wide swath of inner disciples outside the square thudded to their knees. Whether it was because of the suffocating pressure still hanging in the air or pure fear, no one could tell. Yu Linglong leaned against the edge of the deep pit. In those seductive peach blossom eyes there was no fear whatsoever at the fall of a nascent soul grandmaster. Only a madness so thick it threatened to overflow. Gazing at his moonlit back, her red lips trembled as she silently mouthed two words. Master. Lung Qingyue scrambled to her feet, without a second thought lifted her skirt, and sprinted toward Chao Kuan. Lu Rumren gritted her teeth, her pretty face burning red. She had wanted to maintain the pride of a personal disciple of Baihua Peak, but her legs were far too honest. She stretched out her long legs and trotted after them. Just as the two were about to throw themselves into Chao Kuan's arms, a strange, refreshing floral fragrance drifted into the square on the night wind. With pink petals falling in a flurry across the sky, a languid, bewitchingly soft female voice sounded, sending a numbing tingle through everyone's ears. Heh. Lianxiang Peak really is lively tonight. Oh my, but it seems I have arrived a little late. A graceful silhouette slowly emerged from a sea of blossoms floating in midair. Her figure was full and voluptuous, yet her waist was slender. Every subtle expression carried an inborn bewitching charm. Meng Yudi, Peak Master of Baihua Peak and a grand cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. Aya, Sister Linglong. The moment Meng Yudi landed, her almond-shaped eyes widened dramatically. She walked straight past Chao Kuan and rushed over to Yu Linglong, who stood by the edge of the deep pit with blood-stained robes and a somewhat bedraggled look. Sister, you're injured? Good heavens, it's all my fault for being so late. She called out sweetly as she stretched out her fair slender fingers, making a show of helping Yu Linglong. Sister is a majestic cultivator at the peak of the late Golden Core stage. How could you be beaten so horribly? Meng Yudi covered her red lips with her hand and let out a soft gasp. Could it be that you have been pushing yourself too hard in cultivation recently? Those words were truly venomous. On the surface it sounded like concern, but underneath she was mocking Yu Linglong for lacking strength. Between the lines, she was even alluding to her dallying in broad daylight private life over the past few days. Yu Linglong's expression darkened, and she flung off Meng Yudi's hand. No need. She forced herself to stand straight, and said with a piercing glance, I won't die from this. Why be so formal with me, sister? Meng Yudi refused to drop the matter. With a turn of her wrist, a delicate jade bottle appeared in her palm. This is a 5th-grade returning origin pill that I've been treasuring. Sister, do use it. If you are left with lingering internal injuries, how will you ever serve anyone again? As she spoke, she kept pressing the pill into Yu Linglong's hand. Yet her glistening watery eyes kept drifting intentionally toward Chao Kuan. Not far away, Chao Kuan was savoring the scene with relish, with no intention of intervening. Women fighting was such a fine spectacle. At that moment, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Name Meng Yudi. Constitution innate, alluring bones. Cultivation late Golden Core. Status. System suggestion, this woman. Meng Yudi was Lu Rumei's master. That little chili pepper would surely act extremely proud and arrogant in front of her master. It would be killing two birds with one stone. He acted on the thought at once. Chao Kuan turned his head, his gaze passing over Lung Qingyue beside him and landing on Lu Rumei behind them. At that very moment, Lu Rumei was pulling at the collar of her red dress desperately, trying to lift it higher to conceal the black iron beast ring around her neck. Why had she been so impulsive just now as to summon her master here? That damned black iron beast ring on her neck. This thin red gauze dress simply couldn't hide it. If her master came even a little closer, she would see the truth at a glance. It's over. Lu Rumei was so panicked that sweat poured down her head, and she frantically prayed in her heart for her master to leave soon. Just as she was trembling with anxiety, Chao Kuan's mocking voice sounded directly in her sea of consciousness. Little maid, why are you hiding so far away? Come over. Push Qingyue aside and help me straighten my robes. Lu Rumei raised her head and looked at Chao Kuan. Flames of humiliation and anger blazed in her beautiful eyes as she shot back, without hesitation, through voice transmission. You lecherous old devil, dream on. Want me to go serve you in front of all these people? I'd rather die. Still just as hot-tempered. At this moment, Lung Qingyue was looking up at Chao Kuan with eyes full of adoration. Suddenly her shoulder was knocked hard. Taken by surprise, Lung Qingyue was shoved aside. She turned around in shock and saw Lu Rumei, eyes red, occupying the exclusive spot where she had been clinging to Chao Kuan. Lu Rumei didn't dare look into Lung Qingyue's eyes. She lowered her head and with trembling hands pressed them against Chao Kuan's chest. Her movements were stiff yet utterly submissive as she smoothed out the folds of his robe and straightened his collar. This meek, submissive look bore not the slightest trace of the fiery little chili pepper she usually was. Lu Rume 5. Reward quest points 500. Current taming value, 29. Chao Kuan nodded with satisfaction. Lu Rume's body trembled, but she didn't dare dodge at all. She could only lower her head even further. Lung Qingyue, who had retreated half a step, stood frozen in place. Watching Lu Rume's meek and submissive manner, displeasure gradually gathered in her clear, cold eyes. What a deeply scheming little concubine. Counting on her status as a mere bed-warming maid, she dares, out in public, to brazenly seduce senior brother Chao and fight for favor, even stealing my place as his proper Dao companion. Lung Qingyue was already burning with jealousy. Still, she didn't make a scene on the spot. She merely pressed her lips together and recorded a heavy grudge against Lu Rume in her heart. Once they returned to the medicine garden, she would definitely have senior brother Chao punish you severely. Naturally, the commotion did not escape Meng Yudi's eyes. Meng Yudi had been entangled in snide, ambiguous bickering with Yu Linglong only moments before. When her gaze swept her own disciple's actions, she swallowed the words already on the tip of her tongue. Something was off. This personal disciple of hers was famous for her explosive temper and her haughty, sharp-eyed pride. She normally dared to talk back even to her own master. Since when had she ever been so well-behaved in front of a man? This meek, humble way of waiting on someone was exactly like a well-trained slave girl. Meng Yudi's gaze followed Lu Rume's hands and shifted to Chao Kuan. She sized up the young disciple who had just slain a nascent soul grand cultivator, and the astonishment in her eyes gradually turned into keen interest. If he could make her extremely proud and discerning disciple this obedient, then this man was absolutely not ordinary. Meng Yudi put away the jade bottle and stopped paying attention to Yu Linglong. She walked gracefully toward Chao Kuan with swaying steps, carrying a bewitching fragrant breeze. This young friend really is remarkably capable. I have raised her for so many years, yet I've never seen her this well-behaved before anyone. As she spoke, Meng Yudi's gaze wandered over Chao Kuan's handsome face. When you have time another day, why not come sit at my Baihua Peak? Meng Yudi leaned forward slightly, her collar gaping open, revealing a glimpse of snowy white skin. The Ti steep is far better than Lianxiang Peaks, you know. Heh. A cold laugh came from the side. Yu Linglong, dragging her injured body, walked over and forced her way into the space between them. Without the slightest hesitation, she wrapped her arm around Chao Kuan's and pressed her full chest against it, staking her claim. Her purple tresses spilled over Chao Kuan's shoulder. Yu Linglong tilted her chin up slightly, her peach blossom eyes narrowing dangerously. Junior sister Meng, stop showing off your charms here. At your age, aren't you embarrassed? Your Baihua Peak doesn't even have a decent spirit spring. The tea you make there is probably worse than the pot-scrubbing water of my Lianxiang Peak. Pot-scrubbing water. Chao Kuan's eyelids twitched, and he nearly lost control of his expression, almost bursting into snorting laughter on the spot. He complained inwardly, "Good heavens, my master, do you really call that pot-scrubbing water? That's clearly your own genuine, undiluted bathwater." This woman would say absolutely anything in a jealous fight over a man. Meng Yudi was openly rebuked, yet she wasn't angry in the least. She raised the back of her hand to cover her red lips and let out a tinkling, coquettish laugh, her chest heaving in a truly spectacular way. Sister's reprimand is right. My Baihua Peak is austere and devoid of desire, so naturally, it cannot compare to the night-long revelry of Lianxiang Peak. Meng Yudi deliberately let her gaze circle the tightly intertwined arms of Chao Kuan and Yu Linglong, her tone growing even more plaintive and seductive. After all, sister has such an able little junior brother keeping her company. Who wouldn't be delighted? I'm truly envious. Good heavens. Chao Kuan clicked his tongue secretly and gave his verdict. This exquisite jade vixen had a formidable rank. It would be a shame not to capture her. Just as those two mature golden core beauties were locked in open rivalry, a pair of slender white hands stretched out from the right and tightly gripped Chao Kuan's right arm. Senior brother Chao. Lung Qingyue raised her pale chin, her cool voice cutting clearly through the night breeze. This peak master Meng speaks so strangely. Master is right. She is already several hundred years old, yet she acts just like a mortal world concubine, rattling on about sisters this and sisters that. How bizarre. That single blunt, forceful strike shattered the pretense of that high-class schemer. As for Qingyue, ever since finishing her self-persuasion, her palace intrigue skill points had risen almost too quickly. Upon hearing the finishing blow about being a person of several hundred years, the smile on Meng Yudi's face froze for an instant. She glanced at the murderous Yu Linglong on the left. Then she looked at the cold, protective Lung Qingyue on the right. Finally, her gaze settled on Lu Rume, who was standing before Chao Kuan with her head bowed, doing her best to play dead. She curled her index finger around the strand of hair resting above her enticing chest. Meng Yudi understood in her heart the waters of Lianxiang Peak were far deeper than she had imagined. All right. Since sister and young Qingyue do not welcome me, I'll not make myself a nuisance. Meng Yudi straightened up, put away her frail act, and her voice returned to the authority befitting a peak master. I have seen everything that happened tonight. Su Changhe openly defied orders and plotted to harm a sect prodigy. Death is too good for him. She made her decision and defined the incident on the spot. With Meng Yudi, a great peak master at the late Golden Core stage, bearing witness the matter of Chao Kuan killing Su Changhe, A subordinate killing a superior was completely settled under sect rules. I will report this truthfully to the sect master. Rest assured, everyone. With that, she turned her gaze to Lu Rume and beckoned her over. Rume, come back with master. After witnessing such a fierce battle tonight, you must be frightened. You need proper rest. Lu Rume's delicate body quivered. Instinctively, she raised her head and looked timidly at Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan's expression remained calm as he gave a slight nod. Only then did Lu Rume sigh in relief and quickly walk behind Meng Yuti. Meng Yuti took in her disciple's instinctive ask for permission gesture, and the smile on her face deepened. With a wave of her sleeve, a surge of pink spiritual energy swept Lu Rume up. Pink petals danced through the air, once more carrying the two figures slowly into the sky. In midair, Meng Yuti turned back and tossed out one last line at Chao Kuan. Young friend, the tea of Baiwa Peak is waiting for you at any time. Meng Yuti. Even after the sky-filling pink petals had completely scattered, Chao Kuan's gaze still lingered on the direction where Meng Yuti had vanished, and for a long time, he did not look away. He was already calculating in his mind. He was still 51 experience points short of unlocking the next Jade Beast slot as a junior beast tamer. Meng Yuti's rank was extremely high. It would be a pity not to capture her. Seeing that Chao Kuan had stared in that direction for a full 7 or 8 breaths, Yu Linglong's face immediately darkened. She reached out and gave the soft flesh at Chao Kuan's waist a hard pinch. The person is gone, but your soul still hasn't returned. A coquettish rebuke suddenly sounded by his ear, thick with the smell of stale vinegar. Before Chao Kuan could come back to his senses, the soft flesh at his waist had already suffered disaster. Yu Linglong's 2 slender fingertips precisely caught that small piece of flesh and twisted it half a turn clockwise. That old fox spirit. By age she could be your great-grandmother, and by figure she's nothing special. Am I your master not better looking than her? Meanwhile, Lung Qingyue's gaze shifted back and forth between her master and Chao Kuan twice. Then without a sound she pressed herself a little closer to Chao Kuan's right arm. Chao Kuan withdrew his gaze. Looking at the puffed-up Yu Linglong, he deliberately teased her. What are you staring at? I was thinking about that tea business from earlier. Yu Linglong was taken aback, clearly remembering the provocative remark Meng Yuti had left before she departed. Jealousy rushed straight to the top of her head, and then she heard Chao Kuan let out a wicked laugh. I was thinking that the tea brewed from that pot of bathwater back then, master, was truly an unmatched delicacy in this world. That flavor is unique, far more spiritual than the tea from Baiwa Peak. At these words, Yu Linglong immediately spat in shame and irritation, yet her body uncontrollably went soft by half. Shut up. Don't mention that. Lung Qingyue, standing nearby, quickly pricked up her ears, afraid of falling behind in her lessons. What bathwater? Master, what secret are you two discussing? Yu Linglong did not dare to respond, and was just about to find an excuse to brush it off. But Chao Kuan suddenly leaned close to her translucent earlobe, and lowered his voice. Rest assured, master. This is a secret only the two of us know. Your disciple will not speak a word of it loosely. Ding. Yu Linglong's possessive desire violently surfaced. Private interaction deepened. Taming value 2. Current taming value 72,100. Reward 200 task points. Chao Kuan was secretly delighted. He was one step closer to the grand prize at 80 points. He patted Yu Linglong's plump rear. Only then did he turn to look at the 2 homeless dogs cowering in the corner of the ruins. Seeing Chao Kuan looking at him, Yi Ting trembled all over in fear. Ignoring his shattered sternum, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed again and again. Why, young Master Chao? This old man's eyes were blind back then. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Chao Kuan raised his hand and cut him off. I will give you 2 paths. Hand over all the resources and authority of the Dan Pavilion, or die. However, Yi Mei, standing at the side, had still not read the situation and shrieked sharply, though Changhe is dead, the sect has its rules. If you dare to kill a Dan Pavilion elder in public, the sect master will definitely not let you go. Chao Kuan did not even glance at Yi Mei. Staring at Yi Ting, he continued, a heaven-blessed genius with potential rare in 10,000 years and 2 old relics who are already crippled. Which side the sect will choose you know better than I do. Yi Ting was clearly far smarter than his elder sister. In front of an absolute monstrous genius, a dead nascent soul, and crippled elders were worth nothing. I'll hand it over. I'll hand everything over. Trembling, Yi Ting pulled out a token and a storage ring from his chest. Raising both hands high above his head, he pleaded tearfully. Nephew Chao, no Elder Chao. This is the token of full authority over the Dan Pavilion, as well as my life savings. I beg you for the sake of our being fellow disciples to spare my life. The Dan Pavilion is yours from now on. I'll be your ox or your horse and never dare to do it again. Chao Kuan stretched out his hand, swept the items into his palm, and casually tossed them into his system space. Seeing Chao Kuan accept the items, Yi Ting's tense body visibly relaxed. He thought he had saved his own life. But the next moment Chao Kuan lowered his head to look at him and revealed a brilliant smile. Elder Yi, it seems you misunderstood. I only said I was giving you 2 paths to choose from. I never said that once I accepted your gifts I wouldn't kill you. After all, the dead are the most obedient. You shameless villain. Yi Ting's eyes bulged wide as he was about to self-detonate his remaining golden core. But Chao Kuan had already raised his right fist with chaos chi coiling around his knuckles. Heaven-tier martial technique, 10-stage collapse. Chao Kuan threw a punch, and the fist wind tore through the air. Bang! A dull sound. Yiting did not even have time to let out a scream. He burst apart on the spot into a cloud of dark red blood mist. Chaos chi swept through in response, grinding even the broken remnants of his soul into nothing. Even the chance to be reborn was saved. Oh. Watching her own younger brother dissolve into blood mist before her eyes, Yimei's mind went blank, leaving only one thought. Run. She channeled all the remaining spiritual energy in her body, pushed off the ground with one leg, and fled madly toward the outside of the plaza. She had barely rushed out 30 feet. Suddenly, a purple spiritual energy afterimage swept past her side. Yulinglong appeared beside. Yimei raised her right hand and viciously slapped Yimei across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the night sky. The enormous force sent Yimei flying backward, and she crashed heavily at Chao Kuen's feet. Run! Yulinglong looked down at her tone icy. This sovereign has not yet permitted you to leave. Knowing that escape was hopeless, Yimei ignored the searing pain of her broken foot and immediately switched to a different expression. She tore open the collar of her outer robe, revealing a large expanse of skin. While crying, she crawled toward Chao Kuen's feet. Young Master Chao, see, Yimei has maintained herself fairly well. Why not keep me? Let me serve you. Chao Kuen frowned with disgust and took a large step back. A face like that. One look in my life would be shortened. Master, I'll leave her to you. As you command. Yulinglong let out a sweet laugh, and her gaze toward Yimei turned cruel. You cheap slut. A ruined body like yours, and you still think you're worthy of seducing the master. Very soon, Yimei's desperate pleas for mercy rang out across the plaza. This was followed by a bone-cracking sound that made one's hair stand on end. Yimei's miserable screams hovered over the White Jade Plaza for a full 7.5 minutes. Only then did everything finally return to silence. Chao Kuen walked to an intact stone platform and took out 3 storage rings from his storage space, Yiting's, Yimei's, and the one he had found earlier from the ashes of Su Chang's corpse. He first wiped away the divine sense imprints on the Yi siblings' storage rings and quickly scanned through them. There was no small amount of spirit stones, pills, and medicinal herbs inside. Together with the batch Yulinglong had plundered before, the total was extremely impressive. But the real highlight was Su Chang's ring. The entire fortune of an early nascent soul grandmaster. Chao Kuen extended his divine sense into Su Chang's storage ring. The space inside was vast. There were over 30,000 top-grade spirit stones alone. Mid-grade spirit stones were piled into a small mountain densely packed, roughly no fewer than 500,000. High-grade pills and 1,000-year-old spirit herbs were neatly categorized on jade shelves. A dignified nascent soul grandmaster and intersect elder with real authority in the Hahuan sect had only saved up this much. Even so, this windfall was enough to drive every rogue cultivator in Qingzhou's cultivation world mad. Chao Kuen was not stingy. He divided the cultivation resources inside into 2 portions and tossed them to Yulinglong and Lung Qingwei respectively. Take it and use it as you please. Chao Kuen's tone was casual. When it runs out, come ask me for more. Lung Qingwei caught the pouch, her eyes full of little stars. The feeling of being overbearingly doted on almost made her melt on the spot. Yulinglong, on the other hand, happily put away the storage pouch and leaned over to kiss Chao Kuen on the cheek. Thank you for the reward, master. Tonight, Linglong will certainly repay you well. After dividing the spoils, Chao Kuen's divine sense continued to explore deeper into Su Chang's storage ring. Before long, it reached the very deepest corner. There he discovered an ancient jade box. With a thought, Chao Kuen took the box out and drew it into his palm. The jade box was dark cyan, all over of unknown material. Its surface was covered with complex formation patterns Chao Kuen had never seen before. At the 4 corners of the jade box were embedded dim spirit stones acting as the latch of the seal. Chao Kuen examined the object. The moment his fingertip touched the formation patterns on the box's surface, the immortal artifact chaos sword embryo nurtured within his body seemed to sense some kind of summons and suddenly trembled violently. Vast chaos chi surged uncontrollably, flowing along his meridians into the center of Chao Kuen's right palm and then pouring into the spirit stones at the 4 corners of the jade box. Crack! The lid of the jade box popped open on its own. A palm-sized pitch-black small sword slowly floated up. Though it was incomplete, the patterns on it were actually exactly the same as the chaos sword embryo within Chao Kuen's body. With a sword song, the pitch-black small sword swelled in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to more than 3 feet in length. The killing aura emanating from its blade shook the surrounding air into visible ripples. Immediately after, the pitch-black long sword transformed into a black beam of light and plunged straight into Chao Kuen's chest, fusing with the chaos sword embryo into one. In that instant, Chao Kuen's consciousness was pulled into an endless void. He saw a towering figure in a gray robe, his feet treading upon countless worlds. With a casual swing of a sword, he split open the primordial chaos and severed the long river of time. In the unseen depths, an ancient and majestic voice resounded through Chao Kuen's sea of consciousness. Since you can fuse with my remnant blade, you are a man of fate. My name is the Chaos God Emperor. Chao Kuen's spirit trembled violently. Such overwhelming power completely exceeded his understanding of the cultivation world. The figure in gray robes lowered his right hand, and a low majestic voice continued to echo through the void. The boundary sea shall descend into chaos, and catastrophe shall descend once more. If this sword can be reforged, You shall command my chaos divine clan. We must recross the boundary sea before the catastrophe arrives and alter fate for all living beings in this world. As the words faded, the figure in gray robes froze in place. The surging chaotic chi around them also grew still. Chao Kuan stood where he was, rubbing his hands together, full of anticipation for what came next. 10 breaths passed. Half an incense stick's time passed. The void fell utterly silent. No technique jade slips came flying, nor did any enlightenment inheritance descend. Chao Kuan raised one eyebrow. Senior, he called out tentatively. No response. Hello, he called again. The gray-robed figure remained motionless, still facing away. Chao Kuan pursed his lips. Is that it? You gave the quest, but where's the reward? All that grand talk amounted to nothing. Just as Chao Kuan was about to turn and leave, ripples suddenly stirred in the void ahead. The phantom of the Chaos Divine Emperor came back to life. That towering back slowly began to rotate as though it intended to turn around. Chao Kuan's heart leapt with joy. He immediately stopped in his tracks and stood at full attention. Now that made sense. The big reveal was coming. Peerless techniques, supreme inheritances, ancient divine artifacts. Throw in any couple of those, and I'll be set. The gray-robed figure finally turned around. Its face was hidden within a swirl of mist. Then that low, majestic voice rang out once more. Since you were able to fuse with my shattered blade fragment, you are indeed one destined by fate. I am the Chaos Divine Emperor. The boundary sea shall descend into chaos, and catastrophe shall descend once more. If this sword can be reforged, you shall command my Chaos Divine clan. We must recross the boundary sea before the catastrophe arrives and alter fate for all living beings in this world. Word for word. Even the rises, falls, and pauses in tone were perfectly identical. The smile on Chao Kuan's face froze solid. Holy crap. What a grand spectacle, what tremendous commotion. And it all amounted to a recorded message. Chao Kuan had no desire to wrestle with an ancient recording device. He shifted his consciousness, withdrawing directly from this void. The moment his awareness returned to his body, Chao Kuan immediately sensed profound changes within himself. Deep in his dantian, the surface of his purple golden core was now overlaid with dark, ominous patterns. The Chaos Sword embryo, which had been floating above the golden core, had undergone a dramatic transformation. A fragment barely the size of a palm had perfectly fused with the sword embryo. The sword body was slender and entirely black, radiating a terrifying aura of slaughter. Chao Kuan turned his gaze inward. He could clearly feel that this sword embryo had undergone a qualitative shift. The Chaos Unity art spontaneously activated, and the spiritual energy from heaven and earth around him surged into his body like a flood. Passed through the sword embryo's consumption and transformation, it became extremely pure spiritual power that fed back into his purple golden core. The efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy had increased by several times over. The sword intent flowing across the surface of the sword embryo also became far more refined and domineering. A crisp chime resounded in his mind. Ding. Host's magical artifact Chaos Sword Embryo has evolved. Chaos Sword Embryo Chaos Fragment Sword Incomplete State. Rank Ultimate Grade Immortal Artifact Growth Type Quasi-Divine Artifact Growth Type. New Passive Unlocked Chaos Sword Intent. During close combat, all attacks carry a Chaos Erosion effect that ignores the defenses of anyone at or below the current realm. Note fragments of this sword remain scattered across the world. Each piece fused will significantly elevate the sword's rank and power. Quasi-Divine Artifact. Chao Kuan glanced at the system panel, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Ignores defenses below one's own realm. This meant that as long as he closed the distance, no one's protective aegis could withstand a single strike from him. What a massive profit. As for some main quest about recrossing the boundary sea and saving the world, he paid it no mind at all. Problems for tomorrow, benefits in hand, were what truly mattered. Chao Kuan slowly opened his eyes. Before him rose a carved ceiling depicting dragons and phoenixes. The air carried a familiar, subtle fragrance. This was the jade bed in the inner chamber of the main hall of Lianxiang Peak. His gaze drifted downward. Two breathtaking faces came into view. Yu Linglong and Lung Qinghua lay on either side of the bed, their heads resting on the edge. Yu Linglong's long purple hair had spilled loose, the tips brushing against Chao Kuan's cheek and stirring a pleasant tingle. Her eyes were slightly reddened, and the previously enchanting and seductive features on her face were now filled with unmistakable worry. On the right, Lung Qinghua looked equally haggard. Her plain white dress was somewhat disheveled, and a trace of moisture still lingered in her cool eyes. Clearly both of them had been keeping vigil here for quite some time. The moment Chao Kuan moved, both women startled awake. You're awake. Senior brother Chao. Both voices rang out at once. Yu Linglong moved extremely fast. In one motion, she wrapped her arms around him and pressed his head firmly against her chest. Master. She hugged Chao Kuan's neck tightly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. You've been unconscious for a full 2 hours. I almost died of worry. Chao Kuan's face sank into softness. His nostrils filled with the mature, alluring fragrance of Yu Linglong's body. He raised his hand, and in the same motion wrapped his arm around Yu Linglong's slender waist, giving that pliant curve a squeeze. Lung Qinghua was half a beat slower. Watching her master act so unreservedly, a flicker of resentment flashed through her cool eyes. Lung Qinghua bit her lower lip. She squeezed over from the other side of the jade bed, wrapped both hands around Chao Kuan's right arm, and pressed it firmly against her own chest. Senior Brother Chow. Lung Qinghue tilted her head upward, her voice soft. You were emitting such terrifying black energy just now. I was so frightened. From left and right, two entirely different sensations reached him. Chao Kuan closed his eyes in comfort. Yu Linglong sensed Lung Qinghue's actions and narrowed her peach blossom eyes slightly. She lowered her head, her red lips grazing Chao Kuan's earlobe, and deliberately deepened her tone. Master, is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Let Linglong examine you. Lung Qinghue refused to be outdone. She clutched Chao Kuan's arm tighter and gave it a gentle shake. Senior Brother Chow, that mysterious black sword suddenly flew into your body. What exactly happened? Did it damage your meridians? She added that aura was so terrifying. 10 times worse than Su Changhe's nascent soul manifestation. Waiting for his answer, leaning back against the headboard, a mischievous idea arose in his heart. He let out a heavy, deliberately profound sigh. Don't mention it. I encountered the remnant soul of an eternal sovereign emperor. Eternal sovereign emperor. He insisted on taking me on as his disciple, saying my talent was outstanding and my bones extraordinary. I wanted to refuse at first. After all, I'm a person who cares little for fame and gain. I just want to grow herbs on Lianshan Peak and spend time with you both. Chao Kuan spoke his nonsense with a straight face. But he wouldn't take no for an answer and forced all his lifetime's supreme techniques upon me. That black sword was his birthright divine artifact. A look of utter shock filled her once cool face. An eternal sovereign emperor's inheritance. A birthright divine artifact. Those two phrases alone, spoken to any cultivator in the world, would be enough to set off a storm of bloodshed. And Chao Kuan had merely tossed them off in passing. Her gaze shifted entirely, from concern to a feral obsessive devotion. This was her master. In peerless genius, even an eternal sovereign emperor would fight over to pass down his inheritance to. Chao Kuan gave a wicked smile. The sovereign's inheritance is far too overbearing. My spiritual energy is currently churning wildly within me. Come then. Lung Qinghue. Lung Qinghue. The main hall of Baiwa Peak. Pink and white gauze drapes cascaded from the vaulted ceiling. Two figures landed steadily on the jade steps beside the spirit spring. Meng Yuti walked straight over to the couch, lightly kicked off her delicate embroidered shoes, and reclined on it with languid grace. Her pink skirt slipped along the edge of the couch, revealing a stretch of snow-white calf that dangled idly in the air. My good disciple, don't just stand there. Meng Yuti propped her cheek on one hand. Her phoenix eyes curved with a smile as she sized up the uneasy figure in the middle of the hall. Stop being so nervous. There's no one else here. Come tell your master. Exactly how far have things progressed between you and that young friend Chow? At these words, Lu Rumwen clutched the hem of her red gauze skirt with both hands, her head hanging low. A wave of humiliation and indignation surged violently through her at that moment. The extreme rift between her body and her reason nearly drove her mad. Lu Rumwen opened her mouth, ready to pour out everything to the master she trusted most. She wanted to tear apart Chao Kuan's hypocritical mask. She would tell her master that Chao Kuan was by no means a heaven-blessed prodigy. He is an old lecher who uses evil arts to forcibly control people's minds. He is a... The accusation on the tip of her tongue was forcibly corrected by that overbearing power. After struggling inwardly for a while, Lu Rumwen opened her mouth and stammered out a sentence. Chao Kuan and I are merely ordinary friends. Her voice was so low that her lack of confidence was obvious. Hearing this answer, Meng Yuti's eyes flickered, and she sat up straight from the couch. She carefully studied the direct disciple standing before her. Her face was flushed, and her gaze darted away. Her hands nervously twisted the hem of her skirt, and her words came out haltingly. Was this still the fiery little chili pepper of Baiwa Peak? Meng Yuti felt a faint shock, then a wave of understanding. Having spent years in the Hahuan sect and instructed countless female disciples, she knew exactly what state her disciple was in. This demeanor was not that of someone who had suffered injustice. It was plainly the shy, flustered embarrassment of a girl whose heart had just awakened and had been thoroughly controlled by a man. The coy hesitation of wanting and refusing. Meng Yuti immediately reached a conclusion. Her proud, aloof disciple had absolutely been conquered by Chao Kuan's heaven-defying means and strength, and had developed genuine feelings for him. As for why she would not admit it, it was naturally because of that ridiculous girlish vanity. Lung Qinghue was her best friend. Now that her best friend had become Chao Kuan's rightful Dao companion, she as a sworn sister had been caught having a secret taste behind her back. Naturally, she was too embarrassed to openly seize him away. Meng Yuti curled her red lips and let out a light, merry laugh. Barefoot on the jade steps, she walked gracefully over to Lu Ruming. Taking Lu Ruming's hand, she began to counsel her in a serious, heartfelt tone. Silly girl, have you cultivated yourself into a fool? Have you forgotten the very root of the Hahuan sect? We cultivate the path of yin-yang union. Cultivating with multiple partners is nothing unusual in our sect. Since you've come across a supreme dual cultivation partner like young friend Chow, one whose power reaches the heavens and who is filled with pure yang essence, go after him, that's all. Meng Yuti's eyes glistened, her tone carrying the worldly wisdom of one who had been through it. As for men, which one doesn't love beauty? Who would ever complain about having too many women around? Your supreme crimson flame spirit body is a match made in heaven with his flame yang essence. If the two of you cultivate together for a long time, your cultivation will advance 1,000 li in a single day. Even being a nameless concubine is better than clinging to that empty, illusory concept of face. Meng Yudi's tone grew weightier, her expression one of anxious disappointment. If you shrink back and keep your distance here because of the mundane opinions of outsiders or that so-called sisterly bond, then you would be utterly wrong. Not only would that run counter to the Hahuan sect's inner methods. If things go on like this, your unfulfilled body will give birth to inner demons and destroy your Tao heart. Listening to her master's long-winded speech, Lu Rumeng frantically shook her head in her heart. That's not it at all. He is no good man. He is a devil. But, under the suppression of the master-servant contract, the subconscious instincts of her body had completely taken the lead. Lu Rumeng not only did not speak out to refute. She instead obediently lowered her head and her chin, even gave a few docile little nods. She let her master hold her hand, adopting the demure appearance of a disciple earnestly receiving instruction. To Meng Yudi, this posture was no different from a shy confession after having her secret seen through. Seeing her disciple so amenable, Meng Yudi covered her mouth with a satisfied tinkling laugh. That's right. Open your mind. Resources in this cultivation world are after all meant to be fought for. With that, Meng Yudi's long fair fingers suddenly pointed at Lu Rumeng's neck, which she had been doing her utmost to hide. All right, no need to hide it from your master. This personal magic tool, surely it's a love token from young friend Xiao. Lu Rumeng's delicate frame trembled, and her hands instinctively flew to her neck. Meng Yudi, however, casually pulled her hands away, her smile deepening. Don't be shy. At White Jade Square just now I saw it quite clearly. That old woman Yu Linglong was also wearing one exactly like yours around her neck. A love token. Lu Rumeng found it so absurd that she wished she could just die. Meng Yudi, unaware of the truth, stared at the black ring, intense curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Yu Linglong is a mighty expert at the late Golden Core stage. Young friend Chao was able to give you an artifact of the same kind as a Golden Core elders. That shows your standing in his heart is certainly not low. This is a heaven-sent stroke of fortune. With that driven by intense curiosity, Meng Yudi stretched out her right hand. Come, let your master take a good look. What level of treasure is this love token that young friend Chao gave you after all? The moment her master's fingertip was about to touch the black iron beast ring, Lu Rumeng held her breath and did not dodge. She let her master's fingers draw closer. At this moment, fierce hope burst forth from the depths of her dim eyes, and her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Her master was a great cultivator at the late Golden Core stage with heaven-defying abilities. Perhaps she could see through the evil nature of this beast ring. With her profound cultivation, she could forcibly erase the formation patterns inside. She could help her take off this humiliating black ring. If only the humiliating black ring could be removed, she would regain her freedom. The distance grew shorter and shorter. 1 inch. Half an inch. Just as Meng Yudi's fair fingertip was about to touch the edge of the beast ring. Bang! A muffled detonation exploded between them. On the surface of the black iron beast ring, a dark red formation pattern suddenly flared. Meng Yudi's expression changed dramatically, for her fingertip felt as if it had struck an invisible copper wall 10,000 zhang high. In the next moment, a rebounding force far beyond what her late Golden Core spiritual power could withstand came surging at her. The force was remarkably ingenious. It only brutally deflected Meng Yudi's finger. Yet it did no harm whatsoever to Lu Rumeng the wearer. Ugh! Meng Yudi let out a muffled groan. The backlash drove her back 3 or 4 consecutive steps before she barely managed to steady herself. Her eyes were filled with undisguisable shock. But the light in Lu Rumeng's eyes rapidly dimmed. The hope in her heart shattered with a crash, and thick despair drowned her completely. It's over. Even her master at the peak of the late Golden Core stage. This life of hers was truly finished at Chao Kuen's hands. There was absolutely no chance of taking it off. The only thing left was to find a way to change it for a prettier one. Lu Rumeng closed her eyes, waiting for her master's wrath. An artifact with such an overbearing defensive mechanism would surely make her master realize something was wrong. However, the questioning she had expected never came. Meng Yudi raised her head and fixed her gaze on the black iron beast ring around Lu Rumeng's neck. A fervent longing that could not be concealed flashed through her eyes. What a heaven-defying, horrifyingly powerful defensive artifact this was. It required neither the master to actively channel spiritual power, nor even a wisp of spiritual sense to guide it. Relying solely on the protective mechanism inherent in its formation, it could precisely judge outside probing. And in an instant it could unleash a counterforce that even late Golden Core cultivators could not withstand. If the earlier touch had been an attack filled with killing intent, the artifact's counterattack would unquestionably be even more terrifying. She had crawled and struggled through this immortal cultivation world for several hundred years. Never had she seen a personal defensive treasure of such a high rank and such terrifying sentience. No wonder Yu Linglong, that old fox spirit, a dignified cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, would hang this dark iron ring around her neck as if it were a precious treasure. So it was never a peculiar fetish at all. It was a genuine life-saving divine treasure. And Chao Kuen could casually give away such an incredible treasure to others. And he gave away 2 at once. If she could possess one herself, then in the whole territory of Qingzhou, nay the entire cultivation world, who could easily come near her? Who could still harm her? Meng Yudi was thoroughly tempted. She stepped forward again, but no longer reached out to touch the black ring. Instead, she reached out with both hands and gently tidied the collar of Lu Ruming's red gauze robe, shielding the beast ring once more. My good disciple. Meng Yudi's voice was lowered to near a whisper laced with a hint of a smile. A peerless treasure like this must be worn close to you at all times. Whatever you do, never ever take it off. Lu Ruming nodded woodenly. No need for you to remind me, honored master. This thing simply cannot be taken off. After soothing her disciple who was still unable to snap out of her emotion, Meng Yudi turned around and walked toward the main hall's entrance, gazing into the distance at Lianxiang Peak, faintly visible in the night. She extended a pink tongue, and with longing in her eyes licked her slightly dry red lips. No matter what means she had to use, even pulling out every trick she had, she would get an identical treasure from that little fellow. Wearing it around her neck would absolutely overflow with a sense of security. Meng Yudi. Meanwhile, in the inner chamber of the main hall on Lianxiang Peak, two utterly different soft sensations kept stimulating Chao Kuen's nerves. Suddenly, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the jade beast Lu Ruming is undergoing intense emotional fluctuations. Taming value 5, current taming value 34,100, reward task points 500. Seeing this, Lung Qingyue on the other side pouted. She could not imitate her master's natural wanton seductiveness, but that did not stop her from protecting what was hers in her own way. Moi. She sat up, pressed her cheek against Chao Kuen's chest, and said softly, current taming value 77,100. Reward task points 500. Another step closer to unlocking the next position. Chao Kuen dressed in his blue robe and clicked his tongue in private amazement. Had his body not been reforged by primordial chaos chi, even the overbearing, unmatched recovery power of the chaos returned to one art could not have endured such expenditure. An ordinary cultivator would never withstand such consumption. He turned his gaze inward to his dantian. The purple golden core was round and flawless, a full size larger than when he had first formed it. The foundation of the early golden core realm had been completely consolidated. Chao Kuen turned his wrist, and a black iron token fell into his palm. It was the very token of the Pill Pavilion's highest authority that Yi Ting had handed over before his death. Thunder without rain won't do. Chao Kuen tossed the token into the air and caught it steadily. With Yi Ting dead, the Pill Pavilion, that choice piece of fat, had become completely ownerless. Rather than wait for the sect to slowly send people to inventory and take over, it was better to strike first and seize the Pill Pavilion for himself. Without disturbing the two sleeping women, Chao Kuen walked out of the main hall alone and headed straight for the Pill Pavilion. At that moment, inside the main hall of the Pill Pavilion, the atmosphere was caught in a strange, feverish frenzy. 6 brocade-robed stewards who held real power in the Pill Pavilion sat around the jade table at the center of the hall. The outside world was buzzing with rumors. Elder Yi had fallen and Grand Elder Su had been wiped out. Moreover, Sect Master Qin Kanglin had yet to issue any clear takeover order. This gave the Pill Pavilion a perfect window of power vacuum. Men die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Once the initial fear faded, these old foxes who had grown fat by skimming profits for years immediately began to stir with ambitious thoughts. With Elder Yi gone, our Pill Pavilion has no leader. That new batch of 1,000-year spirit herbs in the storeroom still needs someone to safeguard it properly, right? A lean steward with a goatee stroked his beard and was the first to break the silence. Steward Zhang is right. Another steward with high cheekbones immediately chimed in. Especially those 3 6th-grade barrier-breaking pills in the Grade A core storage. They are strategic supplies. Keeping them in the storeroom is too unsafe. I think it would be best if we split them up and hold them in temporary custody. Hold them in temporary custody. It sounded nice, but once they were divided into private storage rings, there was no way they would ever be spit back out. A portly steward sitting to the left of the head seat gave a cold laugh and patted his round belly. Your appetites are a bit too big. The formation keys to the Grade A core storage are split into 6 parts. Each of us has one. If we want to open the door and take things, we have to agree on a distribution plan based on contribution, right? Fatly, stop putting on airs. The lean steward Zhang grew anxious. Do you really think everyone is blind to how you secretly embezzled 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones and laundered them on the black market last month? You're full of shit. That was normal procurement loss. The hall immediately broke into an uproar. Over the distribution ratio of resources, several stewards who normally called each other brothers argued, red-faced, spittle flying everywhere. They were so deeply engrossed that none of them noticed a tall, slender figure had appeared at the hall entrance. Chao Kuen crossed his arms and watched coldly for the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, savoring this dog-eats-dog farce. Finally, he let out a light laugh. You stewards are in quite a refined mood. Shall I bring you a few stools and brew a pot of fine tea so I can listen while you slowly finish dividing the accounts? Chao Kuen's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with perfect clarity. The noise in the hall stopped abruptly. All 6 stewards turned their heads in unison. The moment they saw who it was, cold sweat poured down their backs. Chao Kuen, the slaughter god who had withstood the purple gold heavenly thunder and slain a nascent soul grandmaster with a single sword strike. The hall was dead silent. These stewards were all shrewd veterans seasoned by years of internal sect intrigue. Their ability to read expressions and change faces in an instant was second to none. Fatly reacted fastest. The fat on his face quivered as he forced a fawning smile onto his face and hurried forward. Oh my. So it is Elder Chow honoring us with his presence. I failed to welcome you from afar. Truly failed to welcome you. He had directly skipped ranks and addressed Chow Kun as an elder. The other 5 snapped back to their senses as well and hurriedly crowded around him, bowing and scraping faces plastered with servile flattery. Chow Kun straightened up and swept his cold, sharp gaze over those 6 oily faces. Enough. Put away all this empty, phony stuff. He walked straight through the crowd and sat down in the head seat at the top of the hall. Yi Ting is dead. Chow Kun looked down at everyone. From today onward, the Pill Pavilion is under my control. He extended his right hand and opened his palm. Hand over all the formation keys to the Grade A core storage. The smiles on the 6 stewards' faces froze simultaneously. Hand over the keys. That was tantamount to handing over their leverage over the Pill Pavilion's lifeblood, their cultivation resources for the rest of their lives. They quickly exchanged a veiled glance. Fat Li's eyes rolled slyly. He stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, Elder Chow, your willingness to personally take over our Pill Pavilion is a blessing for the entire pavilion. His tone was extremely respectful, but his words turned with oily smoothness. It's just, there is something you may not know. The internal handover procedures of the Pill Pavilion are extremely cumbersome. Hundreds of thousands of accounts are tangled in a mess, and the loss reports for various spirit herbs and pills are even more complicated. The Grade A storeroom is a vital sect facility with enormous implications. For this handover, one must first count the ledgers and verify the materials. In my view, this will take at least half a month to inventory. The lean steward Zhang caught his meaning at once and stepped forward to support him. Yes, Elder Chow. How could such crude, tiring work trouble you to personally oversee it? Why not return to Lianxiang Peak and rest for a few days? Once we have thoroughly sorted out the accounts and compiled the records, we will personally deliver them to your peak. Bureaucratic shadowboxing, soft delay, and hard resistance. They firmly believed that Chow Kun was young and hot-blooded, good only for fighting and killing, and completely ignorant of the twists and turns in logistical accounting. As long as they could stall for those 3 to 5 days, they would immediately strip the core storage completely bare. Then they would hand over a hollow ledger with no proof left against them. Chow Kun sat in the head seat watching these old dogs performing a double act. Cold laughter welled up in his heart. Playing workplace Tai Chi with me. He could not be bothered to waste a single extra word. He flipped his wrist. Smack. The black iron token was slammed heavily onto the rosewood table before him. The fierce force cracked the hard tabletop in several places. The Pill Pavilion's highest authority token. Immediately after, the vast ocean-like spiritual pressure of the early golden core stage poured out, without reserve, like floodwater bursting through a levee. The 6 stewards had only mid to late foundation establishment cultivation. Under this terrifying pressure, which pressed close to mid-golden core, their legs trembled violently beyond their control. Fat Li's face turned ashen. But relying on his decades of maneuvering within the Pill Pavilion and confident that the law could not punish the many, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly refused to kneel. He pulled out his final life-saving trump card. See Chow. Elder Chow. He raised his head with difficulty and shouted hoarsely, even if you hold the token according to the sect's iron law. The transfer of the Pill Pavilion Master's position requires a handwritten decree and seal personally issued by the sect master. Forcing us to hand over the storeroom keys like this violates the rules. Rules. Chow Kun looked at Fat Li, who was twisting words to justify himself, and the smile on his face completely vanished. If you hadn't mentioned rules, I almost forgot. Chow Kun slowly rose to his feet. Primordial chaos chi surged through his limbs and bones. Whoosh. His figure instantly transformed into an afterimage on the spot. The next instant, he crossed the jade steps and appeared before Fat Li. Fat Li's pupils suddenly dilated. He did not even have time to raise his protective chi. Chow Kun's palm viciously slammed into Fat Li's fleshy cheek. Bang! A teeth-clenching sound of flesh and blood exploding blasted through the hall. Fat Li's nearly 300-gene obese body, like a torn sack swept up by a gale, was sent flying dozens of zhang by that single slap. Midair, he violently sprayed a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered teeth. Then he crashed heavily into the thick stone pillar of the hall, cracking its surface inch by inch. Fat Li slid to the ground like a pile of mud. Half his face had completely collapsed and deformed. His body twitched twice, and with more breath going in than out, he fell unconscious on the spot. The remaining 5 stewards saw this and went stiff. He attacked at the first sign of disagreement. This was absolutely someone they could not afford to offend. Chow Kun turned to the remaining 5 and revealed a smile as warm as a spring breeze. From now on, I am the rule here. Who else has objections? You can still raise them. I am a very democratic person. Thud. Steward Zhang was the first to kneel. And no objections. Elder Chow is the rule. With trembling hands, he took out a white jade key from his bosom and offered it to him. This is the formation key this humble one keeps. Please take a look, Elder Chow. The power of example is infinite. Under absolute martial suppression, resources and factions all became utter bullshit. If their lives were gone, what use were spirit stones to buy coffins? Thud, thud, thud. The remaining 4 scrambled to kneel. This humble one hands is over too. I have long hoped Elder Chow would take over. Elder Chow, calm your anger. It is all here. 5 white jade keys along with the one searched from Fat Li's bosom. lay neatly arranged on the table before Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan put all the keys into his storage ring. If you had cooperated this early, why spoil the harmony? He sat back down in the head seat and pointed at Fat Li, whose condition was unknown. Drag him out. Then take me to the grade A core storage. Yes. This humble one will lead the way right away. Steward Zhang scrambled to his feet and hurriedly ordered people to drag Fat Li out of the main hall. Then bending at the waist, he personally led Chao Kuan forward. Passing through layer after layer of restrictions, the two arrived before a hidden underground palace behind the Pill Pavilion. Two heavy ancient bronze doors were embedded in the mountain wall. You may withdraw. Chao Kuan waved Steward Zhang away and walked forward alone. He inserted the 6 white jade keys into the 6 keyholes of the bronze door one by one and infused spiritual power into them. Rumble. With a low grinding sound, the heavy bronze doors slowly slid open to both sides. A dense medicinal fragrance rushed to meet him, but at the same moment the system's icy notification suddenly sounded in Chao Kuan's mind. Ding. Detected an ultimate grade spirit beast within 10 meters. Target status: soul body extremely weak, capture difficulty. Because the target has a special form and has lost its physical body, conventional forceful methods and tools are ineffective. Overall assessment: this spirit beast has a mysterious origin and a special identity. It is recommended that the host subdue it at all costs. Yu Linglong. A soul body. A special identity with mysterious origins. Chao Kuan looked at the prompt that popped up on the system panel and raised an eyebrow. This damn system's appetites really were getting stranger and stranger. Before, at least, it was a living, breathing beauty. Now it won't even let a soul body go. It actually wants me to help her reforge her physical body first, and then capture her ruthlessly. Forget it. I won't worry about it. Let me first see just how special and mysterious you are. Chao Kuan stepped through the bronze gate. Following the system's distance prompt, he walked straight past the jade shelves filled with ordinary spirit herbs and headed directly for the deepest part of the underground palace. The farther in he went, the more bizarre the scene became. The pill bottles on the jade shelves on both sides, which should have shimmered with flowing radiance, were now covered in fine cracks. Chao Kuan casually picked up one jade bottle, but the moment his fingertip touched it, the bottle turned into a pile of powder. The high-grade pills inside had long ago become gray-black dregs without even the slightest trace of spiritual energy. What kind of thing could absorb that much? If this were used on a person? Chao Kuan clicked his tongue inwardly and quickened his pace. The red dot shown by the system grew closer and closer until it finally stopped on a white jade platform at the end of the underground palace. On the platform, there was none of the heavenly treasures he had expected, nor any sealed peerless beast. There was only a solitary jade pendant. It was half-moon shaped, neither metal nor jade, made of an unknown material. Its surface was carved with extremely intricate ancient array patterns, and at the moment, it was giving off a faint, obscure glow. A ring of shriveled waste pills lay scattered around the jade pendant. Clearly, all the spiritual energy lost from the outer storerooms had been sucked dry by this unremarkable jade pendant. Chao Kuan reached out and picked up the jade pendant. It was extremely heavy in his hand and carried with it a piercing cold. He mobilized the blazing yang spiritual power within his golden core and channeled it through his palm into the pendant. The spiritual power vanished like a clay ox sinking into the sea without stirring even a ripple. Chao Kuan refused to accept it. He once again drove up the chaos chi he had just fused and forcibly poured it in. There was still no response. The pendant was like a bottomless pit, swallowing every external force, yet offering no feedback. Chao Kuan stared at it and narrowed his eyes. Even chaos chi had no effect. The system had even marked its capture difficulty as 3 question marks and explicitly warned that ordinary forceful methods would be ineffective. This thing definitely had an extraordinary origin. Most likely it was a sleeping ancient empress or some old granny soul. Since he couldn't figure it out for now, Chao Kuan didn't dwell on it. He found a tough strand of heavenly silkworm silk, threaded it through the jade pendant, and hung it directly against his waist, letting his blazing yang spiritual root soak it with its aura for a while. When he had time later, he would slowly tame it. After putting away the pendant, Chao Kuan turned around and looked at a secret chamber on the other side of the underground palace, cut off by layers of formations. That was where the alchemy pavilion's true wealth was stored. Chao Kuan casually broke through the formation. 3 6th-grade barrier-breaking pills lay inside a 10,000-year warm jade box. Several dozen stalks of 1,000-year supreme-grade spirit herbs emitted an enticing halo. There were also dozens of bottles of high-grade healing holy medicines that were rarely seen in the outside world. Chao Kuan adhered to the fine tradition of plucking every feather from passing geese and stripping the hide from fleeing beasts, showing no courtesy at all. The jade boxes, the spirit herbs, and even the high-grade spatial rings that stored them were all swept clean by him. He even thought the rosewood racks holding the pills were made of decent material, so he took them into his system space as well. The entire Class A core vault was moved out by Chao Kuan until not even a spirit brick used as a footrest remained. Chao Kuan clapped his hands and turned away, fully satisfied. When he returned to the alchemy pavilion's main hall, he ran straight into a familiar figure. Nangong Wan. One look at her made Chao Kuan stop in his tracks. At this moment, she could only be described as completely reborn. The sickly air that had long lingered between her brows had vanished completely. In its place was fair glowing skin so delicate that it seemed a breath would break it. The extremely exquisite intersect personal disciple robe she wore had somehow been worn into a second skin effect, hugging tightly to her body. It showed off her already full and ripened figure to the fullest. The astonishing curve of her chest pressed nearly to the point of bursting her robe open. As she walked, her sinuous waist swayed alluringly and her full hips rolled. Her whole body exuded a gentle yet fatal mature charm. What surprised Chao Kuan even more was that Nangongwan's aura was no longer the ninth layer of chi refinement, where she had been stuck for many years, but solidly early foundation establishment. Moreover, her spiritual energy was extremely steady, and her foundation was incomparably solid. Clearly, the effect of that fifth-grade spirit-condensing pill had far exceeded expectations. It had not only completely healed her soul wound, but also shattered the shackles on her body in the process. Nangongwan saw Chao Kuan too. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and the joy in their depths could not be hidden. She hurriedly quickened her pace and walked straight over. Junior brother Chao. Nangongwan stopped before Chao Kuan. Because she had walked too quickly, her chest rose and fell lightly, tracing a breathtaking wave. She lifted her head, her eyes full of gratitude. Thanks to the pill you gave me. The old soul wound that had trapped me for 20 years healed completely the very night I took it. Not only that, the bottleneck that had accumulated for years also broke open, and I broke through to foundation establishment overnight. Chao Kuan watched her joyful expression. His gaze unapologetically swept across the high swelling collar of her robe. It really had grown a full size. This investment of a fifth-grade pill had been well worth it. Nangongwan noticed Chao Kuan's aggressive gaze, and her cheeks flushed. Yet she did not dodge. Instead, she secretly felt a hint of delight. She calmed her surging emotions. With a slightly shy movement, she turned sideways and introduced the person beside her. Junior brother Chao, this is Senior Xie Wuwang, the peak master of the intersects Cloud and Rain Peak. Chao Kuan followed her gesture. A kindly-faced old man with 3 strands of long beard stood a few steps away. He wore a moon-white Taoist robe and had the bearing of an immortal. His cultivation base was at the early nascent soul stage. Nangongwan softly explained, Peak Master Xie had just come out of seclusion yesterday and happened to see the unusual omen during my breakthrough. He was impressed by my talent and made an exception to accept me as his personal disciple. Xie Wuwang stood in place, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised. His gaze swept toward Chao Kuan with indifference. An early Golden Core Junior. Xie Wuwang quickly made his judgment in his mind. In his eyes, this young man in green robes was nothing more than an intersect disciple who had just formed his Golden Core thanks to luck. Xie Wuwang deliberately put on the airs of a nascent soul grandmaster. He did not suppress his aura. The faint pressure of his early nascent soul cultivation began to circulate and spread in Chao Kuan's direction. He stood there quietly, waiting for this young junior to sense the chasm between their realms and then bow before him in fear, offering a grand formal salute. However, Chao Kuan stood still as a mountain, not moving an inch. That pressure, which was enough to make ordinary Golden Core cultivators' chi and blood churn violently, fell on him like a gentle brush of wind against his face. Chao Kuan looked at Xie Wuwang and merely gave a casual nod, counting it as a greeting. Seeing this, Xie Wuwang's gray-white brows knitted slightly. Displeasure instantly rose in his heart. Such arrogance. A mere early Golden Core Junior actually dared to act this haughty before a nascent soul senior. Young people these days truly had no manners. He was about to secretly activate a little spiritual power, planning to teach this insolent, self-conceited junior a lesson. Let him know what it means to respect teachers and honor the Tao. Nangongwan was extremely perceptive. She immediately sensed the increasingly stiff, almost combative atmosphere between the two. She hurriedly turned to Xie Wuwang and added with some urgency, Master, this is the life-saving benefactor this disciple mentioned to you. Chao Kuan, Junior brother Chao. He is the one who gave me the 5th-grade spirit-condensing pill and healed my old injury of 20 years. The spiritual power that Xie Wuwang had just gathered in his palm paused. The proud expression on his face froze completely. Chao Kuan. Xie Wuwang stared hard at this calm, composed young man. Since leaving seclusion today, his ears had nearly become calloused from hearing that name. In just a few short days, he had skipped through several cultivation stages. With his physical body alone, he had withstood 9 purple gold heavenly thunderbolts and formed a supreme grade Golden Core. Most terrifying of all, this kid had smashed Su Chang'e's nascent soul Dharma form with one sword strike, grinding Su Chang'e's soul to powder as well. Who was Su Chang'e? He was the great elder of the Hahuan sects, intersect, a ruthless figure at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. His strength was only greater, not weaker, than Xie Wuwang's as the Cloud and Rain Peak master. He absolutely must not offend him, especially since this kid had an unusually close relationship with Nangongwan. If he fell out with this kid over putting on airs, the fat sheep he had already got his hands on, Nangongwan, might slip away at any moment. Even his own old life might follow Su Chang'e's path. In the space of a few flashing thoughts, Xie Wuwang performed the ultimate face-changing trick of the cultivation world. The arrogance and coldness on his face vanished without a trace. That wrinkled old face, like a blooming chrysanthemum, was packed with an extremely fawning smile. Xie Wuwang clasped his hands in an extremely enthusiastic salute. Aya. So it is, Elder Chao. This old man has long admired your name. Seeing you today, truly a hero from the young generation, striking and bearing a dragon and phoenix among men. My apologies, my apologies. My old eyes truly failed to see clearly. He turned toward Nangong, his gaze full of affection and approval, and spoke earnestly. Honor, being able to meet a benefactor like Elder Chow is a blessing you have cultivated for several lifetimes. You must remember this kindness well. Xia Wuwang turned to Chao Kuan again, patted his sunken chest, and vowed solemnly, if there is anything you need this old man for in the future, Elder Chow, just say the word. As long as this old man can do it, I will definitely help with all my strength and never refuse. Chao Kuan looked at that old face, which had been so stiff with self-importance 1 second ago, and was now smiling more brilliantly than a flower the next. He secretly curled his lip. Old fox. The speed of that face changing was faster than turning the pages of a book. Still, Chao Kuan couldn't be bothered to quibble with him. An early nascent soul cultivator was not yet qualified to occupy a place in his thoughts. But there was one thing that did bother him somewhat. Nangong Wan now had this master by her side. Nangong Wan. Chao Kuan keenly sensed that something was amiss. A peak master at the early nascent soul stage. A true heavyweight at the very apex of the Harmony Sect's inner sect pyramid. Just out of seclusion, and he happens to pass by the damn pavilion. And he also happens to take a liking to an outer sect steward who just broke through to early foundation establishment. In the Harmony Sect's inner sect, was there any year without several disciples breaking through to foundation establishment? Those with superior aptitude and excellent bone age were in abundance. Nangong Wan had served as a steward in the outer sect's Sutra Pavilion for more than a decade, unknown and unremarkable throughout. Even if her accumulated foundation had finally erupted and stirred some spiritual energy anomalies, the best she could expect was being promoted to an elite inner sect disciple. Being directly accepted as a personal disciple. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This old bastard definitely did not covet some lousy aptitude. He must have seen that Nangong Wan had a special physique. He wanted to use the pretext of taking a disciple to bring her back to Yunyu Peak as his personal cauldron for harvesting. Old bastard, how dare you set your sights on my woman? You really are tired of living. Chao Kuan's face broke into a smile as warm as a spring breeze, and he stepped forward. He clamped Xia Wuwang's hand, which had just been raised in greeting, tightly in both palms, and shook it up and down with practiced familiarity. Peak Master Xia, you are too kind. For senior sister Nangong to enter Yunyu Peak and receive your personal guidance is a tremendous stroke of fortune. Feeling Chao Kuan's enthusiasm, Xia Wuwang let out a faint inward sigh of relief. It seemed that although this brat was extremely bloodthirsty, he was not a rabid dog completely ignorant of human relations. As long as he gave the young man enough face and kept him pacified, today's matter of taking the girl away would be as good as settled. You flatter me, you flatter me. It's just that Wanner is exceptionally gifted, and this old man felt the joy of a hunter who has spotted fine prey. Xia Wuwang stroked his beard, about to put on the face of a kindly master, and seized this opening to slip away as quickly as possible. Chao Kuan, however, shifted his tone and directly shut him down. However, senior sister Nangong has only just entered the inner sect. Her foundation is still a bit too shallow. Peak Master Xia is not only the master of a peak, but also a venerable nascent soul grand elder. The gift you give for making an exception to take on a personal disciple. It must be very generous, wouldn't you say? I wonder what protective treasure Peak Master Xia has bestowed. Bring it out, and let this junior broaden his horizons. At the entrance of the main hall, Manager Zhang and the other 4 who were crouching by the doorframe eavesdropping heard this and all sucked in a cold breath. A shakedown. This was blatantly shaking down a nascent soul grand elder. And that was Peak Master Xia of Yunyu Peak. No matter who saw him walking around the inner sect, everyone treated him with the utmost respect. This Elder Chow, though, had just taken over the Dan Pavilion and was already turning around to demand a greeting gift from a nascent soul senior. The stewards exchanged looks and saw deep reverence in each other's eyes. Compared with this ruthless man, their previous methods of embezzling spirit stones from the accounts were like make-believe games played by 3-year-olds. Xia Wuwang's kindly smile froze on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Greeting gift. All day long his mind had been occupied with how to spirit this supreme-grade cauldron back to his peak, without anyone noticing. He hadn't given it a single thought. Taking on an early foundation establishment disciple was the kind of thing where you casually handed over a few spirit stones and went through the motions. Who would actually take out a treasure they kept hidden at the bottom of their chest? But now Chao Kuan had publicly roasted him over the fire, and Xia Wuwang was on the back of a tiger, unable to dismount. Refuse. Yesterday this brat had even split apart Su Chang's nascent soul Dharma image. If he turned hostile on the spot, whether this old bag of bones could leave the Dan Pavilion's main hall in one piece was unknown. Besides, Nangong Wan, that fat sheep already in his mouth, would also fly away. Give. Ordinary scrap metal would be nowhere near presentable. Offering it would be slapping his own face as a nascent soul peak master. Chao Kuan was a man who devoured people without spitting out the bones. He would absolutely exploit this to make more trouble. Xia Wuwang clenched his back teeth, his heart bleeding wildly. You have to risk the bait to catch the wolf. As long as he brought this reincarnation's sacred body back, fattened her on Yunyu Peak's resources, and when the optimal moment for harvesting came, drained her completely. The bottleneck that had trapped him at early nascent soul for decades would be broken apart as smoothly as splitting bamboo. There was even a high probability he could storm directly into mid or late nascent soul. Compared with the magnificent heavenly road ahead, bleeding a bit now was worth it. This. Of course I have it. I have it. Xia Wuwang forced a stiff smile and swept his hand across his spatial storage ring. Two objects appeared in his palm out of thin air. One was scale inner armor as thin as a cicada's wing radiating a sapphire blue glow. The other was a jade bottle carved with exquisite cloud patterns. Water. Xia Wuwang steeled himself and pushed the items into Nangongwan's hands. This water cloud armor is a supreme-grade defensive artifact refined from the scales of a 6th-rank cold-water flood dragon. When activated to its limit, it can block a full power strike from a late golden core cultivator. Inside this jade bottle is an extremely precious 4th-rank yuan solidifying pill. It will be of great help to you in consolidating your spiritual power after just entering Foundation establishment. Xia Wuwang felt his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all ache. Every word he spoke dripped with blood. Just take it as your master's greeting gift. Massive bleeding. Absolutely massive bleeding. Manager Zhang, peeking from the doorframe, had gone wide-eyed. He cried out inwardly, Elder Chow is a real badass. Nangongwan stood there dumbfounded, holding the two treasures that radiated astonishing spiritual fluctuations. In more than 10 years as an outer sect steward, the highest grade thing she had ever seen was the 5th-rank spirit calming pill Chao Kuan had given her last night. Now faced with treasures this valuable bestowed by a nascent soul grand elder, she was at a loss. Master, these are too precious. I am unworthy. Nangongwan instinctively tried to decline. Senior Sister Nangong, since this is Peak Master Xie's sincere gesture, you should accept it. Chao Kuan walked up from behind her side, and with complete naturalness wrapped his arm around Nangongwan's extremely full sinuous waist. The feel under his hand was astonishing. The charm of a fully ripened woman combined with the taut firmness of a top-grade cultivator. Even Chao Kuan, that old lecher, could not help quietly praising her top grade. Feeling the scorching body heat and masculine aura at her waist, Nangongwan's beautiful cheeks flushed. Yet she did not try to break free, and instead she felt an unprecedented sense of safety in this domineering gesture. She instinctively leaned into Chao Kuan's broad chest. What an elder bestows cannot be declined. Holding the beauty, Chao Kuan looked at Xia Wuwang with a half-smile. Peak Master Xia is a dignified, nascent soul senior. How could something he has given be taken back? Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Xia Wuwang's eyelids twitched violently, and he nearly choked on his breath. It was not just the pain of losing the treasures, what made his eyes shoot flames was Chao Kuan's action. That Nangongwan was his designated supreme cauldron, the very vessel for his future breakthrough. And now she was being openly held in another man's arms. Even worse, the woman showed no resistance at all, instead, she was putting on such a shy and flattering display. But what could he do? All he could do was grit his teeth, nod in agreement, and say, Elder Chow is right. What are you? Just accept it in peace. Watching Xia Wuwang smile, which was uglier than crying, Chao Kuan sneered inwardly. He had guessed correctly. He had not even arranged a decent ceremony for taking in a disciple, and the greeting gift had been scraped together in panic on the spot. This old bastard had never truly intended to take a disciple. He was after a cauldron. If he was willing to pay such a price to take her away, his scheme had to be significant. Peak Master Xia is indeed wealthy and impressive. This junior admires you. Chao Kuan hugged Nangongwan a little closer and stared straight into Xia Wuwang's eyes. Once Senior Sister goes to Yunyu Peak, I will feel at ease. When I have free time later, I will surely go to Yunyu Peak in person and pay a proper visit. At the words pay a visit in person, all the hairs on Xia Wuwang's body stood on end. Visit Yunyu Peak. You're coming to wipe us out. No trouble. No trouble. Xia Wuwang waved his hands again and again. Elder Chow is occupied with 1,000 matters since taking over the damn pavilion. This old man would not dare trouble you. He feared that the longer he delayed, the more trouble would arise. This brat Chao Kuan never played by the rules. If he invented some new vicious scheme to extort him, the little wealth he had left would not be enough to pay the price. He had to leave immediately. Wanner is this old man's beloved disciple, so I will naturally teach her everything I know. There is no time to waste. Wanner, return to the peak with your master. Your master will open a spiritual cave abode for you at once, and help you enter seclusion to solidify your realm. As he spoke, Xia Wuwang flicked his sleeve and made as if to sweep Nangongwan away with his spiritual power. Wait. Chao Kuan remained where he stood, and his hand around Nangongwan's waist showed no sign of letting go. Peak Master Xia, what's the hurry? Xia Wuwang's movement froze, and he suppressed his fury. Elder Chow, what other instructions do you have? I wouldn't call it instructions. It's just that I have only just taken over the damn pavilion. That old bastard Yi Ting left behind a terrible mess. Hundreds of thousands of spirit herb accounts in complete disorder. Right now I lack a trusted confidant by my side who knows the situation thoroughly and can handle matters reliably. Chao Kuan turned his head and looked at Nangongwan in his arms. Senior Sister Nangong served as a steward in the Outer Sect's Sutra Pavilion for more than 10 years. No one is more familiar with all kinds of documents and accounts. As for entering seclusion, there is no hurry. Let it be postponed for now. Xia Wuwang's facade completely collapsed. His fists clenched tightly, spiritual power at the early nascent soul stage surging wildly in his body. This was going too far. Utterly going too far. First he extorts this old man's supreme magic artifact. Now he wants to keep this old man's supreme cauldron too. Does he really think I, a nascent soul grand elder, am molded from clay? Elder Chow, Xia Wuwang said in a gloomy voice, each word deliberate. Wanner is already my personal disciple. Returning to the peak for seclusion is a proper matter of my sect. You wouldn't be trying to forcibly meddle in another peak's internal affairs, would you? Faced with the fury of a nascent soul Grand Elder, Chao Kuan showed no intention of backing down. The purple golden core within him turned slowly, merged with the chaotic remnant sword. That terrifying killing intent faintly seeped out from his body along his meridians. It actually sliced that nascent soul pressure into fragments in midair. Xia Wuwang's pupils shrank sharply. In that black aura, he genuinely felt a death threat strong enough to erase his nascent soul. Xia Wuwang. Chao Kuan's smile vanished, and he no longer even used the polite title Peak Master. I said the Dan Pavilion needs her. The person I am keeping. Can't you understand human speech? Or do you want to go keep Grand Elder Su Chang company? Xia Wuwang trembled all over with rage at these words. He stared at Chao Kuan's face that begged for a beating, spiritual power gathering and dispersing and gathering in his palm. He did not dare make that bet. This brat was a complete madman. He had even dared to kill the inner sect's Grand Elder. Killing one more Yunyu Peak Master would not seem to weigh on his conscience at all. If he struck now faced with that bizarre black sword chi, he had no confidence whatsoever of getting away unscathed. For a cauldron that was not yet, even in his mouth, throwing away his own old life was not worth it. Xia Wuwang dispersed the spiritual power surging around his body. He forcibly swallowed down the fury and humiliation in his chest. Fine. Very well. Since Elder Chao is so busy with Dan Pavilion affairs, let Wanner be temporarily loaned to the Dan Pavilion for a few days. He looked at Nangong Wan, who was hiding silent behind Chao Kuan. Wanner, once you have finished handling the Dan Pavilion's miscellaneous matters, report back to Yunyu Peak as soon as possible. When he finished speaking, Xia Wuwang gave a cold snort. Unwilling to stay another moment, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished on the spot, high in the sky 100 li away. Xia Wuwang's face twisted as he howled and swore inwardly. Chao Kuan, you little beast. Let you stay arrogant for a while longer. A supreme cauldron like Nangong Wan will be mine sooner or later. Once I find a chance to harvest her, that will be the day you little beast die and your Tao vanishes. Nangong Wan. After Xia Wuwang departed, Nangong Wan finally recovered somewhat from the oppressive pressure that had weighed upon her. The searing body heat at her waist easily pierced through the thin disciple robes, scorching her heart into a flustered mess. Junior brother Chao, Nangong Wan murmured, her voice trembling fiercely. Does Peak Master Xia hold some grievance against me? Chao Kuan withdrew his gaze, looked down at the voluptuous, fully ripened body in his arms, and let out a cold sneer. Grievance? How could he possibly hold a grievance against you? He's thoroughly pleased with you, practically drooling for a taste. He wishes he could carry you back to Yunyu Peak this very moment, lock you in a secret chamber, and instruct you day and night without pause. Chao Kuan deliberately stressed the word instruct with biting emphasis. But he did not go into detail about the reincarnation saint body. That constitution was far too rare, revealing it would only add to her psychological burden. A few pointed warnings, just enough to keep that string taut in her mind, were sufficient. Senior Sister Nangong, you spent over a decade in the Outer Sect's Scripture Pavilion. You must have encountered quite a few of the sect's unsavory, shameful dealings in those archives. Xia Wuwang has been stuck at early nascent soul for centuries now. His bone age is withering, his chi and blood are drying up. With ordinary cultivation, his path has already reached its end in this lifetime. Nangong Wan froze. Xia Wuwang's desperate eagerness from moments ago combined with Chao Kuan's reminder caused a thin, dense layer of cold sweat to seep from her back. He wants to use me as a cauldron. Then, should I still go to Yunyu Peak? Nangong Wan was left with no idea what to do. After all, Xia Wuwang was master of a peak. In name, she was already his personal disciple. Go, why not? Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow. A high-grade cave dwelling delivered to your doorstep, cultivation resources mooshed for free. Who would be fool enough to turn that down? But, Nangong Wan's heart tightened. What if he forces himself on me? Relax. You've just broken through to Foundation establishment. Your realm is still unstable. That old mutt shouldn't lay a hand on you in the short term. Even as he said this, Chao Kuan would not leave the initiative in the hands of an enemy. Nangong Wan's cultivation was far too low. She absolutely needed a life-saving means. Chao Kuan stirred his mind and sank his consciousness into the system. Host current task point balance 16100, search for spatial type life-saving tools. The list refreshed, bringing up a wide row of glittering golden items. Chao Kuan's gaze swiftly locked onto one of them. Premium spatial translocation talisman, priced at 200 task points. Able to ignore any formation blockade. When the bearer is endangered, it triggers automatically, instantly teleporting the bearer to within 1 meter of the host. Note: single-use consumable. Seeing that price tag, the corner of Chao Kuan's mouth twitched. The crooked system was truly black-hearted. One disposable talisman paper dared to charge 2,000 points. Complaints were just complaints, but Chao Kuan did not hesitate in the slightest. Task points were earned to be spent. Compared to Nangong Wan's safety, this investment was nothing. Ding. 200 task points consumed. Exchange successful. Remaining task points, 14100. Chao Kuan turned his wrist, and a dark gold talisman appeared in his palm. The talisman paper was ordinary in material, yet it was carved with numerous intricate miniature formation runes. The spiritual energy ripples radiating from it even caused a slight distortion in the air between the two of them. Though Nangong Wan's cultivation was unremarkable, having spent over a decade in the scripture pavilion, she possessed extraordinary insight. Every variety of talisman classic had long been committed to memory. A single sweep of her eyes was enough for her to see that its grade was alarmingly high. It was at least a 5th grade or above spatial type supreme talisman. Moreover, the flow of the formation runes was extremely strange, a special pattern she had never laid eyes on in any ancient tome. Take it. Chao Kuan stuffed the dark gold talisman directly into Nangong Wan's hand. This is a premium spatial translocation talisman. It won't require you to channel spiritual energy. As long as you come under threat, it will activate on its own. Even if Xia Wuwang completely seals off the space of the entire Yunyu Peak, this talisman can still teleport you to my side in an instant. Nangong Wan looked down at the dark gold talisman in her palm, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. She had idled away 20 years in the outer sect. Her soul damaged, her countenance haggard. Everyone who looked at her did so with pity or disdain, as she did not even have a single close friend to talk to. Only this man before her. In his most downtrodden days, all she had given him were a few packets of worthless tonics and occasional words of consolation. What about him then? First, he had unhesitatingly taken out a 5th grade spirit condensing pill, healing the old wound she had carried for 20 years and helped her break through to Foundation establishment. Now for her sake, he had publicly defied and threatened a nascent soul great power. And once he discerned the danger, he had even arranged her avenue of retreat with such flawless leak-proof care. Nangong Wan pressed the talisman tightly against her chest, nodding with force, her voice thick with emotion. I'll remember. With the safety issues settled, Chao Kuan turned his head to look at the several people peeking furtively outside the hall doors. All of you crawl in here. Steward Zhang shuddered, then hastily led the other 4 stewards tumbling and scrambling into the main hall, lining themselves up in an orderly row. Chao Kuan pointed at Nangong Wan beside him. From today onward, Senior Sister Nangong is the chief steward of the Dan Pavilion. Financial incomings and outgoings, spirit herb inventory, personnel deployment. Even the dismissal of those outer sect handymen. Everything is to be reported to her. Chao Kuan swept his gaze across the 5 men, his tone turning icy. Anyone who feigns compliance or plays tricks with the account books. He paused, pointing at the pool of blood that Fatty Li had coughed up on the floor earlier. That fat man just now is your fate. Am I clear? Steward Zhang broke out in cold sweat, his knees going weak as he dropped to the ground, shouting at the front, perfectly clear. We will obey Elder Chao's commands. We shall follow Chief Steward Nangong's lead in all matters. The other 4 hurriedly knelt down to pledge themselves as well, terrified that even a second's delay would see them smashed to pulp by Chao Kuan's palm. Chao Kuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Nangong Wan. Senior Sister, this tangled mess of accounts in the Dan Pavilion is yours to handle. You manage the archives in the Scripture Pavilion. Matters of inventory and auditing are far more familiar to you than to me. Settle what needs settling, replace who needs replacing. If any thorny troublemaker refuses to fall in line, just hand me the list. I'll take care of them. Rest assured, just leave it to me. Nangong Wan set aside her earlier fragility and helplessness, nodding gently. She knew well that Chao Kuan was establishing her authority. All instructions having been delivered, Chao Kuan patted his backside, preparing to take his leave. The Grade A core warehouse had been stripped bare by him. What remained was nothing more than tedious inventory work. His heart itched at this moment as he thought of making a trip to Baihua Peak, to find Lu Rume, that little maidservant, and unwind. Recalling her chagrined expression, appearing to want to kill him, yet utterly unable to control her own body. Chao Kuan's mood was excellent. Nangong Wan stood at the center of the main hall, gazing at Chao Kuan's retreating silhouette. She parted her lips as if wanting to call him back for a few more words, but she did not know on what footing she could speak. In the end, she could only heave a helpless sigh and swallow back the words that had surged to her lips. Just then, from deep within Nangong Wan's sea of consciousness, a voice sounded without any warning. The voice was exactly identical to her own, yet it carried not a trace of her usual gentleness. So you're just going to watch him leave gaping like a lovesick fool? Nangong Wan was slightly taken aback. This voice was not unfamiliar to her. Over the past 20 years, whenever her soul was racked with unbearable pain or her mood plunged to rock bottom and her will was at its weakest, this voice would occasionally surface. She had originally thought that after taking the 5th grade spirit condensing pill and her soul wound healed completely, this auditory hallucination would vanish. To her surprise, not only had it not vanished, it had become incomparably clearer than before. It was almost as if it had fully awakened, speaking directly at her side. You? Don't talk nonsense. Junior brother Chao has important matters to attend to, Nangong Wan retorted in a low voice within her heart. Important matters? The voice sneered wantonly within the sea of consciousness, cutting her off directly. What important matter could be more important than you? With that frail, gratitude-smothered, spineless look of yours, who could you possibly manage to keep? A man's heart. Can it be filled with gratitude alone? Nangong Wan clenched her fist within her heart. Junior brother Chao has shown me a favor as vast as heaven. As long as I can help him manage the Dan Pavilion and watch him from afar, I will be content. I must not harbor improper thoughts. You idiot. That voice cursed coldly. Gratitude is gratitude, men are men. Do you think that hiding behind the scenes as a virtuous helpmate will earn you a single extra glance from him? A man as domineering and exceptional as him, will he ever lack beautiful confidence? That golden core late-stage elder of Lianxiang Peak and that girl with the supreme ice spirit body. Every one of them circles around him all day long. Do you believe there is any difference between you and them? Nangong Wan's face shifted between pale and red from these words, the retorts lodged in her throat utterly incapable of emerging. She truly could not refute it. When set beside Yu Linglong and Lung Qingyue, a woman of outer sect steward origins like her appeared utterly insignificant in both cultivation and status. Nangong Wan, sober up. With something like a man, if you don't bite down of your own accord, sooner or later he'll treat you like wild grass on the roadside. He will never transplant you into a flower pot and nurture you tenderly. He is ours, don't let him go. As these words fell like a bewitching incantation, an eerie arresting glint suddenly flashed within Nangong Wan's originally clear and gentle eyes. In the next moment, the entire temperament of the woman underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Her refined, elegant features had not changed at all, yet the faintly raised chin and the ineradicable trace of seductive flamboyance between her brows made her seem as though she had swapped souls. At that time, Chao Cohen's figure was already about to step through the final archway of the Dan Pavilion courtyard. Junior brother Chao, wait. Nangong Wan called Chao Cohen to a halt. The voice was still hers, but the tone had completely lost its previous politeness, restraint, and fragility. Chao Cohen's brow furrowed slightly. He stopped, turned around with suspicion, and saw, at the center of the main hall, Nangong Wan standing with one hand on her hip staring at him with an ambiguous half-smile. Somehow Chao Cohen could not shake the feeling that the woman standing there now no longer seemed to be that gentle, dignified senior sister Nangong Wan. Before Chao Cohen could even ask, a rapid succession of system notification tones rang through his mind. Ding. Detected that the second soul within target Nangong Wan has fully awakened. Reincarnation sacred body, one body with two souls coexisting in unity. Special determination acquisition speed 2, limit 2, all mission point rewards 2. The system strongly recommends immediate action, now or never. Chao Cohen stared at the series of crimson 2 markers on the panel, momentarily stunned. Everything is doubled. This stingy dog of a system. Why the sudden change of heart today? Taming value acquisition doubled. The cap doubled. That meant Nangong Wan could provide 200 points of taming value, which meant the number of mystery gifts would double as well. Chao Cohen's heart burned with excitement. He admitted it. He was tempted. He wished he could charge forward and claim her right then and there. But then he realized an extremely serious problem. He glanced at his Beast Tamer panel. Spirit Beasts, 33. Beast Tamer level, Junior Beast Tamer, 171,200. He was still 29 experience points short of leveling up to unlock the 4th Spirit Beast slot. Yu Linglong, Lung Qingyue, and Lu Roming already occupied all 3 slots. With no empty slot available, how could he capture her? Watching a piece of fat meat drop into his mouth only to be unable to swallow it. This feeling was worse than death. Chao Cohen cursed furiously in his mind. System, are you deliberately messing with me? You know I have no slots left, yet you keep popping up suggestions to capture her. The system fell silent for 2 seconds. Then a prompt appeared. Ding. Detected that the host's Spirit Beast slots are currently full. The system offers a special service. The host may spend 100 mission points to unlock an additional Spirit Beast slot in advance. Unlock. Damn it. Chao Cohen's mouth twitched violently. 10,000 points. Good grief. So this was the real trap all along. This dog of a system was absolutely a capitalist reincarnated. First it dangles the bait of double rewards, then it whips out the payment QR code. Chao Cohen looked at the mission point balance he had painstakingly built up through relentless round-the-clock training, and his heart bled. But this was clearly not the time to hesitate. A reincarnation sacred body with double the returns. Missed this chance, and there would be no second opportunity. 10,000 points stung, but compared to the long-term gains ahead, this deal was absolutely worth it. Unlock. Ding. 1000 mission points deducted. Additional Spirit Beast slot unlocked. Current available empty slots 1. Remaining mission points 2100. The moment the slot opened up before Chao Cohen could even adjust his expression, a wave of rich, fragrant scent rushed toward him. 2 days later, the soundproofing ward in the inner chamber of the Alchemy Pavilion finally dispersed. Chao Cohen's supreme-grade golden core physique, tempered by 9 bolts of purple gold heavenly thunder, had actually. Just then the system's pleasant notification chime sounded punctually in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Nangong Wan. 20,200. Reward task points, double 4,000. First time reward, double 2,000 task points. Current task points balance, 10100. Chao Cohen looked at the familiar, reassuring 5-digit balance on the panel, and a wave of ease washed over his heart. When he had spent 10,000 points to unlock a slot earlier, his thighs had trembled from heartache. But now, looking at it with 1 expenditure and 1 return, it equaled spending only 4,000. On top of that, he had triggered a bronze tier mystery gift pack. This was a hugely profitable deal. However, Chao Cohen didn't rush to open it, because the beautiful woman lying beside him began to stir. When Nangong Wan first woke, her gaze held a trace of bewilderment. Oh. Nangong Wan let out a short, sharp cry. She had wrapped herself up tightly like a silkworm in its cocoon. Hiding inside the blanket, she revealed only a pair of eyes brimming with shyness staring at Chao Kun in panic. Chao Kun looked at senior sister Nangong, who had instantly turned into a startled little lamb. How could he let such a perfect chance to tease her slip away? He pressed forward, directly gathering her, blanket and all, into his arms in one motion. He lowered his head, pressing close to Nangong Wan's burning ear, deliberately lowering his voice. Hiding in the blanket, Nangong Wan felt every hair on her body stand on end. Chao Kun couldn't help letting out a wicked chuckle. The vibration of his chest, separated by the thin brocade quilt, transmitted clearly to Nangong Wan's body. She began to stutter, her face blushing so deeply it seemed ready to bleed. That day I don't know what came over me. It was as if I had become another person, completely unable to control myself. Seeing her like this, Chao Kun grew even bolder, deliberately mimicking the domineering tone she had used back then. Nangong Wan was so ashamed, she wished the ground would swallow her. Abandoning all resistance, she buried her burning face into Chao Kun's broad chest, playing ostrich. He knew the moment was just right. If he teased her any further, this gentle big sister might die of shame and indignation. He reached out and ruffled her hair through the blanket. His tone returned to its usual composure. All right, no more teasing. Let's talk business. These past 2 days, quite a lot of alchemy pavilion matters have been delayed. I imagine a pile of ledgers has accumulated outside. Are you still holding up physically? Nangong Wan nodded slightly inside the blanket. I'm fine. It's just, my legs are a bit sore. Chao Kun released his hand and gently patted the quilt. Go wash up. I trust you with the internal affairs of the alchemy pavilion. Only then did Nangong Wan feel as if she had received a pardon. Wrapping the blanket around herself, she stumbled toward the spirit spring behind the screen. Seizing this opportunity, Chao Kun leaned back against the headboard and opened the system panel. Name: Chao Kun. Cultivation peak early golden core. Task points 10,100. Jade beasts 44. Beast tamer level junior beast tamer 191,200. Items held: chaos divine, sword wheel of myriad laws returning to silence. He then casually tapped open Nangong Wan's exclusive interface and glanced at it. The status bar displayed clearly. The second soul body is currently in a dormant state. Chao Kun stroked his chin and pondered to himself. This dual soul switching for now was not under Nangong Wan's control, nor under his. It was entirely triggered at random. That made it a bit like drawing from a mystery box. But that was fine too. With two completely different personalities rotating, there would always be a sense of novelty. Next, Chao Kun turned his attention to the bronze gift pack. System: open the gift pack. Ding. Opening the bronze tier mystery gift pack. Successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained tier 5 spirit nourishing pill X3. Description: a top grade tier 5 pill. After consumption, it greatly enhances a cultivator's spiritual energy, purity, and meridian resilience, washes the marrow, and tempers the body, laying an extremely solid foundation for breaking through to golden core. Chao Kun raised an eyebrow at the 3 exquisite jade bottles materializing in the void. This pill's effects were quite impressive, a truly practical treasure. Among the jade beasts by his side, only Yu Linglong was at the peak of late golden core. Lung Qingyue and Lu Romeng were both at late foundation establishment. Nangong Wan had only just stepped into early foundation establishment. This spirit-nourishing pill was useful for Lung Qingyue, Lu Romeng, and Nangong Wan alike. He planned to give one to each of them. After all, if his women's power increased, it would also become part of Chao Kun's own foundation. From behind the screen came the sound of splashing water. Before long, the water sound ceased. Nangong Wan walked over to Chao Kun. She still didn't quite dare meet his eyes. Her gaze drifted around restlessly while her hands unconsciously twisted the silk ribbon at her waist. Chao Kun casually took out a jade bottle, handed it to her, and briefly explained its effects. Take it. This is a spirit-nourishing pill. Top grade tier 5. It can purify spiritual energy and strengthen your meridians. You broke through to foundation establishment not long ago, and your cultivation base is still unstable. This is exactly what you need. Find some time to refine it. Nangong Wan looked at the pill, emanating a rich medicinal fragrance, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Another tier 5 pill. A few days ago he had given her a tier 5 spirit concentrating pill to save her life, and today he was giving her a tier 5 spirit nourishing pill for foundation establishment. In the Harmony Sect, let alone an inner disciple who had just been promoted like her, even those personal disciples couldn't obtain a single tier 5 pill in an entire year. This time Nangong Wan did not decline as she had before. The intimate contact of these past 2 days had completely shattered the last sliver of estrangement between them. She knew very well in her heart that she was completely Chao Kun's now, both body and soul. To refuse again would only seem cold and artificial. Nangong Wan clutched the jade bottle tightly in her hand, then summoning her courage stepped forward. Her hands gently looped around Chao Kun's neck. Rising onto her tiptoes, she pressed her soft rosy lips of her own accord onto Chao Kun's mouth. Though her movement was somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, it was extremely sincere. Chao Kun was briefly stunned. When fat meat delivers itself to your door, how could you stop after just a nibble? His domineering nature was instantly provoked. Thank you, junior brother Chao. Chao Kun raised an eyebrow. He reached out, took hold of her smooth chin, and forced her to lift her flushed pretty face. What did you call me just now? Why did it change back to junior brother? Nangong Wan's cheeks flushed crimson again. She met Chao Kuen's fiercely aggressive gaze. Bit her full luscious lips. Thank you, husband. Chao Kuen smiled with satisfaction. He let go and took the opportunity to pinch that perky curve. That drew a delicate cry from Nangong Wan. Alright, go attend to your duties. You don't need to rush to Yunyu Peak these next few days. As for Xiao Wang, use the excuse of sorting the alchemy pavilion's numerous ledgers and delay him as long as you can. If there's any trouble you can't fend off, just contact me directly with the transmission talisman. Nangong Wan obediently agreed. After tidying her slightly disheveled collar, she turned and left the inner chamber to handle the alchemy pavilion's external affairs. Having given these instructions, Chao Kuen dressed neatly and strode out of the alchemy pavilion. Counting the days, he had been ignoring a certain proud and aloof personal disciple for quite a few days now. The timing should be just about ripe. It was time to collect some interest. Chao Kuen lightly tapped the ground with his toes shot across the sky and headed straight toward Baihua Peak. At the same time, inside a hidden cave mansion at the rear of Baihua Peak, waves of heat rolled through the air. The stone walls were baked faintly red by the scorching temperature, and the air itself was visibly warped by extreme dryness. Lu Rumeng sat cross-legged on the white jade bed with a sulky, puffed-up expression. She wore only an extremely thin red gauze dress originally intended to alleviate the burning heat within her body. But at this moment the gauze dress was already completely soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, outlining her extremely tall and voluptuous figure in vivid detail. Lu Rumeng had been unable to enter a cultivation state for a long time. This made her exceedingly irritable now. Bang! She grabbed a jade teacup at hand and hurled it fiercely to the ground. You lecherous old rogue. Bastard! What on earth is going on? She yanked at the tassels on the hem of her skirt with such force that she snapped a section of fine heavenly silkworm silk tassel clean off. It's been days and I haven't seen even a ghost of him. He couldn't have forgotten about me, could he? The moment this thought arose, an indescribable sense of loss surged through Lu Rumeng's heart. There was even a hint of grievance. Why? Why could Leng Qingyue stay at the medicine garden on Lianxiang Peak every day, flying side by side with him in blissful companionship? Even that old fox spirit Yu Linglong could hover around him all day long. Was she supposed to just wait in this shabby cave mansion? Because her blazing flame spirit body had not been nourished by Chao Kuen's blazing sun essence for days, it began to viciously backlash. Pa. I don't miss him at all. Lu Rumeng furiously brainwashed herself in her mind. I was forced into this. Yes, it must be so. Once I find the opportunity, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. Just then, the formation wards around the cave mansion were triggered by someone. A faint subtle buzzing sound arose. Lu Rumeng's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Thump thump thump. The expression on her face underwent several complex shifts within an extremely short moment. First came the subconscious delight. Her eyes suddenly shone with startling brightness and a mist of tears even appeared in them. Then came the anger at realizing she had felt that delight. Why should I be looking forward to his arrival? What kind of cheap nonsense is this? I'm the personal disciple of the master of Baihua Peak. Can't I act a little aloof? In the end, she forcibly suppressed all her emotions. Putting on a mask of feigned indifference, she swiftly jumped off the jade bed. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes. Barefoot, she ran to the antique bronze mirror and at top speed tidied her hair, which she had mussed with her own hands. She tugged at her collar, which was stuck to her collarbone from sweat. She even picked up the rouge on the table, intending to freshen her lip color. But her hand froze halfway. What's there to reapply rouge for? As if I deliberately dressed up for him. She tossed the rouge box onto the table, then turned and ran back to the jade bed. She plopped herself down. Crossing her legs, she formed a perfectly standard cultivation mudra with her hands. Her eyes shut tight, she struck a haughty pose that said, I am in secluded cultivation at a critical juncture and must not be disturbed by anyone. The cave mansion's stone door let out a dull grinding sound. Rumble. It was pushed open from outside. Lu Rumeng kept her eyes closed. Her palms were slick with cold sweat. She frantically pumped herself up inside. Calm down. Lu Rumeng, you must stay calm. After he comes in, you must not open your eyes. You must not show happiness, and you must never let him know you were just thinking about him. You have to put on an attitude of, come if you want it, better if you don't. Absolutely must not let that lecherous old rogue get smug. Footsteps sounded unhurried and leisurely. 1 step, 2 steps. The sound of leather boots treading on stone slabs was unusually clear in the empty cave mansion. Closer and closer. Finally, they stopped before the jade bed. Chao Kuen idly clasped his hands behind his back, watching the red figure earnestly cultivating on the jade bed with great interest. He could see through the girl's pretenses at a glance. Trying to play hard to get with me. Little girl, you're still a little too green for that. Chao Kuen cleared his throat, his gaze teasing and deliberately drawled. Oh, quite diligent cultivating, huh? Lu Rumeng held her breath, said nothing, and continued to play dead. She gave a triumphant sneer in her heart. Is that all you've got? You want me to speak first? Dream on. If you don't beg me 3 times today, I won't even glance at you. Seeing this, Chao Kuen was not angry in the least. Instead, he nodded with profound approval. His tone instantly became extremely perfunctory and reasonable. All right then, since you're at a critical moment in your secluded cultivation, then this senior brother won't be a nuisance. You keep training hard. When I have some free time another day, I'll come by to see you again. Having said that, Chao Kuen showed not even a hint of reluctance. He turned around directly. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed toward the cave mansion's entrance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Listening to the sound growing more and more distant, Lu Ruming's mind buzzed. Wong. What? He's really leaving? After disappearing for days, now that he finally comes, he doesn't say a single nice word, and just walks away after one glance. Grievance, unwillingness, and the irritability brought on by the blazing flame spirit body's backlash burst through all her pretenses. Behind her, a muffled bang sounded from the jade bed. Lu Ruming no longer cared about face. She leapt straight off the jade bed, and with a sobbing voice she couldn't suppress shouted at that heartless back. You stop right there. The moment Lu Ruming shouted those 5 words, you stop right there, her heart gave a sudden lurch, and she was overcome with instant regret. She wished she could slap herself across the face. By crying out like that, wasn't she plainly telling that lecherous old fiend how much she truly cared about him? All her painstaking aloofness from earlier had been for nothing. At the entrance of the cave dwelling, Chao Kuan halted. He did not turn around immediately, but deliberately paused for 3 full seconds. Those 3 seconds felt interminably long to Lu Ruming. She could even hear her own heart pounding violently within her chest. Slowly Chao Kuan turned around. His gaze swept across Lu Ruming's flushed and lovely face. My. Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with obvious amusement. Weren't you just in seclusion? What's the matter? Hit a bottleneck in your cultivation and need senior brother to come back and clear things up for you. Lu Ruming was left speechless by his words. Her face, already flushed from the sweltering heat, now burned even redder. Who needs you to clear anything up? She stammered, her voice clearly lacking conviction. She straightened her back with effort, trying to preserve the last shred of dignity befitting a personal disciple of 100 Blossom Peak. I just, she went on stammering, yet could not muster a single plausible excuse. Her mind was a chaotic mess, and her usual fiery, quick-witted demeanor had vanished without a trace. Chao Kuan watched her pathetic attempts to save face, but refused to take the bait. He knew all too well how to handle it under a girl like this. Unhurriedly, he strolled back into the depths of the cave dwelling. Approaching the white jade bed, he casually dried the sweat upon it, and plopped himself down, treating the place as if it were his own domain. Now Lu Ruming was at a complete loss. She stood barefoot where she was unable to advance or retreat. If she obediently walked over now, it would be utterly humiliating. All the vows she had made and the curses she had hurled earlier would become a joke. Yet if she simply let Chao Kuan sit there while they stared at each other, her heart would be filled with resentment. They hadn't seen each other for days. Now that she had finally managed to get him here, was she supposed to just let the time waste away? You lecherous old fiend, why don't you come over and coax me a little? If only you'd say something gentle and give me a way out, I could grudgingly forgive you for ignoring me all this time. However, Chao Kuan had no such intention. Seeing Lu Ruming rooted stubbornly in place, he did not urge her. Chao Kuan knew well that with a woman of this temperament taking the initiative would be a misstep. He had to force her to come to him on her own. With a flicker of his mind, the supreme grade golden core, tempered by 9 bolts of purple gold heavenly tribulation lightning, began to rotate faintly within him. Deliberately, Chao Kuan separated a wisp of purified chaotic qi from his dantian. This strand of energy was mixed with an intensely rich yang flame essence. He quietly released it into the air through his fingertips. The moment the yang flame essence left Chao Kuan's body, it spread swiftly throughout the sealed cave dwelling. Because Chao Kuan had formed a golden core, the density and purity of this energy were incomparably greater than during his foundation establishment days. The previously dry and stifling heat in the air underwent a subtle yet profound shift. For Lu Ruming, who possessed the crimson flame spirit body, it was both an absolute nemesis and the most instinctive, maddeningly craved nectar. The moment the energy reached her nostrils, before her mind could even register it, her body had already surrendered unconditionally. Crystal clear beads of sweat seeped from her smooth forehead, trailing down her cheeks and slender neck. At last they vanished into the edge of the black beast ring clasped tightly around her neck. You shameless old fiend. She cursed through gritted teeth in her heart. Don't think using such despicable tricks will make me come over. She continued to mutter stubbornly, yet her voice had already grown unbearably hoarse. And yet her fair slender legs moved completely of their own accord beyond her mind's control. Lu Ruming's toes curled against the ground. Then slowly she lifted her right foot and took a small step forward. Then her left foot. Obediently, Lu Ruming shuffled toward the white jade bed. She moved very slowly. With every step she fought against her own instincts with all her might, yet in the end she lost completely. Her red gauze dress swayed gently as she moved. Drenched in sweat, the hem of her skirt clung tightly to her thighs, revealing enticing glimpses of her figure. Moving with hesitation and reluctance, Lu Ruming finally reached the edge of the white jade bed. She was less than half a step away from Chao Kuan. If he simply reached out his hand, he could pull her into his embrace. Lu Ruming hung her head low, waiting in silence, not daring to meet his eyes. But Chao Kuan merely tilted his head back slightly, calmly admiring her current state of desperate restraint on the verge of collapse. This process of personally shattering her pride and stripping away her dignity piece by piece was utterly exhilarating enough to send tingles down one's spine. The moment was ripe. Chao Kuan turned his palm over and a delicate jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was precisely the 5th-grade spirit-nourishing pill he had just obtained from the system's bronze grand gift pack. With a soft pop, Chao Cohen pulled out the stopper. A rich aroma of medicinal herbs spilled forth, overwhelming the stifling air of the cave dwelling. Here, he held the jade bottle out toward her, his tone perfectly calm and indifferent. This is called a spirit-nourishing pill, top-grade 5th rank. It's quite useful for stabilizing your current cultivation realm. Take it. Lu Ruming's throat moved as she swallowed hard. A top-grade 5th rank pill. Even as a personal disciple of 100 Blossom Peak, she would rarely have access to resources of such a level. What's more, the aura emanating from this pill exerted an irresistible allure to her current late foundation establishment cultivation. But her pride simply would not let her accept it. She had been ignored for days, mocked at first sight, and now forced to walk over to him. Lu Ruming stiffened her neck stubbornly. That unyielding thunder streak surged to the forefront once more. Turning her head away, she blurted out, "Who wants your lousy pill?" The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. She clearly wanted it badly. Not just the pill, but also the yang flame essence radiating from his body. Oh, Chao Cohen heard her words. Far from being angered, he let out a cold chuckle. Not interested. He didn't bother wasting another word. With a flick of his wrist, he made as if to tuck the jade bottle back into his storage ring. Fine, if you don't want it, then forget it. It's not like I'm eager to give it away. Chao Cohen's tone was casual, with absolutely no intention of coaxing her. He had no patience to indulge the bad temper of a little spirit pet. This 5th-grade spirit-nourishing pill is extremely rare. Since you look down on it, I might as well save it for Qinghua. She also just broke through to late foundation establishment not long ago, and she's soft and obedient. She always calls me dear brother. She could use it to stabilize her meridians. Seeing the exquisite jade bottle about to vanish into thin air, and worse, knowing it was destined for her best friend. All because Qinghua was soft and obedient. Lu Ruming panicked. Wait. The words escaped her almost instinctively, her voice laced with undisguised urgency. After shouting, she felt unbearably embarrassed and fell silent. She simply waited for Chao Cohen to offer the pill to her on his own to give her a way out. If he would just hand it over and say something nice, she would take it without further fuss. However, Chao Cohen was dead set on grinding away her stubborn temper today. Otherwise, how could she ever serve obediently as his maid in the future? He rose to his feet, put away the jade bottle, and his expression turned cold. You won't let me leave, yet you won't say what you want. Chao Cohen looked down at her from above, his tone oozing impatience. I'm a busy man. The Alchemy Pavilion has a mountain of affairs waiting for me. I don't have time to play house with a little girl. Since you're so tough and don't need me, then stay here and continue your seclusion. With that, Chao Cohen brushed past Lu Ruming's shoulder and strode briskly toward the cave entrance. At that moment, utter panic seized her. She stared blankly at Chao Cohen's broad back and his unhesitating stride. The taut string in her mind snapped with a sharp crack. All thoughts of her dignity as a personal disciple of 100 Blossom Peak, her Sundara pride, her reserve, and her face. All were swept away by the instincts of her body and the grievances she had bottled up for days. She couldn't let him leave. Absolutely not. Lu Ruming spun around and lunged forward recklessly. Thud. A muffled sound rang out. From behind, she clutched tightly onto Chao Cohen's arm. Ding. Lu Ruming 10. Current 44,100. Reward quest points 1,000. Ding. Host experience is now full. Congratulations, host. Level increased, intermediate. 201,300. Slot 1. Current slot, 45. Hearing the string of triumphant notifications in his mind, Chao Cohen felt greatly assured. With a new slot now open, it was time to set his sights on Meng Yudi, the charming, beguiling Peak Lord of 100 Blossom Peak. Feeling the soft touch against his arm, Chao Cohen turned around in satisfaction. Gazing at Lu Ruming, her face flushed and streaked with tears, he took the opportunity to pinch her chin, which was jutted out slightly from grievance. He leaned close to her ear. Lu Ruming. Lu Ruming's long lashes quivered. Seizing the opening, Chao Cohen pried open her mouth with one hand. With a flick of his fingertip, the 5th-grade spirit-nurturing pill dropped neatly into Lu Ruming's mouth. It dissolved the moment it touched her tongue, and its refined medicinal power flowed down her throat into her dantian. It transformed into countless gentle streams of spiritual power that wandered through her limbs and bones, soothing her parched meridians and taut spirit. At the same time, Lu Ruming's crimson flame spirit body, suppressed for days, erupted with full force. The craving bottled up over the past few days finally poured out in a flood. The crimson flame spirit body fed supremely pure spiritual power back to Chao Cohen in an unending stream. Blazing yang essence and crimson flame spirit, two spiritual powers of the same origin, intertwined and cycled through both their meridians. They formed a perfect closed circuit. Under the marrow-cleansing, bone-refining effect of the spirit-nurturing pill, Lu Ruming felt as though her soul had slipped free from her flesh and drifted upon warm clouds. Warm spiritual power enveloped her entire body. The humiliation, suffocating frustration, and resentment of the past days dissolved completely before this exquisite tenderness. Chao Cohen's internal changes were even more earth-shaking. Lu Ruming's crimson flame spirit body had fed back an incredibly powerful surge. Added to that, just 2 days earlier, Chao Cohen had absorbed Nangong Wan's double-strength primordial yin in the inner chamber of the Dan Pavilion. These two colossal forces had been lying dormant in the depths of his dantian. Now drawn out by the crimson flame's spiritual power, they were fully awakened. Three forces stacked together. The chaotic spiritual power inside Chao Kuan could no longer be contained. The purple-gold golden core spun madly in his dantian, and the dark chaotic patterns on its surface erupted with blinding radiance. His sea of spiritual power churned with monstrous waves relentlessly battering the limits of his meridians. A muffled boom sounded from within Chao Kuan's body. His aura skyrocketed. Chao Kuan shattered the realm barrier and stepped firmly into the mid-golden core stage. Everything happened as naturally as water flowing into a channel. Overpowering spiritual pressure surged through the cave, dwelling shaking stone dust from the surrounding walls. Chao Kuan opened his eyes, savoring the terrifying power that had multiplied within him, and secretly exulted. What the hell? This cultivation speed is like riding a rocket. The benefits are obvious. The purity of Lu Ruming's spiritual power had undergone a qualitative leap far beyond what an ordinary cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage could match. The medicinal power of that fifth-grade spirit-nurturing pill had been completely absorbed, and she was faintly touching the threshold of the golden core stage. Lu Ruming lay quietly in Chao Kuan's arms, her mind in a whirl. This round of cultivation was clearly nowhere near as violent as the last. Chao Kuan had been extraordinarily gentle and patient, even mindful of the limits of her crimson flame spirit body at every turn. Thinking of this, Lu Ruming's cheeks burned even hotter. Just as she had thought, this old lecher responded to softness, not force. Only by flattering him and obeying him could she receive such treatment. Her earlier stubborn tantrums had only made things worse for herself. She stole a glance at Chao Kuan, who was regulating his breathing. The last trace of haughty, thunderous stubbornness in her heart had been ground completely away. Qingwei must be treasured and pampered like that precisely because she was obedient and knew how to act cute. Lu Ruming bit her lip and made a silent resolution. Being a maid was fine as long as he kept treating her like this. It did not seem so bad after all. Chao Kuan finished his last grand cycle with a refreshed and invigorated spirit. He lowered his head to look at Lu Ruming, who lay docile as a cat in his arms, then reached out and gave her burning cheek a hard pinch. You performed very well today. I'm quite satisfied. Chao Kuan praised with a beaming smile, his voice carrying undisguised pleasure. Remember to keep it up next time. Lu Ruming was so embarrassed that even her neck flushed crimson. Yet she did not retort as she usually would, nor did she struggle. Instead, she buried her hot cheek deep into Chao Kuan's broad chest and let out a barely audible mm. Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow. This fiery little chili pepper had finally been properly tamed. Dozens of miles away in the main hall of Baihua Peak, Meng Yuti, who had been lounging lazily on a soft couch, while two pretty female disciples massaged her legs, suddenly opened those seductive peach blossom eyes. Meng Yuti sat up straight, the pink-white gown slipping half an inch off her rounded shoulders, her proud bosom trembling slightly. As a late golden core grand cultivator and a veteran peak master of the Hahuan sect, her perception of spiritual power fluctuations was extremely sharp. In that single instant, she had clearly detected an extraordinarily pure wisp of blazing yang essence wafting out from the direction of her disciple Lu Ruming's cave dwelling. The essence was so pure and so overbearing that even she felt a jolt of alarm. This boy's pure yang vitality was unquestionably the supreme treasure for the Hahuan sect's cultivation of the way of yin-yang union. Hee. Meng Yuti covered her mouth and giggled. What a tireless little fellow. He came running back so soon to torment my precious disciple. And judging by that commotion, that girl Lu Ruming had clearly been thoroughly won over. I have to see what he has done to my good disciple. As for that black beast ring that can block golden core detection, I'll make him cough one up one way or another today. The moment she finished speaking, Meng Yuti turned into a flurry of pink-white petals and vanished without a trace. At the rear mountain cave dwelling of Baihua Peak, just as Chao Kuan was about to take Lu Ruming to the spirit spring in the back, a lazy, coquettish voice drifted in from outside the stone door. Why is this cave so dead and dreary? You haven't even opened the ventilation array node. The cloying, honeyed voice pierced straight through the stone door and rang in their ears. You young people, even when cultivating, need to take things step by step. Hearing this voice, Lu Ruming shuddered, all over in fright. Her mind, still lingering in tender warmth, snapped back to reality. And master. She squirmed out of Chao Kuan's arms, grabbed the red dress at her side, and frantically pulled it on. The submission Chao Kuan had just built up was replaced by the flustered panic of a guilty conscience. And master, why are you here? Lu Ruming stammered toward the door. Chao Kuan, however, was not the least bit flustered. He grabbed a clean robe and draped it over himself, not even bothering to tie the sash. With his muscular chest bare, he sat on the edge of the white jade bed and sneered to himself. That old green tea vixen had a sharp nose. He had barely broken through and let a trace of aura leak, and she had already smelled her way over. Perfect timing. When he advanced from junior to intermediate beast tamer, a jade beast slot had opened up. Talk about home delivery. Rumble. The heavy stone door was pushed open from outside. Meng Yuti swayed her slender snake-like waist as she walked in gracefully. She was dressed as seductively as ever in a pink-white gown whose hem swayed alluringly with every step. Meng Yuti's gaze swept over the disheveled white jade bed, and Lu Ruming then finally settled steadily on Chao Kuan. Her peach blossom eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled at Chao Kuan. Oh, my young friend Chao is here too. Meng Yuti covered her mouth and spoke in an exaggerated tone, feigning surprise. What brings you to my Baiwa Peak? You didn't even tell this seat beforehand. She deliberately took 2 steps closer. Could it be that you've missed me these past few days? Meng Yudi's breath was orchid sweet, and her tone turned even more syrupy. If it had been an ordinary sect disciple, even one at the Golden Core stage facing such teasing from a late Golden Core Peak master, he would have long since flushed Scarlet kowtowed in panic and begged forgiveness. At the very least, he would have hurriedly distanced himself and slipped away with some excuse. But the one she had run into was Chao Kuan. A thick-skinned, shameless smile spread across his face. Couldn't be more so. Far from denying it, Chao Kuan looked straight into Meng Yudi's eyes and said with a frivolous, arrogant tone, "Me. I've been yearning for Peak Master Meng every single second. Meng Yudi." Meng Yudi's smile stiffened for a moment. Over the past centuries, she had encountered countless people within the Hawan sect and throughout the entire Qingzhou region. Even the elders of the eminent orthodox sects, or the peerless geniuses who prided themselves on being dashing and debonair. Which of them, upon seeing her, did not wear an air of righteous morality on the surface while swallowing hard in secret? If she merely cast them a look or threw a flirtatious wink, those men would be willing to stake their very lives. A rogue like Chao Kuan, who sat on the edge of the bed with his robe hanging open, staring straight at her chest and unabashedly declaring that he craved her every single second. This was the first time she had ever seen such a man. What made Meng Yudi even more aggrieved was that for a moment she could not tell whether this boy was genuinely enchanted by her, or was he deliberately playing the fool to deflect her words. The desire in his eyes was real enough, but that nonchalant attitude clearly conveyed, "To me you are nothing more than that." This stirred an utterly unfamiliar sense of uncertainty deep in the heart of Meng Yudi, who had long been accustomed to playing with all men in the palm of her hand. Giggle, giggle. After a brief, stunned moment, Meng Yudi suppressed the peculiar feeling in her heart and covered her mouth with a delicate giggle. The swath of snow-white flesh at her chest rose and fell violently along with the laughter. Ignoring Chao Kuan's line of talk entirely, she swayed her hips and walked straight over to Lu Ruming, who stood at a loss beside them. She gently cupped her disciple's burning cheeks, yet the corners of her eyes kept darting toward Chao Kuan. "I owe my silly little disciple." Meng Yudi drawled, her tone laden with unmistakable sarcasm. "Look at that little face, so flushed. You've been tormented into such a state. Even your outer skirt is on backward." Hearing this, Lu Ruming lowered her head for a quick look. The sash of her red gauze dress was indeed tied in front. Blushing crimson with shame, she wished she could dig a 3-room apartment out of the ground on the spot, and did not dare utter a sound. Meng Yudi looked at her disciple's docile, submissive manner and clicked her tongue in wonder. She gained even more respect for Chao Kuan's methods. She turned to Chao Kuan once more. Leaning forward slightly, she adopted the air of an enlightened elder. "Little friend Chao, you really are something. You have no idea how to cherish a fair maiden." Meng Yudi cast a flirty glance at Chao Kuan, her peach blossom eyes rippled like water. "Our Hawan sect is after all a sacred sanctuary of dual cultivation, cultivating the union of yin and yang. As for your dual cultivation with Ruming, I, as her master, naturally support it with my whole heart." At this point, she abruptly changed the topic. A scarlet tongue casually licked her full, luscious lips. "However, Ruming is still young after all. Her body has not fully matured, and there are many secret arts of Baiwa Peak that she has yet to learn. If little friend Chao feels it isn't satisfying enough, as her master, I wouldn't mind personally stepping in to give you two some guidance. I can guarantee little friend Chao will forget all about home and his bliss." Having cast out such a blatant hint, Meng Yudi was brimming with confidence. No one could refuse her personal invitation, let alone a hot-blooded young whelp. As long as the boy dared to seize the opportunity, she had all sorts of tricks at her disposal. And then, "Many thanks for the kind intention, Peak Master Meng." Chao Kuan looked at Meng Yudi with a half-smile, his tone utterly indifferent. "I think Ruming's body is just fine as it is now. Young and vigorous, soft and obedient. There's no need for her to learn any secret arts." The moment these words left his mouth, the coquettish smile on Meng Yudi's face froze again. Rejected. She had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, and a young brat had actually rejected her. An intense sense of defeat surged up in her heart. What followed was an exceptionally strong competitive desire. "You little brat, quite picky, aren't you? Does the charm I've accumulated over centuries amount to less than a green and inexperienced little girl?" Meng Yudi cursed Chao Kuan inwardly for being blind to her charms, yet her outward attitude grew even warmer. With a roll of her eyes, she decided to avoid the direct assault and probe him through indirect means. "Since little friend Chao favors Ruming so much, I can rest assured." Meng Yudi smoothly changed the subject. Her gaze naturally landed on the black iron ring around Lu Ruming's snow-white neck. This was the true purpose of her condescending visit to this damp cave dwelling today. Speaking of it, the spiritual artifact on Ruming's neck is truly exquisite. Meng Yudi put on the appearance of casual chatter, but her tone carried a hint of admiration. "It can even instantly repel my divine sense probe at the late Golden Core stage. Across the whole of Qingzhou, defensive treasures of this caliber are as rare as phoenix feathers and Shilin horns." She raised her eyes to Chao Kuan, a sharp gleam flashing within them. "I am quite fond of this object. Little friend Chao is so generous with his gifts, I wonder. Do you have any spares in hand? As long as you name a price, no matter how many spirit stones, I am willing to pay handsomely to acquire it." The moment these words were spoken, Lu Ruming, nestled in Chao Kuan's arms, felt the whole world collapse. She secretly lifted her eyelids and stole a glance at her master, whose eyes were full of greed. Then she tilted her head slightly and stole a glimpse at her master, whose lips bore a mischievous grin. Lu Ruming's mind buzzed. What the hell kind of defensive treasure is that? That was clearly a death charm that shackled the soul and controlled life and death. Master, oh master, you are usually as clever as a ghost. How could you be so blind today, rushing headlong into the fire pit of this old lecher? Lu Ruming opened her mouth, wanting to warn her master, but the words stopped at her lips, and she forced them back down. She knew her master all too well. With Meng Yudi's personality, even if Lu Ruming risked her life to tell her the thing was a trap, she would never believe it. Instead, she would think Lu Ruming was deliberately obstructing her, unwilling to let her have the same treasure. Forget it. If I ruin my master's good plan, my fate will only be worse. Master, you've never treated me all that well. This time you'll have to fend for yourself. At this moment, Chao Kuan could barely suppress the urge to burst out laughing. This old vixen had finally taken the bait. However, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he heaved a long sigh, his face dripping with regret. Peak Master Meng has keen eyesight. This thing is called the Chongwu Spirit Ring. The Chongwu Spirit Ring. Meng Yudi murmured the name once. She ransacked her mind for the register of treasures in the Qingzhou region, yet found not a single trace. Lu Ruming's mouth twitched violently. What the hell is with this Chongwu Spirit Ring? Can't you put a bit more effort into making up a name? Exactly right. Chao Kuan opened his mouth and began to spout nonsense. I got lucky not long ago and picked this up as a fortuitous find in an extremely hidden ancient ruin. The forging technique for this treasure has long been lost. It is exceedingly rare. He raised 2 fingers and wagged them before Meng Yudi's eyes. I scoured that relic site entirely and found only 2 in all. Rumping has 1 here, and the other is worn by my master Yu Linglong over there. As he finished, Chao Kuan spread both hands and shrugged. Gone. Not even a single drop remains. The instant Meng Yudi heard they were gone, fury flared up in her heart. Humans are all the same. The harder something is to obtain, the more it itches in one's heart. Especially when she saw that her arch-rival Yu Linglong had won, while she did not. How could Meng Yudi, always so competitive, swallow this affront? Little friend Chao is not a single one left. Unwilling to accept defeat, she leaned forward once more, her voice urgent. Look around more carefully. Spirit stones are no issue. High-grade elixirs, top-quality spirit herbs, and even Baiwa Peak's secret cultivation arts. Take your pick. Chao Kuan caught the look of extreme unwillingness on Meng Yudi's face, as if she wished she could come search him on the spot. He deliberately fell silent for several breaths, whetting her appetite before speaking slowly. The ready-made ones are indeed gone. However, hearing these words, Meng Yudi's ears perked up instantly. However, there are no ready-made ones left. However, from that ancient ruin, I also brought out a formation diagram for refining the Chongwu Spirit Ring. Meng Yudi's eyes lit up. She could refine it herself. Wouldn't that mean she could have as many as she wanted? It's just... Chao Kuan frowned again, feigning trouble. The refining materials are extremely scarce, hard to find anywhere in the world. But as chance would have it, I happen to have assembled the final set of materials in my hands. These words, full of unexpected twists, directly seized Meng Yudi's mind completely. The final set of materials. Overjoyed, Meng Yudi completely overlooked the loopholes in Chao Kuan's words. With her mind wholly occupied by that peerless treasure that could repel late golden core attacks, she said without hesitation, "Little friend Chao, name your price. Whatever equivalent resources you require, I will go back to Baiwa Peak right now and fetch them for you. As long as you can refine this last Chongwu Spirit Ring for me, you may set any conditions you like." She's hooked. Chao Kuan let out a cold laugh. Since you voluntarily stretched out your neck, I won't stand on ceremony. All right. Since Peak Master Meng is so sincere. Chao Kuan was equally unceremonious and named an astronomical price. Then I want 2 6th-grade mixed origin golden core pills. As soon as these words were spoken, the cave fell silent in an instant. The seductive smile on Meng Yudi's face nearly faltered. Mixed origin golden core pill. It was a supreme treasure among 6th-grade pills. It was specifically used by core formation cultivators to refine the quality of their golden cores, and even to break through to the nascent soul realm, an unmatched precious treasure. Across the entirety of Qingzhou alchemy, grandmasters capable of refining this pill could be counted on one's fingers. It had always been an item with no market supply. You couldn't buy it, even with top-grade spirit stones. In the treasury of Baiwa Peak, after several centuries of hoarding, she had only stockpiled 3 pills. This brat demanded 2 at the very start. Meng Yudi cursed every one of Chao Kuan's ancestors down 18 generations in her heart. Too ruthless. This is outright robbery. But, at the thought of that ring capable of blocking a full-powered strike from a late golden core cultivator and perfectly repelling even divine sense. An ultimate life-saving treasure that meant she would never again fear sneak attacks or underhanded ambushes. Meng Yudi ultimately gritted her teeth. One must risk a child to catch a wolf. Such a treasure was not to be found at will. As long as she could get her hands on the treasure, what were 2 mere pills? Fine. 2 it is. I agree. But Meng Yudi was not an easy mark either. As an old fox of the Harmony Sect, she kept a sharp card up her sleeve and added, "However, we must do this by the rules. Pay for what you get, deliver what you sell." After the artifact is forged, I must first verify its authenticity and confirm that it truly possesses the miraculous power to repel late golden core attacks, without the slightest problem. When that time comes, I will naturally present both mixed origin golden core pills to you with my own hands. As she said this, Meng Yuti was nearly overwhelmed by laughter at her own cleverness. First agree to this to keep you steady. Once the artifact is refined and I have it in my hands after verifying it, I'll directly force it to recognize me as its owner and wear it around my neck. Then I'll simply turn my back on the deal and see what you can do to me. 2 mixed origin golden core pills. Dream on. I must show you the viciousness of the cultivation world. Beside them, Lu Rumeng saw clearly the look on her master's face, the expression of someone preparing to take it all for free. She closed her eyes in despair. It's over. Beyond all salvation. This time Master is truly digging her own grave. Others may not know what that black ring is, but how could she, someone already shackled by it, not know? That thing, the moment it touches bare skin, immediately forces its way into the soul and establishes a master-servant soul contract. And Master still plans to renege after verifying the goods. Once that thing goes around your neck, you venerable Master will obediently kneel on the ground and call someone Master. Lu Rumeng suddenly felt a trace of sympathy for her master. No problem. Peak Master Meng is quick and decisive. Deal. Xiao Kuan agreed with extreme easiness, not a trace of hesitation. He stood up and casually gathered his long robe. But this treasure is of extremely high grade, and its refinement is quite intricate. It will take some time. 3 days. 3 days from now, bring the 2 mixed origin golden core pills and come directly to the Intersect Alchemy Pavilion to find me. When the time comes, I guarantee I will deliver a flawless Chongwu spirit ring to you. Seeing Xiao Kuan agree so readily, a flicker of doubt crossed Meng Yuti's mind. But the temptation of the peerless treasure was too great, outweighing that trace of unease. All right, it's settled then. Then I won't disturb you two any longer. Continue consolidating your cultivation. See you at the Alchemy Pavilion in 3 days. Seeing that her goal was achieved, Meng Yuti no longer lingered. Disciple, serve Elder Chow well. After leaving these words full of meaning, Meng Yuti's figure once again transformed into a skyful of pink-white petals and scattered through the cave. Lu Rumeng stared blankly at the place where her master had vanished. After a long while, she turned her head mechanically toward Xiao Kuan. Are you truly going to put that thing on my master? Xiao Kuan lowered his head, taking in Lu Rumeng's delicate pretty face frozen with shock, and let out 2 sly chuckles. What? Have some pity for your shrewd, calculating master. A shudder ran through her. The nightmare in her mind lingered, refusing to dissipate. Finally, she was no longer the only one bearing this humiliation. Lu Rumeng bit her lower lip and unconsciously snuggled further into Xiao Kuan's arms. Master, you're so wicked. After leaving Baihua Peak, Xiao Kuan went straight back to Lianxiang Peak. He had thought that as soon as he stepped inside, it would be just like usual. Seeing a bewitching figure in a purple dress throw herself at him, impatiently calling him master in a sweet, coquettish voice. But the great hall was empty, with not even a shadow in sight. Where has that vixen run off to? Xiao Kuan muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Yu Linglong had been stuck at the peak of the late golden core stage for decades. Her cultivation, art, her state of mind, and her spiritual power reserves, her foundation had long been fully accumulated. All she lacked was a single opportunity to smoothly form her nascent soul. Xiao Kuan had been mulling over this the entire way back. In his hand, he had a 6th-grade obstacle-breaking pill swiped from the Class A core vault of the pill pavilion. In his system space, there was also a high-grade Jade Beast advancement pill obtained from opening the Bronze Grand gift pack. The pill's description was crystal clear: it would elevate a Jade Beast by a full major realm without side effects. Xiao Kuan wanted to try it. Have Yu Linglong take both the obstacle-breaking pill and the advancement pill together. By combining both methods, he wanted to see if she could leap straight past the nascent soul stage and charge all the way to spirit transformation. The Hahuan Sect's sect master Qin Kanglin was only at the late nascent soul stage herself. If he truly produced a spirit transformation stage, Jade Beast Enforcer Xiao Kuan could strut across all of Qingzhou with impunity. Whoever displeased him could simply be slapped to death by his master. As it turned out, the very person he needed wasn't there. Never mind. Since she's not here, this can wait a little longer. Xiao Kuan shook his head in no hurry at all. After all, the meat was still in the pot. It was only a matter of sooner or later. He crossed the main hall and pushed open the stone door to the inner chamber. A faint, delicate fragrance filled the room. On the jade bed, Long Qingwei was clad only in a thin, plain white inner garment, sitting cross-legged with her slender legs folded, eyes closed as she regulated her breath. With the dual cultivation over the past days, plus the nourishment of Xiao Kuan's pure yang essence, her originally cold and otherworldly bearing now carried a hint of mature feminine allure. Hearing the door open, Long Qingyue's long lashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw it was Xiao Kuan, her cold face melted like a pool of spring water. Senior brother Xiao. Without even bothering to put on her shoes, Long Qingwei leapt down from the jade bed with her fair, jade-like bare feet. She threw herself into Xiao Kuan's arms. He took the opportunity to wrap an arm around her slender waist and lowered his head to plant a kiss on her smooth forehead. Why are you here all alone? Where's master? Xiao Kuan asked casually. Lung Xinghua pressed her face against Chao Kuan's sturdy chest, nuzzling comfortably, then raised her head and answered softly. Xinghua doesn't know either. When I woke up this morning, Master was already no longer in the hall. As she said this, a trace of sly pride flickered in Lung Xinghua's eyes as if she had thought of something. It's better when Master isn't here. She's getting old and needs more rest. Unlike Xinghua, who can stay by senior brother's side all the time. Senior brother, don't you think so? Chao Kuan couldn't help smiling at her possessive little look. Since the main account wasn't around, he would train the alt first. He turned his wrist, and 2 exquisite porcelain bottles materialized in his palm out of thin air. He led Lung Xinghua to sit beside the jade bed. Your current cultivation has reached the perfection of the late foundation establishment stage. Half a foot is already in the core formation stage. However, your peak-grade ice spirit body is extraordinary. When forming your core, you will need an extremely vast amount of spiritual power, and your tribulation lightning will be far fiercer than an ordinary cultivator's. Chao Kuan pressed one of the porcelain bottles into Lung Xinghua's hand. This bottle contains a top-grade 5th-grade spirit-nourishing pill. Over the next few days, enter seclusion and refine it. It will thoroughly cleanse your meridians and purify your spiritual energy to the utmost limit. Then he handed her the other porcelain bottle. Inside this one is a 6th-grade obstacle-breaking pill. When you feel you can no longer suppress your realm and are ready to form your core, take it. With it protecting you, forming a peak-grade golden core is practically guaranteed. Lung Xinghua stared blankly at the 2 jade bottles in her hands, her lips slightly parted. As a personal disciple, she knew all too well the value of these 2 pills. Let alone the 6th-grade obstacle-breaking pill. Even the 5th-grade spirit-nourishing pill was a priceless treasure that countless golden core cultivators would bankrupt themselves seeking, but never obtain. Senior brother. Lung Xinghua's eyes reddened instantly, her nose tingling, overwhelmed with gratitude. Xinghua will never let senior brother down. Once I form my core, I can help senior brother with more things, and I can use even. Lung Xinghua silently resolved in her heart. Lu Ruming, that little concubine, was now at the late foundation establishment stage, and the master was even at the late golden core stage. She had to raise her cultivation as quickly as possible and absolutely not disappoint senior brother Chao's expectations. Otherwise, how could she secure her position as the main woman? Xinghua will work hard. Lung Xinghua nodded firmly, then rose on her tiptoes and kissed Chao Kuan's cheek. Then she turned and hurried toward the seclusion chamber at the back mountain. Meanwhile, thousands of li from the Hahuan sect, there was the Miaoyin sect, another major sect of Qingzhou. Yulinglong sat upright on a rosewood guest chair. Today she wore an extremely luxurious purple flowing cloud gown, its hem trailing to the floor and hugging her voluptuous, well-proportioned figure perfectly. The fawning, humble demeanor she usually showed before Chao Kuan was completely gone. Every gesture she made exuded the authority and allure of a Hahuan sect elder. At this moment, however, her inner state was far less calm than her appearance suggested. That little wretch, Xinghua, had become more and more impudent lately. Relying on her youth, she kept calling him Senior Brother Chao, in a voice sweeter than anyone's. The most crucial part was that the master actually seemed to be falling for her act. This gave Yu Linglong an extremely strong sense of crisis. Even though she had relied on her centuries of experience in the past few days to outlast the girl until she fell into slumber, monopolizing their master's favor. But if things continued like this, it would not do. How could she tolerate another person sleeping soundly beside her bed? Especially when that person was sleeping with the same man. Master belongs to me alone. No one is going to take him. At the thought of Chao Kuan's domineering, powerful form, a flush involuntarily rose to Yu Linglong's cheeks. Yu Linglong made up her mind. Her beautiful eyes shifted to the beautiful matron seated in the host's seat. Yun Xie, the great elder of Miaoyin sect. The two had once explored an ancient secret realm together in their early years and could be considered close friends with some history. Standing properly at Yun Xie's side was a young man. He wore a brocade robe and had a somewhat handsome face, though his eyes and brows carried an unconcealable arrogance. This was Yun Xie's direct disciple Ji Jinian. Linglong, what brings you to my Miaoyin sect as a guest today? Yun Xie broke the silence with a smile. The Hahuan sect has been making quite a stir recently. I heard your sect produced an unparalleled genius who actually killed a nascent soul cultivator by crossing a major realm. Yu Linglong waved a hand, refusing to take that topic and cutting straight to the point. Xie, to be honest, I came today because there is a private matter I'd like to discuss with you. Oh, Yun Xie was somewhat surprised. What could have you so worried? It's all because of my troublesome disciple Lung Qinghua. Yu Linglong massaged her brow in a show of helplessness. That girl is 20 this year. Her cultivation can be considered a small achievement. She broke through to the late foundation establishment stage recently. I should start worrying about her future marriage. Yu Linglong paused and swept her gaze around the hall. I've been thinking, although Qingzhou has no shortage of outstanding young talents, those worthy of my Qinghua can be counted on one hand. Your Miaoyin sect has always been a land of outstanding people and remarkable spirit. I wonder if you have any suitable outstanding young men among your disciples. If we could bring about a good match and unite our two sects through marriage, that would be a wonderful thing. As she said this, Yu Linglong's gaze shifted slightly and landed on the young man standing behind her serving tea. Ji Jinian, young as he was, had already reached the early golden core stage. Among the entire younger generation of Qingzhou, he could definitely be counted among the topmost geniuses. Yu Linglong looked at Ji Jinian and nodded with satisfaction. This kid's cultivation was solid and his background was strong, perfect to use as a pawn. Xia. Yu Linglong retracted her gaze, looked at Yun Xia, and spoke in a sincere tone. I think this child Ji Jinyan is truly a handsome, outstanding man, a dragon among men. I've heard that when he was training in the secret realm before he once saw my Qingyue from afar and has harbored a secret fondness for her ever since. As her master I see this, and it worries me. Why don't we two households make a decision today? Let the two young people meet, and see if we can bring them together. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire reception hall fell silent. Ji Jinyan, who had originally been standing behind Yun Xia, attending to the teapot. Hearing this, his heart pounded wildly, and blood rushed to his head. If not for holding it in drool, would have nearly dripped from the corner of his mouth. Lung Qingyue. That was Lung Qingyue, the acknowledged #1 ice-cold beauty of Qingzhou. She looked like a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world with a noble, transcendent bearing. She was the dream lover that countless young cultivators could not sleep over. Even more lethal, she possessed a peak-grade ice spirit body. For any male cultivator, she was the supreme dual cultivation cauldron. A few days ago, he had heard people say that Lung Qingyue had recently come across a tremendous fortune. Not only was the cold poison in her body completely cleansed, her cultivation had also soared, breaking straight through to the late foundation establishment stage. Her foundation was terrifyingly solid. If he could marry her and drain her pure yin qi day and night, his cultivation would advance 1,000 li in a single day. He might even have the hope of directly attacking the mid-golden core stage before the age of 30. Ji Jinyan instinctively straightened his chest, and a flash of greed and lust burst from his eyes. His mind was already uncontrollably mapping out the wonderful life after marrying Lung Qingyue. On their wedding night, he would tear away the cold, aloof facade of that lofty flower. He would watch her show a look of humiliation and submission. Just thinking about it made Ji Jinyan feel hot all over. He secretly calculated his own conditions. He was the eldest son of the Ji family, a supreme genius at the golden core stage. What's more, the future pillar of Miaoying sect, in terms of status, position, and strength. Across the whole of Qingzhou, who besides him Ji Jinyan could possibly be worthy of Lung Qingyue? A perfect match. It would simply be a union made in heaven. A supreme beauty like this should be mine, Ji Jinyan's, as surely as something in my pocket. Marrying me would be a blessing she earned over 8 lifetimes. The more Ji Jinyan thought, the more excited he became. He feared Yu Linglong was only making a casual remark and might change her mind later. He even forgot the rule that juniors should not interrupt when elders were speaking. He stepped straight out from behind Yun Xia, cupped his hands in salute, and dropped to one knee in front of Yu Linglong with a thud. Uncle Master Yu. Ji Jinyan's voice was sonorous and righteous, wearing a look of deep affection. I, Ji Jinyan, have long admired junior sister Qingyue. Junior sister Qingyue's peerless grace has long been deeply branded into my heart, and it will never fade. If Uncle Master Yu is willing to make this good match happen, I swear to heaven that in this life I will treasure junior sister Qingyue like a precious gem and treat her well. If I ever break this oath, let me be struck by heavenly thunder and perish body and soul. I will never betray the grace of Uncle Master's kindness. Seeing her disciple's reckless eagerness, Yun Xia smiled helplessly but did not blame him. After all, Lung Qingyue's qualities were plain for all to see. Who could not be tempted? Linglong, well. Yun Xia smiled and tried to mediate. Since the children have this destiny, and Ji Jinyan clearly has genuine sincerity, why don't the two of us settle this matter? Yu Linglong looked at Ji Jinyan, who was kneeling on the ground with a face full of fervor. She sneered inwardly. Fool. I'm only using your hand to discuss that little wretch Qingyue. When the master finds out, he will surely fly into a rage. In his fury, he might just slap you into a pulp. Then the master will think it was Qingyue who was out flirting and drawing attention. Then he will sternly scold Qingyue and make her completely fall out of favor. When that happens, the master will dote on me alone every day. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. Good. Yu Linglong slapped the table and agreed with tremendous delight. Since Xia and nephew Ji Jinyan have no objections, then this matter is settled. She looked at Ji Jinyan and commanded with a majestic tone, in a few days prepare generous gifts and come directly to Lianxiang Peak of the Hahuan sect to propose marriage. I will personally take charge of this for you. Ji Jinyan was overjoyed, trembling with excitement. He kowtowed heavily on the ground and shouted, Thank you, Uncle Master Yu, for your blessing. This disciple will go prepare the betrothal gifts at once and will definitely come to your door as soon as possible. Yu Linglong. Out at Lianxiang Peak of the Hahuan sect, Chao Kuan had just walked out of the inner chamber. A stream of system notifications suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. An emergency mission has been triggered. It has been detected that Jade Beast No. 1 Yu Linglong, out of her instinct to compete for favor, is attempting to transfer the mating rights of Jade Beast No. 2. Lung Qingyue to an external male individual. Chao Kuan took a full moment to process that. Only then did he realize what the system's pretentious jargon actually meant. Mating rights transfer. Chao Kuan couldn't help cursing inwardly. Who the hell designed the vocabulary for this goddamn system? It's so blunt and crude without even a shred of elegance. His consciousness sank into the system panel, and he opened the detailed information for the emergency mission. A few lines of small text appeared. Target location Miaoying Gate, Qingzhou. People involved: Yun Xia, the Grand Elder of Miaoying Gate, and Ji Jinyan, her direct disciple. Development Yu Linglong has already personally promised the marriage, and Ji Jinian will soon arrive with betrothal gifts to formally propose. Mission reward: complete the mission and resolve the crisis to receive a mysterious prize. After reading all of this detailed information, his gaze turned utterly cold. Fine. Really fine. You even dare to hand off my private property. It seems those smiles I've been handing out have made this late Golden Core master forget who's really in charge. Does she really think that relying on her ability to serve she can pull these dirty tricks behind my back? Accept mission. Chao Kun silently intoned. He turned and walked toward the wide throne at the very center of the main hall. Flipping the hem of his robe, he sat down with a bold, swaggering pose. Chao Kun closed his eyes and began tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of the throne. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp tapping echoed through the empty main hall. There was nothing he needed to do right now but sit here and wait for that self-important genius to come home. Meanwhile, in the sky, hundreds of li away from the Hahuan Sect, Yu Linglong was racing back to the sect at full speed. The fierce gale high in the sky fluttered her magnificent purple flowing cloud dress, tracing out every alluring curve of her voluptuous figure. Her mood was so good, she nearly flew up to heaven. Along the way, Yu Linglong kept replaying her perfect plan in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she was a brilliant strategist of palace intrigue. That damned girl Qingwei. Doesn't she rely on her youth to cling to Master all day? Didn't she even dare to dream of becoming Master's Dao companion? Well, now it's done. Ji Jinian of the Miaoying Gate is about to come bearing heavy gifts to ask for her hand. He is not only the direct disciple of Miaoying Gate's Grand Elder, but also the eldest son of the Ji family. His status and standing are right there. When that time comes, the entire Hahuan sect will know about it. Master is so domineering once he learns that his woman has been coveted by someone else, and that this someone is even coming to his door with great fanfare. What would he think? He would definitely think Leng Qingwei has been out attracting bees and butterflies and failing to know her place. How could a woman who can't even preserve her own reputation deserve to remain by Master's side? Yu Linglong was even already picturing that wonderful scene after Chao Kun learns someone has come to propose. He flies into a thunderous rage, points at Leng Qingyue's nose, and furiously scolds her for being fickle and wanton. Leng Qingyue, unable to explain herself no matter what, would be driven out of the main hall in tears and thrown into the cold palace. As for herself, dressed in the most seductive clothes, carrying a cup of hot tea, she would walk over to Master and gently soothe his rage. From then on, no one on Lianxiang Peak would ever compete for favor with her again. She would monopolize Master's romantic attentions every night. The more Yu Linglong thought about it, the more pleased she grew, and she could not help letting out a coquettish laugh in midair as her flying speed increased further. Half an hour later, Yu Linglong descended onto the square outside the main hall of Lianxiang Peak. She did not go in immediately, but paused at the entrance and looked down to check her attire. Her skirt had no wrinkles. Her hair bun was still perfect. She stretched out her fair fingers, pinched the edge of her collar, and pulled it down with deliberate force. A large expanse of snow-white skin and a deep cleavage were exposed to the air. She had to ensure that regardless of whether Master was in the main hall, as soon as he saw her, she would be in her most charming, most seductive pose. Yu Linglong arranged her most bewitching smile, preparing to put on the perfect act of a virtuous master returning from an outing, her heart filled with devotion to her lord. She reached out and pushed open the two heavy doors of the main hall. Master! Before she had even stepped completely inside, that syrupy sweet voice had already drifted into the hall. Yu Linglong twisted her supple waist, her face full of spring breeze, as she prepared to pounce inward. But when she raised her head and clearly saw the scene in the hall, her steps halted. Chao Kun sat upright on the throne straight ahead. No lamps were lit in the great hall, and the light was dim. Chao Kun's face was hidden in the shadows, expressionless. His usual mischievous teasing and the brazenly hungry gaze that roved over her body had all vanished. In their place was a suffocating stillness. Yu Linglong's heart gave a lurch. Her woman's intuition, along with her instincts as a golden core cultivator, told her that Master's eyes were strangely different today. Beneath that stillness, something extremely terrifying seemed to be suppressed. But she quickly rejected the idea in her mind. Impossible. Her plan was watertight. Miaoying Gate was thousands of li away. Apart from Yun Xie and Ji Jinian, no fourth person knew about this. Master couldn't possibly have found out. It must be that Master had hit a bottleneck in cultivation and was in a bad mood. This was precisely the perfect opportunity to show how virtuous she could be. Yu Linglong suppressed the doubt in her heart, and her smile became even more seductive. She walked over quickly and directly sat astride Chao Kun's thighs. With practiced ease, her arms encircled Chao Kun's neck, and she pressed her stunning face close. Master, why are you sitting here all alone? Were you thinking of Linglong? She deliberately twisted her waist, drawing their bodies even closer. Chao Kun did not push her away. He raised his hand, and as naturally as could be wrapped it around Yu Linglong's slender waist. His fingertips gently traced the smooth fabric. Where did you run off to today? With a flat, bland tone, Chao Kun began his first layer of probing. Yu Linglong's face did not redden, and her heart did not race. She even put on a hint of coyness. I went to visit an old good sister of mine. Master also knows that Linglong has been stuck at the late golden core stage for years. I had to go out and make some rounds, see if I could find an opportunity to break through. Chao Kun nodded slightly. He looked at Yu Linglong's pair of clear, innocent peach blossom eyes. He didn't call her out on the spot. What a performer. If the Harmony Sect didn't give you a Best Actress award, they've definitely wasted your talent. Chao Kuen's fingertips pressed a little harder. He unhurriedly launched his second layer of probing. All right. Chao Kuen changed the subject, his tone growing casual. Qingyue just now went to the back mountain to go into seclusion. At the mention of Qingyue, a flash of disgust passed through Yu Linglong's eyes, but she immediately hid it. Pretending to ask casually, she said, that girl Qingyue only broke through to the late foundation establishment stage a few days ago. Why is she in such a hurry to go into seclusion? Chao Kuen looked into her eyes and said slowly, word by word, because I gave her a 6th grade barrier-breaking pill and a top-tier 5th grade spirit-nourishing pill. Hearing this, the arms that Yu Linglong had wrapped around Chao Kuen's neck stiffened. A 6th grade barrier-breaking pill, a top-tier 5th grade spirit-nourishing pill. She was a great cultivator at the peak of the late Golden Core stage, a person who had lived for several centuries. She could count on her fingers the 6th grade pills she had ever seen. Master had actually given such a treasure to that little girl who had just reached the late foundation establishment stage. Yu Linglong's heart was bleeding. In cultivation and figure, in the art of serving a man, in what way was she inferior to that inexperienced girl? Master had actually thrown such precious resources at her. Once she emerges from seclusion this time, she should be almost certain to form a supreme grade golden core. Chao Kuen continued to twist the knife. Yu Linglong felt as if her breathing had almost stopped, but she knew she must not show the slightest discontent now. She forced the corners of her mouth upwards, squeezing out a smile uglier than a cry. Is that so? That's wonderful. For Qingyue to meet Master is truly a fortune she cultivated over 8 lifetimes. Chao Kuen took in Yu Linglong's stiff limbs and twisted expression. He was secretly pleased. Keep acting. Go on, keep acting. I want to see how long you can hold out. Chao Kuen's side reached out and pinched Yu Linglong's chin. But speaking of it, that girl Qingyue is not young anymore. Staying on Lianxiang Peak every day cultivating in seclusion isn't a proper arrangement. I've been thinking, maybe I should find her a good family and marry her off as soon as possible. That would spare her precious youth from being wasted. Hearing these words, Yu Linglong's heart, which had been bleeding, suddenly began thundering with joy. Ecstasy, uncontrollable ecstasy, surged in her heart. Master had actually taken the initiative to suggest marrying Lung Qingyue off. This coincided perfectly with her own plan. This is what they call hearts beating in perfect sync. Yu Linglong was so excited she almost cried out. She was just about to put on the airs of an elder and coyly answer, Master, you are so considerate. Linglong will arrange it at once. But then Chao Kuen threw in a cold, unexpected remark. Do you think there's any suitable match over at Miaoying Gate? The moment these words came out, Yu Linglong's mind roared. Miaoying Gate. Why did he suddenly mention Miaoying Gate? A layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Impossible. Master couldn't possibly know I went to Miaoying Gate. It must be a coincidence. Right? Qingzhou had only so many major sects. Master was just making a random guess. Yu Linglong forced herself to stay calm and laughed dryly, fobbing him off, but her voice had already lost its usual seductive sweetness. Miaoying Gate. This. Linglong doesn't normally interact with them. Since Master has this intention, Linglong will send someone tomorrow. Know at once. To help keep an eye out for you. Chao Kuen looked at the woman in his arms who was still putting up her last-ditch struggle. His patience was utterly spent. He directly cast aside the last remnants of mild pretense. His eyes became piercingly sharp like a blade. No need to keep an eye out. Chao Kuen grabbed the back of Yu Linglong's neck and pressed her down. Ji Jinyan, the direct disciple of Miaoying Gate's Grand Elder. In the next few days he will come to Lianxiang Peak with betrothal gifts to propose marriage. You should know about this better than I do, right? These words like a bolt from the blue struck precisely on top of Yu Linglong's head. All her luck and all her disguise were crushed to powder in that instant. Her psychological defenses collapsed. Yu Linglong opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Fear had completely engulfed her. Master knew everything. He even knew the names so clearly. From the very beginning, Master had been watching her act. Yu Linglong's legs turned soft, and she slipped directly off Chao Kuen's thighs. With a thud, she heavily knelt down at his feet. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, and her teeth chattered with a clattering sound. Chao Kuen sat on the throne looking down at the Master who had been so smug just a moment ago. Yu Linglong, have I been spoiling you too much? Giving you the illusion that you can play these contemptible tricks right under my nose? Yu Linglong pressed her forehead against the cold brick floor, not daring to say a word. Only her heavy breathing echoed through the hall. Lung Qingyue is mine. Chao Kuen leaned forward, hammering each word into Yu Linglong's fragile soul. What I give her she deserves. What I do not give no one may take. What do you think you are? What right do you have to make decisions for her? Betrothing my woman to another man on your own. Chao Kuen let out a cold laugh. It seems you truly don't treat my rules as anything to fear. Feeling the almost solid killing intent emanating from Chao Kuen, Yu Linglong completely broke down. All thoughts of elder dignity and status in the competition for favor were cast aside. She clung tightly to Chao Kuen's calves and tears burst from her eyes like a dike breaking. I was wrong. It was because I was too jealous of Qingyue. I was afraid she would take away all your love, afraid you would no longer want Linglong. I was blinded by a moment of madness, which is why I went to Miaoying Gate to find Yun Xia. Please don't drive me away. Ding. It has been detected that the jade beast Yu Linglong has deeply recognized her own mistake. Taming value 10. Bonus mission points 1000. Current taming value 87,100. Ding. Yu Linglong's taming value has broken through the 80 mark. Additional reward triggered. Congratulations, host, on unlocking 1 golden mystery gift pack. Listening to the wonderful system notification sounds in his mind, Chao Kuen's face remained expressionless. He looked down coldly at the woman weeping at his feet. There was not a trace of pity in his heart. Without administering a bitter medicine, she would never remember who the true master of Lianshan Peak was. In order to thoroughly crush her little schemes for power and favor, Chao Kuen gave a cold laugh, deciding to unleash a devastating soul-crushing blow. He pulled his leg free from Yu Linglong's embrace. His tone carried a hint of mockery. Since you love playing matchmaker so much, and since you have so much energy that you want to arrange things even for the people around me. Chao Kuen paused, then dropped that name. I think that Meng Yudi from Baihua Peak is quite suitable. She happens to be very interested in me too. One of these days I'll find some time and take her into my inner quarters as a jade beast. That will give you a companion. From now on you two good sisters can. Together. How about that? As soon as these words came out, Yu Linglong's crying abruptly stopped. Meng Yudi, that old fox spirit who opposed her at every turn and was always ridiculing her with sneers. She would have to share master's bed with her. Just the thought of that scene made Yu Linglong feel unbearably awful. That fox spirit was born with a seductive bone in her body. If she truly got through the door, neither she nor Qingyue would be able to match her. Yu Linglong frantically shook her head, threw herself on Chao Kuen again, and hugged his leg. No, master, no. Having Linglong to serve you is enough. Linglong will obey you in everything from now on. Whatever you do, don't bring that old woman here. I really know I was wrong. I don't dare scheme against Qingyue anymore. Please don't let her come. Only now did Yu Linglong deeply understand what it meant to lift a rock and drop it on her own feet. She would rather watch Long Qingyue float around before her every day than ever see that bitch Meng Yudi climb into Chao Kuen's bed. Looking at Yu Linglong, who had been completely scared out of her wits and was now trembling at his feet. Chao Kuen knew the warning had been driven home thoroughly. Going too far would be worse than not going far enough. This woman still had substantial uses for him. He leaned back against the throne, looked down at her, and issued the final order of atonement. If you want me not to go to Meng Yudi, that can be arranged. But you'll have to fill the hole you dug yourself. In 3 days that Ji something Yin will come to propose. You will come forward personally. In front of everyone in the Harmony Sect, you will ruin this marriage matter for me. If you don't handle this beautifully enough, you can weigh the consequences yourself. Chao Kuen didn't continue. He only gave a cold humph. Hearing that Chao Kuen had finally loosened his mouth, the heart that had been hanging in Yu Linglong's throat finally dropped back down. Although slapping Miao Gate in the face would offend Yun Siya, compared to losing master's favor, compared to letting that fox spirit Meng Yudi come through the door. What was offending one Miao Gate in the scheme of things? Yu Linglong promised repeatedly. Don't worry, master. Linglong will handle it perfectly. In 3 days I will make that Ji Genian roll out of the Harmony Sect. Facing Yu Linglong's fervent vows and promises, Chao Kuen did not immediately offer her a graceful way down. Instead, he deliberately left her hanging for the space of half a stick of incense. Only then did he finally toss out a single cold, indifferent phrase. Fine. Get up. To Yu Linglong, those 4 words sounded like divine music from heaven. She let out a long, relieved breath, and only then stood up on trembling legs. Habitually, she leaned forward to close the distance, wanting as always to brush her voluptuous body against Chao Kuen's arm and coax him in a spoiled, lilting voice. But she had barely moved half a step before she looked up and met Chao Kuen's utterly expressionless face. Her half-outstretched hand faltered, and she fearfully retracted it. Left with no other option, Yu Linglong retreated like a wronged little wife to the right side of the throne, standing properly in place. Every so often she would sneak a peek at Chao Kuen's profile from the corner of her eye. Has the master gotten over his anger? Should I be the one to brew a cup of hot tea, or give his shoulders a rub? But what if the master is annoyed with me right now and throws me out? Chao Kuen caught her anxious, oscillating expression from the corner of his eye and savored the moment. This woman only happened to lack a tail. If she had one, it would be wagging into a blur behind her by now. Just then a clear, crisp sound of footsteps carried in from beyond the main hall. High-heeled soft boots tapped against the white jade steps with a light tap-tap sound. Chao Kuen cocked an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the half-open stone doors of the great hall toward the outside. The newcomer was none other than Nangong Wan, the woman he had only just thoroughly conquered and forcefully installed as the chief steward of the Dan Pavilion. However, the one leading this body at this moment was decidedly not the gentle, reserved main soul who blushed at every little thing. It was the other one, wild, unfettered, and radiating the poise of a commanding, seductive older woman. Nangong Wan wore an exceedingly striking red dress. The neckline was cut precisely to the edge of decency, and the swaying hem of the dress, as she walked, showcased a figure so ripe it was practically overflowing. A voluptuous maturation that all but dripped with allure. A thick account ledger rested in her hand. She stepped into the great hall, let her gaze pass casually over Yu Linglong, as if she were nothing more than furniture, and made straight for Chao Kuen. Being thus dismissed, Yu Linglong's brows knotted tightly, undisguised animosity blazing in her eyes. Foundation establishment, early stage. A mere ant at the early foundation stage. How dare she be this insolent? Before Yulinglong could open her mouth to rebuke her, Nangong Wan had already reached the throne. With a sharp smack, she tossed the thick account ledger directly onto the jade desk before Chao Kun. What she did next stopped Yulinglong's heart before she could even properly protest. In one smooth, effortless pivot of her waist, Nangong Wan seated herself directly astride Chao Kun's thighs. The red skirt slipped down as she moved, revealing a large expanse of blinding snow-white thigh. One elegant arm wrapped around Chao Kun's broad shoulders with perfect natural grace. With the other hand, she lifted her index finger to lightly hold Chao Kun's chin aloft. "Husband," Nangong Wan murmured, her red lips parting, "I have sorted through all the Dan Pavilion's accounts. But your sister made such a long trip, endured so much labor for it, and now my waist is aching." As she said this, she deliberately twisted her hips, pressing their bodies tighter together. "Shouldn't you give me a little delivery fee?" At these words, Yulinglong, standing just behind the side of the throne, felt all her hair stand on end. Her mind was howling with fury, her rationality trembling on the verge of total collapse. Who was this red-clad vixen? How did she dare sit straight down on the master's thighs? That is my most treasured spot. And what did she even call him? "Husband, I have served the master for so long, unlocking no end of positions, and I still only ever dared to call him master in the humblest voice. This wild woman out of nowhere. Who does she think she is to call him husband?" Chao Kun leaned back into the chair, feeling the astonishing elasticity at his waist, and mentally proclaimed that she had arrived at the perfect moment. Yulinglong had just been brought to heel and sworn a venomous oath never to fight for his favor again, so she would absolutely not dare to start an open conflict now. As for Nangong Wan's second personality, though arrogant, she also understood Yulinglong's strength. There was no way she would be foolish enough to throw a punch. These two colliding was bound to be a show worth waiting 100 years for. Nangong Wan, reclining against Chao Kun's chest, caught Yulinglong's murderous expression from the corner of her eye. Far from reining it in, she turned her head and offered the nearly detonating Yulinglong an exceedingly courteous, exceedingly excruciating smile. With a few blinks, she pretended to be oblivious. "Oh, I was so busy gazing at my husband that I only now noticed there was someone else in the room. And who is this?" "A little maid in the great hall." Yulinglong shook with rage, barely suppressing the impulse to slap this woman in red into a fresh mist of blood. She snorted coldly, folded her hands in front of her, and adopting the full imposing air of the grand elder of the Harmony Sect, replied frigidly, "Are you blind in both eyes? I am the elder of Lianxiang Peak, Yulinglong." Even as she spoke, the spiritual power of the late Golden Core stage circulated faintly all around her, as if to flatten the other woman's insolence under the weight of an insurmountable realm. However, Chao Kun merely sent Yulinglong a single glance out of the corner of his eye, and frightened half out of her wits, she hastily drew back the spiritual power she had just released. Seeing Yulinglong suddenly go soft, Nangong Wan tilted her head to one side, assumed a face of pure innocence, and stretched her tone. "Oh, so it's Elder Yu, is it? My respects, my respects." Then turning back again, Nangong Wan rested her chin on Chao Kun's shoulder, though her eyes never left Yulinglong. "But husband, didn't you personally tell me before that Lianxiang Peak is your own territory? So how is it that some other woman is shamelessly living here too?" Nangong Wan's lashes fluttered as she blinked and asked, "Could it be that she too is a spirit pet my husband keeps on a whim?" A spirit pet? Those two words stepped squarely on the most sensitive nerve in Yulinglong's entire body. She thoroughly bristled with rage. Yes, she did wear a spirit beast neckband around her neck, but that was a secret absolutely shared only between her and the master. This nameless wild woman dared to humiliate her openly to her face. But with Chao Kun himself present, and with the heavy reprimand she had just received, she dared not resort to physical violence. All she could do was use her authority to press down the situation. "Little girl, you do talk prettily. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with all that big talk?" Yulinglong gritted her teeth, her laughter the sort born of the apex of fury, her voice laced with an icy dread. "I have lived on Lianxiang Peak for over 100 years, controlling all within it. Now I ask you, a lowly foundation establishment cauldron like you, how dare you call yourself a madam before me? On Lianxiang Peak, we honor strict hierarchy and order between elder and younger. If you wish to sit on that throne, you had better first weigh yourself and see whether you're fit." Faced with the open admonishment of a Golden Core Grandmaster, Nangong Wan was not the least bit cowed. Instead, she pulled an even more audacious trick. She leaned to one side and flopped limply, casting herself all soft and boneless onto Chao Kun's torso. Her voice pinched into a petulant whimper full of grievance. She began to tattle. "Husband, just look at her," she whined, rubbing her chest against Chao Kun as she spoke. "She's not bullying me, the new girl, just because she's old. Is she old?" Those three characters were nothing short of a killing blow. To a female cultivator who had already lived several hundred years and cared desperately for her looks and charm, this cut deeper than 10 direct slaps across her face. Chao Kun, in the meantime, was absolutely basking in ecstasy. Throughout it all, he sat as secure and removed as a fisherman at his station, and not only did he refrain from scolding Nangong Wan on Yulinglong's behalf, he zealously stoked the fire with a deliberately casual remark. "Elder Yu, there's no need for such a fiery temper. Steward Nangong here is a meritorious aide who handles the Dan Pavilion for me. When it comes to her, you should mind your manners." "Mind her manners." An immense buzz filled Yu Linglong's head at the sound of Chao Kuen's undeniably deliberate partiality. In one abrupt pivot, her state of mind transformed from pure outrage to the most extreme kind of self-doubt and dread. First, there had been Lung Qingyue, that damned girl occupying the title of the lawful principal wife. Behind her there was Lu Ruming, that little firecracker staring covetously from Baihua Peak. And now out of nowhere yet another Nangong Wan had appeared. One who on the very first meeting dared to sit on the master's thighs and call him husband. And this woman's degree of arrogance, her mastery of the conniving art of innocent charms. Simply heaven-defying. Yu Linglong's spine went cold, sweat pouring down her back. Just how many more women were by the master's side that she had yet to learn of? Earlier the master had threatened to take Meng Yudi of Baihua Peak as his woman. Could it be that it had not been a threat at all, that the two of them had long since made covert crossings under cover of darkness, and that old fox spirit had already been won over? So this is what the so-called Golden Core Grand Elder is worth in the master's eyes. Just a plaything he can swap out at will. Yu Linglong's gaze swept across Nangong Wan's youthful, seductive face, and it suddenly struck her. Compared to this unaccountable, conniving, poison-hearted Nangong Wan, that addle-pated girl who could only call out senior brother Chao, whose mind was uncomplicated and pure, was positively adorable. A pleasure to the eyes. At least Qingyue still called her master. At least she did not turn around and stab her heart with one old woman after another. No, she must never allow this Nangong Wan to gain any footing on Lianxiang Peak. Still less could Meng Yudi, that old fox spirit, be allowed across the threshold. Within the span of a few breaths, Yu Linglong underwent a profound and ruthless recalibration of her strategy. She had to ally herself with Qingyue first. Suppress all these outside fox spirits and conniving minxes before they grew roots. The internal battle could wait. For now they must unite against the far more urgent external threat. Yu Linglong swallowed her anger, lowered her head, and made her voice gentle and submissive once more. The master is right to rebuke me. Linglong was improper. Since Sister Nangong is helping the master manage the Dan Pavilion, she must surely bear the burden of hard work and great merit. From now on here on Lianxiang Peak, Linglong will naturally see to looking after Sister well. Nangong Wan was clever enough to stop, while ahead not pressing the attack. She straightened up out of Chao Kuen's embrace and gave a silvery, seductive laugh. Elder Yu is much too courteous. Just as the invisible storm of the rivalrous standoff in the main hall was churning beneath the surface. Crack, crack, crack. Visible currents of frost-blue cold chi leaked through the seams of the formation around the closed-door meditation chamber, wisping outward. Within the short span of a few breaths, the temperature inside the great hall plummeted to the freezing point. Nangong Wan's cultivation base was the weakest. Struck full-on by that wave of immensely cold energy, she shivered violently. Instinctively she burrowed closer into Chao Kuen's arms. Chao Kuen's brow shot up. The chaos returned to one. Art within him stirred to action on its own, and a blazing yang essence diffused out through his body, enveloping Nangong Wan and shielding her entirely from the freezing chill. Yu Linglong, however, paled with sheer alarm. Whirling to face the direction of the meditation chamber, her eyes brimmed with disbelief. This cold breath. Qingyue is actually about to condense her golden core this fast. Yu Linglong. The moment the words left his mouth, the sky outside went pitch black in an instant. Moments later, a violent gale erupted and thick black clouds converged above the summit of Lianxiang Peak. The layers of clouds churned and collided, crackling with ominous purple lightning. A deafening clap of thunder boomed across the heavens. The entire mountain trembled violently. The terrifying spectacle was almost exactly like the scene when Chao Kuen formed his golden core in the square a few days ago. The only difference was that today's tribulation lightning carried a bone-piercing extreme chill. The entire Harmony Sect was thoroughly alarmed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless streaks of light shot up from the various peaks. Inner sect elders, peak masters, and core disciples all rushed out of their cave dwellings, hovering midair to look toward Lianxiang Peak from afar. Outside the main hall of the central peak, Harmony Sect Master Qin Kenglin stood before the doors. A dark golden gauze dress perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and graceful figure. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the hem of her skirt to sway against her jade-like legs, inadvertently revealing boundless charm. Unlike the cloying, seductive mannerisms of her female disciples, her allure as a grand cultivator at the late nascent soul stage was entirely natural and innate. Even a simple raise of her jade arm to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear exuded the mature elegance of one long accustomed to power. Now she raised her head to gaze at the horizon, her ever-composed face filled with astonishment. A top-grade golden core, tribulation lightning. Another top-grade golden core. Qin Kenglin's brows knitted tightly. The direction? It's Lianxiang Peak. She thought of the young man who had impressed her a few days ago. But Chao Kuen had already formed his golden core. That left only one possibility: Lung Qingyue, the personal disciple of Yu Linglong, and the one blessed with a supreme-grade ice spirit body. At the summit of Baihua Peak, Meng Yudi reclined languidly on a soft couch, ignoring the freshly brewed flower tea beside her. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the thunderstorm vortex above Lianxiang Peak. Beside her, Lu Ruming stared at the distant thunderclouds, her expression extremely complicated. Qingyue had actually taken the lead to break through to the golden core stage. And the scale of this tribulation was in no way inferior to her master's that day. That girl, she really is lucky. Meng Yuti sighed, softly, a hint of jealousy in her tone. A supreme-grade ice spirit body truly receives heaven's favor. But the power of this tribulation lightning has already exceeded the limit an ordinary golden core cultivator can withstand. Meng Yuti shook her head and rendered her verdict. Her foundation is too shallow. How many days has it been since she broke through to the late foundation establishment stage? Even with an exceptional physique, without time to consolidate or a precious treasure to protect her, she won't survive this tribulation. If she's unlucky, the very first bolt might obliterate her completely. This was also the sentiment of every elder hovering in the air over the Harmony Sect at that moment. Cultivation was inherently an act of defying heaven. The more extraordinary the talent heaven bestowed, the more merciless the tribulation it sent. Lung Qingyue in the end was simply too hasty. Inside the main hall of Lianxiang Peak, Chao Kuan showed no intention of intervening. In his arms, Nangong Wan raised her head and gazed at the thunderlight outside the door. Husband, it seems your ice-cold, pure little bride has run into big trouble. Aren't you going to lend a hand? If that lightning strikes her, there won't even be a bone left. Then you'll have lost your sweet little bed warmer. Chao Kuan shook his head and said calmly, the tribulation is heaven's trial, but also its gift. If I were to help her withstand it, not only would the power of the lightning increase, but the quality of the golden core she forms would also be greatly diminished. This tribulation she must endure alone. Standing nearby, Yu Linglong's palms were slick with sweat. Despite her jealousy toward Lung Qingyue, the girl was still a disciple she had raised with her own hands. If she died in this tribulation, the legacy of Lianxiang Peak would be completely severed. Crack! A blinding flash of light split the sky. The first bolt of heavenly lightning, thick as a thigh, tore through the black clouds with world-destroying might and struck the secluded cultivation chamber. The watching elders all drew sharp breaths. Some even closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the tragic end of a beauty. But at that critical moment, with a resounding boom, the roof of the secluded chamber was blasted away by wild, frigid spiritual energy. Countless rubble and debris scattered in all directions. A white-clad figure shot up from the ruins, charging straight into the sky amid the crashing thunderbolts. It was Lung Qingyue. Her black hair streamed wildly, and her stunning face was filled with unyielding defiance. Facing the purple heavenly thunder descending directly upon her, Lung Qingyue did not retreat. Instead, she met the lightning head-on and threw a punch at it. She's mad. That girl is insane, an elder in the distance cried out in shock. Using nothing but her physical body to withstand heavenly thunder. Does she think she's a body cultivation grandmaster? The next second, a blinding white light swallowed half the sky. A dull, heavy impact resounded. The thunderbolt exploded into countless sizzling arcs of electricity that scattered through the air. Lung Qingyue's body paused briefly mid-air as she forcefully absorbed that devastating power. A faint reddish glow shuttled across her skin, channeling the thunder's destructive force into the depths of her body. The onlookers below were utterly shocked. She actually withstood it. Not only did she withstand it, she emerged completely unscathed. What kind of monstrous physical constitution was this? Since when did a supreme-grade ice spirit body come with indestructible Vajra-like qualities? Sitting in the main hall, Chao Kuan looked up at that frosty figure in the sky and smiled with satisfaction. Of course, this was all the result of his teachings. The dual baptism of blazing sun essence and the chaos imperium art had long since infused Lung Qingyue's seemingly delicate and fragile body with overwhelming vitality and blood energy. That mere first bolt of heavenly thunder was nothing to worry about. Heaven's Tao seemed enraged by this mortal's provocation. The thunder clouds churned even more violently, granting Lung Qingyue no chance to catch her breath. The second, third, and fourth bolts of heavenly thunder came one after another. Each was thicker and more ferocious than the last. The lightning glare bathed the entire Lianxiang Peak in a ghastly white pallor. Lung Qingyue danced and twisted through the air, her ice-blue spiritual energy clashing crazily against the purple thunderbolts. Every single impact was accompanied by ear-splitting sonic booms. Yet the might of the tribulation was ultimately too terrifying. This was the will of heaven seeking utter annihilation. By the time the sixth bolt descended, a thick pillar of lightning grazed her shoulder and slammed past her. With a sizzling crack, several charred gashes were torn into her plain white dress by the tribulation thunder. Her fair jade-like arm was exposed to the air, the edges of the wound bearing scorched marks. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of her lips, a shocking and stark sight. Lung Qingyue's aura began to fluctuate violently, and the previously solid ice-blue protective glow around her flickered dimly. In the end, she still can't make it through. Qin Kanglin sighed from afar, a trace of regret flashing in her eyes. The other peak masters gathered close together, shaking their heads one after another. The might of the tribulation cannot be blocked by mortal strength. Senior Sister Lung's foundation is ultimately too shallow. And this is only the sixth bolt. There are still 3 deadliest ones yet to come. This is a death sentence with no way out. Everyone believed Lung Qingyue was finished, just as all were lamenting the fate of this soon-to-wither prodigy. Lung Qingyue, hovering mid-air, remained unexpectedly serene. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and with a subtle flick of her hand, a delicate white jade porcelain bottle materialized in her palm. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Qingyue tipped the pill within the bottle into her mouth and swallowed it. The instant the pill entered her throat, a rich medicinal fragrance swept across the entirety of Lianxiang Peak like a storm. It radiated outward in all directions. The medicinal fragrance was overwhelmingly potent. A single whiff was enough to make spiritual energy within one's body seethe, and even long stagnant bottlenecks seemed to loosen and stir. This. What is this aroma? The elders hovering in the distance widened their eyes and frantically sniffed the air. S6. The 6th rank. That's a 6th rank barrier-breaking pill. A pill that could forcibly shatter cultivation bottlenecks. And it had just been swallowed like a candy bean by a late Foundation establishment personal disciple during her golden core tribulation. Utterly wasteful. Far too wasteful. Countless elders and peak masters turned green with envy. If not for the terrifying aura of the heavenly thunder still pressing down, they would have rushed forward to pin Long Qingyue down and dig that pill right out of her stomach. High in the sky, the immense medicinal power detonated within Long Qingyue's body, surging through every limb and bone. The meridians that had been damaged by resisting the heavenly thunder were repaired in an instant. They became even broader and more resilient than before. Long Qingyue's depleted spiritual energy recovered rapidly, and it kept climbing, bursting straight through its former limits. The thunderclouds above were utterly enraged. The majesty of heaven's Tao must not be profaned. The black clouds roiled madly, forming a vast vortex at their center. All the thunder was gathering toward the core. The final, most terrifying 9th bolt was beginning to take shape. It was no longer a simple pillar of lightning, but a lightning dragon over 100 zhang in length. The dragon writhed and roared within the clouds, emanating a destructive aura so overwhelming that even the golden core elders watching from afar felt their hearts seize, involuntarily retreating. With a dragon's roar that shook heaven and earth, the violet gold thunder dragon opened its abyssal maw and dove down from the sky, vowing to utterly annihilate this ant that dared defy the heavens. Long Qingyue stood in midair, her robes fluttering in the wind. She gazed up at the world-destroying thunder dragon, her eyes as cold and clear as ice. Within her body, the medicinal power of the 6th rank barrier-breaking pill had been pushed to its absolute limit. The primordial power of the supreme-grade ice spirit body erupted in full. A crisp sword cry pierced the sky. Long Qingyue's right hand clasped empty air, and a crystalline ice sword condensed entirely from extreme frigid spiritual energy appeared in her grasp. Facing the thunder dragon, she slashed out with her sword. Sever. Long Qingyue cried out sharply. The ice crystal sword swept upward from below, carving a dazzling, brilliant arc of ice blue sword chi. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air froze solid in an instant. With a thunderous explosion, the sword chi and the thunder dragon collided violently in midair. There was no stalemate whatsoever. That terrifying thunder dragon, powerful enough to slay a golden core cultivator, began to freeze over inch by inch from its head in the blink of an eye. Then, with a sharp crack, the thunder dragon shattered in the sky, breaking into countless fragments of ice that scattered in all directions. Fine ice crystals rained down, catching glints of light as they fell. The churning tribulation clouds above collapsed and dispersed. The gloom faded away, and sunlight poured down once more. Long Qingyue remained suspended in midair. Within her dantian, a bitterly cold golden core had fully solidified. Complex Tao patterns flowed across its surface. The mark of the supreme-grade golden core, the Taishu ice core. After the ice core condensed, Long Qingyue's aura underwent a complete transformative change. The girlish immaturity of her past had washed away entirely, leaving behind only an air of lofty transcendence. She stood beneath the moonlight, her skin fair as snow, her brows and eyes like a painted masterpiece. The tattered hem of her white dress fluttered in the night wind, and the frigid aura radiating from her froze the surrounding moisture, turning it into fluttering snowflakes that danced around her. She was like a celestial maiden descending from the highest heavens, untouched by mortal dust. But just as everyone expected this celestial maiden to ascend beyond the world, Long Qingyue slowly lowered her head in midair. Senior Brother Chao. Her small, delicate tongue moved soundlessly as she whispered to herself. In Long Qingyue's heart, she only wanted to throw herself into that man's embrace using this body, now even more perfect after the baptism of tribulation lightning, to firmly consolidate her supreme status as the rightful little wife. Inside the main hall, Chao Cohen took a sip of the spiritual tea from the table and said leisurely, "Master, you'd better step it up. Your good disciple is far more alluring than you are now." Long Qingyue at the golden core stage. The next moment, a gust of wind carrying a faint ethereal fragrance rushed toward him. Long Qingyue's warm, supple body, brimming with astonishing elasticity, collided directly into Chao Cohen's embrace. Having just formed her supreme-grade golden core, traces of unfettered frigid spiritual energy still lingered on her skin. Had he been an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, that collision combined with the invading chill would have instantly frozen his meridians and shattered his heart. Yet Chao Cohen did not even furrow his brow. The chaos unity scripture within his body circulated on its own, dissolving the frigid energy completely without a trace. Chao Cohen casually opened his arms and steadily caught the delicate body that had thrown itself into his embrace. Even after becoming an aloof, icy beauty, she was still this clingy. He loved it, absolutely loved it. Senior brother Chow. Lung Qingyue tilted her head upward. On that cool, elegant face was now the eager, ingratiating expression of a little girl. She wrapped both arms around Chao Kuen's waist and stared up at him with brilliant, sparkling eyes. I successfully formed my golden core. Aren't I amazing? Chao Kuen looked down at the little kitten in his arms, clearly seeking praise, and reached out to gently pinch her delicate upturned nose. Amazing. Our Qingyue is now a golden core ice fairy. From now on, if anyone bullies your senior brother, I'll be counting on you to protect me. Lung Qingyue felt immensely gratified by these words and nodded vigorously. Qingyue will always protect senior brother. Ding. Detected that the jade beast, Lung Qingyue, has broken through to the golden core stage and developed extreme dependence on and adoration for the host. Taming value 10. Reward quest points 1000. Current taming value 70100. Listening to the system notifications ringing in his mind, Chao Kuen secretly rejoiced. At this rate, breaking through the 80-point threshold and unlocking the golden grand mystery gift pack was only a matter of a day or two. Lung Qingyue was contentedly nuzzling against Chao Kuen's chest. Having just survived the perilous heavenly tribulation, all she wanted now was to soak up a little warmth in this man's arms. But just as she tilted her head ready to continue being coquettish the corner of her, I suddenly caught sight of a woman in a provocative red dress standing behind Chao Kuen. Not only was this woman standing far too close to Chao Kuen, but her neckline was brazenly low, revealing an eye-dazzling expanse of snow-white skin. Most crucially, the woman still carried the faint scent of Chao Kuen's blazing yang essence on her. The smile vanished from Lung Qingyue's face. Her gaze turned icy cold. The radar of the rightful wife blared frantically in her mind. The temperature around them plummeted and a thin layer of frost crystallized across the floor. Yu Linglong had been standing coldly by the right side of the throne, watching everything unfold. She had just been thoroughly dressed down by Nangong Wan, and her lungs, liver, spleen, and kidneys all ached with rage, yet she dared not flare up in front of Chao Kuen. Now seeing Lung Qingyue return from forming her golden core and sharply locking onto Nangong Wan, Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. What a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, she quickly stepped forward. Putting on the airs of an elder, she deliberately fanned the flames with sarcastic innuendo. Qingyue, you've just formed your golden core, so you probably don't know her yet. Yu Linglong tilted her chin toward Nangong Wan. This is our newly appointed chief steward of the alchemy pavilion, Sister Nangong. You have no idea. Earlier she sat right on your senior brother Chao's lap, calling him husband in the sweetest voice imaginable. Why she didn't even deign to acknowledge me, the elder of Lianxiang Peak. Yu Linglong's schemes clacked loudly in her mind. She desperately hoped Lung Qingyue's fiery temper would ignite a full-blown clash with Nangong Wan. Regardless of who won or lost, Yu Linglong would reap the benefits as the third party. As expected, Lung Qingyue's brows knitted tightly upon hearing this. She stared at Nangong Wan, her golden core pressure leaking out uncontrollably, called him husband, and sat on his lap. A tidal wave of jealousy churned within Lung Qingyue's heart. She had been in seclusion for less than a day, and already someone dared to barge in and snatch her position as the rightful wife. Who are you? Who gave you permission to sit on senior brother Chao's lap? Get out of here. Just as Lung Qingyue was about to make her move and hurl this audacious vixen out of the great hall, Nangong Wan's eyes, which had been filled with provocation, suddenly glazed over for a brief moment. Then the gentle and reserved main soul regained control of the body. No sooner had the main soul awakened, still disoriented and confused about the situation, than it immediately sensed two murderous glares fixed upon it. Nangong Wan shuddered. She instinctively glanced down at herself and nearly fainted on the spot. She was actually wearing such a revealing red dress. There wasn't even anything underneath. The provocative red gown had a plunging neckline, and its hem was hiked high up, exposing long, fair, and voluptuous thighs. Ah! A short, startled cry escaped Nangong Wan's lips. She was already prone to blushing. Now suddenly discovering herself dressed like this, Nangong Wan's face burned crimson. She flailed her hands, crossing them over her chest, and desperately clutching at her neckline. But covering the top only exposed her long, slender legs below. She had absolutely no idea what earth-shattering things her second personality had just done. She only felt that she looked utterly scandalous and indecent at this moment. Large teardrops welled up in her eyes. Yu Linglong stood off to the side, watching Nangong Wan's flustered, pitiful appearance. She was completely dumbfounded. Cursing inwardly, she thought, this woman is so deeply scheming. Just moments ago she was perched on the master's lap, provoking me and calling me a maidservant, so arrogant and overbearing. And now she turns around and pretends to be an innocent, pure white lotus, playing the victim to win sympathy. The tears come on command. The delicate fragility is so perfectly acted. Such a master of the green tea act. Yu Linglong's teeth itched with fury, yet she couldn't find a single flaw to call out. She was genuinely astounded by Nangong Wan's performance. Lung Qingyue was equally bewildered by the stark contrast in Nangong Wan's behavior. She had already mustered all her spiritual energy and prepared a belly full of harsh words to teach this insolent vixen a proper lesson. But before she could even utter a single harsh word, the woman's eyes reddened, first assuming a fragile expression as if she were about to cry. Moreover, the terror and helplessness in those eyes didn't seem the least bit feigned. All of Lung Qingyue's righteous fury as the head wife dissipated like a punch landing on cotton. She simply couldn't unleash it. She even had a subconscious illusion that she, the head wife, was the one unreasonably bullying the weak. Lung Qinghua bit her lip, her momentum deflating by more than half. All she could do was turn her head in grievance, grab Chao Cohen's sleeve again, and shake it forcefully. Her eyes conveyed a vehement plea for comfort. "Senior brother, look at her." Chao Cohen sat upon the throne, taking in the reactions of all three women. He nearly couldn't stop himself from laughing out loud. This one-body twin souls constitution of Nangong Wands was practically a god-tier passive skill for navigating a love battlefield. The secondary soul stirs up trouble, and the main soul takes the blame. Seamless handoff, a perfect closed loop. Yet Chao Cohen also knew well that with such a gentle, timid, socially anxious disposition, the main soul was in no way equipped to handle a battlefield of this magnitude. If he let her stay any longer, she would probably faint from sheer shame and mortification. To prevent the situation from spiraling completely out of control, Chao Cohen cleared his throat. Then he reached out and patted Nangong Wan's trembling shoulder. "That's enough. I have a clear picture of the Alchemy Pavilion's accounts now. Go back and attend to your duties. Do a full recount of the storage rooms. In a few days I'll come to the Alchemy Pavilion to see you." Upon hearing Chao Cohen's words, Nangong Wan's first reaction was pure relief. Her mind was a total mess, and all she wanted was to flee this terrifying place as quickly as possible. Nangong Wan didn't dare lift her head to meet the gazes of Yu Linglong or Lung Qinghua. Keeping her head down, clutching her neckline, she hastily bowed to Chao Cohen with a red face. "Yes. Husband. No, Elder Chao, take care." Wanner takes her leave. Stuttering out those words, Nangong Wan turned and bolted out of the main hall, as if fleeing for her life. Watching Nangong Wan's panicked retreat, Lung Qinghua refused to let it go. "Senior brother Chao." She pouted, stamped her foot in fury, and shook Chao Cohen's arm relentlessly. "She called you husband. And you said you'd go see her in a few days." Chao Cohen turned around, gently cupped Lung Qinghua's breathtakingly beautiful icy face in both hands, gazed straight into her jealousy-filled eyes, and said softly, "It's just a title. Are you really that jealous? No matter how sweetly she calls me, she's still just a subordinate who manages my accounts. Why bother getting upset with her?" As he spoke, Chao Cohen's palm slid down her cheek, wrapped around her slender waist, and pulled her tightly into his arms. Their bodies pressed together perfectly with not a sliver of space between them. "You've just formed your golden core, so your foundation is still unstable, and some cold energy is leaking out. Tonight, I'll personally help you consolidate your cultivation. And while I'm at it, I'll investigate just how much progress your supreme great eye spirit body has made since forming the golden core. Whether it can withstand your senior brother's trial." Hearing these blatantly suggestive words, two enchanting blushes instantly spread across Lung Qinghua's cool, elegant face. The jealousy in her heart completely evaporated under Chao Cohen's domineering touch and ambiguous promises. Only shyness and anticipation remained. Lung Qinghua lowered her head, bashfully buried her face in Chao Cohen's chest, and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Qinghua, we'll follow senior brother's arrangements." Standing nearby, Yu Linglong watched the two of them being affectionately intimate, as if no one else were present. Sourness bubbled up in her heart. But she remembered Chao Cohen's warning well. No matter how fiercely jealousy burned within her, she no longer dared to interrupt or compete for favor at will. Yu Linglong had no choice but to forcibly suppress the bitterness and rage in her heart. She silently schemed to herself, when that fool Jinian from Yaoying Gate finally arrives, she absolutely must handle this matter flawlessly. Win back the master's favor. Just as Yu Linglong was vowing vengeance in her heart, Chao Cohen had already scooped up the shy Lung Qinghua in his arms and turned to walk toward the inner chamber. After taking only 2 steps, Chao Cohen suddenly paused. He tilted his head slightly and spoke to Yu Linglong behind him. "You come too and observe closely. Remember, watch only. No sound, and absolutely no moving." Golden core, Lung Qinghua. The sun had climbed high into the sky. Inside the main hall's inner chamber, the air was still steeped in sensual warmth. Icy blue cold vapor and crimson red blazing solar essence interwove and tangled in midair. In the end, they dissolved into specks of spiritual light around the bed. Lung Qinghua sat cross-legged. The full potential of her supreme-grade ice spirit body had been thoroughly awakened after forming her golden core. Her already ethereal, coldly detached temperament now carried an added air of unapproachable, inviolable immortality. Her skin was even more delicate and translucent than the finest mutton-fat white jade. As the final majestic wave of spiritual power completed a full grand circulation through her body, Lung Qinghua's delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. The pure stream of icy blue chi spiraled once in the air before pouring entirely back into her dantian. The cold aura that had been uncontrollably leaking from her body completely retracted at that moment. Naturally, her cultivation base settled firmly at the early golden core stage. Her cultivation realm was now thoroughly stable. Chao Cohen leaned against the headboard, watching Lung Qinghua sitting in his arms with her eyes closed, regulating her breath, and inwardly clicking his tongue in amazement. After forming her golden core, this woman really was a different creature entirely. The astonishing feel of her body, the overwhelming feedback of spiritual power, the terrifying resilience of her meridians. Absolutely incredible. Chao Cohen let out a satisfied sigh. A blazing sun spirit root paired with a supreme grade ice spirit body was indeed the ultimate configuration for dual cultivation. As for the taste of it, only those who tried it would truly understand. The former Lung Qinghua had also possessed a supreme-grade ice spirit body, but at the foundation establishment stage her meridians were ultimately too fragile. They could not withstand the overbearing blazing solar essence and chaotic qi inside Chao Kun. Every time they dual-cultivated, Chao Kun had to carefully hold back his power, afraid of shattering that exquisite piece of porcelain. But now everything was different. After being tempered by lightning tribulation, her golden core stage body now possessed broad, sturdy meridians. Moreover, the Taishu ice core could endlessly supply supremely pure, bitingly cold spiritual power. Ice and fire intermingled, yin and yang complemented each other. Those 6th-grade barrier-breaking pills and peak 5th-grade spirit-nourishing pills had been well worth the price. A moment later, Lung Qinghua slowly opened her eyes. Those cold, clear eyes were now shimmering with liquid light and brimming with tenderness. Like a docile little kitten, she burrowed into Chao Kun's embrace. She pressed her burning cheek against Chao Kun's solid chest, listening to the powerful beating of his heart. Senior brother. Lung Qinghua's voice was soft and syrupy, carrying a trace of just-wakened laziness. Qinghua's cultivation is now completely stable. Chao Kun smirked and reached out to pinch her cheek. Stable? Since your cultivation is stable, now shouldn't it be your turn to help senior brother consolidate his cultivation? Lung Qinghua blinked, her long lashes fluttering. She seemed not to fully grasp Chao Kun's meaning. Just now I was the one doing all the work, guiding your cold qi out. Chao Kun leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice to an extremely suggestive tone. Chao Kun looked at her earnestly serious expression and couldn't help marveling inwardly. This girl Qinghua really was a hidden treasure of a woman. Come on, let senior brother see what you can do now that you've formed your golden core. The chaos unity art inside Chao Kun was like a black hole that could never be filled. It revolved on its own, refusing nothing, devouring all the icy spiritual power Lung Qinghua sent him and converting it into chaotic qi. Under the nourishment of that enormous tide of spiritual power, Chao Kun's cultivation, which had only just stabilized at the mid-golden core stage, began to surge upward again at a visibly astonishing speed. The purple-gold golden core in his dantian grew even more dazzling. Faintly, he had already touched the threshold of the late golden core stage. This art is simply outrageously domineering. Feeling the surging power within him, Chao Kun's heart blossomed with joy. The chaos unity art, combined with the extremely special dual cultivation heart method of the Harmony Sect, was simply a match made in heaven. There was no need to worry about inner demon invasion, nor about spiritual power turning hollow or foundations destabilizing. As long as the dual cultivation partner was powerful enough and her spiritual power pure enough, he could absorb, transform, and break through without limit. Following this line of thought, an extremely bold, almost insane, idea suddenly burst into Chao Kun's mind. Qinghua only just formed her golden core, and she already gave me this much of a boost. If later on that fiery little pepper Lu Rumen also breaks through to the golden core stage, and Nangong won that supreme-grade cauldron with 2 souls and 1 body also condenses a golden core. 3 supreme-grade golden core jade beasts. Chao Kun couldn't help swallowing. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. And that still wasn't the most extreme scenario. If that enchantress Yu Linglong can successfully break through to the nascent soul stage, or even charge straight into the spirit transformation stage, then a peerless great power at the spirit transformation stage would feed her spirit transformation level spiritual power back to me. If that happened, wouldn't my cultivation speed blast off on the spot? This wasn't raising jade beasts at all. This was clearly raising a group of fully automatic, side effect-free, humanoid perpetual motion machines for myself. Just raise their cultivation levels, and I can lie down and still trample the entire cultivation world beneath my feet. Looks like this raising plan has to be accelerated. With that thought, Chao Kun immediately looked toward the purple silhouette standing in the corner of the inner chamber, silently guarding them. However, this prospective spirit transformation stage enforcer was not in the best state right now. Sensing those ambiguous waves of spiritual power, and watching Lung Qinghua's cultivation completely stabilize bit by bit, she felt sourness churning in her heart. Even though she was a golden core cultivator with an extremely powerful body, she could not endure such extreme mental strain, especially while having to forcibly suppress her own restless spiritual power to serve as their guard. It was pure torment. I can't take it anymore. Yu Linglong wailed inwardly. She was truly about to break down, looking at the pair who had just finished cultivating and were now nestling together in lingering tenderness. A faint hope still lingered in her heart. After all, she had stood here all night guarding them faithfully like a dutiful sentinel. Even if she had no merit, she still had her toil right. Surely the master had calmed down by now. Yu Linglong took a deep breath. She raised her head, pitifully turning those bewitching peach blossom eyes toward Chao Kun in eager supplication. Her gaze was filled with grievance, pleading, and undisguised allure. She parted her red lips slightly, and in an extremely weak voice, yet just loud enough for Chao Kun to hear, softly forced out a single sentence. Master. That cry of master was full of twists and turns, plaintive and affecting, drenched in coaxing and pleading for forgiveness. She wanted to take advantage of this hard-won opportunity to quickly regain some presence, hoping to break the deadlock of her punishment and completely turn the page on last night's wretched affair. However, Chao Kun was still savoring the spiritual power feedback from Lung Qinghua. Hearing that honeyed delicate call, he didn't even raise an eyebrow. He knew Yu Linglong's type all too well. A textbook case of forgetting the pain once the wound heals. 3 days without discipline, and she would tear the roof off the house. Behind my back, she went to the Miaoying Gate and privately transferred Lung Qingyue's mating rights to that idiot named Ji Jinian. With such a disgusting mess still unresolved. Did she think she could turn the page with a little acting cute and a pitiful act? Dream on. Did she really take me for one of those useless weak-kneed losers who can't move a step at the sight of a woman's tears? If I don't turn up the pressure, you'll never remember who's in charge. Chao Kuan couldn't be bothered to say a single word to her. Her legs could no longer support the weight of her body. With a thump, she collapsed ungracefully to the floor. Huff, huff. Yu Linglong sat on the ground, gasping heavily. Her late golden core stage protective spiritual power offered not the slightest defense against that force. Her high-coiled bun came loose, and her purple hair spilled messily over her shoulders. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead and slid down her cheeks. Startled by the sudden commotion, Lung Qingyue poked her head out from Chao Kuan's arms and looked at her master, who had collapsed on the ground. She blinked in bewilderment. What was wrong with master? Had she gone into chi deviation? Chao Kuan patted Lung Qingyue's back soothingly, signaling her to stop for now. Then he slowly sat up, looking down at Yu Linglong, who had curled into a ball. What did I say last night? Chao Kuan's voice was soft, yet it cut piercingly through the quiet chamber. You were only allowed to watch. No sound and no moving. It seems your attitude toward admitting your mistakes still isn't good enough. You can't even keep the most basic rules. These words directly pronounced Yu Linglong's death sentence. With another movement of Chao Kuan's will. Taming value 2. Current taming value 89,100. Bonus quest points 200. Listening to the system notification in his mind, Chao Kuan leaned back against the headboard in satisfaction. That was more like it. This was the proper way to deal with an unruly jade beast. He turned his head to look at Lung Qingyue, who still seemed a little dazed in his arms. He smiled and pinched her cheek. Don't mind her. Let's continue. Inside the inner chamber, a languorous wave of passion rippled outward. Lung Qingyue. The next morning, pale dawn light crept through the sky. The extreme chill and blazing solar essence within the chamber had long since subsided. Lung Qingyue lay face down on the soft jade pillow, her breathing slow and even. She was utterly exhausted. Even in sleep, her hands clung tightly to Chao Kuan's robe, as if afraid he might slip away. Chao Kuan leaned against the headboard, gazing at the cold, breathtakingly beautiful face in his arms. He gently pulled his robe free, draped a loose black robe over his shoulders, and swung his legs off the bed. Only when his feet touched the floor did he think of it. He paused, then finally spoke. Do you dare to pull those clever little tricks behind my back again? In Chao Kuan's expectations, the moment those words left his mouth, Yu Linglong would seize the opportunity. She would press her voluptuous body against him, coaxing and begging for forgiveness in a sweet, clingy voice, using every seductive trick in her arsenal to win him over and bury the events of yesterday. He had even prepared to push her away and leave her cold for a few more days. But who could have guessed that the moment Yu Linglong heard his words, her eyes instantly reddened. Her lips trembled violently. The emotions she had suppressed for days finally burst through the floodgates. Wah! Yu Linglong burst into earth-shattering sobs, crying without the slightest regard for her dignity, like a little girl wronged beyond endurance. The abrupt contrast left Chao Kuan completely stunned. What was going on? This was all wrong. The lofty, bewitching Grand Elder of the Harmony Sect was now crying so hard, she was practically blowing snot bubbles. Damn, could this woman have been pushed past her limits and completely broken by me? If he actually drove a late-stage golden core jade beast to madness, that would be a tremendous loss. Yu Linglong paid no attention to what Chao Kuan was thinking. Her legs gave way and she slid directly down his legs to sit on the floor. She threw her arms around his waist, buried her tear-streaked and sweat-soaked face against his stomach, and wailed loudly. Boo-hoo-hoo. I don't dare anymore. Master, I don't dare anymore. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Yu Linglong sobbed until she could hardly breathe, her voice hoarse. Linglong will obey your every word from now on. Tell me to go east, and I will never go west. Please don't cast me away. I beg you, please spoil me once in a while, won't you? I can't bear to watch you dote on others. My heart aches so much. Woo-woo-woo. As Yu Linglong's pitiful, shameless breakdown continued, Chao Kuan's mind was flooded with system notifications. Ding. Yu Linglong 5. Reward mission points 500. Hearing the system chime, Chao Kuan finally let out a sigh of relief. At least she hadn't gone mad. Not only was she sane, but the effect was remarkably excellent. Since the objective of discipline had been achieved and the woman's sharp edges had been worn smooth, Chao Kuan knew he could not keep suppressing her endlessly. Relentless pressure would only drive her away. The proper way to command loyalty was to balance authority with generosity. Since the slap had been delivered, it was time to offer a sweet reward. Chao Kuan sighed. His attitude softened noticeably. He bent down, slipped his hands under her armpits, and lifted the tear-soaked, beautiful master to her feet. Yu Linglong's body went limp, and she pressed tightly against Chao Kuan's chest, still sobbing. He wrapped one arm around her slender waist. With the other hand, he pressed against her smooth back. Activating the Chaos Unity Art, pure, blazing solar essence flowed from his palm and slowly poured into Yu Linglong's body. The warm, imperious spiritual power coursed through her sore and stiff meridians, soothing the aching muscles that had been rigid all night and dispelling the stagnant dampness within her. Feeling this long-missed warmth, Yu Linglong's cries gradually faded into a few intermittent sniffles. All right, how old are you now, still crying like a little child? You've gotten snot all over my clothes. Chao Kuan's tones softened further as he wiped away the tears on her face. As long as you obediently listen to me, stay quietly by my side, and stop stirring up trouble or internal discord. Why would I ever abandon you? Hearing this promise from Chao Kuan, Yu Linglong gradually stopped crying. She raised her head, her swollen peach blossom eyes filled with disbelief. Master, you truly aren't angry with me anymore. You really won't cast me out. Chao Kuan looked at her insecure, wavering expression and let out a cold snort. If I really wanted to get rid of you, I would have struck you dead with one palm yesterday. Would I have let you stay here to watch a show all night? Yu Linglong shrank her neck and dared not respond. She could only rub her cheek against his chest in a fawning manner. To fundamentally secure this woman's heart firmly upon himself, Chao Kuan decided to hold nothing back any longer. He turned his wrist, and a supremely exquisite porcelain bottle appeared in his palm out of thin air. Chao Kuan held the bottle up and shook it gently before Yu Linglong's eyes. Do you know what this is, eh? Yu Linglong blinked, her gaze falling on the porcelain bottle. She shook her head. Chao Kuan flicked the stopper off with his thumb. Inside lay 2 pills. One was dark golden throughout with natural pill patterns etched across its surface. It was precisely the 6th-rank barrier-breaking pill that could drive every golden core cultivator mad with desire. The other pill was pure white and flawless without any markings on its surface, yet it radiated an indescribable aura of the great Tao. A terrifying medicinal fragrance 100 times more potent than what Lung Qingyue had consumed burst forth from the mouth of the bottle. Even from just that faint wisp of fragrance, Yu Linglong could feel her bottleneck at the late stage of golden core, which had been stagnant for decades, begin to loosen perceptibly. The spiritual force within her body began boiling uncontrollably. Yu Linglong's eyes went wide. Staring fixedly at the porcelain bottle, her voice trembled. This is... Seeing her stunned expression, Chao Kuan leisurely reinserted the stopper, sealing away that terrifying fragrance. What's inside is a 6th-rank barrier-breaking pill, and another a high-grade advancement pill. These 2 pills together are enough to help you break straight through the shackles of the late golden core stage and condense a supreme-grade nascent soul. You could even ascend to the even higher soul transformation realm if fortune favors. The soul transformation realm. The Hahuan sect had stood for over 10,000 years, yet even its current sect master Qin Kanglan was only at the late nascent soul stage. Across the entire Qingzhou, soul transformation powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. All of them were old monsters sealed in death seclusion within the most colossal sects. And now, in her master's hand was an earth-shattering opportunity that could elevate her to the soul transformation realm in a single step. I had already prepared these 2 things for you long ago. You've been stuck at the late stage of golden core peak for so many years. Your foundation has long been sufficient. I plan to find an auspicious day and give you a grand surprise. To let you leap directly past the nascent soul stage and become the most supreme existence in all of Qingzhou. But instead you went and... Chao Kuan let out a cold snort, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. You had a straight and heavenly path right before your eyes, yet you refused to walk it. You just had to stir up trouble. You ran off to the Miaoyin sect and pulled those underhanded schemes that can't even be brought into the light, provoking me. Tell me, weren't you just asking for trouble? Chao Kuan's words shattered every last psychological defense Yu Linglong had. Her mind went completely blank. So her master had always been thinking of her. While she had been wavering and agonizing over those trivial jealousies, her master had long been secretly planning a supreme path straight into the heavens for her. He had kept the most top-grade, most heaven-defying opportunity reserved for her all along. And what had she done? Like a clown fighting over intangible affections, scheming against a few girls who posed no real threat at all, and even committing the foolish betrayal of going behind her master's back. She had even gone to the Miaoyin sect, attempting to harm Qingyue through despicable means. Utterly idiotic. Yu Linglong finally realized just how stupid her actions had been. She had a heavenly path laid out before her, yet she insisted on wallowing in the mud, fighting over a man with other women. Her master's vision soared in the highest heavens, while she was nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Intense regret, self-reproach, and gratitude intertwined within her, ultimately transforming into fervent, devout faith. Tears welled up in her eyes once again. But this time it was not from grievance. It was utter, total submission. Master, Linglong was wrong. From this moment onward, Linglong's life, this body, and even my very soul all belong to you alone. Even if you commanded me to die, Linglong would not so much as frown. As Yu Linglong finished speaking Chao Kuan's mind, the system's pleasant chirping erupted into an unprecedented soaring crescendo. Ding. Linglong 6. Current 100,100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Yu Linglong has reached maximum affinity. Hidden ultimate reward triggered. Mysterious grand finale gift pack rewards are now being settled at full speed. Ding. The ultimate hidden rewards have been fully settled. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Beast Tamer's exclusive special magic treasure, Soul Guiding Lamp X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Beast Tamer exclusive item. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a heaven rank supreme martial art. One sword decides life and death x1. 3 dazzling orbs of light floated in the inventory of the system space. Chao Kuan turned his attention first to the ancient bronze lamp, its entire body dark cyan. The soul guiding lamp. At the sight of those 3 characters, Chao Kuan immediately thought of the A-grade vault beneath the damp pavilion. The crescent-shaped jade pendant that had drained half a storehouse of high-grade spirit herbs and pills. The system had reminded him before that within it hid an extremely weak, bodiless spirit of a top-grade jade beast. Ordinary methods simply could not touch it at all. Now this soul-guiding lamp had appeared at exactly the right time. It was definitely a tool tailor-made by the system to capture that mysterious spirit. A fine treasure. Once I have a free hand, I'll properly deal with that weak and mysterious guest. Chao Kuan put the soul-guiding lamp away for safekeeping. He turned his gaze to the second item. It was a dark purple long whip with fine arcs of lightning flowing across its surface. Its body had been forged from the spinal bone of some unknown demon beast, each segment fitting together seamlessly. His gaze moved further down. At last, a jade slip radiating astonishing killing intent lay quietly within the system space. One sword decides life and death, a heaven-ranked supreme martial art. It locks onto the target with the purest sword intent. With one sword stroke, life and death are decided. When paired with the passive chaos sword intent of the chaos remnant sword, it greatly increases the probability of instantly killing foes of the same rank or killing those above one's rank. Chao Kuan took a deep breath. Just by the name alone, this martial art sounded utterly formidable. His current strongest offensive technique was the tenfold collapse. Though its power was fierce, it was ultimately oriented toward close-quarters combat. Now with the chaos remnant sword and this heaven-rank supreme sword manual, his methods of offense were completely perfected. Gazing at this pile of supreme treasures, Chao Kuan felt unsatisfied, wanting more. The exhilarating rush of getting rich in an instant from opening blind boxes was utterly intoxicating. His eyes shifted as he suddenly remembered that in one corner of the system space, there was still a chest lying there. That was the golden mystery gift pack the system had rewarded when Yu Linglong's taming value had reached 80. Following the principle of opening blind boxes all the way to satisfaction, Chao Kuan stirred his will. System, open that golden gift pack for me too. Ding. The golden mystery gift pack is being opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Phantom Mystic Dark Silk Stockings X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Alabaster Frost Snow Silk Stockings X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained X1. Good heavens. Chao Kuan repeatedly praised the system in his heart, calling it a true kindred spirit. Holy crap, these are supreme magic treasure grade defensive equipment. Who exactly are they defending against? Against my loss of vital essence. The magic robes and immortal dresses of the cultivation world were elegant and beautiful, but seeing too much of them eventually caused aesthetic fatigue. If he had Yu Linglong or Lung Qinyue put these on. Chao Kuan. The chaos chi in his dantian began to stir restlessly. Immediately afterward, the final headline reward appeared at the very center of the panel. It was a strange orb of light emitting an interwoven pink and chaos-colored radiance. Within the orb, the faint phantom of a celestial fox with 9 tails could be seen howling at the heavens. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special Constitution Chaos Celestial Fox Supreme Body. Item description, a top-grade constitution nurtured when heaven and earth first took form. Note this constitution follows a specific evolution route and can only be used on No. 1 Jade Beast Yu Linglong. Effect 1 Complete Rebirth. It completely reshapes the target's bone structure, meridians, and channels, erasing all hidden injuries and impurities left by past cultivation. Effect 2 Cultivation Boost. The target's speed of absorbing heavenly and earthly spiritual energy increases tenfold, and their comprehension of charm and illusion arts reaches the peak. Effect 3 Supreme Feedback. When cultivating, the target can purify their spiritual power to the limit and provide the host with a perfect lossless feedback. The feedback effect depends on the target's cultivation realm. After seeing the detailed introduction of this constitution, Chao Kuan clicked his tongue in amazement. Calling it a complete rebirth would be understating it. This was equivalent to giving Yu Linglong a direct factory reset. Yu Linglong's original talent was decent enough, but even across all of Qingzhou, it only counted as first-rate, not supreme. But now with this Chaos Celestial Fox Supreme Body, not only could it raise her cultivation speed and combat ability, the most crucial part was that third effect. It pushed the spiritual energy feedback during dual cultivation to the extreme. Chao Kuan felt his golden core already growing unbearably hungry. Without another word, he directly drew that violet gold orb of light out from the system space. The pink and white interwoven orb hovered above Chao Kuan's palm, emanating a dizzyingly enchanting fragrance. Chao Kuan looked at Yu Linglong in his arms and let out a soft chuckle. Open your mouth. Yu Linglong now obeyed Chao Kuan without question. She didn't even ask what it was, didn't hesitate at all, and without a second thought she obediently raised her head and slightly parted her moist, enticing red lips. Chao Kuan turned his wrist and placed the orb into Yu Linglong's mouth. The orb melted the moment it entered her mouth. Before Yu Linglong could react, she felt a vast and mighty power explode through her limbs and bones. MMPH. Yu Linglong let out a muffled groan, her body suddenly tensing. This power was extremely overbearing, surging through Yu Linglong's meridians like a devastating storm. Those tiny hidden injuries she had accumulated from spending decades stuck at the peak of the late Golden Core stage and rushing to advance were all smoothed away before this power. A fine layer of black impurities oozed out through the pores of her fair skin. But the next second those foul-smelling impurities were burned completely clean by the violet gold flames rising from her body. Her originally fixed bone structure under the reshaping force of this power emitted a continuous faint crackling sound. Yu Linglong could clearly feel. The spiritual power inside her was undergoing an earth-shaking qualitative transformation. The already pure Golden Core stage spiritual power was now being forcibly compressed and refined. What was even more unbelievable was that her soul was resonating with some great Tao between heaven and earth. As long as she willed it now, she wouldn't even need that 6th-grade barrier-breaking pill. She could immediately summon the thunder tribulation and condense a nascent soul right where she stood. Half a stick of incense as time passed. The violet gold flames on Yu Linglong's body gradually died out. Qiao Kuan examined the transformed Yu Linglong. Her features had not changed much as she still had that nation-toppling, stunningly beautiful appearance. But her whole person now exuded a completely different temperament. The original Yu Linglong was beautiful, yes, but that allure of hers still carried a bit of the cliched worldly air characteristic of the Harmony Sect. Now it had become a kind of natural, effortless enchantment. Her skin, baptized by the violet gold flames, was even more supple, glowing, and translucent than before. Even if she were now just lying quietly in Qiao Kuan's arms without any seductive movement, the alluring aura she naturally emitted would be enough to shatter the Tao heart of any cultivator with weak willpower on the spot. Qiao Kuan's Adam's apple rolled involuntarily. He only felt his blazing sun spirit root growing restless. He truly could no longer hold back. The current Yu Linglong was simply a perfect work of art. It was time to enjoy the exclusive benefits belonging to her master. Screw the artwork. Qiao Kuan reached back and grabbed, pulling out the phantom mystic dark silk stockings he had just drawn from the system space. Pointing at her pair of long, fair, exquisite legs, he said, "Come, Linglong. Put these on first, and let me see the effect." Yu Linglong was stunned. With her several centuries of experience, she actually could not tell what material this magic treasure was made of. There were no formation patterns on it at all, and it looked as if one tug would tear it apart. However, since it was her master's order, she naturally would not refuse. In fact, a faint trace of anticipation rose in her heart. Whatever the master took out surely had a special purpose. "Master, how is this magic treasure supposed to be worn?" Yu Linglong bit her lower lip and looked at Qiao Kuan with seductive silky eyes. "Silly girl, that's not how you put it on." Qiao Kuan simply guided her personally. "Stretch out your leg. Yes, slowly pull it up." That strange magic treasure transformed into a faint, almost imperceptible dark phantom shadow, slowly spreading and extending with her movement. As soft light shimmered, the hazy texture unique to the magic treasure made her long legs appear even more flawless. Rounded and well-proportioned calves. It climbed all the way upward, directly magnifying the charm brought by the Chaos Celestial Fox Supreme Body by more than tenfold. "Does Master like it?" Yu Linglong lightly lifted her purple skirt and elegantly crossed those long jade-like legs, coquettishly displaying this special magic treasure to Qiao Kuan. The silky fabric gave off an extremely faint rustling sound as her body shifted slightly. To Qiao Kuan's ears, that sound was simply the bugle call to charge. Damn it, who could withstand these legs? Qiao Kuan rubbed his hands, grabbed Yu Linglong's wrist, and pulled her into his embrace. "Ah!" Yu Linglong let out a delicate cry and wrapped her arms around Qiao Kuan's neck. Their gazes met, sparks flying. Qiao Kuan was just about to carefully inspect the quality and at the same time test just how powerful the newly forged Chaos Celestial Fox Supreme Body's practical feedback effect really was. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The jade sound transmission talisman hanging at his waist suddenly vibrated. Qiao Kuan's movements froze. He lowered his head with a face full of displeasure. Yu Linglong also looked aggrieved. She had finally waited until her master calmed down and was just about to perform well and make up for all the grievances from last night. Whoever it was had no tact and had chosen this exact moment to ruin the mood. Qiao Kuan forcefully suppressed the restless stirring in his heart. He snatched the sound transmission talisman from his waist and poured spiritual energy into it to connect. From the other end of the talisman, Nangong Wan's voice came through at once. "Husband." Nangong Wan's voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of being overheard, and she kept it low. "Peak Master Meng Yudi of 100 Flowers Peak has come to our dam pavilion. She says she has urgent business with you and must see you immediately. From her manner, she seems quite anxious. Husband, what do you think?" Upon hearing the name Meng Yudi, Qiao Kuan's irritated mood calmed down. It had been exactly 3 days since he had tricked Meng Yudi into buying that Chengwu spirit ring in Lu Ruming's cave dwelling. Today was precisely the day agreed upon with Meng Yudi for the transaction. Old fox spirit, she's quite punctual. Qiao Kuan sneered inwardly. In his mind surfaced Meng Yudi's voluptuous and seductive figure, and that habitual manner of hers, always testing him from a condescending posture. Sticking your neck into the noose of your own accord, that was your choice. Today watch how I'll handle you. Tell her I'll be there right away. Qiao Kuan cut off the sound transmission talisman. Looking at Yu Linglong's alluring posture, a flash of wicked fire crossed his eyes. "Keep wearing the magic treasure on your legs. Don't take it off. When I get back, I'll thoroughly test how formidable this constitution of yours really is." Though Yu Linglong was extremely reluctant in her heart, She also knew that the important business her master had to attend to could not be delayed. Especially upon hearing that Vixen Meng Yudi's name, her wariness instantly hit maximum. Master, go attend to your business. Yu Linglong obediently straightened Chao Kuen's lapels. That old fox spirit. Master must not let her take advantage of you. Chao Kuen gave a derisive snicker, lowered his head, and pressed a hard kiss onto Yu Linglong's bright red lips. He kissed her until she was breathless before letting go. Don't worry. After today she'll be just like you. Well-behaved, calling me master. With that, Chao Kuen turned and strode out of the inner chamber. Only Yu Linglong remained standing in place, watching his upright, imposing back, her heart pounding like a drum. Her master's methods and schemes were truly becoming more and more unfathomable, and more irresistible. Yu Linglong. Leaving Lianxiang Peak, Chao Kuen rode the wind all the way. The moment he stepped through the gate of the Pill Pavilion, Nangong Wan hurried over to greet him. She had changed into an elegant pale green long dress, today her hair coiled into a soft, graceful bun. Her eyes were clear and bright, with a fragile, endearing delicacy between her brows. Clearly the gentle, pure, main soul was the one in control of this body now. Husband. Nangong Wan stepped before Chao Kuen and gave a slight bow, though she still felt ashamed of the wild, unrestrained behavior of the secondary soul. After Chao Kuen's training and the kindness of the 5th grade spirit-nourishing pill, she had long since acknowledged him as her man. Chao Kuen casually wrapped an arm around her plump waist and gave it a squeeze. Where is she? Nangong Wan's body trembled slightly. She obediently leaned into Chao Kuen's arm and replied in a low voice. Peak Master Meng has been waiting in the private reception chamber for quite some time. Judging by her expression, she seems rather impatient. Impatient is exactly right. Chao Kuen chuckled lightly. Come take me to meet this cunning old fox. Nangong Wan led Chao Kuen through the Pill Pavilion's front hall and arrived at a hidden stone door in the rear courtyard. She pushed open the heavy soundproof stone door. Meng Yudi was sitting in the host's old-fashioned wooden armchair, one leg crossed over the other. The hem of her skirt had slipped down along her smooth, rounded thighs, revealing a large expanse of dazzling fair skin. The toe of her foot held up a delicate embroidered slipper, dangling and swaying in midair. Hearing the door open, Meng Yudi stopped the swaying slipper. She lifted her eyelids and swept her gaze over Chao Kuen and Nangong Wan's pressed-together bodies. Then she covered her mouth and let out a string of sweet, seductive chuckles. Oh my, young friend Chao really is a busy man, keeping me waiting here for so long. Meng Yudi leaned slightly forward, the snow-white swell at her chest threatening to spill out. I thought you might have grown so lost in the tender comforts of Lianxiang Peak that you'd forgotten all about our business. Chao Kuen's expression remained unchanged. He simply ignored her words. He released Nangong Wan's waist and unhurriedly walked into the secret chamber. Pulling out an armchair across from Meng Yudi, he sat down with complete swaggering ease. Want her, go keep an eye on the accounts up front. You're not needed here. Chao Kuen waved his hand. Nangong Wan obediently nodded. Yes, husband. With that, she turned and withdrew from the secret chamber, closing the stone door behind her. As the door shut, the soundproof formation inside the chamber automatically lit up. Chao Kuen knew all too well that women like Meng Yudi, those who had lived for centuries and clawed their way to the position of peak master, were all shrewd schemers. They were suspicious by nature, with more schemes in their hearts than a honeycomb had cells. If he appeared too eager or too calm, he would certainly arouse her suspicion. The best way to deal with someone like her was to act greedier, more mercenary, and more afraid of loss than she was. With that thought, Chao Kuen propped his elbows on his knees and immediately plastered a money-grubbing grin onto his face. Peak Master Meng, you jest. How could I ever forget a profitable deal? Chao Kuen rubbed his hands together, staring at Meng Yudi with blazing eyes. The 3 days we agreed on are up. Have you brought the 2 6th-grade primordial chaos golden core pills we discussed? Watching Chao Kuen's frantic impatience, Meng Yudi sneered inwardly. After all, he was just a young man. No matter how extraordinary his talent or how formidable his combat strength, he had clearly never seen much of the world. A few high-grade pills were enough to make him this frantic and expose his true colors. Meng Yudi let out a charming laugh and deliberately leaned forward. The scenery at the neckline of her robe grew even more alluring. Why are you in such a rush, young friend Chao? Since I promised you, of course I brought the goods. But, she deliberately drew out the last syllable. Her fair palm lightly brushed over the storage ring at her waist. A palm-sized rosewood box appeared in her hand. Meng Yudi curled her slender jade-white finger and lightly flicked the lock of the jade box. With a soft click, the jade box opened only a hair-thin crack. The rich fragrance of the pill instantly flooded the entire chamber. Just one whiff, and the purple gold golden core in Chao Kuen's dantian stirred with visible restlessness. The 6th-grade primordial chaos golden core pill was indeed a genuine top-tier treasure. Chao Kuen's Adam's apple bobbed as his eyes locked tightly onto the jade box. His gaze revealed just the right amount of fervor and greed. Even his hands unconsciously reached forward a little, seeing Chao Kuen's pathetic, covetous look. The contempt in Meng Yudi's eyes deepened. With a snap, she closed the jade box again, cutting off the tantalizing fragrance. Young friend Chao. Meng Yudi's smile faded, and her tone grew serious. This 6th-grade primordial chaos golden core pill is so precious that even the entire Qingzhou could not produce more than a few. I can't possibly hand everything over just because you moved your lips. That Chengwu spirit ring, you mentioned the one said to reflect late golden core attacks. I haven't even seen a shadow of it. Meng Yuti leaned back into the chair, crossed her arms, and assumed a negotiating posture. For this deal you must first let me wear it and verify whether it is genuine. I need to see if it is truly as miraculous as you claim. What if it's just scrap metal? Then the wealth of Baihua Peak would be swindled away by you little trickster. At these words Chao Kuen's expression changed, and he shook his head repeatedly, without hesitation. That won't do. Absolutely not. Peak Master Ming, don't think that just because I'm young I don't know how things work. This artifact is a unique piece handed down from ancient times, and it's extremely sinister. Inside it is carved an extremely overbearing master recognition formation. Once it touches a living person's breath and body heat, it automatically snaps shut and binds to its master, locking tightly around the neck. Even a golden core perfection cultivator couldn't take it off. Chao Kuen grew more and more excited as he spoke with the demeanor of a man guarding his food. If you try it on, it will directly recognize you as its master. Then if you go back on your word, can't produce the pills, or simply turn and walk away, who do I cry to? I can't beat you in a fight. Should I go to the sect master and report you for robbery? Chao Kuen gave a cold snort, his attitude extremely tough. So there's no discussion. You must first let me see those 2 primordial chaos golden core pills and put them into my hands before we can continue talking. Otherwise this deal is off. Meng Yuti knitted her delicate brows. She had indeed planned to get it for nothing. As long as she put on the treasure, whether it was good or bad, she would have an excuse to find fault with it, then naturally drive down the price, or even simply refuse to pay. At first, she had worried that what Chao Kuen brought out might be a forgery. But Chao Kuen's miserly, tight-fisted attitude actually dispelled her doubts. The more this kid feared her wearing it, the more he emphasized that once it was on, it could never be removed. The more it proved that the artifact's defensive mechanism was extraordinarily overbearing, undoubtedly genuine. Moreover, the kid was clearly afraid she would renege on the deal. She hadn't come today with any intention of honestly handing over 2 golden core pills. With such a peerless treasure, the sweetest way was to get it for free. Young friend Chao, your temper is far too sharp. Meng Yuti softened her tone and brought out the bottom-line plan she had already calculated. How about this? Let's each take a step back. She reopened the jade box and took out a pill that was entirely golden and exuded a dense, hazy aura of medicinal qi. She placed it into a spare small jade vial. I'll give you 1 primordial chaos golden core pill first. You give me that spirit ring. Once I put it on and confirm that this defensive artifact is just as you said and can protect its master on its own, then I'll give you the other one. How about it? Chao Kuen frowned deeply, his gaze darting back and forth between Meng Yuti and the jade box. He seemed to be plunged into tremendous inner conflict. After a full 10 breaths of silence, Chao Kuen gritted his teeth and refused once more. No, absolutely not. What if after you put it on you turn your face and refuse to give me the other pill no matter what? You peak masters have more schemes than a lotus root has holes. I don't trust you. This deal is too risky. I'm not doing it. With that, Chao Kuen flicked his sleeve and rose, heading for the door of the secret chamber, as if to pull it open and call the whole thing off. Chao Kuen's retreat as advanced tactic was executed with consummate skill. Seeing that he really intended to leave, Meng Yuti grew anxious inside. She finally understood. This kid was a miser who would never release the falcon without first seeing the rabbit. Unless she offered some real gold and silver, she would never catch a glimpse of that treasure today. Stop! Meng Yuti shouted sharply. Her figure flashed and blocked the stone door. She forcibly shoved the small jade vial containing 1 primordial chaos golden core pill into Chao Kuen's arms. You ungrateful little brat. Meng Yuti put on a stern face and assumed the authority of an elder. I am the dignified peak master of Baihua Peak, a great late golden core cultivator. How could I possibly renege on a debt to a junior? If word of this gets out, I would lose all face. Take this golden core pill first. Consider it a deposit. Now hurry up and bring out the item. Chao Kuen uncorked the vial and carefully inspected it. Only after confirming that the medicinal power was beyond doubt did he store the jade vial into his storage ring with extreme care. He deliberately dawdled for a long while, his face still showing reluctance. Fine. Fine. You said it yourself. After I verify the goods are authentic, you must immediately give me the other one. No reneging allowed. Chao Kuen slowly reached into his robe. With a thought, he spent 500 task points in the system's Myriad Worlds Mall to redeem a brand new jade beast ring. When she saw that familiar black iron ring, Meng Yuti's eyes instantly lit up. That's right. This was it. It was exactly the same as the one on Lu Ruming's neck. That ancient, unadorned return to simplicity texture. There was no mistaking it. Give it here. Meng Yuti couldn't even wait for Chao Kuen to pass it over. She snatched the jade beast ring from Chao Kuen's hand without the slightest hesitation and directly slipped it around her own fair, slender neck. Click. A crisp sound of metal snapping shut rang through the quiet chamber. The black ring locked seamlessly around Meng Yuti's neck. The next second, the previously unremarkable black ring suddenly lit up with a band of intricate, eerie, dark red formation patterns. Like a living creature, the red light slid along Meng Yuti's skin and burrowed into her body. It shot straight into the depths of her soul. Meng Yuti only felt a faint stabbing pain in her mind. A very strange connection was established between her and Chao Kuen. She wasn't alarmed. Instead, she revealed an intensely fanatical smile. It recognizes its master. It truly recognizes its master. This overbearing contract binding directly to the soul is so powerful that even I cannot resist it. It truly is an ancient, peerless treasure. Meng Yuti excitedly stroked the black ring around her neck, unable to put it down. At the same time, the system's crisp, heavenly notification tone sounded in Chao Kuen's mind. Ding! Detected that Jade Beast Meng Yuti has donned the Jade Beast ring. Contract formation activated. Soul binding successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully captured the 5th Jade Beast Meng Yuti. Current Jade Beast taming value 0-100. Reward task points 2,000. Hearing the notifications in his mind, Chao Kuen couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling upward. The overall situation was settled. In the chamber, Meng Yuti was still admiring the new ornament around her neck in front of a water mirror. She looked at it for nearly half a stick of incense. Only then, fully satisfied, did she put away the water mirror and turn to Chao Kuen. All her earlier polite pretenses were gone, and the arrogance on her face was no longer concealed. Young friend Chao, this artifact is indeed quite good. I like it very much. Chao Kuen stood in place, his expression unusually calm. Since Peak Master Meng is satisfied, then shouldn't you hand over the other primordial chaos golden core pill? The other one. Meng Yuti covered her mouth and let out a string of sweet, coquettish giggles. Oh my, young friend Chao, you really are adorably naive. Since this thing has already acknowledged me as its master, it is now my personal possession. Besides, I suddenly feel that 1 6th grade primordial chaos golden core pill is more than enough in exchange for this lump of iron. She spread her hands, wearing a shameless expression that seemed to say, what can you do about it? As for the other one, I'll consider whether to reward it to you when I'm in a good mood someday. That's enough for today. I still have important matters, so I won't waste any more time with you here. Goodbye for now. With that, Meng Yuti turned and prepared to leave the secret chamber directly. You took my things and you think you can still run. Chao Kuen leaned back in his chair and said calmly to Meng Yuti's retreating figure. I'm afraid that will not be up to you. Meng Yuti's hand, already on the door, paused slightly. She turned her head and saw Chao Kuen's unflappable, confident appearance. Her heart suddenly gave a heavy thump. A powerful sense of unease rose from the bottom of her heart. This kid's reaction was far too abnormal. He had racked his brains for the golden core pill, and now that she had swindled him, he wasn't even angry. Could there be something wrong with this black ring? But when she put it on, she had clearly felt the formation pattern binding its master. The treasure had already bound itself thoroughly to her soul. Unless this kid could forcibly erase the divine sense of a late golden core cultivator, there was absolutely no way he could control this artifact. What? Could Elder Chao be thinking of making a move on me here in the Pill Pavilion? Meng Yuti let out a sneer, and the vast spiritual pressure of the late golden core stage faintly surged within her body. Chao Kuen said nothing, merely watching Meng Yuti quietly. Then in his mind, he issued an order to the system. Activate the chastisement function. Ding. Command received. The Jade Beast Ring's chastisement function has been activated. Opt. Before Meng Yuti even had time to react, an extremely shrill scream burst from her mouth. That power ignored her defenses entirely and directly struck her soul. With a thud, Meng Yuti's legs gave way, and she collapsed limply to the ground. What? What is this? Meng Yuti's eyes widened in terror as she desperately tried to mobilize the spiritual power within her body to resist. Yet to her despair, she discovered that her proud late golden core cultivation was firmly locked inside her dantian by the suppressive force radiating from the black ring around her neck. No matter what, she could not mobilize even the slightest trace. What made her even more horrified was that she had actually developed an unshakable, irresistible fear of this young man before her. It was as if a single thought from him could wipe out her soul. You? What exactly did you do to me? Meng Yuti was drenched in cold sweat. Her hands clawed desperately at the black ring around her neck, trying to tear it off. But the black ring had long since been deeply bound to her soul. No matter how she pried and pulled, she could not budge it in the slightest. What the hell is this thing? Take it off me. Take it off me now. It isn't called the Chongwu Spirit Ring. Its true name is the Jade Beast Ring. Chao Kuen walked slowly over to her, crouched down, and looked at that alluring face twisted by fear and pain. Peak Master Meng, you can eat whatever you like, but you can't say whatever you like. You bought this yourself at a high price, and it was you who voluntarily fastened it around your own neck with your own hands. From beginning to end, I didn't touch you even once, nor did I force you. Chao Kuen reached out, took hold of Meng Yuti's chin, and forced her to raise her head. What? The dignified Peak Master of Baihua Peak. After forcing this transaction, are you going to accuse me of cheating you? Meng Yuti. Meng Yuti was forced to raise her head, meeting Chao Kuen's utterly cold eyes. The black ring around her neck still emanated residual menace. The piercing pain deep in her soul reminded her relentlessly. Life and death were no longer in her own hands. Having lived for centuries, she knew well how to navigate advantage and avoid harm. This was precisely how she had held the position of Peak Master of Baihua Peak. Since force would not solve anything, she would have to change her approach. Elder Chao, after a brief flash of terror, Meng Yuti forced herself to calm down. She let her body go limp and deliberately leaned forward, nearly pressing herself into Chao Kuen's embrace. At the same time, pink mist seeped from the pores of her fair skin. This was her innate seductive constitution, the thing she had always prided herself on. Combined with Baihua Peak's signature seduction arts, the mist could silently magnify the desires in a male cultivator's heart and shatter his mental defenses. You were so rough, you hurt me. Meng Yuti took the chance to raise a hand creeping upward along the hem of Chao Kuen's robe. Every move, every glance was saturated with boundless seduction. Seduction of this level would have made any golden core cultivator with only slightly weaker resolve lose his Dao heart and fall at her feet. That was only a little joke with you, young friend. Just testing your courage. Her eyes shimmered and her watery gaze brimmed with grievance. That magic treasure of yours truly is formidable, since it has already recognized a master. Then from this day forward, Yuti is yours. However you wish to punish me, it is permitted. As she spoke, she deliberately thrust out her chest, making her already thin collar open even wider. Extremely practiced. Whether it was the silken entanglement of her gaze, the exact measure of physical contact, or the delicate balance of reluctance and invitation in her tone, it was nothing short of textbook-level seduction. Chao Kuen, however, stood in place, still as a statue. The pink mist that tried to slip into his mouth and nose was transformed the moment it drew near, automatically converted by the chaos reversion art circulating in his body. Chao Kuen watched Meng Yuti crazily flaunting her charms in his arms, yet his brow only knitted tighter. This old green tea vixen has such well-practiced tricks for ensnaring men, and her moves are so silky. In the past few centuries, Baiwa Peak's threshold must have been trampled flat by countless men. Chao Kuen might be an old pervert who never turned away a top-grade jade beast, but deep in his bones he was fastidious. If this woman had truly known countless men, then this fifth jade beast slot would be completely wasted. With that thought, a flicker of disgust passed through Chao Kuen's eyes. He was even considering whether to just dissolve the contract and kick this woman out of the pill pavilion once and for all. Yet he could not in good conscience let a top-grade cauldron at the late golden core stage slip away so easily. Need to test her. Chao Kuen made up his mind. He suddenly bent down and seized Meng Yuti by the back of the neck. She gave a short cry of surprise. Chao Kuen's grip was immensely strong, and he lifted her off the ground like a chick. He took 2 steps and swung her violently onto the table at the center of the secret chamber. The tea set on the table crashed to the floor and shattered. Meng Yuti was flung dizzy and reeling away before she could gather her wits. Chao Kuen's hand was already on the sash of his robe, as if about to tear it open. Peak Master Meng, did you just say I can punish you any way I like? Meng Yuti swallowed, forcing a seductive smile. Of course, as long as you are happy, young friend. Yuti will do whatever you want. How about we first remove this black ring? No need to remove it, it looks rather nice on you. His tone was flippant, his actions rough. In that instant, every trace of Meng Yuti's seductive charm vanished. She had figured Chao Kuen would be so entranced by her enchantment that he would do whatever she asked and remove the black ring. But she had never imagined that Chao Kuen would be completely immune. Her body instinctively shrank back, her hands clutching her collar, her legs pressed tightly together. Don't come any closer. What do you think you're doing? Her sickly sweet seductive mask fell away, and the voice that burst out was completely out of tune. She struggled desperately to put distance between herself and Chao Kuen. Chao Kuen stopped staring at her tense muscles and frightened eyes. That clumsy instinctive resistance and genuine panic could never be faked. The stone suspended in his heart finally fell to the ground. Turns out she's all talk. Chao Kuen sneered inwardly. Peak Master Meng, your heart is beating so fast. He leaned close to her ear, his tone full of mockery. Is it because you're so happy? Meng Yuti was about to cry from anxiety. For centuries, she had used this very act to glide through the Harmony Sect, spinning those male cultivators around her finger. Never had she suffered a loss. Who could have guessed that she would run into Chao Kuen, a living King Yama who played by no rules? You let go of me. Meng Yuti pounded against Chao Kuen's arm, but without her spiritual power, the strength she put into it was no different from a coquettish display. Since you're in such a good mood, let's continue talking business. Chao Kuen's fingers slid along her cheek and stopped at her snow-white neck, pressing right against the edge of the black beast ring. This other Hunyuan golden pill. Take it all. Meng Yuti was in no mood to bargain now. She frantically pulled the storage ring off her hand and threw it into Chao Kuen's arms with all her strength. Inside is also Baiwa Peak's monthly share of spirit stones. It's all yours. All Meng Yuti wanted now was to spend money to ward off catastrophe, even if it meant losing everything she had. There was no way she would let a junior humiliate her like this. Chao Kuen caught the storage ring steadily. Well, there was not only the remaining 6th grade Hunyuan golden pill, but also over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and a large amount of high-grade beauty-preserving pills and spirit herbs exclusive to Baiwa Peak. Chao Kuen unhesitatingly put the storage ring into his own space. But the wicked grin on his face did not shrink in the slightest. He had no intention of letting her off the hook. I've accepted your belongings. However, feeling her heartbeat pound like a drum, Chao Kuen continued, I still prefer the way you looked just now with that defiant wild streak. Bring it back. Seeing that Chao Kuen had taken the money and still refused to leave, Meng Yuti finally understood that she was thoroughly beaten today. Tears fell drop by drop. She cursed aloud, you bastard. You shameless wretch. I've already given you everything. What more do you want? What more? Isn't that answer obvious? Chao Kuen's eyes turned cold. His good mood had been ruined back at Lianxiang Peak when his pleasure was interrupted and the anger was still smoldering in his gut. He was in no mood to waste words. Originally, I only wanted those 2 golden pills. But you insisted on giving me Baiwa Peak 2 plus a top-grade cauldron on top of that. Peak Master Ming, your vision for doing business is indeed greater than mine. Because this cultivation speed, the speed at which spiritual energy transformed, was simply too fast. So fast it surpassed her comprehension. The soundproofing formation in the secret chamber dutifully sealed all those decadent fluctuations of spiritual energy within that tiny space. No one knew how long passed. The purple golden core in Chao Kuan's body erupted with a blinding light. The barrier of the mid-golden core stage shattered thunderously under the impact of immense power. He had completely stepped into the late stage. This old green tea vixen's foundation was indeed terrifyingly deep. Just then the long unheard sound of a system notification rang in Chao Kuan's mind. At the sound, Chao Kuan stretched his somewhat stiff neck and slowly straightened up. He looked toward Meng Yuti. There was no mercy in his eyes. She had brought this on herself. However, for sustainability, Chao Kuan sank his will into the system shop. He spent 500 mission points to exchange for a sacred healing pill specialized in repairing foundations, the bone-reviving blood-fusing pill. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the bone-reviving blood-fusing pill to her. I was a bit out of control just now, my strength was too heavy. Chao Kuan's tone had returned to calm, betraying neither joy nor anger. Take this pill. It will do great good for your recovery and strengthening your physique. Bang! The heavy stone door slowly closed behind Chao Kuan. Only Meng Yuti remained, her eyes hollow. A full hour passed before she gradually recovered some consciousness. She propped herself up with difficulty, every inch of her muscles screaming in pain. Trembling, she reached out, grabbed the bone-reviving, blood-fusing pill from the table, and swallowed it in one gulp. Then she sat cross-legged and forcibly pulled her mind together. She began to circulate the remaining spiritual power in her body to regulate her breathing. The moment the art started moving, Meng Yuti was stunned. She had thought that after that predatory draining, her foundation would definitely be seriously damaged. Even if her cultivation didn't fall, she had expected severe damage to her vitality. But who could have guessed that upon inner examination, not only was her golden core completely unharmed, but an extremely pure, mysterious energy was quietly coiled within her body. That was the chaos Chi Chao Kuan had deliberately left within her during the final moments of their dual cultivation. Though the quantity was small, its quality was outrageously high. Not only had it protected her golden core, it was even automatically washing away the impurities remaining in her meridians. For centuries, Meng Yuti had been stuck at the late golden core stage. Her greatest obstacles were the aging of her meridians and the insufficient purity of her spiritual power. Now this chaos chi was more effective than any heavenly treasure she had ever consumed. She could even clearly sense that if she refined and absorbed all this chaos chi, the cultivation that had stagnated for 100 years would be able to advance by a giant stride. It might even touch the threshold of the nascent soul. Chao Kuan had not lied to her. He really had been helping her cultivate. How is this possible? How can there be such an exquisite, profound feedback technique in this world? Meng Yuti clutched her chest and murmured to herself. If this could continue, wouldn't she soon be able to form a nascent soul? At that thought, an unnatural flush rarely seen crept over Meng Yuti's tear-stained cheeks. Damn it, what am I even thinking? How could I harbor such strange expectations for that coarse, shameless rogue? These uncontrollable thoughts filled Meng Yuti with the deepest shame. It should have been a blood feud deep as the sea. Yet now, feeling that utterly pure chaotic energy within her body nourishing her in return, she couldn't muster even a trace of hatred. She felt that she had come out thoroughly ahead this time. All she could do was reach out in utter embarrassment to brace herself against the stone wall. Inch by inch, she shuffled toward the door of the reception hall. In the front hall, Nangong Wan was bending over the account books, checking the entries. Hearing the sound, she looked up. Meng. Peak Master Meng. Nangong Wan called out tentatively. Meng Yuti's body went rigid. She didn't dare look Nangong Wan in the eye, let alone respond. She only wanted to leave this place as fast as she could. Without acknowledging Nangong Wan, Meng Yuti kept her head down, quickened her stride, and stumbled out of the Pill Pavilion's gate. At that moment, about 100 meters from the Pill Pavilion's entrance, in a hidden thicket, 3 inner disciples in Yunyu Peak robes were crouched on the ground, idly chatting. These 3 were spies sent by Xiao Wang. Having swallowed a bitter defeat at Chao Kuan's hands, he couldn't let the insult go, so he deployed a few clever disciples to stake out the area day and night. They were to learn Chao Kuan's daily rhythm, so that when he was away they could find a chance to approach Nangong Wan and spirit that peerless cauldron back to Yunyu Peak. What the hell is this? A pock-faced disciple muttered, rubbing his sore knees. The Peak Master didn't have the nerve to demand her himself, so he sent us to squat in this dragon's pool and tiger's den. If Elder Chao finds out, we won't even know how we died. The tall, lanky one beside him shot him a glare and hissed in a lowered voice. Keep it down. Do you want to die? If we botch the mission the Peak Master gave us, there won't be any good fruit for us back home either. Just as they were talking, creak, the hall doors of the Pill Pavilion in the distance were slowly pulled open from within. The 3 immediately held their breath and craned their necks to stare. A figure wrapped in a billowing black cloak came shuffling out from behind the threshold. Head down, steps faltering. The moment she crossed the threshold, her body listed, and she collapsed directly onto the stone lion beside the gate. The impact made the cloak's hood slide backward, revealing that stunningly beautiful face. The 3 disciples' eyes shot wide open like copper bells. Holy shit, isn't that Baiwa Peak's Peak Master Meng Yuti who went in this morning? They'd seen with their own eyes how Meng Yuti had entered in the morning. Back then Peak Master Meng wore flowing gossamer, her figure enchanting, her sinuous waist swaying with every step. She'd been glamorous and imperious beyond compare. But now, was this really the same person? All of them were disciples of the Hahuan sect. They had seen far too much of the dealings between men and women. They recognized at a glance exactly what she had just gone through. Holy shit. The lanky one pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain. Am I seeing things? Elder Chow inside the pill pavilion. Actually did Peak Master Meng. Wait, look at her neck. The sharp-eyed third disciple was the first to notice and quickly warned the others. The other two focused their gazes on Meng Yuti's long snowy white neck. There now lay a jet-black metal ring. The three exchanged glances, their minds buzzing. She was a dignified peak master after all. A grand cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. She'd gone in only a few hours ago and walked out wearing a black collar. And she'd been so thoroughly worked over that she couldn't even walk straight. Too brutal. Elder Chow simply wasn't human. Let's go. Quick. This pill pavilion was no longer a place for pill refining. It had clearly become a dragon's pool and tiger's den that devoured people without spitting out bones. If Chao Kuan caught them lurking here, they'd probably die without knowing how. Hurry back and report to the Peak Master. Not daring to look again, they turned hunched over and sprinted down the path toward Yunyu Peak. Yunyu Peak. The Grand Main Hall. Xia Wuwang sat upright in an ornate armchair, a cup of freshly brewed spirit tea in his hand. As steam curled upward, he squinted, contentedly savoring the plans he was hatching. That Chao Kuan brat is eerie, able to kill above his rank, but in the end he's only at the Golden Core stage. As long as I don't confront him head-on and take the girl away quietly, even the sect master won't be able to say anything even if he shows up. Once this old man learns your patterns and finds the opportunity, I'll definitely take Nangong Wan and drain her dry. Xia Wuwang was still dreaming of rising to greatness in one leap. Suddenly rapid footsteps sounded outside the great hall. Thud, thud. The three spying disciples ran in, panting heavily, and knelt in unison. Xia Wuwang's expression soured, and he set his teacup down with a heavy thud. Panicking like this, what kind of manner is that? I sent you all to keep watch outside the pill pavilion and learn Chao Kuan's daily routine. Why are you running back? Found his routine so quickly. The lanky disciple waved his hands, urgently stammering between breaths. Peak Master. Trouble. Something huge has happened. Something huge has happened. Bullshit. Xia Wuwang barked, letting a faint wisp of his early nascent soul pressure leak out. If the sky falls, the sect master will hold it up. Within this Hahuan sect, what huge thing could possibly happen? The round-faced disciple rushed to speak before he could catch his breath. Peak Master, we were outside the pill pavilion and saw with our own eyes. The Baiwa Peak Master Meng Yuti coming out. Xia Wuwang let out a cold snort and curled his lip in disdain. What's so strange about Meng Yuti visiting the pill pavilion? Her Baiwa Peak draws a huge supply of beauty-preserving pills from the pill pavilion every month. How is that a major matter? Worth scaring you all half to death? That's not a Peak Master. The lanky disciple slapped his thigh anxiously. Peak Master Meng. When she came out, her clothes were in disarray, and her hair was a tousled mess. And she couldn't even walk steadily. Her legs had clearly cramped up. Xia Wuwang froze, his teacup hovering in midair. You must be shitting me. Xia Wuwang recovered and cursed loudly. Meng Yuti's born seductive body and Baiwa Peak's charm arts. Even I have to be wary when dealing with her, afraid of falling into her trap. How could Chao Kuan, a little brat still wet behind the ears, have gotten the better of her? Cramped legs. I think your eyes are blind. Peak Master, please see clearly. The three disciples, terrified, knocked their heads against the bluestone floor in urgent kowtows, the thuds echoing loudly. 3 of us, 6 eyes. We saw it true and clear. Peak Master Meng's looks of utter exhaustion. She had definitely been completely subdued and broken in. And the most terrifying part isn't that. We also saw that on Peak Master Meng's neck there was an extra black metal collar. It looked like the kind of thing used to leash spirit beasts. Leash spirit beasts. Xia Wuwang shot to his feet, the teacup in his hand dropping to the floor and smashing to pieces. Meng Yuti had been fitted with a binding magic tool. That was impossible. Even if Chao Kuan's battle power defied heaven and could slay nascent soul cultivators, forcibly planting a servant-slave brand into the soul of a late Golden Core cultivator was nothing but fantasy, unless the other party had willingly opened her heart and mind, or Chao Kuan possessed some monstrous trump card beyond his knowledge. A bone-deep chill crawled frantically up Xia Wuwang's spine, painting his back in cold sweat. Even a vixen like Meng Yuti, who excelled at beguiling hearts, went into the pill pavilion and came out a leashed dog with a collar. What about himself? If he had really gone? A surge of lingering fear washed over him. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that back at the pill pavilion, for the sake of saving face, he hadn't made a move on Chao Kuan directly. Otherwise his fate right now would probably be just like Su Chang's, not even ashes left behind. Nangong Wan was indeed a tempting cauldron. But one first had to be alive to enjoy her. He had coveted Chao Kuan's possession, and with that young man's vicious ruthlessness, he was likely already secretly plotting how to kill him. This was no time to keep sailing against the wind. Gulp. Xia Wuwang swallowed hard. The greed for Nangong Wan and all those filthy schemes in his eyes, before overwhelming power and unknown terror, evaporated completely into thin air. Listen. Xie Wang darted over to the three disciples and dropped his voice. Everything you saw today, keep it buried deep in your guts. If anyone dares to leak a single word, Chao Kuan won't need to lift a finger. I'll peel out your soul and use it to light the heavenly lantern. The three, frightened out of their minds, kowtowed again and again, swearing solemn oaths. Also, Xie Wang paced impatiently in place. Recall all the eyes around the Pill Pavilion. From today on, no one on Yunyu Peak, high or low, is to come anywhere near the Pill Pavilion. Anyone who sees Elder Chao is to walk around him. Whoever disobeys will have their cultivation scrapped and be expelled from the sect. He had thoroughly made up his mind. Until he completely investigated the true nature of that savage deity Chao Kuan, Xie Wang would seal the mountain and play dead. What cauldron? What dignity? Keeping his life was the most important thing. If he couldn't afford to provoke Chao Kuan, could he not afford to hide from him? On the other side, after leaving the Pill Pavilion, Chao Kuan was in an absolutely excellent mood. Treading the void and riding the wind, he flew unhurriedly toward Lianxiang Peak. The fierce high-altitude winds whipped against his face. Far from chilling him, they only made the blood in his body boil even more fiercely. Spiritual energy at the late golden core stage surged through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Each revolution was several times larger and more condensed than before. Hell yes. A sly, knowing grin tugged at the corner of Chao Kuan's mouth. His mind involuntarily savored the scenes from the reception room. He had to admit the constitution of innate seductive bones was a rarity in the cultivation world. Skin slick and smooth, waist supple, and pliant thighs long, taut, and firm. Nice. Chao Kuan smacked his lips. He would have to visit Baihua Peak more often from now on, and thoroughly explore that Supreme Peak Master's new postures. As for right now, Chao Kuan's gaze burned as he looked ahead at the silhouette of Lianxiang Peak already faintly visible through the clouds. In that majestic main hall there was still a top-grade master who had just been reborn, waiting eagerly for his inspection. The moment he thought of Yu Linglong's resentful, yet desperately longing expression, Chao Kuan felt the blazing sun spirit root in his dantian stir restlessly again. I just hope this artifact's quality really is as the system described. Chao Kuan laughed wantonly as spiritual energy exploded around him. His speed suddenly increased several-fold as he tore through the clouds and plunged toward the main hall of Lianxiang Peak. He pushed open the doors of the main hall on Lianxiang Peak. The moment Chao Kuan looked up, he saw Yu Linglong standing gracefully in the center of the hall waiting for him. Chao Kuan swallowed hard. What old cadre could withstand a test like this? Master! Yu Linglong's eyes lit up and she hurried over with a coquettish pout. The fullness of her chest pressed against Chao Kuan's arm without the slightest reservation, and her voice was honeyed and soft. You finally returned. Linglong has been waiting so anxiously. Yu Linglong, however, stopped mid-step, grabbed Chao Kuan's wrist, and pulled him gently, but firmly toward the side hall. Then she rose on her tiptoes and leaned close to his ear. Her warm breath feathered across Chao Kuan's earlobe, her voice enchantingly seductive. Master, Qingwei only broke through to core formation not long ago, and you've worn her out quite thoroughly these past 2 days. She just got tired from cultivating and is sleeping soundly in the inner chamber right now. Let's not disturb her. Let's go to the side hall. Linglong has everything prepared there. Hearing this, Chao Kuan laughed inwardly. This woman had finally learned to be sensible. She knew how to avoid a direct clash with Lung Qingwei and understood how to retreat in order to advance. Under the banner of caring for her junior sister, she deliberately pulled him into the side hall for a secret little indulgence. But then again, who could refuse such a well-behaved, utterly exquisite temptress? Fine, whatever you say. Chao Kuan went along with the flow and followed Yu Linglong into the side hall. The moment they entered, Yu Linglong eagerly shut the wooden door and activated the sound isolation formation in the side hall. Pale purple formation patterns flickered on the walls for an instant before vanishing. Yu Linglong turned around to face Chao Kuan, lifting the hem of her purple dress slightly. Chao Kuan soon experienced firsthand just how monstrous the Chaos Heavenly Fox Supreme Body truly was. This influx of spiritual power was not only enormous, but also completely without impurity. After entering Chao Kuan's dantian, it required no further mental effort from him to circulate the Chaos Unity art in order to refine it. It could directly transform into the most primordial Chaos Chi and merge into his purple gold golden core. Even more terrifyingly, when Chao Kuan channeled his own blazing yang essence into her body, Yu Linglong not only accepted all of it, but after cycling it through her body, she purified and compressed it, then returned it to him several times over. This back and forth was essentially a perpetual motion machine with zero loss. Now nourished by that vast and refined spiritual power, his originally unsteady cultivation realm was thoroughly solidified. What's more, the rise in spiritual power showed no sign of stopping. The purple gold golden core spun rapidly within his dantian, its volume continually swelling, and its color growing ever deeper. Chao Kuan sat cross-legged on the jade bed, eyes closed, regulating his breath. Boom! A dull roar exploded within his dantian. Peak late golden core. In a single dual cultivation session, not only had his realm been stabilized, but through Yu Linglong's nourishing feedback, his cultivation had been forcibly pushed to the very threshold of the nascent soul stage. Chao Kuan lowered his head to look at Yu Linglong, who lay limp beside him, drenched in fragrant sweat. He could not help cursing inwardly. This damn system really gives out overpowered rewards. Is this even dual cultivation? This is clearly just carrying a fully automatic human-shaped spirit-gathering formation around with me. As long as Yu Linglong's cultivation could keep up, he could even save all the time he spent on cultivation in the future. How satisfying. At this moment Yu Linglong did not even have the strength to move a single finger. Although the Chaos Heavenly Fox Supreme Body's nourishing feedback was heaven-defying, this unreserved output also took an enormous toll on her physical strength. She shifted her body with difficulty, edged up to Chao Kuen's leg, and pressed her face against his thigh, nuzzling it gently. Master, was Linglong's performance today satisfactory? Her voice was hoarse, laced with the spent softness of the aftermath. Chao Kuen reached out, pinched her sweat-dampened cheek, and curled the corner of his mouth upward. Well done. Just as the two were still exchanging warmth in the side hall, boom. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar resounded. It suddenly came from the direction of the Hahuan Sect's mountain gate. The sound was immense, like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens exploding beside one's ears. Immediately afterward, an extremely ferocious wave of spiritual power swept across half of the Hahuan Sect like a hurricane. Stimulated by that wave of spiritual power, the defensive formation patterns of the Hahuan Sect's mountain-protecting grand formation automatically activated. A translucent, inverted bowl light curtain flickered with dazzling spiritual radiance in the night sky, shrouding the entire sect within it. Outside the mountain gate of the Hahuan Sect, the night sky had already been illuminated as bright as day by the light of magical treasures. A magnificent flying boat over 100 zhang long hovered in midair outside the Hahuan Sect's mountain gate. The flying boat was constructed entirely from rare purple gold spirit wood. At its prow was carved a lifelike rock spreading its wings. The vessel itself was an extremely high-grade flying treasure. In all of Qingzhou, the powers capable of putting on such a show could be counted on one's fingers. On the flying boat's deck stood dozens of cultivators in identical robes, each with a steady aura and no ordinary cultivation. At their head was a handsome young man in gorgeous brocade robes, none other than the direct disciple of the Miaoyin Sect's Grand Elder and the eldest son of the Ji family, one of Qingzhou's top cultivation clans. Ji Jinian. He was waving a folding fan with jade ribs, his eyes filled with undisguised arrogance. Behind him on his left and right stood 2 gray-robed old men. These 2 elders kept their eyes slightly closed, hands tucked into their sleeves. Judging from the terrifying pressure faintly radiating from their bodies, they were precisely the 2 nascent soul grandmasters who had just stirred the Hahuan Sect's mountain-protecting grand formation. The Ji family's venerated elders. Young master. The gray-robed elder on the left slowly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. The Hahuan Sect's mountain-protecting grand formation has already been activated. Isn't it a bit excessive for us to make such a show of force? After all, this is the Hahuan Sect's territory, and that woman Qin Kanglin is no one to provoke. Ji Jinian let out a contemptuous snort and snapped his folding fan shut with a swish. Excessive. This young master thinks it's still not lively enough. What is the Hahuan Sect anyway? Just a pack of seductive fox spirits clinging to life through dual cultivation and harvesting. Do they really think that by hanging a great sect's name over their heads they can be regarded as equals of the Ji family? If it weren't for the fact that Lung Qingyue has a supreme-grade ice spirit body, this young master wouldn't have the slightest interest in setting foot in this place. At the mention of Lung Qingyue, a lewd glint flashed through Ji Jinian's eyes. A supreme-grade ice spirit body. It was a peerless cultivation cauldron 1 in 10,000. As long as he could marry Lung Qingyue and drain her primordial yin dry, he would absolutely be able to break through late golden core in one go and even touch the threshold of nascent soul. How could he possibly let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? Besides, Ji Jinian raised his chin, his expression growing more and more arrogant. Today this young master has come with 2 nascent soul venerated elders and mountains of betrothal gifts to seek a marriage alliance. That is giving the Hahuan Sect enormous face. Why haven't they opened the mountain gate and knelt to welcome this young master? With that, Ji Jinian banged his folding fan heavily against the ship's railing and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Carry this young master's betrothal gifts down and set them out neatly. Let these ignorant country bumpkins open their eyes. Today is this young master's happiest day. If anyone damages so much as a single piece, I'll skin him alive." At his command, the servants on the flying boat immediately obeyed. One heavy rosewood chest after another was carried to the edge of the deck. Clack clack. The lids opened in unison, and a dazzling radiance of jewels and treasure burst into the sky. Piles of mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit herbs radiating dense medicinal fragrance, and magical artifacts glinting with cold light. They were stacked like mountains, almost blinding to the eyes. Ji Jinian walked to the prow and poured his spiritual power into his voice. Direct disciple of the Miaoyin Sect, eldest son of the Ji family, Ji Jinian. Today, bearing precious betrothal gifts, I have come to Lianxiang Peak of the Hahuan Sect to propose marriage to Lung Qingyue. People of the Hahuan Sect, why do you not open the mountain gate at once and welcome this young master into the sect? This voice was tremendous. It not only reached the outer sect, but directly shook the entire main inner peak. For a moment, the whole sect was thrown into an uproar. Countless inner sect disciples, stewards, and even some elders in seclusion rushed out of their cave dwellings and swiftly converged toward the mountain gate. Through the mountain-protecting grand formation, they stared in shock at the enormous flying boat. What the hell? Did I hear that right? Who is he proposing to? Lung Qinghua. Isn't she Elder Chao Kuan's Dao companion? Has he lost his mind? Is Ji Jinian tired of living? He dares to try to steal Elder Chao's woman. The disciples looked at one another, feeling their scalps prickle. Who was Chao Kuan? He was the ruthless man who just a few days ago had split Su Changha at the early nascent soul stage into nothing with a single sword strike, utterly annihilating his soul. And now someone was actually at the Hahuan sect's front gate, naming Chao Kuan's woman outright as the one he wished to marry. Several elders of the Hahuan sect hid in the shadows, watching Ji Jinian on the flying boat, and shook their heads. That Ji family brat has been arrogant for too long. This time he's kicked an iron plate. Yu Linglong. She harbored intense hatred for that Ji Jinian. All for the sake of jealousy, he had gone to Miaoying Gate and stirred up this mess. Now, having finally regained her master's forgiveness, this little beast had to come and court trouble at this very moment. If he provoked the master's displeasure, the position she had struggled so hard to reclaim would be lost again. At the thought, Yu Linglong ignored her aching limp body and quickly scrambled up from Chao Kuan's embrace. Master, rest assured. That little bastard dares to ruin your mood. Today I'll tear his mouth apart. With that, she obediently planted a kiss on Chao Kuan's cheek, turned, and pushed open the hall door. Hahuan sect outside the mountain gate. Disciples and stewards of Hahuan sect gathered in growing numbers. All raised their heads, staring in shock at the massive purple-gold flying ship suspended in midair. How arrogant! Who does this Ji Jinian think he is daring to block our Hahuan sect's gate with his men? Shill, keep your voice down. Can't you see the two nascent soul cultivators standing behind him? The Ji family is a top immortal cultivation clan in Qingzhou, backed by a mighty deity transformation cultivator. We truly can't afford to provoke them. The disciples whispered among themselves, expressions varied. On the deck of the flying ship, Ji Jinian waved the jade bone folding fan in his hand, looking down at the crowd below with an air of superiority. He waited for the time it took to burn half an incense stick. The protective mountain array of Hahuan sect remained tightly closed, with no one coming out to greet them. Ji Jinian's face sank completely. Are all the people of Hahuan sect dead? I, the young master, have graced you with my presence. Why don't you take down the formation and crawl out to kowtow? If you keep playing dead, I'll have the two venerable elders smash this rotten turtle shell of yours. The arrogant sound waves laced with spiritual power stung the eardrums of the disciples below. How dare you? A dignified feminine shout rang out from deep within Hahuan sect. Immediately after, four formidable pillars of spiritual light shot into the sky. Hahuan sect's sect master Qin Kanglin, along with three peak masters at the early nascent soul stage, raced over from the direction of the main peak. In the blink of an eye, they hovered in midair inside the mountain gate, facing the flying ship across the formation's light barrier. Qin Kanglin wore a luxurious palace gown, her figure full and graceful. The mature charm of one long accustomed to power blended perfectly with cold majesty. The terrifying spiritual pressure of a late nascent soul grand cultivator poured out without reserve. The faces of the two gray-robed old men behind Ji Jinian changed slightly, and they stepped forward simultaneously. Both exerted their full strength and barely managed to withstand Qin Kanglin's aura. Facing the late nascent soul sect master of Hahuan sect, Ji Jinian, though shaken until his chi and blood churn showed not the slightest panic in his eyes. With the Ji family as his backing, who in Qingzhou would dare touch him? He stepped forward, looked straight at Qin Kanglin, and shouted loudly. Sect Master Qin, what an imposing manner you have. I, the young master, have come today to propose marriage with ample sincerity. Not only does your Hahuan sect refuse to open the gates to welcome a guest, but you also put on such a sour face. Could it be that you look down on my Ji family? Qin Kanglin's slender eyebrows shot up in anger. She calculated clearly in her heart. Lung Qinghua had just broken through to a top-grade golden core, and her talent was evident to all. Given time, her future achievements would be limitless. She was destined to become the pillar of Hahuan sect. Moreover, Lung Qinghua was Chao Kuan's Dao companion. Hahuan sect had finally produced these two freakishly talented prodigies. As the sect master, she would go to great lengths to protect them. How could she hand one over willingly? Young Master Ji, stop making unreasonable trouble here. Qin Kanglin stared at Ji Jinian coldly. Our Hahuan sect has never agreed to this marriage. Lung Qinghua is our sect's proud prodigy. She will never marry outside. Take your things and go back where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me, the sect master, for being merciless. Hearing this, Ji Jinian sneered. This marriage was personally arranged by your Lianshan Peak's elder Yu Linglong, who went all the way to Miaoying Gate to settle it with my master Yunxia. She personally promised to betroth Lung Qinghua to me. What? Now that I've brought the betrothal gifts, does Hahuan sect intend to renege? Hand over Lung Qinghua right now, or else your Hahuan sect will be guilty of breaking your word. At these words, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Elder Yu personally went to arrange the engagement. What nonsense. Everyone knew Elder Yu cherished Lung Qinghua as her precious disciple. How could she betroth her to an outsider? Qin Kanglin's expression turned extremely grim. It was true that Yu Linglong had left the sect a few days ago. Could she really have done something so foolish behind the sect's back? Just as Qin Kanglin was about to order one of the peak masters behind her to fetch Yu Linglong from Lianshan Peak for a confrontation, a striking purple figure shot into the sky. At tremendous speed the figure raced toward the mountain gate. The purple light faded. Yu Linglong's alluring figure appeared out of thin air at Qin Kanglin's side. Her long slender legs were tightly wrapped in black silk stockings. Her cascade of purple hair danced in the wind. The recently awakened primordial chaos celestial fox body made her exude a startling, bewitching aura. Even with her face full of killing intent, her mere presence still drew the gaze of every male cultivator present, whether the male disciples of Hawan Sect or the Ji family guards on the flying ship. Even the two nascent soul venerable elders found their breathing uncontrollably heavier. Ji Jinian stared with wide, fixated eyes. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with greed and lust. This Yu Linglong. How had she become even more seductive and alluring in just a few days? And that outfit, those black stockings, absolutely breathtaking. Once I marry Lung Qingwei and take her home, I'll get you her master into bed sooner or later. I'll make the two of you, master and disciple, serve this young master together. Ji Jinian was scheming lecherously in his heart. Seeing Yu Linglong appear, he only thought that his savior had arrived. He hurriedly folded his fan, walked quickly to the ship's railing, and shouted with a fawning smile. Elder Yu, you've finally come out. Quickly tell Sect Master Qin. We've already settled this marriage long ago. I brought the betrothal gifts, so please let junior sister Lung come with me. Before Ji Jinian could finish his words, Yu Linglong's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, her killing intent unmistakable. She raised that slender fair right hand and aimed it at Ji Jinian on the flying ship from over 100 zhang away. There was no wind-up whatsoever. In a backhanded motion, she delivered a heavy, resounding slap. Her spiritual power, amplified by the primordial chaos celestial fox body, condensed into a purple chi palm, dozens of zhang wide in midair. It ignored the flying ship's defensive formation patterns and directly pierced through the light barrier. Smack! The slap landed squarely on Ji Jinian's left cheek. An immense force struck. Ji Jinian had no idea what had happened. He only felt an irresistible, tremendous power smash into his left cheek. Teeth and blood burst from his mouth. The slap sent his entire body spinning rapidly through the air a full 3 times. Then with a loud boom, he crashed heavily onto the flying ship's deck. The tremendous impact created a shallow crater in the deck. At that moment the entire world fell silent. The Hawan Sect disciples below were left with jaws dropped. Qin Kanglin and the 3 peak masters behind her were also stunned. The 2 gray-robed venerable elders' eyes bulged in astonishment. No one had expected this. The Yu Linglong they thought had come out to help the moment she appeared without even a word of courtesy struck with such vicious lethal force. And she had slapped the young master of the Ji family across the face in front of so many people. This was no mere rejection of a marriage proposal. This was plainly declaring a deadly feud. Why, young master? The 2 gray-robed venerable elders were the first to snap out of their shock. They teleported to Ji Jinian's side and helped him up from the crater in the deck. Ji Jinian felt his head ringing, stars bursting before his eyes. His left cheek had gone completely numb. Blood dripped steadily from his split lips, and his former image of a dashing young gentleman was utterly destroyed. The piercing, excruciating pain finally brought him back to his senses. Holding his swollen cheek, he glared at Yu Linglong beyond the formation's light barrier and roared in fury. You filthy bitch. How dare you hit me? What are you standing there for? Ji Jinian shoved aside the 2 venerable elders beside him and roared, pointing at Yu Linglong. Kill her. Capture this wench and bring her back. I, the young master, will tie her to the bed and torment her until she can neither live nor die. The 2 early nascent soul venerable elders' faces darkened to the extreme. Their own young master had been publicly slapped across the face right before their eyes. If word of this got back to the Ji family, the 2 of them would have no face left. Worse, they would face extremely severe familial punishment. Yu Linglong, you're asking for death. The gray-robed old man on the left bellowed, his hands forming seals rapidly. A natal flying sword radiating a bitter cold aura shot out from his mouth. The old man on the right, meanwhile, offered up a bronze mirror that blazed with brilliant light. The 2 simultaneously erupted with their early nascent soul cultivation bases. From left and right with fierce killing intent, they moved directly to slaughter Yu Linglong in midair. Do you really think our Hawan Sect has no one? Qin Kanglin gave a cold snort and swept her wide sleeve forward. In an instant, heaven and earth changed colors. A cyan spiritual energy storm 100 zhang tall materialized out of thin air, carrying an aura of world-destroying might. It hurtled directly toward the 2 venerable elders' magical treasures. Crack! The black flying sword let out a mournful whine, a fine crack appearing on its surface before it was forcibly blasted away. The bronze mirror's radiance also dimmed, instantly flying back into the old man's hand. Not only that, the fierce, unmatched residual waves of late nascent soul spiritual energy continued unabated. They directly blasted the 2 gray-robed old men back more than a dozen steps in midair. Only then did they barely manage to steady themselves. Their chi and blood churned within their faces, alternating between pale and ashen. The gap between late nascent soul and early nascent soul was like an insurmountable celestial chasm. The 2 old men were forced to halt in midair, their eyes dark and gloomy as they stared at Qin Kanglin, who now stood before Yu Linglong. What is the meaning of this? The gray-robed old man on the left gritted his teeth, suppressing the rage in his heart, and demanded harshly. Sect Master Qin, your Hahuan sect indulged an elder in attacking someone. Now you forcibly block us. Is your Hahuan sect trying to declare war on my Ji family? Yu Linglong. Inside the side hall of Lianxiang Peak, the purple light of the sound-isolating formation flickered faintly, muffling most of the noise outside. Yet it could not completely shut out the earth-shaking clashes of spiritual energy that pulsed through the air. Lung Qingyue turned over and instinctively reached a soft, fair hand toward the space beside her. What she touched was cold. Mn. A drowsy, coquettish murmur escaped her lips as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. Groggily, she sat up from under the bed covers, casually gathered her slightly tousled hair, and tottered out of the inner chamber on bare jade-white feet. At this moment, she wore only a thin white silk undergarment. Her collar hung slightly open, revealing large stretches of snow-white skin and delicate collarbones. No sooner had she come out than she ran straight into Chao Kuan, who was already fully dressed. The moment Lung Qingyue saw him, she quickened her pace and threw herself into his arms. Senior brother. Her voice was soft and clingy, thick with the petulance of just waking up. What's going on outside? It's so noisy. Chao Kuan felt the warm softness in his embrace and naturally pulled her into his arms, smiling casually. It's nothing serious. Just a few stray dogs at the mountain gate barking in an ugly way. Come on, senior brother, we'll take you to watch the show. With that, Chao Kuan tightened his arms and scooped Lung Qingyue into a horizontal embrace. He rose into the air and shot straight toward the mountain gate. Outside the gate, the two gray-robed guardian elders of the Ji family saw how unyielding Qin Kanglin was. Instead of backing down, they played their final trump card. Qin Kanglin, do you really think a mere late nascent soul cultivator like you can protect these two bitches? Don't forget our Ji family has a deity transformation old ancestor in charge. For the sake of these two women, you forcibly blocked us today and even allowed your sect elder to injure our young master. Are you trying to drag the entire Hahuan sect into the grave with you? As soon as those words were spoken, the Hahuan sect disciples gathered below all turned ghastly pale. In the land of Qingzhou, a nascent soul cultivator was already a towering figure. Deity transformation was the legendary apex. Those at that level could move mountains and drain seas with a single thought, and one person alone could annihilate an entire sect. A deity transformation old ancestor. It's over. It's all over now. If the Ji family really summons that old ancestor, our Hahuan sect's mountain protecting formation can't withstand even a single blow. Elder Yu is too impulsive. How could she strike so heavily? How are we going to settle this now? Are we really supposed to hand senior sister Lung over? The disciples argued among themselves, and many had already begun trembling in their legs. Even the three peak masters behind Qin Kanglin showed fear, exchanging uneasy glances. Seeing this, the gray-robed guardian elder on the right sneered and kept up the pressure. If you know what's good for you, open the mountain protecting formation at once. Hand over Lung Qingyue obediently, and let our young master take her away. And hand over the shrew who wounded our young master. Cripple her cultivation, and let us take her back to the Ji family to close this matter. Otherwise, once our old ancestor arrives in person, he will trample your Hahuan sect flat. Every word was aggressive and overbearing, showing utter contempt for the Hahuan sect. Qin Kanglin clenched her fists. Her gaze bored straight into the two guardian elders across from her. The Ji family's heritage was indeed too terrifying. Should she really go head-to-head with a top-tier family backed by a deity transformation old ancestor, all for Lung Qingyue and Yu Linglong? Just as Qin Kanglin was trapped in a dilemma, and anxiety gripped the entire Hahuan sect, an extremely arrogant voice, carried by spiritual energy, swept across the field and overpowered all the clamor. Raise the Hahuan sect. You two old bastards with 1 foot already in the coffin, what right do you have to bark like mad dogs here? Swish. Everyone instinctively raised their heads and looked toward the source of the voice. In the distant night sky, Chao Kuan was striding through the air, holding the cold, ethereal Lung Qingyue with one arm. The two of them swaggered out through the formation's light barrier and hovered directly in front of the Ji family's immense purple-gold flying boat. One person alone faced a warship, two nascent soul guardian elders, and dozens of Ji family elites. Yet in sheer presence, he completely crushed them. Elder Chao. Holy shit. Elder Chao is here. Among the inner disciples below, someone shouted in excitement. The image of Chao Kuan cutting down Su Changhe with a single sword that day was still vivid in their minds. Now that Chao Kuan had appeared, his invisible pressure gave the panicked disciples a pillar of support. In midair, Qin Kanglin looked at Chao Kuan hovering before her and instinctively released her divine sense, wanting to probe Chao Kuan's current condition. After all, the enemy included two early nascent soul cultivators. Chao Kuan going out alone was far too reckless. But the next second, Qin Kanglin's rosy lips parted slightly and disbelief flooded her face. This? How is that possible? Late golden core. She could sense it with absolute clarity. The spiritual energy fluctuations within Chao Kuan's body had already reached the peak of the late golden core stage. Moreover, that spiritual energy was so terrifyingly pure that it faintly seemed on the verge of breaking through to nascent soul. How was this possible? Just a few days ago, he had only just weathered the thunder tribulation and condensed a supreme-grade golden core. Even if he ate supreme-grade spirit stones like rice, he could not have cultivated this fast. Even more terrifying was the murderous aura radiating from Chao Kuan, overbearing and utterly pure. Even through the mountain protecting formation, it sent a chill through Qin Kanglin's heart. She was certain that Chao Kuen's true battle power was in no way weaker than that of the two early nascent Soul Guardian elders across from them. It might even be stronger. Having witnessed Chao Kuen's heaven-defying cultivation speed and monstrous combat power, Qin Kanglin's once hesitant heart became utterly resolute. Who cared whether the Ji family had a deity transformation old ancestor backing them? A monstrous genius who could leap from early Golden Core to the peak of late Golden Core in just a few days. Combined with Lung Qingyue, who possessed a supreme-grade ice spirit body. These two were the Hehuan sect's greatest hope of rising. As long as Chao Kuen was given time with his freakish rate of growth, he might very well be able to contend with a deity transformation cultivator. She would stake the entire sect's heritage without hesitation if that was what it took. Qin Kanglin flicked her sleeve and flew straight out of the formation, bringing the three peak masters and Yu Linglong with her. She stood at Chao Kuen's side, making her stance clear through action. On the flying boat's deck, Ji Jinyan, pressing his left cheek swollen like a pig's head, stared fixedly at the two people hovering before the vessel. He recognized Lung Qingyue at a glance. Her peerlessly beautiful face, her cold and untouchable bearing, even in a simple undergarment, with no extra adornment, made her breathtakingly lovely. This was the supreme-grade cauldron he had longed for day and night. This was the ice fairy he dreamed of pressing beneath him. But now this cold, proud ice fairy was actually in the arms of a strange man. And she was so docile, so obedient. Lung Qingyue did not even spare him a glance. Her eyes were full of that black-robed young man. The flames of jealousy in Ji Jinyan's heart burned away every shred of his reason. He shattered on the spot. What kind of worthless dog do you think you are? Ji Jinyan pointed at Chao Kuen and cursed hysterically, spittle mixed with blood spraying from his mouth. Take your filthy hands off Lung Qingyue right now. She is a woman I, Ji Jinyan, have set my eyes on. You clueless ant who doesn't know death, how dare you touch her? Chao Kuen watched Ji Jinyan stamping on the deck the way one might watch a clown. A woman you've set your eyes on. Are you worthy of her? Chao Kuen lowered his head and deliberately, in front of Ji Jinyan and everyone present, planted a smacking kiss on Lung Qingyue's pretty little face. Lung Qingyue was caught off guard by the sudden move. In front of everyone in the Hehuan sect, thousands strong. In front of outsider senior brother was actually so domineering. She loved it. A charming flush spread from Lung Qingyue's neck to the tips of her ears. Lung Qingyue buried her burning face in Chao Kuen's chest. Both hands clutched the front of his robe, and she was too shy even to raise her head. That sight made Ji Jinyan explode on the spot. This was a dagger to the heart, a naked humiliation. He was the proud eldest young master of the Ji family who had come with countless betrothal gifts to propose. Yet he hadn't even made it through the gate before he took a slap to the face. Now the woman he wanted was being affectionate with another man right in front of him. How could he ever swallow this insult? Chao Kuen raised his head and looked provocatively at Ji Jinyan, whose face was purple with rage on the flying boat. So sorry, young Master Ji. Aorg. Ji Jinyan trembled violently with rage, the movement pulling at the wound on his face and making him hiss in pain. His eyes bloodshot, he jabbed a finger at Chao Kuen and roared madly at the two guardian elders behind him. What are you two standing there blankly for? Kill him. Kill him for me. Chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. The two gray-robed guardian elders exchanged a glance. Murderous intent surged. You won't accept death. The old man on the left formed hand seals, and a pitch-black flying sword tore through the air, shooting straight toward the center of Chao Kuen's brow. Chao Kuen stood where he was, holding Lung Qingyue with one arm. His other hand slowly rose. In his palm, a mass of pitch-black profound chaos chi was condensing at terrifying speed. A black broken sword radiating boundless killing intent slowly emerged from the void. In midair, a pitch-black remnant, sword of primordial chaos, floated before Chao Kuen. The blade had not moved, yet the killing aura coiling around it had already sent the surrounding spiritual energy churning violently. You little beast. How dare you be so arrogant? Die. The gray-robed old man on the left launched his flying sword, which transformed into a black enraged dragon and shot straight for Chao Kuen's brow. The bronze mirror in the old man on the right blazed with overwhelming light. A beam of destruction as thick as a water bucket arrived first, despite being released later, sealing off every escape route Chao Kuen had. Two early nascent soul cultivators struck together, and the momentum was appalling. Inside the Hehuan sect's mountain-protecting formation, countless disciples held their breath, not daring to make a single sound. Facing the flying sword and destruction beam converging to kill him, Chao Kuen twisted his wrist. The long pitch-black remnant sword swept horizontally before him. Clang! A deafening sound of metal striking metal exploded in the air. The ferocious black dragon sword slammed squarely into the blade of the primordial chaos remnant sword. The next second, the top-grade Xian rank flying sword that the gray-robed old man had nourished for centuries let out a shrill, miserable shriek. Its tip shattered. Primordial chaos chi spread along the sword body, devouring the sword's spiritual nature. Then at several times its original speed, it blasted backward. At the same time, the beam of destruction from the bronze mirror crashed into the remnant sword. The remnant sword's body trembled. A black arc of light casually split the beam apart, scattering it into countless specks of light. With both treasures broken at once, the backlash through their chi connection sent both men spraying mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were hurled backward through the air, out of control. They retreated more than 10 zhang before barely steadying themselves. The two guest elders raised their heads and stared at Chao Kuan, who stood ahead of them completely unharmed. Disbelief filled their eyes. Impossible. The old man on the left cried out. How could a mere golden core cultivator have spiritual power so pure and profound? They were nascent soul cultivators after all. Though only at the early stage, the quality and quantity of their spiritual power was simply not something a golden core cultivator could match. But in that instant of collision, the nascent soul's spiritual power they had always prided themselves on was utterly fragile and powerless before Chao Kuan's strange black spiritual power. It simply got crushed. Within the Harmony Sect's great formation, an even deeper, deathly silence descended. Qin Kanglin's eyelids twitched violently. The full proud bosom wrapped in her luxurious palace gown rose and fell with violent rapid breaths. She had guessed that Chao Kuan's battle power was heaven-defying. But seeing him casually knock back two nascent soul cultivators with a single sword strike was a visceral shock that made her scalp go numb. Too strong. With this kind of strength, given time, who in all of Qingzhou could suppress him? That sword is strange. It must be a top-grade spiritual artifact. There is no way he can use it consecutively. The old man on the right roared, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. Having been defeated in a single move by a golden core junior before thousands of people from one of Qingzhou's great sects. If word of this spread, they would never be able to show their faces in the cultivation world again. Let this old man see exactly how long your treasure can protect you. Both men bellowed at once. Boom. Heaven and earth changed color. Two enormous nascent soul auras shot into the sky. Two towering Dharma avatar afterimages, each dozens of zhang tall, rose abruptly behind them. One wielded a giant sword, the other held aloft a mirror of light. The overwhelming pressure caused the surrounding space to twist and warp. Once nascent soul cultivators summoned their Dharma avatars, it meant a life-or-death struggle. Senior brother. Sensing that world-destroying pressure, Long Qingwei grabbed the front of Chao Kuan's robes, worry in her eyes. Chao Kuan lowered his head and smiled at her gently. Be good. Stand here and don't move. The next instant, Chao Kuan vanished on the spot. Where is he? The two guest elders were seized with panic and swept the area madly with their divine senses. Up there. Someone below cried out. The two men jerked their heads upward. At some point, Chao Kuan had teleported to a position directly above the two Dharma avatars. Relying on your treasure. Today I'll show you what real absolute strength is. He gripped the hilt of the primordial chaos remnant sword with both hands and raised it high above his head. Inside his dantian, the dark patterns on the surface of the purple gold golden core suddenly flared with blinding light. Vast quantities of primordial chaos chi poured without reservation into the remnant sword. A heaven-rank top-grade martial art. One sword, life and death. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 10 li was drained into a vacuum in an instant. Chao Kuan raised his hand, and the sword came down. A jet-black sword chi stretched out from the remnant blade. In a flash it burst to 100 zhang long. The sword chi was saturated with a suffocating aura of death and annihilation. Flash. The 100 zhang sword chi fell without any obstruction. No. Block it. The two guest elders' scalps prickled as an unprecedented crisis of death engulfed their bodies. They madly squeezed out every shred of spiritual power within their bodies, controlling their Dharma avatars to raise the giant sword and mirror of light in a vain attempt to hold up the falling sword chi. But then, before true power, all struggle was futile. SHCK. In the instant those two seemingly indestructible nascent soul Dharma avatars touched the black sword chi, they could not hold for even a single breath. They were split in two on the spot. The light of the collapsing Dharma avatars seared everyone's eyes. The sword chi's remaining momentum did not diminish. It slashed straight into the physical bodies of the two gray-robed guest elders. Rip! The sound of flesh and blood tearing echoed clearly through the night, making everyone's hair stand on end. Their bodies were split from head to toe into two neat halves. Two dazzling clusters of spiritual light shot out of the ruined corpses. They were the two cultivators' nascent souls. Absolute terror filled the faces of the nascent souls as they desperately tried to teleport away. Trying to run. Chao Kuan sneered coldly. The primordial chaos chi attached to the sword chi transformed into a massive black vortex, unleashing an extremely terrifying suction force. No. The two nascent souls let out desperate screams and were forcibly dragged into the vortex. Aya! Their shrill, agonizing wails lasted no more than an instant before being cut dead. The two nascent souls were ground into fragments of spiritual energy by the primordial chaos chi and swallowed in one gulp. Everyone's mouths hung open, unable to believe what had just happened. It had all happened too fast, too unreal. From Ji Jinian giving the order to the two guest elders summoning their Dharma avatars, to Chao Kuan drawing his sword, severing their bodies and shattering their nascent souls. At most it had been the span of 3 breaths. The two exalted nascent soul great cultivators were gone, just like that. No corpses remained. Their souls had been utterly extinguished. Qin Kinglin sucked in a sharp breath, her chest tingling with numbness. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes gleamed, and she subtly rubbed her thighs together, staring at Chao Kuan with unconcealed fervent obsession. Lung Qingwei stood where she was, her cold, clear eyes filled with infatuation. Every disciple of Harmony Sect remained frozen in place, heads raised like statues carved from stone. One sword. Another sword. Elder Chow is truly divine. On the deck of the flying ship, Ji Jinian still could not understand what had happened. Where were the guest elders? Where were the two nascent soul great cultivators who had been standing before him just a moment ago? They were guest elders his Ji family had hired at great expense. Had they really been cut down with one sword? Ji Jinian's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. A warm, acrid stream of liquid ran down his trouser leg and dripped onto the deck. Chao Kuan slowly descended from the air, walking toward Ji Jinian step by step. Why you? Stay away from me. Ji Jinian stumbled backward, screaming in terror. He fell backward onto the deck and scrambled away on hands and feet. I am the young lord of the Ji family. If you dare kill me, my family's spirit transformation ancestor will never let you go. Fumbling frantically, Ji Jinian reached for the storage ring on his hand. He wanted his message jade slip. He had to call his ancestor for help. As long as he crushed it, the family would immediately receive the distress signal. Ancestor safe. He had just pulled out the jade slip, but before the words could leave his mouth, whoosh. A cold, sharp light flashed. Oh. Ji Jinian let out a heart-rending scream. The right hand, clutching the message jade slip, was severed cleanly at the wrist. The severed hand along with the jade slip flew through the air and rolled far across the deck. Blood sprayed like a fountain from the smooth wound splattering across Ji Jinian's face. Clutching his severed wrist, he writhed on the deck in agony. Stop. Don't kill me. My father is the head of the Ji family. My ancestor is at the spirit transformation stage. If you kill me, you'll bring disaster on yourself. If you let me go, I'll give you anything. The flying ship is yours, and all the betrothal gifts are yours. Ji Jinian had completely broken down. He had grown up wearing fine clothes and eating fine food. He had never suffered anything like this. Before the Grim Reaper standing in front of him, he could not even muster the thought of resistance. Chao Kuan walked up to him and used the flat of his sword to pat Ji Jinian's swollen red cheek. Stop your whining. I haven't even asked you anything yet. Let me ask you something. If you answer correctly, I'll consider it. Those two old men, do they have life tablets left in the Ji family's main house? Chao Kuan knew very well. That sword strike just now had been satisfying to show off. But this was after all the cultivation world. Major powers would always leave life tablets for their core members. When a person dies, the lamp goes out, the family would sense it immediately. If those two old men had life tablets, he would have to spend some effort staging the scene and shifting the blame onto someone else. No, they don't have life tablets. Ji Jinian was in so much pain that he could barely breathe. How would he dare to conceal anything? He spilled everything as fast as beans tumbling out of a bamboo tube. They were just guest elders my father hired with spirit stones. They had no access to the family's core secrets and weren't qualified to leave life tablets in the ancestral hall. And today's visit to Hahuan Sect to propose marriage was my own secret decision. Neither my father nor my ancestor knows about it. Ji Jinian sobbed and explained at the same time. Chao Kuan nodded in satisfaction at this answer. How convenient. It saved him the trouble of destroying the bodies and faking a crime scene. The cultivation world was vast. People who died out here didn't even make a sound. Even if the Ji family found out something had happened by the time they traced it back to Hahuan Sect, it would be far too late. That was more than enough time for Yu Linglong to break through to the spirit transformation stage. Elder Chao, I've told you everything. Can you let me go now? Ji Jinian, seeing the smile on Chao Kuan's face, thought he had managed to keep his life, and asked with a trembling voice. Don't be in such a hurry, Grand Young Master Ji. Since you're already here, don't you want to experience the unique customs and hospitality of Hahuan Sect? I'll personally show you around in a bit. Seeing the terror and despair in Ji Jinian's eyes, Chao Kuan sneered. Too lazy to listen to any more of his deathbed wailing, he swung his hand and delivered a heavy, thunderous slap. Slap. Ji Jinian's eyes rolled back, and he passed out on the spot, blood foam spilling from his mouth. Chao Kuan put away the Chaos Remnant sword, let a wisp of chaotic chi seep from his fingertip, and flicked it precisely into Ji Jinian's dantian, sealing his sea of chi completely. With all that done, Yu Linglong, Lung, Qingyue, Qin Kanglin, and the other three peak masters at the early nascent soul stage had already landed on the deck of the flying vessel. Just as well everyone is here. Chao Kuan clapped his hands, pointed at Ji Jinian at his feet, and said lightly, Young Master Ji has just told me everything. He said it wasn't easy for him to travel all this way with so many betrothal gifts, and he's very eager to experience the Hahuan Sect's unique local customs and conditions. Hearing this, the three elderly peak masters behind Qin Kanglin all changed expression. They usually concentrated on cultivation and were rather conservative in their thinking. They exchanged uneasy glances. The one on the left, Peak Master Jia, whose hair was already half white, steeled herself and stepped forward. Elder Chao, I beg you to reconsider. She glanced at Ji Jinian on the ground and swallowed hard. Those two externally hired guest elders. Killing them is one thing. The Ji family isn't likely to start a major war with us over two outsiders. But Ji Jinian, after all, is the legitimate eldest son of the Ji family's main line. If we really use him as a cauldron and drain his cultivation dry, then we will have forged an undying blood feud with the Ji family. Another peak master in a dark green long skirt hurriedly stepped forward to echo. That's right, Elder Chao. If Ji Jinian doesn't return to the family for too long, the Ji family will inevitably go to the Miaoying Gate to inquire. Finding their way to our Hahuan Sect by following the clues is absolutely certain. If word leaks out, and arouses that spirit transformation ancestor of the Ji family to come down from the mountain. Who in the Hahuan sect could withstand that old monster's wrath? The third peak master, somewhat plump, saw Chao Kuan remain silent and assumed he was listening. She swiftly seized the opening to offer a compromise. Elder Chao, how about locking this kid in the dark dungeon first? Keep him well-fed and well-treated as a hostage. Even if the Ji family comes looking for him later, at least we'll have a bargaining chip in hand, and the sect can preserve a slim chance of survival. The three of them spoke in turns, displaying their timidity and retreat to the fullest. In their view, no matter how monstrous Chao Kuan's battle prowess was, he was only a late golden core cultivator. Going up against a spirit transformation expert was nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chao Kuan listened to their successive counsel, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He sneered inwardly. Had these three old crones stayed on the mountain so long that their brains had atrophied? When those people came to our mountain gate and tried to take someone by force, you didn't dare let out so much as a fart. Now that I've solved the trouble, you jump out to teach me how to do things. Keep him as a hostage. The cultivation world has no such tender-hearted gentleness. Letting a tiger go back to the mountain is something only a brain-dead fool would do. Just as Chao Kuan was about to tell these three idiots to shut up. How dare you? A dignified, magnificent shout rang out on the deck. Qin Kanglan, long accustomed to a high position, was a master at reading expressions and moods. Seeing Chao Kuan's eyes turn cold, she had already sensed something amiss. Things had reached this point. The Hahuan sect and the Ji family had long since torn off all pretense, and there was simply no room for reconciliation. Now more than ever, she could not let Chao Kuan bear any resentment toward the sect. A peerless prodigy who could push his cultivation to the peak of the late golden core stage in a few days and instantly kill two early nascent soul experts with one casual sword swing. Give him time. What was spirit transformation after all? If she didn't cling tightly to such a powerful backer now, was she waiting to be kicked away in the future? Qin Kanglan stepped forward, Phoenix eyes blazing with authority, and rebuked sharply. Foolish womanly talk. Utterly idiotic. They have already stepped on the head of our Hahuan sect's mountain gate and taken a shit, and you are still hesitating and deliberating. Had Elder Chao not acted today, the Hahuan sect would have lost all face completely. This boy from the Ji family dared to covet my sect's top talent. Death is too good for him. Since he wants the experience, we'll do it, as Elder Chao says. Throw him into the lowest level of the servant dungeon. Let him have a thorough experience. Qin Kanglan's voice was decisive, leaving no room for doubt. After reprimanding the three peak masters, she turned around to face the thousands of disciples and managing elders below. She infused the spiritual power of the late nascent soul stage into her voice, spreading it to every corner of the Hahuan sect. Hear the sect master's decree. Elder Chao Kuan has rendered outstanding service in protecting the sect with extraordinary battle prowess, and he is a peerless prodigy rare in 10,000 years. From today, Chao Kuan is formally promoted to Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect. He shall command the inner sect and wield the power of life and death. His status shall be on par with mine. Everyone in the sect shall see Grand Elder Chao as they see me. In the cultivation world, the strong are venerated. The sword Chao Kuan had released just now had already conquered everyone completely. When these words came out, the thousands of disciples and stewards below fell to their knees in unison and kowtowed toward the flying vessel in the air. We pay respects to Grand Elder Chao. Grand Elder is mighty. The sound surged like waves, deafening. Hearing the shouts below, Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow. He didn't care much about the empty title of Grand Elder. No matter how loud the title was, it couldn't compare to real spirit stones in his pocket. Chao Kuan raised his hand and beckoned. 2 bloodstained storage rings. Along with the ring worn on Ji Jinyan's severed hand, all 3 shot into his palm. He casually wiped away the divine sense marks on them, then sent a wisp of his own divine sense into the rings. Good heavens, no wonder they could serve as guest elders for the Ji family. Their personal wealth was truly substantial. Together the two had nearly 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, plus all sorts of 6th-grade pills and artifact refining materials. Ji Jinyan, the eldest young master of the Ji family, had an even more exaggerated ring. Inside were not only more than 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, but also several defensive treasures of extremely high grade and more than a dozen rare life-saving talismans. This was truly a haul that dripped with wealth. Chao Kuan gleefully pocketed the 3 rings. As for handing them over to the sect treasury, no such thing. Whatever entered his hands was his. After this, Chao Kuan raised his head and looked at Qin Kanglan beside him. Sect Master Qin, I can't be bothered to take this broken boat and this pile of junk back. Treat it as my new Grand Elder's construction donation to the sect. Sect Master Qin can handle it as she sees fit. These betrothal gifts were valuable, but he had already taken the 3 core storage rings and gotten the biggest piece of the meat. As for the flying vessel, it was indeed a rare flying treasure. But driving such a huge ship around was too ostentatious and too clumsy. It was better to do a favor that went with the current. Since Qin Kanglan had been so sensible and supported him in public, he had to give her some benefit. Sure enough, Qin Kanglan's eyes brightened at once. The look she gave Chao Kuan was practically stuck to him, and a bright, sincere smile blossomed on that ripe, gorgeous face. Then Kanglan thanks Grand Elder Chao for the reward. The 3 conservative peak masters saw this, and were sick with regret. If they had known Chao Kuan would be so generous, they would have cursed Ji Jinyan along with him just now. I'll trouble the sect master to clean up the remaining mess. With that, Chao Kuan placed his left arm around Yu Linglong's slender waist, his right hand on Lung Qingyue's fragrant shoulder, and sent a ripple of spiritual power from under his feet. Carrying the two peerless beauties, one mature and one young, he headed straight for Lianxiang Peak. On the way, Chao Kuan rapidly calculated in his mind. Ji Jinian had been captured, and the two guest elders had been brutally killed. Although the Ji family had not left life tablets for the two of them, they would not detect anything for a short time. But in the end, this was a time bomb. Once Ji Jinian was out of contact for too long, the Ji family patriarch would definitely send people to the Miaoyin Gate to look for him. One inquiry would be enough to learn that Ji Jinian had come to the Hahuan sect, a spirit transformation old ancestor. Although he could instantly kill early nascent soul cultivators, now he truly had no confidence when facing the spirit transformation stage. The chasm between realms was a world of difference, and it only widened as one climbed higher. Time was pressing. Once he returned, he would have Yu Linglong take the barrier-breaking pill and the advancement pill. She would try to break through to spirit transformation. As long as Yu Linglong reached spirit transformation, she could feed spiritual power back to him through the chaos, celestial fox physique, and his cultivation would naturally rise with the tide. Master. Sensing Chao Kuan's scorching gaze, Yu Linglong pressed her delicate body into his arms. Why are you looking at Linglong like that? Are you thinking about that again? Thinking yes. How could I not? We'll get down to business when we get back. Lung Qingyue, listening from the side, felt her cheeks burn and faint anticipation stir inside her. Together with Master again. In the servant dungeon at the back mountain of the Hahuan sect, where sunlight never reached all year round. The damp air mixed with the smell of mold and decay. The surrounding stone walls were covered with slimy moss, and water dripped from the rock cracks. Plip-plop, plip-plop. Cough, cough. In the dim stone chamber, Ji Jinian gradually regained consciousness. Searing pain came from his left cheek and severed wrist. Hiss, my hand. My hand. Ji Jinian's face twisted with pain as he struggled to circulate spiritual energy to heal himself. But in the next second, he discovered in horror that his Dantian and Chi Si were dead and silent. Not a single thread of spiritual energy could be drawn forth. His cultivation had been sealed. What was more, his limbs were also locked to the four corners of the stone bed by thick black iron chains. Just then, a rustling sound of footsteps arrived. By the faint firelight on the wall, Ji Jinian finally made out what these people looked like. They were not the elegant, flirtatious female cultivators of the Hahuan sect. They were a pack of old hags, 20 or 30 of them at least. Their faces were covered with wrinkles, their hair sparse and gray, and the coarse gray servant robes on their bodies were ragged and torn. Some had even lost every tooth, their mouths sunken and hollow. They were marginal figures in the Hahuan sect, people with extremely poor aptitude whose cultivation had remained stuck at the Qi refinement stage, unable to advance for a lifetime. Because they had no value, they were assigned to do dirty and hard labor in the dark prison. They had never even touched a man's hand in ordinary times, let alone engaged in dual cultivation. In this dark, sunless dungeon, they had withered in silence for decades. At this moment, dozens of old women were now surrounding the stone bed. Dozens of cloudy eyes emitted an eerie green glow. Drool flowed down their withered mouths, dripping onto the stone bed. Slurp. A white-haired old woman with a hunched back wiped the saliva at the corner of her mouth. It's been decades since I've seen such a tender, handsome man. I heard the higher-ups say he's even a golden core cultivator. A golden core cauldron. Another old woman with only a few teeth left rubbed her hands excitedly. If we can eat a mouthful of this Tang monk's flesh, our old bones might live another 20 or 30 years. What are you going to do? Seeing these old women as ferocious as wolves and tigers with green light in their eyes, Ji Jinian finally realized what was going to happen and was scared out of his wits. Don't come near. Get away. All of you get away. I'm the young master of the Ji family. You old monsters don't touch me. Ugh. Ji Jinian struggled, desperately yanking at the iron chains with a clatter. At this moment, the terror in his heart completely overwhelmed the pain in his severed wrist. This was 10,000 times crueler than killing him. Dear young master, don't be afraid. Granny will be very gentle. No. Then came one final heart-rending, utterly tragic scream. This was the signature experience of the Hahuan sect. Ji Jinian, the eldest young master of the Ji family, had truly experienced it to the fullest today. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Behind the main hall of Lianxiang Peak, white mist churned in midair, shrouding the entire rear mountain completely. Yu Linglong had already taken the barrier-breaking pill and the high-grade jade beast advancement pill and had formally begun her seclusion. At this moment, she was wrapped in layers of purple-gold spiritual light. Breaking through to the spirit transformation stage was by no means an overnight achievement. Even with heaven-defying pills as aid, time was still needed for accumulation and metamorphosis. That threshold had held back countless brilliant cultivators in Qingzhou, and it permitted no carelessness whatsoever. Chao Kuan arranged for Lung Qingyue to remain outside the main hall as protection. Taking advantage of the opportunity to guard her master, she refined the pure spiritual energy spilling out from heaven and earth, stabilizing her own cultivation realm. It could be described as killing two birds with one stone. As for Chao Kuan himself, he flew straight to the damp pavilion. Over the past few days, he had been so occupied with Yu Linglong and Lung Qingyue in the inner chambers that Nangong Wan had been neglected. More importantly, Nangong Wan's cultivation was far too low, merely the early foundation establishment stage. Against Chao Kuen's terrifying physique at the peak of the late Golden Core stage, she simply did not measure up. He needed to raise Nangong Wan's cultivation quickly. Otherwise, once he broke through to the nascent soul stage before long, and his flesh underwent yet another transformation, her delicate body would be completely unable to bear it. A moment later, Chao Kuen arrived at the gates of the Dan Pavilion. Before he could even step inside, he heard a voice that was extremely warm and even carried a hint of fawning. "Oh, Grand Elder Chao, you've come." Yunyu Peak's Peak Master, Xiao Wuong, rushed up to greet him, his face wreathed in smiles. Ever since 3 days ago, when he had witnessed Chao Kuen cut down 2 early nascent soul guest elders with a single sword stroke on Yunyu Peak, Xiao Wuong had not shut his eyes for those 3 days. Whenever he closed them, his mind was filled with Chao Kuen's pitch-black, damaged sword and the gruesome deaths of those 2 guest elders. That was absolutely terrifying. In all his life, Xiao Wuong had never seen such a ruthless Golden Core cultivator. What was more, Sect Master Qin Kanglan had publicly announced that Chao Kuen was now the Grand Elder of the Hawan Sect. His status was now equal to the Sect Masters, and he wielded the power of life and death. Whenever Xiao Wuong remembered that he had once wanted to take Nangong Wan as a cauldron, and had even put on the airs of a nascent soul Peak Master before Chao Kuen, he wished he could die. Peak Master Xia, a dignified master of an entire peak. Why are you not cultivating in tranquility on your Yunyu Peak instead of playing doorman at my Dan Pavilion? Chao Kuen held his hands behind his back and spoke in a flat, indifferent tone. Xiao Wuong shuddered, hurriedly straightened his back, and put on an even more obsequious smile. Grand Elder, you jest. Before you, how would I dare call myself a Peak Master? As he spoke, Xiao Wuong carefully studied Chao Kuen's expression. It's like this, Grand Elder. I heard that one. No manager Nangong has been toiling day and night over the Dan Pavilion accounts, and her cultivation progress has suffered somewhat. I figured that manager Nangong was sharing your burdens, Grand Elder, and thus she was also sharing the burdens of the entire Hawan Sect. So I took the liberty of bringing out that 6 Jia Spirit Gathering Arrays formation plate from Yunyu Peak Storehouse and setting it up in Manager Nangong's meditation chamber. Xiao Wuong swallowed hard and continued to tout his merits. In addition, I also added 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones as the array's core and left behind 3 bottles of 5th-grade marrow washing pills and 2 roots of 1,000-year-old jade bone ginseng. Manager Nangong is currently in seclusion in her meditation chamber, refining the medicinal power. I estimate that when she emerges, she will have broken through to at least the mid-foundation establishment stage, perhaps even the late stage. Xiao Wuong's words were completely watertight. He knew better than anyone that if he had delivered these things directly to Chao Kuen would most likely not even glance at them. But giving them to Nangong Wan was a different matter. Nangong Wan was Chao Kuen's woman. If she was well taken care of, the favor would naturally be credited to Chao Kuen. Chao Kuen looked at Xiao Wuong's smug, credit-seeking expression and found it quietly amusing. This old codger truly had a strong survival instinct. Still, a dog that knew how to read the times was less troublesome to keep around. Chao Kuen reached out and gave Xiao Wuong 2 light pats on the shoulder. Sensible. Those 2 airy words landed in Xiao Wuong's ears like heavenly music. The nerves that had been taut for 3 days finally relaxed completely in that moment. Xiao Wuong knew that his old life and the legacy of Yunyu Peak had been saved. It's only proper. All of this is this subordinate's duty. Xiao Wuong nodded again and again in agitation, bowing even lower. Then this subordinate will not disturb the Grand Elder while he handles official matters. This subordinate will now take his leave. Grand Elder, please busy yourself. Take your time. With that, Xiao Wuong shot into the air and fled faster than a rabbit. Chao Kuen watched his receding figure, let out a soft chuckle, and stepped into the Dan Pavilion. Since Nangong Wan was in seclusion, he was in no hurry to disturb her. As it happened, there was still an important matter he needed to handle. Chao Kuen found a vacant secret chamber next to Nangong Wan's, pushed open the door, and went in. After casually sending out several streams of spiritual power to activate the room's soundproofing and defensive arrays, he walked to the stone table at the center of the room and sat down. With a turn of his wrist, an ancient bronze lamp of archaic design appeared on the table. It was none other than the special item the system had rewarded him with previously, the soul guiding lamp. Next, Chao Kuen unfastened the crescent jade pendant from his waist. The system had once indicated that it contained an extremely weak soul entity. Its identity was special, its origins mysterious, and its capture difficulty was marked with 3 question marks. Moreover, conventional methods were ineffective. Let me see just what level of jade beast this is. Chao Kuen pressed 2 fingers together like a sword and sent a wisp of chaos chi precisely into the wick of the soul guiding lamp. Whoosh! A cluster of ghostly blue flames abruptly burst up. As the flames danced, the crescent jade pendant was drawn by the pole and hovered on its own directly above the soul guiding lamp. Then a translucent white humanoid figure slowly drifted out from within the jade pendant. At first the figure was blurry, its edges constantly dissolving. But as the soul guiding lamp shone upon it, the figure gradually stabilized and became clearly visible. After a few breaths, a breathtakingly beautiful soul body fully revealed itself before Chao Kuen. She wore an extremely archaic moon-white palace gown, its hem embroidered with totems of the sun, moon, and stars. Even as a translucent soul body, she could not conceal her explosively exaggerated figure. Its dramatic proportions were even somewhat more spectacular than Nangong Wan's. Her legs were long, straight, and completely free of excess flesh. Her jet black hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. At the center of her brow was a crimson flame totem that flickered faintly. Only this woman's gaze was extremely unfriendly. She hovered in midair, lifted her snow-white chin, and looked down at Chao Kuan with the kind of expression one reserves for garbage. There was no confusion of one just awakened in her eyes, no fear of unfamiliar surroundings. Only undisguised contempt. A mere ant at the golden core stage. And yet you dare to use such a crude artifact to disturb this emperor's slumber. Feng Juyo. Chao Kuan stroked his chin, his brazen gaze not retracting in the slightest. Instead it grew even more flagrant as he unabashedly sized up the graceful figure hovering in midair. He couldn't help but inwardly grumble, what did these ancient female cultivators eat growing up? How were they so well nourished? If she were to reforge her physical body, she would absolutely be a stunning beauty that could make any man unable to tear his eyes away. It was just that her temperament seemed a bit out of touch with reality. This emperor, Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow, watching her with a half smile. Quite a grand title. Tell me, just what kind of emperor are you? Ignorant junior. Listen carefully. Feng Juyo lifted her chin slightly, her gaze haughty and imperious. I am the ancient Netherworld 9 Serenity female Emperor Feng Juyo. Back when I dominated the continent, a golden core ant like you wouldn't even be qualified to gaze upon me from afar. Feng Juyo let out a cold snort, her moon-white palace robes swaying gently in the void as she struck an imposing pose. However, considering that you awakened me with this soul-guiding lamp, I can grant you an opportunity. As long as you obediently find me a top-grade physical body, so I can seize it and cultivate anew. Once this is accomplished, I shall bestow upon you a tremendous fortune and teach you an ancient top-tier cultivation art. As for your earlier insolence, I can magnanimously let bygones be bygones. Having said that, Feng Juyo crossed her arms and waited to see Chao Kuan kneel down with overwhelming gratitude and pledge his allegiance. In her eyes, a mere golden core cultivator from some remote backwater. Upon hearing words like ancient female emperor and top-tier cultivation art, would surely tremble with excitement and lose all reason. However, Chao Kuan was not as excited as she had imagined. He sat on the stone bench, expressionless, his eyes even somewhat hollow. He looked as if he had been struck dumb. Ding. Detected a top-grade target soul body. Target identity, ancient 9 Serenity female emperor remnant soul state. Target status, extremely weak, bereft of physical form. System noticed the target is currently in a soul state and cannot be directly captured and contracted as a jade beast. System suggestion, the host may first take her as a soul servant using primordial chaos chi to nurture her soul body. Once her top-grade physical body is reforged in the future, then a contract can be bound. After reading the system's notifications, Chao Kuan immediately knew what to do. It was a pity he couldn't directly bind her as a jade beast. But taking a proud and unruly ancient female emperor as his sole servant, that proposal sounded even more thrilling. Chao Kuan dismissed the system panel and snapped back to reality. In midair, Feng Juyo saw Chao Kuan standing there in a daze and assumed that the golden core brat had been utterly overwhelmed by the conditions she had laid out. She felt a surge of smug satisfaction. These uncultivated bumpkins who had never seen the world were indeed easy to manipulate. Just dangling an empty promise was enough to make them devoted. What are you still standing there for? Feng Juyo waved her hand impatiently, her tone even more overbearing. Why haven't you knelt down and sworn your allegiance to me? Then get the hell out of here and find me a superior physical body. She was accustomed to issuing commands. Even now that only a wisp of her soul remained, the arrogance ingrained in her bones had not diminished in the slightest. The secret chamber was silent for 2 seconds. Puffed. Chao Kuan couldn't hold it in any longer. He leaned back in his chair and burst out laughing. He laughed and shook his head at the same time, looking at Feng Juyo, as if she were a deranged, magnificent fool. I say, old hag, have you been stuck inside that jade pendant for so long that your brain has gone rotten? Old hag. Feng Juyo's beautiful eyes flew wide open, unable to believe her own ears. This despicable ant actually dared to call her the grand female emperor an old hag. What era do you think this is? Still trying to dangle empty promises. Chao Kuan paid no attention to her shock, ruthlessly shattering her illusions. Negotiating with me, eh? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Is it that frail soul body of yours that a gust of wind could blow away? Or that vague, illusory, great fortune of yours? With every word Chao Kuan spoke, Feng Juyo's expression grew uglier by a degree. How dare you? Feng Juyo flew into a thunderous rage. Instinctively, she tried to summon her soul power to teach this insolent brat, who didn't know his place, a lesson. Yet she discovered to her dismay that her soul was now weakened to the extreme. The forceful manifestation moments ago had already expended her remaining strength. Now she couldn't even unleash the most basic spiritual shock. Chao Kuan took in her predicament at a glance. Face reality. This is the Hahuan Sect, and I am the Hahuan Sect's Grand Elder. Meanwhile, you are nothing but a remnant soul lodging in a broken jade pendant, barely able to manifest and speak by draining half the spiritual energy from my alchemy hall's underground treasury. Chao Kuan rose to his feet, bracing both hands on the stone table, leaning forward with his gaze boring straight into Feng Juyo. You want me to find you a physical body? Fine. I couldn't care less about your ancient cultivation arts. As long as you obediently become my soul servant and acknowledge me as your master, I just might consider mercifully forging you a top-grade physical body. Soul servant. Those two words struck Feng Jiuyo's ears like a piercing insult. She was the exalted Nine Serenity female emperor, the supreme being who once commanded countless living beings in the ancient era. Even the great tribulation transcendence powerhouses bowed their heads in reverence before her. Yet now an ant at the Golden Core stage had the audacity to demand she become the lowliest soul servant. The height of absurdity. I would rather let my soul be utterly annihilated than suffer such a monstrous humiliation. You reckless little ant. If this were the ancient era, a single glance from me would have reduced you to ashes. You want me to become your soul servant? Dream on. Faced with Feng Jiuyo's impotent fury, Chao Kuan remained utterly indifferent. Still reminiscing about your ancient era, milady, the times have long since changed. You are no longer the Nine Serenity female emperor who once shook the ancient world. You are merely a remnant soul on the verge of dissipating, unable to control even your own fate. Chao Kuan suddenly wiped the smile from his face. A wisp of primordial chaos, chi seeped from his fingertip and enveloped the flame of the soul-guiding lamp. The ghostly blue flame was instantly suppressed, reduced to no more than a faint spark. Bereft of the soul-guiding lamp's nourishment, Feng Jiuyo let out a pained, anguished scream. Her soul body began to flicker violently, the edges starting to show signs of dissipating. The excruciating agony of her soul being forcibly torn apart made it impossible for her to maintain the pride of a female emperor any longer. Stop! Stop now! Feng Jiuyo wailed in torment. Chao Kuan watched her struggling in agony, his gaze devoid of the slightest trace of pity. Becoming my soul servant is the only chance you have to survive, and your only hope of reforging a physical body. Chao Kuan raised a finger. His tone was icy and brooked no refusal. My patience is limited. I'll give you 10 breaths to decide. After 10 breaths, if you still refuse to lower your soul's defenses and let me plant the servitude brand, then I'll crush this jade pendant and extinguish this lamp, and send you the Nine Serenity female emperor on your final journey. 10. Chao Kuan coldly uttered a number. 9. Feng Jiuyo clutched her head with both hands, her soul body curling up in midair in agony. Her eyes filled with humiliation, fury, and deep, overwhelming terror. She did not want to die, trapped within that pitch-black jade pendant for countless ages. She had finally seen the light of day again. How could she bear to vanish into nothingness just like that? 8. 7. Chao Kuan's countdown continued. With each number he uttered the primordial chaos chi at his fingertip pressed down a little harder. The flame of the soul-guiding lamp dimmed a little further. Feng Jiuyo's soul body likewise grew increasingly translucent. 6. 5. 4. The flame on the soul-guiding lamp had been suppressed until it was only the size of a soybean flickering faintly. The lower half of Feng Jiuyo's body had already begun to dissolve into specks of light. 3. Chao Kuan's fingers had already rested upon the crescent-shaped jade pendant. With just a gentle squeeze, this vessel that housed the female emperor's last wisp of remnant soul would be ground to dust, and the Nine Serenity female emperor would exist no more in this world. I accept. Just as Chao Kuan was about to utter, Feng Jiuyo let out a desperate, humiliated scream. She had completely abandoned resistance, voluntarily opening her soul. I am willing to lower my soul's defenses and become your soul servant. Feng Jiuyo. That's more like it. Chao Kuan raised his right hand, forcing a drop of essence blood from his fingertip. As spiritual energy surged, the drop transformed into a complex, sinister, dark red rune in midair. Go! Chao Kuan barked. The rune tore through the void and vanished directly into Feng Jiuyo's ethereal brow. NGH. Feng Jiuyo's delicate body trembled, and a look of pain and defiance surfaced on her breathtaking face. She could clearly feel an unerasable shackle locked deep within her soul. A feeling of helplessness, her very life and death now controlled by another, washed over the last remnants of her consciousness. She had truly become the sole slave of a mere golden core ant. Chao Kuan casually waved his hand and put away the soul-luring lamp on the table. No longer nourished by the soul-luring lamp's flame, Feng Jiuyo's soul body immediately became extremely unstable, its edges once again beginning to scatter into drifting motes of light. She let out a painful low cry. Her hands instinctively flew up to embrace her absurdly voluptuous bosom. In her present state, she could not possibly linger in the open air for long. Without the jade pendant as her vessel, and without the soul-luring lamp's protection, she would utterly dissolve into the void between heaven and earth in less time than it takes an incense stick to burn. The only place left for her now was inside the body of her acknowledged master. Shooting Chao Kuan a venomous glare filled with resentment, Feng Jiuyo with the utmost reluctance dove into his brow. Following the meridians downward, she entered the chi sea within his dantian. The moment she entered, Feng Jiuyo tightly shut her eyes. As an ancient supreme expert, she knew all too well how turbid and filthy the spiritual energy was within low-level cultivators' bodies. She had already braced herself for the torment of that inferior spiritual energy, and had even planned to spend the last of her soul power to form a protective barrier around herself. She would block out those disgusting impurities as much as possible to keep from defiling her own sacred soul. However, the next second, Feng Jiuyou froze. The nauseating low-tier spiritual energy she had expected never appeared. Instead, a gray-black current of qi rushed out of Chao Kuan's golden core and wrapped tightly around her soul form. Initially startled, Feng Jiuyou instinctively tried to struggle. But when the gray-black current truly came into contact with her soul, an indescribably exquisite pleasure surged through every inch of her spirit. Not only did the gray-black qi fail to harm her, it ceaselessly nourished her damaged soul, which had been desiccated for tens of thousands of years. This rate of repair was tens of thousands of times faster than being illuminated by that shoddy, soul-luring lamp outside. Is this? Feng Jiuyou's eyes flew wide, and her breathing grew quick. The legendary chaos qi said to lead straight to the source of the great Tao. Impossible. Feng Jiuyou cried out in shock within Chao Kuan's dantian. The ancient era. What a blindingly glorious age it had been. Mighty figures sprawled across the world, heavenly talents gathered like clouds. Yet even in that era, chaos qi was a supreme divine treasure that existed only in legends. Those old monsters of the tribulation transcendent stage, with cultivations penetrating the heavens, and 1 foot already over the threshold of the immortal realm, shattered star rivers and sank continents, just to chase a single wisp of chaos qi leaking from the depths of the cosmos. But even if they were fortunate enough to obtain a trace, they never dared to absorb it carelessly. Chaos qi was simply too tyrannical. Even a tribulation transcendent's physical body would burst apart in an instant upon forceful contact, body and soul utterly destroyed. Yet now, this boy with only golden core cultivation actually had not spiritual energy, but an entire vast ocean of chaos qi surging within his dantian. What kind of monster was he? How could he possibly withstand it? Feng Jiuyou's worldview was struck by a tremendous shock. But shock aside, being wrapped in chaos qi felt too wonderful. That pleasure which went straight to the innermost depths of her soul made it impossible for her to rein in her instincts. Feng Jiuyou shut her eyes and tilted up her long, slender neck. Her lips parted slightly as she began to frantically, gracelessly drink in the surrounding chaos qi. As copious chaos qi surged in, Feng Jiuyou's soul body solidified at a visible speed. Her originally translucent moon-white palace gown gradually began to take on a substantial, tangible quality. Her slender legs crossed as she levitated within the dantian, even her toes suffused with a blush pink. Chao Kuan sat on the stone stool, observing everything happening inside his dantian with his inner vision. Seeing Feng Jiuyou so thoroughly lost in pleasure, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. Were you a starving ghost in your previous life? His voice was full of both mockery and disdain. Feng Jiuyou, who had been indulging in the comfortable bliss, snapped back to her senses. Only then did she realize how indecent her current posture was. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. A wave of shame and fury overwhelmed her. She wanted to stop absorbing to recover her dignity as an empress. But the temptation of chaos qi was far too overwhelming. Her body refused to listen to her. Though she kept her mouth shut, her absorption speed did not slow in the least. If anything, nervousness made her draw it in even faster. Seeing that she was too busy absorbing to pay any attention to him, Chao Kuan issued a command through the enslavement imprint in his mind. You eat my food, drink my drink, yet you still play the aloof noble with me. Hurry up. Let me hear you call me master. At Chao Kuan's frivolous words, Feng Jiuyou's sucking paused, and she lashed out angrily in his mind. Don't even think about it. I, the empress, would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Even if my soul withers today, and I die here turning into dust of heaven and earth, you will never make me call you master. She believed that since she had already entered with the enslavement imprint in place, this brat couldn't really kick her out. As long as she stubbornly held her ground, Chao Kuan would have no way to force her. Oh, tough bones indeed. Chao Kuan was not annoyed. When dealing with an arrogant Sundara woman like her grand elder, Chao had more than a few tricks at his disposal. Alright, so you won't call me. With a thought, he employed an utterly ruthless method. He simply cut off the supply of chaos qi in the small area around Feng Jiuyou. The gray-black current that had been tightly cocooning Feng Jiuyou quickly dispersed. In the blink of an eye, her surroundings became empty and bare. Not a single wisp of chaos qi left to nourish her. As the old saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. If Feng Jiuyou had never come into contact with chaos qi in the first place, she might have been able to endure the agony of a weakened soul. But now, her soul, dried up for tens of thousands of years, had just tasted the most supreme divine substance in the world. The fullness that came from being filled had barely lasted before it was cruelly severed. The immense fall from cloud tops into the abyss made her feel as if ants were crawling all over her body. What about that backbone of yours? Chao Kuan's voice drifted over lazily. Then just tough it out. Speak whenever you've thought it through. With that, Chao Kuan cut off the communication and left her to struggle on her own. She lasted less than half an instant. Sticks time. I'll call. Feng Jiuyou's feeble voice echoed within Chao Kuan's mind. Outside, Chao Kuan lifted the teacup from the stone table and took a sip. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. Speak up. Are you mumbling like a mosquito? I can't hear you. Inside the dantian, Feng Jiuyou closed her eyes, tears of humiliation swirling in her phantom eye sockets. She cast away every shred of dignity. A soft, pleading voice laced with a hint of entreaty echoed clearly in Chao Kuan's mind. Well done. Chao Kuan smiled with satisfaction. Consider it your reward. With a single thought, chaos chi in his dantian surged forth once again. It wrapped around Feng Juyo's soul body once more, and the parched soul was again nourished by chaos chi. Just at this moment, crisp system notification sounds rang out one after another in Chao Kuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully subduing a soul slave 9 Abyss Empress Feng Juyo. Reward mission points, 3,000 points. Current mission point balance, 16,900 points. Ding. Long-term hidden mission triggered. Forge a physical body for the soul slave 9 Abyss Empress. Mission description: the 9 Abyss Empress is an ancient great one with an extremely powerful soul. The host is required to seek out top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures to forge a supreme body perfectly compatible with her soul. Mission reward: after the reshaping is completed, the soul slave will automatically transform into a top-grade jade beast. Direct contract ignoring slot restrictions, and the host will be rewarded with a legendary blind box. Seeing the barrage of notifications jump out on the panel, Chao Kuan's eyes gleamed with intensity. What moved him most was without a doubt that long-term hidden mission. After reshaping her body, not only could he get a top-grade jade beast for free, but he could even score a legendary blind box. It looks like once the Ji family's trouble is fully settled, I need to find a chance to travel beyond Qingzhou. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to reforge the body of an ancient empress were absolutely not something that a remote, secluded little place like Qingzhou could produce. Feng Juyo. Within the Qi sea of his dantian gray-black chaos, Qi surged and churned without end. After drinking in a great flood of that chaos Qi, even the crimson flame totem between Feng Juyo's brows had become vivid and alive. Master. A voice soft and languid, wearied yet touched with contentment, echoed in Chao Kuan's mind. My soul has been parched for far too long. Absorbing this much chaos Qi at once has already pushed me to my limit. I need to sleep for a while before I can fully refine this power. Don't wake me for nothing, and definitely don't wake me for something. With that, she didn't wait for Chao Kuan to respond. Feng Juyo curled her legs in the vast ocean of chaos. Qi closed her beautiful eyes and sank into a deep, profound slumber. Chao Kuan looked at the breathtaking figure in his dantian. Eyes shut, already fast asleep. Chao Kuan couldn't help sneering inwardly. Good grief. Eat your fill, and then off to sleep. Are you secretly a pig? This is no 9 Nether Empress. It's like keeping a starving ornament that cries to be fed. Still, for the sake of those long white jade legs and that proud figure, Chao Kuan decided not to quibble with her for now. His consciousness withdrew from his dantian. Chao Kuan went straight to the quiet chamber where Nangong Wan was in seclusion. By now the spirit light barrier that had once shimmered around the chamber had dimmed to nothing. By all rights, even a low-level early foundation establishment cultivator could have absorbed freely, and this 100,000 spirit stones should have lasted for years. Yet Nangong Wan had drained them all dry in less than half a day. Curious, Chao Kuan pushed open the door and walked in. The scene before him made him stop short. At the formation's eye, the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones had once been piled up like a small mountain. Now they had all turned into gray-white powder. Even the 3 bottles of 5th-grade marrow cleansing pills and the 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old jadebone ginseng that Xia Wang had gifted were completely gone. Only empty bottles and withered medicinal dregs remained. In the center of the formation, Nangong Wan sat cross-legged, the spiritual energy fluctuations around her body just settling down. Her cultivation had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, and her aura was extremely solid with not the slightest hint of instability. The reincarnation sacred body's absorption and conversion of spiritual energy was indeed terrifyingly efficient. As if hearing the noise at the door, Nangong Wan slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Seeing that it was Chao Kuan, her upright posture dissolved. She leaned forward, limply propping her delicate chin on one hand. Gazing at Chao Kuan, she cooed, "Sweetly, husband, you finally come." From that tone and that manner, Chao Kuan knew without guessing that the forward secondary soul had awakened. Nangong Wan deliberately wore a pitiful expression and sighed as she poured out her grievances. "Husband, just look. My constitution is far too special. The efficiency at which I absorb spiritual energy is more than 10 times that of others. This 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I drained them all the moment I blinked." She lowered her eyes, long lashes fluttering, her voice brimming with self-reproach. "Sigh. If I need such enormous resources from now on, I'm afraid I'll completely drag my husband down. Maybe you should just stop worrying about me. Let me fend for myself, so I won't delay my husband's great Tao." As she spoke, the corners of Nangong Wan's eyes kept drifting secretly toward Chao Kuan's storage ring. That greedily calculating thought was practically written all over her face. Chao Kuan looked at her and couldn't help laughing inwardly. This secondary soul was full of sly schemes, the exact opposite of the primary soul, pure as a blank sheet of paper. If I really threw you out and left you to fend for yourself, you'd probably tear the roof off this place this very instant. Chao Kuan wasted no words. He took out the storage ring he had prepared in advance and tossed it over gently. It landed squarely on Nangong Wan's full, plump bosom. "Quit the act. Look inside and see how much there is." Nangong Wan accepted the ring suspiciously. Her spiritual sense probed into it. The next second, she was completely stunned. In the space of the storage ring, mid-grade spirit stones had piled up into a rolling mountain range. A quick sweep revealed at least 1 million. And that wasn't all. Beside the mountain of spirit stones were more than a dozen jade boxes filled with rare medicinal pills of 4th grade or higher and supreme-grade artifact refining materials. This overwhelming mountain-toppling fortune left Nangongwan dazed. In an instant, the aggrieved woman from moments ago put away her pitiful disguise. A long, straight, jade-white leg slipped out from beneath her skirt. The tip of her foot hooked lightly around Chao Cohen's calf and slid upward slow and teasing. Since my husband is throwing his wealth around like this, if I, your wife, don't repay you properly, wouldn't I be too thoughtless and ungrateful? One could infer the rest from a single example. She was simply a supreme cultivation vessel tailor-made for him. Chao Cohen was just about to circulate the chaos unification art to refine the spiritual energy flowing back from Nangongwan. Suddenly, he discovered an even more astonishing phenomenon. Mixed into the spiritual energy flowing back into him was an extremely dense stream of primordial yin energy. Chao Cohen even thought he was seeing things. As everyone knew, a cultivator's primordial yin energy was extremely precious. It was an origin force that came into being with one's innate nature. Once lost, it dissipated completely and could never be gathered again. Even the supreme dual cultivation arts could only achieve mutual benefit and reciprocity. They could never cause primordial yin to regenerate. He had clearly already absorbed and refined all of Nangongwan's primordial yin energy long ago, turning it into the foundation for his breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage. But now, what was this primordial yin energy ceaselessly flooding into him? Not only was it abundant, it was even purer than the first time. It was as though it had never been consumed at all. How is this possible? Chao Cohen murmured to himself. Nangongwan was still limply leaning against his shoulder. Hearing Chao Cohen's rare sound of startled doubt, she lifted her head. Seeing him looking like he had never seen the world, she couldn't help covering her mouth and breaking into soft, charming laughter. Husband, are you wondering why the primordial yin energy inside me is still there? Chao Cohen looked down at her. Do you know what's going on? Is it also because of your constitution? Nangongwan extended her 2 lotus-white arms, hooked them around Chao Cohen's neck once more, and breathed out a soft, orchid-sweet mist. My dear husband, you only know one side of it, not the other. The most terrifying thing about the reincarnation sacred body is not how fast it absorbs spiritual energy. It lies in the word reincarnation. Every time I break through a major or minor realm, my physical body undergoes a cycle of reincarnation and is reshaped. Wounds heal, depleted origin is restored, and I return to the most perfect initial state. She paused, and her gaze became enormously seductive. Which means that every time I break through, I can offer my husband a fresh and even purer supply of primordial yin energy. This is a fortune others couldn't obtain even if they begged. Chao Cohen was frozen in place after hearing that. Breakthrough means reshaping, restoring a perfect initial state. When she later formed her golden core, and then her nascent soul, the power she would feed back to him would be an incalculable astronomical sum. This reincarnation sacred body was outrageously overpowered. Damn, this is incredible. Chao Cohen got so excited that he slapped his thigh. Oh, husband, you hit the wrong place. Nangongwan gave a soft cry and shot him a reproachful glare. Half a day passed. A crisp system notification chimed as the door of the secret chamber was pushed open from within. Chao Cohen walked out feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Ding. Detected that the jade beast Nangongwan is in high spirits and has developed extreme dependence. Due to the special attribute of the reincarnation saint body, double taming value and task points have been awarded this time. Taming value 10. Current taming value 30200. Bonus task points 1000. Current task point balance 17900. Listening to the announcement in his mind, Chao Cohen stretched his body with satisfaction. His cultivation stood at the peak of the late golden core stage, backed by the domineering foundation of the chaos return to one art. If you want resources, can't you endure even this little hardship? Nangongwan was an exceedingly clever woman. Or to be precise, this secondary soul of hers which had awakened on its own knew all too well how to please a man. At Chao Cohen's words, she immediately put away her mournful expression. She stepped forward quickly and in one smooth motion wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Her 2 soft mounds pressed tightly against Chao Cohen's back. As long as my husband gives me enough water, can endure any hardship. Chao Cohen patted the back of her hand, circling his waist, and chuckled lightly. All right, enough being lovey-dovey. Focus on consolidating your cultivation realm. Nangongwan obediently let go, tidied her disheveled hair by her temples, and nodded with a smile in her eyes. Once she entered her cultivation state, Chao Cohen stood at the door of the quiet chamber and watched for a while longer, confirming that the spiritual energy in Nangongwan's body was circulating steadily. After her condition had fully stabilized, he finally turned and left the alchemy pavilion. Facing the mountain wind high above, Chao Cohen rapidly calculated the current situation in his mind. Who knew how long Yu Linglong's breakthrough to the spirit transformation stage would take? It could be as short as 10 days to half a month, or as long as several months, even years. During this period, she absolutely could not be disturbed by anything. And the greatest threat lurking for the Hahuan sect during this time was the Ji clan of Qingzhou, several thousand li away. I need to find a way to stabilize the Ji clan. Buy Yu Linglong enough time to break through. Chao Cohen stroked his chin, a plan already forming in his heart. Changing direction, he didn't return to Lianxiang Peak. Instead, he soared into the air and flew toward the servant dungeon at the rear mountain. 1 instant sticks time later. Chao Kuan arrived at the deepest cell of the dungeon. The scene before him was a living hell. It had only been a few days. The Ji clan's eldest young master Ji Jinian, once swaggering in luxurious robes, arrogant, overbearing, and utterly insufferable, was now tortured beyond all human likeness. For iron chains bound his limbs to the stone bed. His once well-proportioned frame had withered away to skin and bones. His ribs jutted out one by one across his chest. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his eyes had completely lost focus. His originally jet-black hair had mostly turned white, a pitiful sight of utter misery. Around the stone bed, 20 or 30 old servant women with wrinkled faces and gray hair were beaming with vigor and busying themselves with great enthusiasm. Suddenly hearing the iron door clang, they turned back to look. Recognizing the newly appointed Grand Elder Chao Kuan, they hurriedly knelt. "Greetings, Grand Elder. Greetings, Grand Elder." Hearing this neat chorus of voices, Ji Jinyan, lying on the stone bed, struggled to open his hollow, lifeless eyes. His pupils had already lost focus. But when his vacant gaze finally discerned the tall, slender figure standing in the doorway, his broken body couldn't help but tremble violently. The dark iron chains rattled loudly. "The demon is here." That was the only thought in Ji Jinyan's mind. Chao Kuan ignored the old women kneeling on the ground and walked over to the stone bed. Looking at Ji Jinyan with a smile, he said in a relaxed tone, "Young Master Ji, how have you enjoyed the special hospitality of our Harmony Sect these past few days?" At that breezy greeting, Ji Jinyan's composure completely shattered. Opening his cracked lips, tears and snot mingled and smeared across his face. "Kill me, Chao Kuan. I beg you, just give me a quick death. I can't take it anymore. Kill me." The dual torment of flesh and spirit over these days had long since crushed every last shred of his pride and dignity. Every second of this death-like torture was unbearable agony. Chao Kuan's smile vanished. Without paying any attention to Ji Jinyan's pleas, he took a blank message jade slip out of his storage ring. He tossed it casually onto Ji Jinyan's chest. "Send your family a message and tell them you're safe. Just make up some excuse. Say you encountered a lucky chance while wandering and need to go into seclusion. Do it well, and you'll get a few days of reprieve." Hearing this, Ji Jinyan, who had been drowning in despair, was suddenly stunned. His mind, which had long since stopped working, actually conjured up an utterly ridiculous delusion at that moment. Send a message home to report that I'm safe. Why would he want me to do that? It must be because the Ji clan has found out I'm missing. It must be because the spirit transformation ancestor has flown into a rage. Chao Kuan is afraid. The Harmony Sect is afraid. They're terrified of the Ji clan's wrath and the revenge of a spirit transformation powerhouse, which is why they're so desperate to smooth things over. Convinced that he had seen through the truth, Ji Jinyan recklessly started negotiating. "You're scared, aren't you? Want me to calm my family down? Dream on." Ji Jinyan struggled hard, rattling the iron chains. "Unless you release me right now, not only release me, but also hand over that bitch Lung Qinghua for me to take away. Otherwise I will never send a message. Just you wait. My Ji clan ancestor will trample this broken sect flat." The stone chamber fell silent. The old women kneeling on the ground were so terrified that they didn't dare breathe, burying their heads even lower. Chao Kuan stood beside the stone bed, staring at Ji Jinyan as if he were looking at a blithering idiot. He truly couldn't understand how a fool with a head full of shit had managed to survive all the way to the Golden Core stage. Reduced to a dried-up corpse, and he still dared to put on the airs of a noble young master. Chao Kuan couldn't be bothered with a single word of nonsense. Expressionless, he took a step forward, raised his right hand, then swung it down fiercely. Slap! A thunderously loud slap landed squarely on Ji Jinyan's face. Although Chao Kuan hadn't used spiritual power, the force was still astonishing, drawn purely from the physical power of his peak late Golden Core body. Ji Jinyan's head snapped to one side along with the few remaining molars in his mouth. All of them flew out together with a spray of blood. His earlier inexplicable confidence and arrogance were smashed to pieces by that slap. "Looks like you still haven't figured out your situation." Chao Kuan raised 3 fingers. "I'll count to 3. Either obediently pick up that jade slip and send the message, or..." Chao Kuan pointed at the trembling old women kneeling nearby. "I'll double the number of old women in this dungeon today. 100 of them. How about that? Double." 30 old women had already drained him until he looked neither human nor ghost. "If 100 more came, I'll send it. I'll send it." Ignoring the severe pain in his mouth, he wept and cried out in a slurred voice, nodding desperately for fear that Chao Kuan would change his mind. "I'll do whatever you say. Please don't send anyone else. Don't send them." Chao Kuan gave a cold snort and tilted his chin upward to signal him to hurry. Under Chao Kuan's icy gaze, Ji Jinyan lifted one hand with difficulty and trembling picked up the message jade slip on his chest. He tried to steady his breathing and left a recorded message in as normal a tone as he could manage. "Father, while traveling I chanced upon a hidden ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, a rare opportunity. I plan to go into seclusion here for a few months to explore it. At the shortest half a year, at the longest a year. Everything is fine. Please don't worry." As soon as he uttered the last word, Ji Jinyan seemed to have exhausted every ounce of his strength. His hand went limp and the jade slip fell onto the stone bed. Chao Kuan drew the jade slip into his palm, extended his divine sense into it, and inspected it carefully. Only after confirming that the tone was natural and that no hidden divine sense signal had been left behind he put it away into his storage ring with satisfaction. With this recording, the G clan would not launch a full-force search for at least half a year. Half a year was more than enough. With his goal achieved, Chao Cohen didn't want to spend another moment in that stinking stone room. Before leaving, Chao Cohen casually took several bottles of low-grade chi replenishing pills from his storage ring and tossed them on the ground. Good work. He looked at the old women kneeling on the floor and said casually, "Split these among yourselves and replenish your strength. Over the next few months, continue to take good care of young Master G. As long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you like." Seeing the pills on the ground, the old women's eyes went wide. These low-grade chi replenishing pills were like sugar beans to Chao Cohen. But to them, low-ranking servant women, they were rare treasures. "Thank you for your reward, Grand Elder." "Don't worry, Grand Elder. We will spare no effort." The old women kowtowed in gratitude and swarmed forward to snatch up the pills. Lying on the stone bed, Ji Jinian heard that not only had Chao Cohen refused to let him off, but he was going to keep tormenting him, and had even given those old witches tonic pills. He knew that the days ahead would be an endless purgatory. "Yeah, Chao Cohen, you faithless, shameless scum. You'll die a horrible death." Ji Jinian. Chao Cohen, reaching the dungeon gate, stopped. He casually flicked his finger backward. A faint wisp of spiritual energy accurately struck Ji Jinian's mute acupoint. The shrill curses abruptly cut off. Chao Cohen walked far away. Only a faint casual remark lingered in the dark corridor. "Ji Jinian, that big trouble has finally been stabilized for the moment. Now I can finally enjoy life in peace and engage in some nurturing." Yu Linglong, Lung Qingyue, and Nangong Wan were all in seclusion. Chao Cohen stroked his chin. Now that he was idle, the restless blazing sun spirit root inside his body began to stir faintly again. In his mind, the figures of a pair of exquisite master and disciple surfaced automatically. One was a born seductress with a voluptuous figure and a scheming green tea temperament. The other was a fiery Sundara little maidservant. He longed for both of them dearly. Chao Cohen felt a wave of heat in his heart. It's time to visit Baiwa Peak. He hadn't forgotten that he still owed Lu Rumeng a promise. He had said he would make the master and disciple pair perfectly his. Elder Chao had always been a man of his word, a proper gentleman who followed through on every promise. Chao Cohen immediately changed direction, with an air blast exploding beneath his feet. He flew straight toward the main hall of Baiwa Peak. At this moment, inside the great hall of Baiwa Peak, the atmosphere carried a hint of indescribable strangeness. Meng Yuti sat upright in the seat of honor at the far end of the hall. Today, unusually, she was not wearing the light, translucent gauze dress that emphasized her figure. Instead, she had changed into an extremely conservative, intricately embroidered heavy court dress. The most striking thing was its high collar. The fabric of the collar stretched to the root of her chin, fastened tightly. She had to wear it like this, because only this way could she completely cover the humiliating black ring on her neck. These past few days, whenever Meng Yuti closed her eyes, her mind was filled with Chao Cohen's figure. The domineering chaos chi was still flowing slowly through her meridians. It kept scouring the bottleneck that had stagnated her cultivation for over 100 years. That fullness of cultivation slowly rising, accompanied by, made Meng Yuti suffer agonies these past few days. She silently cursed Chao Cohen as a vulgar boor who didn't know how to show tender affection to a woman, while at the same time she fantasized about that domineering figure coming to her again. But before her disciple Lu Rumeng, she absolutely could not show weakness. If her disciple were to find out that she too had been taken by that petty golden core thief and had signed a master-servant contract, where would she put her old face? She must not let it slip. And below the steps, Lu Rumeng, standing before the dais, was even more absent-minded at the moment. She wore a water-red belted long dress today. A pair of long, straight jade-like legs were simply and openly exposed to the air. Lu Rumeng's mood these past few days was like riding a roller coaster. Ever since that day in the cave when Chao Cohen had completely shattered her psychological defenses with chaos chi and a 5th-grade spirit-nourishing pill, she had silently accepted her identity as Chao Cohen's exclusive maidservant. She even somewhat enjoyed it. Especially that day when her master Meng Yuti suddenly came to check on them outside the cave. Chao Cohen whispered that naughty phrase in her ear. "In a few days That phrase replayed in Lu Rumeng's mind every day. She knew what kind of person her master was. Greedy, suspicious, selfish, and calculating. For that so-called top-grade life-saving treasure, her master would go to any lengths. And that treasure was actually the Jade Beast Ring, which controlled life and death. Lu Rumeng thought to herself secretly. That day her master had happily taken 2 6th-grade primordial golden cores to the alchemy pavilion for a trade. When she returned, she could barely walk steadily. She immediately announced seclusion and refused to see anyone. It was rare for her to leave seclusion today, and she had unexpectedly worn a high-collar court dress. This attempt to cover up was too obvious. Could it be? Lu Rumeng's heart beat faster and faster. She was afraid of Chao Cohen's endless tricks. And yet she also had an inexplicable morbid anticipation. What if Chao Cohen really had placed that black ring on her master as well? Just thinking about that scene made Lu Rumeng's breathing unconsciously heavier, just as the master and disciple each harbored their own secrets. A light, casual footstep came from outside the hall. Chao Cohen walked in with his hands behind his back. Without even a greeting, he swaggered directly into the great hall. Seeing Chao Cohen appear, The two women in the hall reacted in completely different ways. Meng Yuti on the main seat was so frightened that her legs unconsciously pressed together. Muscles throughout her body stiffened. The black beast ring hidden beneath the high collar seemed to sense its master's aura and began to grow slightly hot. Why did he come at this time? But with her disciple watching eagerly from below, she could only forcibly suppress the panic in her heart. She forcibly stayed calm and stood up. Setting her stunningly beautiful face into a stern expression, she put on the dignity of a peak master and demanded coldly, "Elder Chao, Baiwa Peak is the vital ground of my lineage. You came uninvited. What is the purpose?" The voice sounded full of vigor. It truly seemed like the real deal. But Chao Kuan keenly caught a hint of something unusual. He sneered inwardly. That old green tea woman really could put on an act. Dressed so tightly, she was quite good at burying her head in the sand. "Let's see how you get out of this later." Lu roaming below the steps saw Chao Kuan enter, and her heart pounded with excitement. Her master had finally come to see her again. After only a few days, the master's aura seemed ever more unfathomable. Lu roaming subconsciously wanted to run up and fling herself into Chao Kuan's arms, coaxing playfully. But seeing her master still putting on a show in the main seat, she stopped her steps. Her beautiful eyes darted round and round between Chao Kuan and her master. Chao Kuan utterly ignored Meng Yuti's stern interrogation. He stepped forward directly up the stairs. "You? What are you doing? Stop. Who allowed you to come up?" Meng Yuti panicked. The seductive arts she usually took pride in had absolutely no effect on this man. Watching Chao Kuan close and step by step, she could only retreat. But behind her was the huge peak master's throne, leaving no room to retreat. Meng Yuti watched helplessly as Chao Kuan sat straight down on the main seat beside her. Then Chao Kuan's big hand reached out. He directly grabbed Meng Yuti's slender supple waist and yanked her into his arms. Meng Yuti couldn't react in time. Though she was also at the late golden core stage before Chao Kuan's terrifying physical power, she was completely helpless. Her center of gravity unsteady, she fell directly onto Chao Kuan's lap. Meng Yuti's mind buzzed. Everything was in chaos. Rumeng was right there watching from below. What kind of sin was this? She instinctively struggled to resist. Her hands pressed against Chao Kuan's chest, pushing outward with all her might. She even tried to maintain the dignity of a master in her voice. In a lowered voice, she gritted her teeth and scolded, "Chao Kuan, are you insane? Don't go too far. Rumeng is still down there." Chao Kuan let her push. His left hand stayed around her waist, not loosening at all. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Chao Kuan leaned to her ear, warm breath hitting her earlobe, his tone utterly wicked. "Refusing to acknowledge your master in front of your disciple." Chao Kuan wasn't going to spoil her bad temper. To deal with this old green tea woman who cared so much about face, he had to use the crudest and most direct means. He moved his mind directly through the system interface in his head. He lightly activated the restriction. Below the steps, Lu Roming heard that coquettish cry clearly. She also saw that familiar dark red light leaking from the collar of her master's dress. She trembled all over with excitement. Her speculations had just been confirmed. And judging by this state, she had definitely been tamed into submissiveness with no room to resist at all. "Everyone is the same. Why couldn't you have been this obedient earlier?" Chao Kuan held Meng Yuti's waist with one hand. With the other hand, he raised it and unceremoniously pinched Meng Yuti's burning hot cheek. The touch was excellent, smooth and waxy. The pinch brought Meng Yuti back to her senses. She realized that she had just made that shameful sound in front of her disciple. She wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. She buried her head firmly in Chao Kuan's chest, not daring to look at Lu Rumeng below the steps. "It's over. I've been found out." Time flew swiftly by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The door to the inner chamber deep within the main hall of Baihua Peak had not been opened once. Chao Kuan reclined on the spacious warm jade couch. He idly toyed with the beast tamer exclusive artifact, the Zixiao spirit-suppressing instrument. After repeated testing, Chao Kuan reached a conclusion. This Zixiao spirit-suppressing instrument was indeed a rare and excellent treasure. However, one thing still puzzled Chao Kuan, its effect on accumulating points. But when someone else used it, the situation was completely different. He turned his head and looked at the other side of the bed. Teaching according to aptitude. So this constitution, naturally blessed with alluring bones, also comes with these strange sub-attributes. It seems different jade beasts truly need to be raised by different methods to maximize the gains. Just as Chao Kuan was deliberating whether to rack up a few more points, a series of system notification chimes rang out in his mind. Reward task points, 4,000. Current progress, 50,100. Before Chao Kuan could fully process this windfall, another notification followed right on its heels. Reward task points, 1,600. Current progress, 60,100. Detected that 2 jade beasts have broken through the 50-point taming value threshold. Congratulations, host. You have received Silver Mystery Gift Pack X2. Holy crap, we're flying. Chao Kuan's eyes lit up. Finally, he was seeing returns on his investment. Open. Chao Kuan issued the command decisively. Ding. Successfully opened the Silver Mystery Gift Pack. Obtained item Jade Beast Advancement Pill X1. Item description: taking it will elevate a Jade Beast's minor realm without any side effects and permanently increase its taming value by 5 points. Note it can only be used by Jade Beasts at or below the Foundation establishment stage. Chao Kuan looked at the pills suspended in the system space. In his mind, He quickly weighed the situation of the several jade beasts around him. At present, the only ones still at the foundation establishment stage were Lu Rumeng and Nangong Wan. Lu Rumeng already had 1 foot in the Golden Core stage, and with his unreserved teaching over these past few days, breaking through to Golden Core was only a matter of days for her. Using this pill on her would be a complete waste. That left only Nangong Wan. Chao Kuan nodded to himself. Once she broke through to late foundation establishment on her own, he would directly have her take this pill to charge into Golden Core, maximizing the gains. Ding. Successfully opened the Silver Mystery Gift Pack. Obtained item Friendship Gloves X1. Item description. Note daily trigger limit 3 times. Chao Kuan stared at the oddly shaped white glove on the system panel. He delivered his verdict without mercy. This damn system really is full of tricks. A pure and utter pervert of an item. Elder Chao, face full of disdain, secretly resolved that from now on this thing could only be used in secret chambers. Ding. Triggered the extremely rare critical hit for the Silver Gift Pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the immortal artifact Inyang Dharma Robe. Equipment description: when worn, this robe allows one to ignore all water and fire-based attacks in the world. When actively activated, it can generate an independent avatar possessing 100% of the host's combat power. The avatar's existence duration depends on the host's spiritual energy reserves. Note: collecting the Inyang boots, Inyang crown, and Inyang belt can trigger the ultimate set bonus. A fine item, and one that even came with set attributes. Chao Kuan sat straight up. This was the real highlight. Just the passive immunity to water and fire was already heaven-defying. 9 out of 10 cultivators practiced 5 elements arts. Water and fire were even more mainstream. Wearing this robe was equivalent to crippling a large number of opponents' attack methods outright. Not to mention that active skill. A physical avatar with 100% combat power. 2 against 1. Who could stand against that? Chao Kuan focused his mind. He directly draped the Inyang Dharma robe over himself. The instant the robe touched his skin, it automatically conformed to his frame. The black and white interwoven robe added an extra layer of mystery and majesty to his already handsome features. He mobilized the chaotic chi within his dantian and poured it into the robe. The Taiji array patterns on the robe flared to life. A black and white pillar of light separated from Chao Kuan's body and rapidly condensed into a form in midair. After a single breath, another Chao Kuan stood steadily before the jade couch. Whether in appearance, aura, or that roguish look in his eyes, he was exactly identical to the true body. The only difference was that the avatar wore only an ordinary gray robe. Sitting on the bed, Chao Kuan looked at himself, standing in front of him. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. He didn't even need to speak to have absolute control over every movement and thought of the avatar. Perfect. At the same time, at the Miaoyin sect, thousands of li from the Hawan sect, a low rumble echoed. A stone door for secluded cultivation on the rear mountain of the main peak slowly opened. A terrifyingly overwhelming nascent soul stage spiritual pressure swept out like a tidal wave, shaking apart the vast sea of clouds. Yunxia, clad in pure white robes, walked slowly out of the stone door. Her face was cold and beautiful, her bearing noble and ethereal. Time seemed to have left no trace upon her features. The 2 female disciples waiting outside immediately knelt and bowed, welcome the Grand Elder out of seclusion. Yunxia gave a slight nod, her gaze sweeping over the assembled disciples, and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Where is Jinian? In the past, whenever she came out of seclusion, her most proud direct disciple would always be the first to wait outside the door and pay his respects. Why was there no sign of him today? The female disciple kneeling on the left raised her head and replied timidly, reporting to the Grand Elder Senior Brother Ji. He went down the mountain half a month ago. Went down the mountain. Yunxia's voice was cold. Where did he go? He went to the Hawan sect. The female disciple swallowed hard, not daring to hide anything. Senior Brother Ji said he was going to the Hawan sect to propose marriage to Lung Qinghua.